Chapter 1. Traversing the Beast Realm. A new book is here, leaving a mark to begin. This narrative features dual male protagonists. Dual male protagonists. Dual male protagonists. An important matter reiterated thrice. For those averse to dual male leads, please take an alternate route to avoid discomfort. This tale unfolds in a beastly world, where one nurtures fluffy creatures, engages in their delightful antics, and simultaneously constructs abodes and cultivates land, for the author harbors an immense fondness for fluffiness. The story embraces a leisurely paced construction lifestyle, leaning towards the warmth of daily life. So, dear readers, prepare yourselves mentally in advance. Intertwined within the narrative are elements of career paths and warfare. I mentioned this beforehand to spare those solely seeking fluffiness from disappointment. Fear not. The fluffiness will not be lacking. I absolutely adore fluffiness, shouting it from the rooftops. Lastly, let's gather our thoughts. A storage for thoughts. P.S. The above does not count towards the word limit. It was written at the beginning to ensure visibility. Dingfeng Building, B City. A young woman, having just concluded her day's work, lifted her gaze to observe that the sky had turned completely dark and the surrounding workstations were devoid of life, leaving the entire 7th floor eerily silent. She stretched luxuriously, switched off her computer screen, and picked up her bag. As she passed the chief engineer's office, she noticed the lights within still gleaming brightly. With a polite knock on the door, she peeked her head inside. Behind a spacious desk sat a tall, refined young man, donning silver-framed glasses, engrossed in cutting paper with a triangular ruler and a craft knife. Upon hearing the knock, the young man paused his work, looked up, and said, "Lin, the materials you requested are ready." The young woman felt a slight stutter as she met his gaze. Their superior was far too handsome. The young man possessed a tall and slender frame, resembling a graceful bamboo, and his simple white shirt accentuated his clean and concise appearance. Notably, his eyes held a gentle warmth, almost as if they could ensnare one's soul. Every time Sun Yin met his gaze, her face involuntarily flushed. However, Lin was exceedingly diligent, often overshadowing his looks with his accomplishments. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secured the position of chief engineer at such a young age. The Dingfeng Building was his brainchild. Perhaps due to prolonged high-intensity work, the young man's lips appeared slightly purplish, and a hint of fatigue lingered in his brow. He set down the craft knife, glanced at his watch, and with a hint of regret, said, "I'm sorry, I lost track of time. You should head home and rest. It's quite late. I'll reimburse your taxi fare for today." Sun Yin nodded. "Thank you, Lin. I'll be leaving now. Do take care and rest early." She closed the office door and turned back to see the young man once more engrossed in arranging his model. Lin really lives up to the title of Dingfeng's top workaholic. It's already 9:30, and he's still so immersed in his work, Sun Yin thought to herself, a small smirk forming as she cheerfully ventured into her well-deserved leisure time. Inside the office, the young man remained oblivious to her musings, continuing his dedicated work. Time passed. Gradually, Lin Baiyan stood up, gazing at the model that was beginning to take shape, his tense demeanor easing slightly. Yet there was still work to be done, and he felt a pang of urgency. He rubbed his sore neck, casually glanced at his watch, and realized it was already 2 in the morning. Suddenly, the hands of the clock began to blur. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his heart racing uncontrollably. A chill ran down his spine as he searched for the medication he kept in the office, but after a fruitless search, he grew more anxious. His heartbeat quickened, accompanied by a tightening pain in his chest. Lin Baiyan felt as if his nasal passages were being obstructed, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. The young man collapsed to the ground, gradually losing consciousness. Raindrops fell incessantly upon his face, and Lin Baiyan sensed a shift. Slowly, he opened his eyes to behold towering green trees. Raindrops struck his eyes, and blinking rapidly, he instinctively raised a hand to shield himself. Yet, instead of an arm, a fluffy, light tan paw with black markings emerged before him. He believed he was dreaming, shaking his head in disbelief. Alas, it remained a paw. Lin Baiyan was momentarily stunned, his body instinctively springing upwards. What was happening? Why did he have a paw? Upon standing, he realized he was now on all fours, and looking down revealed a fluffy body that left Lin Baiyan utterly dumbfounded. What on earth had transpired? Had he transformed into some sort of creature? Could it be that his overtime work had induced a hallucination? Uncertain, Lin Bai-yin used his new paw to scratch himself sharply. Meow. Ouch, ouch, ouch. This was no illusion. Hearing himself meow startled him greatly. His mind was a tumultuous storm for a long, while he glanced around the unfamiliar surroundings. The lush, towering trees obscured the sun post-rain, casting an eerie shadow around him, causing the young man to shiver involuntarily. After surveying his surroundings, Lin Bai-yin finally reached a conclusion he must have traversed to another realm. He distinctly remembered working on models in the office, then feeling dizzy and struggling to breathe, he must have fainted. If he hadn't crossed over, awakening in this primordial forest would be implausible. The towering trees were astonishingly high. Lin Bai-yin estimated they reached nearly 100 meters, clearly far from any urban area. Due to his demanding work schedule, he often experienced arrhythmia as the doctor had advised him to take his medication regularly. However, this time, the bridge design was a significant project for B-City, and he wanted to complete it promptly. As a solitary individual, returning home meant facing the cold and desolate silence of an empty abode. Lin Bai-yin, an orphan raised by his grandparents, lost his grandfather in middle school and his grandmother upon graduating high school. For the past 7 or 8 years, he had been entirely alone. Given his state at the time, it was likely that if anyone discovered him in the building, he would have long since met his end. Lin Bai-yin let out a self-deprecating smile. So be it, he had crossed over, and he had no attachments. This should count as a work-related death, and he wondered if it would startle anyone upon returning to work tomorrow. His thoughts meandered. He sighed, realizing that since he was already dead, there was no point in worrying about other matters. He had been working long enough now that he had a second chance at life. It marked a new beginning. He had always maintained a calm demeanor. He could live anywhere on his own. Yet his current predicament seemed rather dire. Traversing realms was one thing, but how could he not have an identity? What if he was devoured now that he had turned into an animal? Habitually tilting his head in contemplation, he inadvertently caught sight of his reflection in a nearby puddle. In the water was a small, light brown, and slightly white kitten adorned with black markings, mimicking his pose perfectly. He attempted to approach for a closer look, but his 4 fluffy paws were as slippery as if newly waxed. The kitten slid unexpectedly, prompting Lin Bai-yin to hastily grasp the ground with his paws. After adjusting to his new paws, he ventured closer to inspect the puddle, where the kitten's image became clearer. With round, distinctly black and white eyes, it appeared both innocent and unexpectedly sharp. Its body seemed somewhat slender, and its ears instinctively curled slightly as it tilted its head. Had the reflection not been his own, Lin Bai-yin would have eagerly reached out to pet the adorable kitten. He had transformed into a cat. The young man found his thoughts momentarily stifled. Yet it was undeniably cute. He had always held a fondness for fluffy pets like cats and dogs, but due to work commitments and frequent business trips, he had never realized his desire to adopt a cat. But wait, this was not the time for furry admiration. Lin Bai-yin shook his head vigorously despite the kitten's adorable appearance. It did not mask the reality of his transformation into a cat. He had a basic understanding of the concept of traversing realms from the novels discussed during idle office chatter among the young women. Yet he had never encountered a scenario where one could transform into a non-human being. Chapter 2. Transformed into a sub-beastman. What is happening here? Am I destined to begin a wilderness survival adventure? Lin Bai-yin sighed gloomily. Without hands or feet, at least as a human, he could manage his own affairs. In this moment, the young man deeply yearned for his previous human existence. Staring vacantly at the puddle, Lin Bai-yin mused over his predicament. Perhaps he had pondered returning to human form for too long. A wave of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind, accompanied by sharp pangs of pain. The little kitten lost control, and its body began to undergo a transformation. As the pain subsided, Lin Bai-yin slowly opened his eyes, realizing he had indeed reverted to human form, and alongside it came the memories of another life. His life was rather simple. This continent belonged to the realm of beastmen, where their sexes were not delineated by traditional male and female binaries, but rather categorized into male beastmen and sub-beastmen. Regardless of gender, male orcs possess immense physical stature and formidable strength, excelling in combat, while sub-orcs are diminutive in form and ill-suited for hunting, instead thriving in gathering, and can bear offspring irrespective of their gender. Typically, they undertake logistical duties within their tribes. Currently, he finds himself adorned as a suborc. The thought sends a wave of mild despair through the young man. What is happening? Can men truly bear children? From a tender age, Malbai was deprived of both father and mother, and within the white cat tribe, the brown tabby kitten was not favored. His disposition was rather somber and introverted. Following the cataclysmic earthquake, various tribes suffered grievous losses, leading many orcs to believe it was the wrath of their beast deity, compelling them to abandon their original settlements in search of new territory. As winter approached, the leader of the white cat tribe, citing a lack of food, expelled several elderly and disabled orcs from the tribe. Malbai, along with over 40 frail and ailing individuals, undertook a grueling migration northward for over 20 days. Many perished along the way, and they encountered others who had been lost or abandoned from different tribes. Ultimately, this beleaguered group dwindled to just over 60 souls. After 20 days of arduous travel, Malbai appeared exceedingly emaciated. Lin Baiyin surveyed his new form, discovering it bore striking resemblance to his previous one, albeit slightly more gaunt. He was reminded of the term, beast form. Suddenly, a small, fluffy creature, roughly the length of half an arm, reflected in a puddle. Gazing at his own image, Lin Baiyin felt an uncanny familiarity. The white cat tribe lacked discernment. His beast form was unmistakably that of a Blackfoot cat. What importance does mere fur color hold when the Blackfoot cat is revered as the shadow assassin, an unparalleled hunting expert? Even as a suborc, this innate advantage could be harnessed with proper training, rendering him no less formidable than any other beast form. Yet he was not yet accustomed to his beast form, so it would be prudent to maintain his human shape for the time being. Transforming back, he stretched his limbs. A glance at his attire revealed only a single tattered hide skirt, and due to hunger, Lin Baiyin felt utterly drained of strength. However, the ability to transform into a human indicated that he had not yet reached a point of desperation. Pondering this, he observed the sun, which had appeared in the forest, and noted the rain had ceased. His immediate priority was to locate some edible sustenance and return swiftly to the collective cave. In this desolate wilderness, any encounter with a large predator could prove fatal for someone as feeble as he appeared. Resolute, Lin Baiyin committed himself to hastening back, despite not knowing the inhabitants of the cave's safety in numbers offered a sense of security. With only a single shape-shifted hide to cover himself, his exposed toes were a source of discomfort. He dared not envision the pain of traversing the terrain in such a state. Moreover, who could say what venomous creatures lurked in the soil? After scanning his surroundings, he gathered several sturdy leaves, and as he touched them, a thought crossed his mind. Long fruit tree leaves, non-toxic, the fruit of which could produce soap pods. Lin Baiyin paused, then looked around again, spotting an unfamiliar, plump fungus that bore resemblance to a mushroom. Instantly, another thought surfaced. Tiger's palm fungus, non-toxic and edible, with delightful flavor. This realization filled him with elation. After all, in this wilderness akin to a primordial forest, the unknown was plentiful. With this newfound knowledge, he could discern edible items, thus avoiding a fate of poisoning. Perhaps this was a gift from the heavens? With little time to waste, Lin Baiyin hurriedly harvested the tiger's palm fungus from the underbrush. The recent rainfall had caused them to grow particularly large. The appearance of the tiger's palm fungus differed from the mushrooms he had seen on Blue Star. But that was to be expected. He had arrived at a new continent and could not view it through the lens of his prior experiences. Collecting 8 or 9 sizable tiger's palm fungi, he wrapped them in a broad leaf and tied it securely with a sturdy vine. Employing the same technique, he layered the makeshift wrappings around his feet, fastening them with the vine. After taking a few steps, he found the discomfort beneath his feet had lessened. Satisfied, the young man grasped his newly acquired food and hurried towards the communal cave. He was not greedy. He sought merely enough sustenance to survive, for the unknown dangers of the forest were too great, and wandering alone was unwise. Had Malbai not been driven by hunger, he would not have ventured out. A solitary suborc encountering a gigantic beast would likely meet a swift demise. Navigating by memory, Lin Baiyin made his way toward the cave. En route, He encountered spiky balls reminiscent of chestnuts upon peeling away the tough exterior. He discovered they were indeed chestnuts. This was a delightful surprise. Gathering the scattered chestnut husks, Lin Baiyin faced a dilemma. He possessed no means to transport them back. Glancing around, he saw no vines or materials suitable for weaving a basket. Lin Baiyin was skilled in basket weaving. His grandfather, a carpenter by trade, had taught him during his childhood. Yet, without materials, even the most skilled hands would be rendered ineffective. It pained him to think of letting this hard-won food slip away. Surveying the vicinity, he noted that he was not far from the communal cave. After some contemplation, he decided to cover the chestnuts with fallen leaves, intending to return for them after reaching the cave. The daylight was still ample, so the plan seemed feasible. With his makeshift bundle in hand, Lin Baiyin entered the cave, only to be unexpectedly tackled by a small figure. Chapter 3. Encouragement to venture outside. Meow. Meow, brother cat white, where have you gone? Summer is so frightened that as Lin Baiyin entered, a small, fluffy creature pounced into his embrace. Strangely, although the little ball was meowing, he could astonishingly comprehend its meaning. The trembling fluff ball curled tightly in Lin Baiyin's arms, burrowed deeper. Instinctively seeking warmth, he subconsciously wrapped his arms around the tiny body, his hand uncontrollably stroking the soft fur. Oh, a tricolor cat. This adorable little creature, however, seemed to have suffered due to poor sustenance and the constant hardships of migration. Its fur lacked the softness and luster it should have possessed, appearing somewhat coarse. Memories of the little creature flooded Lin Baiyin's mind. This was Xia, a feline from the same tribe that had been exiled, a small sub-beast girl who, at 5 years old, had yet to transform. Her father perished during a hunt, and her mother was killed while searching for beast milk for her. Due to the harshness of their living conditions, the beastmen were exceedingly vigilant in protecting their young. The cubs were generally concealed within the tribe until they reached nearly 10 years of age, at which point they were permitted to accompany the adults in foraging. Upon reaching adulthood, the male beastmen would leave the foraging group to join the hunting party. Most cubs could transform around 3 years of age, making Xia's situation exceedingly unusual. The tribe shaman declared that her delayed transformation was a curse from the beast god, leading to her expulsion as the youngest cub from the white cat tribe. As calamities struck, life for the beastmen grew increasingly dire. With others preoccupied with their own survival, there was little time to care for a cub unable to transform. During these days, Xia had stumbled along with the main group, fearful of being left behind. Observing the solitary little cub, Cat White perhaps reminisced about his own past and occasionally shared bits of food with her, leading Xia to gradually cling to him. After perusing his memories and gaining a general understanding, Lin Baiyin gently patted the fluffy creature in his arms and softly said, "Brother Cat White has gone to find food. Didn't Xiao mention being hungry?" The little body that had been burrowing into Lin Baiyin paused, lifting its head at Xia's round, moist blue eyes fixed intently on Lin Baiyin, her voice tinged with a whimper, "Meow meow. Summer is not hungry. Brother Cat White shouldn't he leave? It's scary outside." Clearly, she had been frightened by the tremors that had periodically shaken the earth in recent days, clinging tightly to Lin Baiyin's arm. Following the earthquake came torrential rains, wreaking havoc across the Beastmen continent, with countless beastmen swallowed by sudden fissures in the ground during their migration. Originally, nearly 40 tribe members had been cast out. Now, only fewer than 10 remained, most of whom were still juvenile. Lin Baiyin soothingly rubbed the little cub's head, assuring her, "Xia need not fear. Brother Cat White has returned." He glanced around the cave, a refuge they had finally found after a long journey, accommodating them all. The cave's environment was far from ideal, appearing quite dreadful. The air was thick with an unpleasant dampness, mingled with the stench of decay and blood. Yet, this was the best shelter they could find, and the group huddled together within its confines. No one dared venture out alone to seek food, fearing abandonment by the group. Surviving alone in the forest was nearly impossible, with the likelihood of not lasting a day. Only by remaining closely tethered to the group was there any hope of survival. During their migration, the beastmen were cautious and frugal, consuming a few non-toxic wild grasses and fruits when hungry, and drinking rainwater or dew when thirsty. They had already resided in this cave for 2 days. With only Cat White and another male beastman, Wolf Song, having ventured out to forage. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Baiyin addressed the gathered crowd. "I have found some mushrooms and chestnut balls, all of which are edible. However, I cannot carry them alone. Is anyone willing to accompany me? Upon hearing of available food, the beastmen in the shadows stirred slightly, but after a pause, no one responded. Lin Baiyin, undeterred, patiently continued, "We have migrated north for quite some time without encountering any fishers. This indicates that we are in a safe place now." As Lin Baiyin spoke, an elderly beast man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, stepped forward from the crowd. He was slender yet stood upright. His expression, not one of the usual dullness often seen among the beastmen. "Did I end this land?" Beastmen lived remarkably long lives, purportedly reaching up to 200 years. However, the average beastman hardly lived to half that age. In their primitive existence devoid of advanced technology, even basic medicines were scarce, rendering it difficult to heal. Any small injury could prove fatal. Lin Baiyin recalled this beastman was named Tu Lin, the wisest among their migrating group. Possessing extensive foraging knowledge, that he had identified many edible plants, ensuring the survival of their group. Throughout their journey north, it was he and Wolf Song who had guided them, enabling their successful escape to the plains. Tu Lin stepped into the center of the cave, addressing the assembled beastmen. "Cat White speaks the truth. We have not felt any earth fissures for quite some time. This place should be safe." He clasped his hands in prayer before his chest, earnestly proclaiming, "May the beast god bless the beastmen." Following the beast god's guidance, we have arrived here. The beastmen were never lacking in courage to explore. Now that they had distanced themselves from danger, they should actively seek opportunities for survival. Hearing Tu Lin's words, the beastmen's eyes gradually brightened. Indeed, the beast god had blessed them. They were finally safe and should proactively search for food. The beastmen in the cave stirred with anticipation, though uncertainty still clouded their expressions. Observing this, Tu Lin reassured them, "I will remain here in the cave, awaiting your return. Rest assured, the beast god has not forsaken his faithful children, granting us a place to rest. This migrating group shall not abandon anyone." With this, the beastmen in the cave erupted with excitement. They were diligent and brave, if not for the fear of being left behind. Every beastman was hard-working and sincere. Lin Baiyin watched in amazement as Tu Lin's few words invigorated the cave's inhabitants, as if they had been infused with newfound energy. It seemed Tu Lin's words about the beast god held more weight than the food he had mentioned. Fortunately, the beastmen in the cave finally regained some vitality. Tu Lin pondered for a moment before looking at Lin Baiyin. "Little cub, is the food you mentioned real? Where is it?" Upon hearing Tu Lin's inquiry, Lin Baiyin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, according to the customs of the beastmen continent, one did not come of age until 20, and he himself was merely 17 or 18 in this body. The exact age of Cat White was uncertain. The world of beastmen was such that they did not keep track of years with the same precision. From Cat White's memories, Lin Baiyin surmised that this was a land entirely distinct from Blue Star. Devoid of the 12 months of the year, or even the concept of months, he hadn't expected that upon traversing to another world, he would transform into a mere cub, feeling somewhat awkward about it. Chapter 4. Assignment of tasks. Yet, how did Tu Lin know he was still a juvenile? Lin Baiyin harbored some doubts, but this was evidently not the right moment to inquire. He shook his head. Putting that thought aside for now, Tu Lin, oblivious to Lin Baiyin's discomfort, looked at him with anticipation. "Cub, do you remember where you found the food?" Reluctantly, Lin Baiyin acknowledged, "Well, there are many round balls scattered not far from the cave. Surrounded by thorns, and the flesh inside is edible." That he refrained from using the term chestnuts, as he assumed the beastmen would not understand it. Tu Lin, mulling over Lin Baiyin's description, realized what he was referring to. His expression tinged with surprise. There really food inside those? He had previously encountered those thorny fruits elsewhere, but had avoided foraging them due to their prickliness, often warning others to keep a safe distance to avoid injury. Lin Baiyin nodded. "I have eaten the fruit inside before. It is delicious when cooked, and even raw. It is edible." Tu Lin appeared pleased, but he did not immediately instruct the beastmen to venture out. He turned to survey the beastmen in the cave, asking, "How many among you are willing to accompany Cat White to forage?" Upon hearing the word forage, the eyes of the sub-beastmen lit up. After all, this was a task they had always engaged in. Several sub-beastmen eagerly exclaimed, "I will go, me too. Take me along." The more vivacious sub-beastmen were quick to volunteer, while the more timid ones also chimed in softly. Tu Lin assessed the cave's inhabitants, instructing sub-beastmen, gather beside Cat White. Male beast men, come to my side. Elderly or injured beast men, along with the smaller cubs, gather in the middle. Everyone obediently followed the instructions given by Tulin. Once the orcs had formed their groups, Tulin glanced at the two factions of orcs within the cave. Why are you little wolf cubs not moving? Lin Baiyin observed a corner of the cave where 7 or 8 gray wolf cubs were huddled together, appearing rather small. Among them, the largest cub watched its surroundings with vigilance, keeping the fluffy little ones sheltered behind it. Upon hearing Lin Baiyin's voice, Tulin looked over and shook his head, saying, "Those are members of Wolf Song's clan. They typically only heed his command." Lin Baiyin nodded, not pressuring them to come closer, but he surveyed the situation within the cave, counting a total of 65 orcs, plus Tulin, himself, and the male orc Wolf Song who had gone out hunting, making for a total of 68. Among them, there were 23 male orcs, 16 sub-orcs, and a notable number of young cubs. 20 in total, most of whom were orphaned. Of course, those with parents would not be so easily abandoned. There were only 9 elderly orcs. The male orcs had not participated in gathering. They primarily took on hunting duties. Tulin was troubled about how to organize the orcs to search for food. Back in his original tribe, he had merely been a small squad leader of a gathering team and was not knowledgeable about arranging work. That moment, a white wolf, standing over a meter tall, entered the cave with a gray rabbit in its mouth. As soon as it entered, Wolf Song noticed the changes in the cave and immediately transformed into human form, holding the lifeless hare in his hand. Upon seeing the rabbit in his grasp, most of the orcs instinctively swallowed hard. Wolf Song scanned the surroundings and precisely located the hidden cubs in the corner. His expressionless face softened slightly. Lin Baiyin was startled by Wolf Song's beast form, initially thinking a wild animal had stumbled into the cave due to the scent. However, Wolf Song then performed a remarkable transformation before him. He unconsciously rubbed the small cat, Xia, in his arms. This Wolf Song looks rather cold. You should have at least given a heads up before transforming. Lin Baiyin muttered internally. The man who entered had short, dark hair that slightly obscured his eyes, yet it could not conceal the sharpness within his gaze that he had a tall and slender build, with deep-set features that bore a wild edge, resembling a cold sword, strikingly aggressive, alert and filled with wariness. "What is it?" Wolf Song inquired, turning to Tulin after confirming the presence of his kin, casually glancing at Lin Baiyin, who was cradling the small cat Xia, when he had seen himself transform. Lin Baiyin had widened his round, cat-like eyes, appearing both surprised and somewhat frightened. Seeing that Wolf Song had returned, Tulin let out a sigh of relief. "You have finally returned, Wolf Song." During their days of joint expeditions, Tulin had noticed that Wolf Song was exceptionally perceptive and vigilant, accurately identifying directions multiple times throughout their escape. Tulin instinctively sought his opinion. "The cubs say they have found edible food. We have been in the cave for quite some time, and the ground is not cracked again. That I think everyone should be able to go outside to search for food now." Upon hearing Lin Baiyin's name, Wolf Song lifted his gaze to him and replied in a deep voice. "That is fine. That I have patrolled the surrounding area and have not detected any immediate dangers. After enduring a prolonged period of exhausting migration, even the strongest could not withstand the absence of nutritional meat. The orcs' physical strength and combat capabilities would significantly decline. Currently, none of the orcs in the cave were not emaciated and starving." Wolf Song's words brought joy to the male orcs, that if he had said so, it certainly meant they had reached a safe place. During these days of fleeing, Wolf Song had evidently become their cornerstone of support. "Can you lead them on a hunt?" Tulin asked, his expression slightly anxious. After spending time together, he had gained some understanding of Wolf Song's character. This male orc was extremely wary, introverted not only towards others but also towards the young of his own clan. He could not ascertain whether Wolf Song would be willing to lead them on a hunt. Wolf Song remained silent at Tulin's question, and the orcs in the cave instinctively held their breath, looking expectantly at him. Even Lin Baiyin found himself unconsciously rubbing Xia's soft paws, awaiting Wolf Song's response. They were aware of Wolf Song's abilities. If he was willing to take the male orcs hunting, their chances of acquiring prey would be considerably high. After a prolonged moment of silence, the male orc finally spoke. "I can take you with me, but whether you catch anything depends on your own skills." Tulin's face brightened with J. "Oh, why? Do you want to go with Wolf Song?" "Of course we want to go. I want to go too." "That's meat." The orcs, having been preoccupied with fleeing, had not eaten meat for many days. When Wolf Song had entered carrying the gray rabbit, the eyes of many orcs had turned green with envy. Now, Wolf Song was actually saying he would take them hunting. Such good fortune was something a foolish orc would refuse. Even the juvenile male orcs were eager to join the hunting team. The orcs in the cave were filled with excitement, eagerly awaiting Wolf Song's command, that he surveyed the orcs and, after a moment of contemplation, declared, "All adult male orcs follow me. The sub-orcs will accompany Tulin and Xia to gather. The elderly and those unable to move will stay in the cave to look after the cubs." At this moment, Tulin added, "Perhaps we should leave a few sub-orcs in the cave. They can look for large stones to help us craft a larger stone pot." Crafting a stone pot was quite simple. Orcs generally possess great strength, and creating an indentation in a large stone was relatively easy. Such tasks could even be managed by young cubs. Wolf Song turned to Tulin and asked, "Can you start a fire?" Tulin instinctively shook his head. He had merely been a gathering team leader and lacked such a crucial skill. Wolf Song tilted his head and inquired of the others, "Does anyone here know how to start a fire?" As soon as the question was posed, the cave fell into a moment of silence as the orcs exchanged glances, none daring to respond. After all, fire was no trivial matter. It was a precious resource that every tribe needed to cherish. Though they could now utilize fire, igniting it remained a skillful endeavor. The orcs regarded fire as a sacred entity, a bridge to communicate with their beast god, and only the priest could master the art of flame. When a priest ignited a fire, they would preserve a flame that would never extinguish for the tribe's use. The atmosphere in the cave became somewhat somber. Wolf Song did not harbor high hopes. He had merely asked casually. Just then, a clear, youthful voice suddenly rang out in the cave. "Perhaps I can try." Wolf Song turned towards the source of the voice and saw a timid sub-orc raising his hand. The gazes of others quickly converged upon Lin Baiyin. Realizing that his words had astonished all the orcs in the cave, Lin Baiyin felt a wave of social anxiety wash over him. "Why is everyone looking at me? I just said I could start a fire," he thought, instinctively rubbing the fluffy head of Xia in his arms. Wolf Song observed the youth's somewhat bewildered expression. Though he felt a hint of curiosity, he did not voice it. "Then give it a try. You can start the fire after gathering." Then, as Tulin suggested, let a few sub-orcs remain in the cave to craft the stone pot. Wolf Song did not harbor great expectations. After all, Lin Baiyin appeared to be just a cub. He thought that perhaps during the hunt, they could search for flint. His parents had used flint to ignite the fire in their tribe. Lin Baiyin noted that Wolf Song's expression remained unchanged and felt slightly relieved, loosening his grip on the small cat, Xia. The little cat, oblivious to her brother's complex emotions, happily nuzzled against Lin Baiyin's hand. After all, even when he had shared food with her before, he had never held her so affectionately or rubbed her head. The small cub cherished the gentle affection she was receiving. Wolf Song paid no mind to Lin Baiyin's peculiarities. He carried the rabbit over to the group of fluffy wolf cubs and addressed the largest among them, Wolf Yun. "Keep an eye on Wolf Yu and the others here." That he handed the rabbit to Wolf Yun, saying, "Wait for my return and do not venture out carelessly." The orcs in the cave observed Wolf Song's actions without objection. The rabbit was a result of his solo hunting. Naturally, they dared not voice dissent, as they relied on Wolf Song to lead them in the hunt. Wolf Yun nodded seriously at Wolf Song's instructions, taking his role diligently. The half-grown cubs huddled protectively around the smaller ones, their eyes wide and ears perked, earnestly positioned at the front. Once all the arrangements were made, Wolf Song addressed the orcs in the cave, who were on the verge of excitement. "Be sure to return to the cave before nightfall. I have conducted a brief patrol. While there are no signs of large beasts nearby, it does not guarantee safety." Rabbit Forest and Lin Baiyin nodded solemnly that in terms of hunting and vigilance, they were not as sharp as the male orcs. Thus, the sub-orcs only ventured into areas deemed safe by the male orcs. However, they clearly could not afford to conduct a thorough inspection now. The priority was to fill their stomachs. "Let us set off," Wolf Song declared, transforming into a massive white wolf at the cave's entrance, letting out a howl that pierced the sky before dashing into the wilderness. The other male orcs in the cave, upon hearing the signal, promptly shifted into their beast forms. In an instant, Lin Baiyin felt as though he had stepped into a zoo. Brown bears, monkeys, foxes, antelopes, rhinos, tigers. Each beast form was distinct. They followed in the footsteps of the white wolf. Rushing outside, The cave gradually fell silent once more as Rabbit Forest chuckled and said to Lin Baiyin, "Then we shall depart as well." Lin Baiyin nodded in agreement, and together with Rabbit Forest, they led the sub-orc team into the forest. Not long after entering the woods, he spotted the pile of fallen leaves he had gathered. The young man approached, brushing the leaves aside to reveal the chestnuts hidden beneath. Lin Baiyin picked one up, noticing a small opening that exposed the spiky outer shell. Addressing the sub-orcs who had gathered around, he explained, "This is what I refer to as a spiky fruit. You must peel away the outer spikes and then remove another shell beneath. The edible part lies within." That he instinctively used the term he had known from Blue Star. After all, the orcs were unaware of his true name. A more vivacious sub-orc exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, so this is how you eat it. There were some around my previous tribe, but we avoided them because the outer spikes were prickly that we never realized the inside was edible. How much food did we waste?" The surrounding sub-orcs chuckled in good-natured amusement, while Rabbit Forest rarely displayed a smile. "It's all right. Now that we know, let us gather as many as we can. It will provide us with ample food for the industrious and frugal orcs. Wasting edible food was utterly incomprehensible. Anything that could satiate their hunger was worth collecting and storing. Let us begin, without delay." The sub-orcs scattered around the chestnut trees, searching for edible chestnuts. Observing the collective effort, Lin Baiyin decided not to join in. With so many individuals gathering chestnuts, the risk felt diminished. He intended to test the abilities he had brought over from his crossing. Turning to Rabbit Forest, he said, "Rabbit Forest, I will check over there. Perhaps there are more edible resources." The hierarchical naming conventions on the Orc continent were quite disordered, so Lin Baiyin had no choice but to address Rabbit Forest directly. Orcs adored cubs, yet they were not adept at maintaining familial bonds. Typically, parents allowed their cubs to live independently once they reached adulthood. However, on a continent where hunting was a daily necessity, countless cubs lost their parents early on. Often being raised by the tribe, that he pointed towards a nearby thicket, and Rabbit Forest glanced in that direction. Deeming it not far, he nodded. "Just be careful and do not wander too far if you encounter danger. Make sure to return." In Rabbit Forest's eyes, Lin Baiyin was still an immature cub, prompting him to reiterate his concerns. Upon seeing Lin Baiyin respond earnestly, Rabbit Forest smiled and allowed him to go gather resources. As Lin Baiyin moved towards the thicket, the previously charming sub-orc called out to him, Cat Bai, where are you going?" Chapter 6. Bamboo shoots. He trotted after him. Lin Baiyin turned to the sub-orc following him and chuckled softly. "I am just going over there to see if there's any more food. Can I join you? I want to see too. My name is Lu Xiao. Can I come with you?" He gazed at the young man with wide, watery doe eyes filled with anticipation. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Baiyin felt having company was advantageous. It would provide a chance to learn more about this world. He nodded in agreement. "But you must stay close to me." Lu Xiao cheered joyfully, linking his arm with Lin Baiyin's as they proceeded forward. "Got it, I want to wander off the deal. You know why I'm called Lu Xiao? Because my mother said I laughed a lot when I was little." Lu Xiao chattered animatedly, and Lin Baiyin gleaned more information about this continent from him. "Now, we are nearing the end of autumn, that I believe in 3 or 4 more 10 days, it will be the snow season." Lu Xiao shivered at the thought of the cold snow season, his expression turning glum. "It's going to be tough. We won't have enough food." Lin Baiyin speculated it was around early October on Blue Star. He reassured him, "It's all right. I believe we won't need to migrate again. For these days, let us gather as much food as possible. We will surely survive the snow season." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao's eyes brightened. "Really? We won't have to search for another place?" Lin Baiyin hesitated, replying cautiously, "I think we won't have to. This area is already a plain, which should be safe." That he spoke with uncertainty, as he was not entirely familiar with this land. Lu Xiao looked at him expectantly. "If that's the case, can we stay here indefinitely? Don't you want to find your previous tribe?" Lin Baiyin questioned, puzzled that Lu Xiao's expression dimmed. "Not anymore. They abandoned me. And my parents are gone." That he felt no attachment to his former tribe. Lin Baiyin patted his shoulder in comfort upon hearing this. Naturally optimistic, Lu Xiao shook his head and smiled. "I am grateful to the beast god for allowing me to live. If possible, I would prefer a new tribe." Lin Baiyin remained silent. Their hastily assembled group was fraught with uncertainties, and he too felt a sense of confusion about the future. As they walked a short distance, they arrived at the thicket Lin Baiyin had just mentioned, where, to his delight, they discovered a small grove of bamboo. Excited, Lin Baiyin tugged at Lu Xiao and hastened a few steps forward. Upon seeing the bamboo leaves and segments that resembled those from his past life, he felt an overwhelming joy. He noticed the forest floor strewn with fallen bamboo leaves and found a spot to brush away the leaves, revealing tender bamboo shoots beneath. "Hurry, come see. This is edible." Lin Baiyin waved to Lu Xiao eagerly. Upon hearing about food, Lu Xiao rushed over to take a look. Lin Baiyin pointed to a bamboo shoot that had just begun to sprout, explaining, "This is called a shoot. It has a crunchy texture." Liu Xiao examined the bamboo shoot closely, then slapped his forehead. "Isn't this just the form of a bamboo tree before it fully matures? It can be eaten too?" "Bamboo tree?" Lin Baiyin mused, finding the term quite fitting. "Exactly," he nodded. "However, bamboo shoots grow rapidly. If one is not careful, they can quickly become full-grown bamboo trees. So, perhaps you were unaware of this." He instinctively used the term bamboo tree to remain discreet and avoid drawing attention to his differences. Lu Xiao, oblivious to Lin Baiyin's nuances, gazed excitedly at the small bamboo grove. "I'll go call Yang Yi and the others to come collect all these shoots." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiao dashed back, turning to shout, "Cat Bai, wait for me here. Don't leave." Watching Lu Xiao's exuberant demeanor, Lin Baiyin shook his head, somewhat helplessly. Liu Xiao was a cheerful soul, unburdened by worries. He found joy in even the simplest of food. Lin Baiyin remained in place, waiting for Lu Xiao to return with the other suborcs. He scanned the surrounding plants, hoping to find some sturdy vines suitable for weaving baskets. That he had wanted to gather some earlier, but had to forego it in his eagerness to return to the cave. After a brief exploration around the bamboo grove, he failed to find the vines he sought but did collect a few edible mushrooms. Feeling a bit disheartened, he thought it was of little consequence. After all, it was only the first day here, and there would surely be a time when he would encounter the right vines. Placing the mushrooms he had gathered on a large leaf, he squatted down and began to dig for bamboo shoots with a long stick. Before long, Lu Xiao returned, leading several suborcs in a hurried manner. "Look, this is the shoot I mentioned," Lu Xiao exclaimed, pointing to a bamboo shoot that Lin Baiyin had unearthed, which was as long as a suborc's forearm. Yang Yi, a female suborc, approached Lin Baiyin and inquired, "How do we eat this?" Lin Baiyin turned back and replied earnestly, "Peel off the outer skin, and it can be cooked and eaten directly." Certainly, bamboo shoots can be prepared in numerous ways. However, given their current impoverished state, they are unable to create any sophisticated dishes. It is best to simply boil them. Lin Baiyin, lost in his thoughts, spoke to himself, while several accompanying sub-beastmen could hardly suppress their laughter at his expense. Liu Xiao's eyes sparkled with barely concealed amusement. The young man, slightly puzzled, instinctively scratched his face and inquired, "Is something the matter?" He directed his questioning gaze towards Lu Xiao. "Look at yourself. You've turned into a little calico cat," Lu Xiao teased, pointing at the dirt smeared across Lin Baiyin's face. "How on earth did you get mud all over your face?" Upon hearing their remarks, the young man awkwardly wiped his face with the back of his hand, only to inadvertently smear more dirt onto the tip of his nose. Coupled with his wide, cat-like eyes, he appeared rather comically endearing. The sub-beastman erupted in a hearty laughter, and Yang Yi also wore a smile. All right, Bai is still just a cub. Let's not mock him, that we should hurry and gather more." The sub-beastman nodded in agreement, swiftly employing wooden sticks to dig up the bamboo shoots. Before long, several bamboo shoots were laid out on the forest floor. Lin Baiyin used a thin shard of stone to peel away the outer shell of the bamboo shoots, leaving only the edible portion intact. The bamboo shoots they were gathering were likely winter shoots, which are far more tender and crisp than spring shoots. Working in unison, the sub-beastmen quickly amassed a pile of bamboo shoots. Noticing that they had gathered quite a bit, Yang Yi called out to the group that a few of them fetched large leaves to wrap the bamboo shoots, and one by one, they began their journey back. Lin Baiyin cradled the peeled bamboo shoots in his arms. Following the procession home, as they walked, the young man pondered the need to find materials suitable for weaving baskets. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to transport everything back and forth. Chapter 7. Each fulfilled their role upon returning to their meeting point. The sub-beastmen found Tu Lin and the others had nearly finished gathering the chestnuts from the ground. Seeing them return, each carrying something, Tu Lin's face lit up with joy as he hurried over. "What have you found?" Lu Xiao beamed as he held a bundle of bamboo shoots. "These are the food I found." Tu Lin turned his gaze towards Lin Baiyin, who explained, "These are bamboo shoots, the tender sprouts of the segment tree. I have eaten them before, and they taste quite good. Among the gathering team, there was a sub-beastman named Cat Snow, who, like Catbeye, had been ousted from the White Cat tribe. She looked puzzled. She had never seen such things in the tribe, so how could Catbeye have eaten them when she had gone out gathering before? There had been no such trees nearby. Yet, she did not dwell on this inconsistency, as Catbeye was known for his reticence, and perhaps he had discovered them during an outing of his own. The moment Lin Baiyin caught sight of Cat Snow's puzzled expression, he felt a pang of anxiety. He had completely forgotten about the other sub-beastmen from the former White Cat tribe. Fortunately, Cat Snow said nothing further. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, silently reminding himself to be more cautious in the future. Tu Lin, oblivious to Lin Baiyin's change in demeanor, gazed at the large bamboo shoots in the hands of the sub-beastman. Relieved, and no matter how plentiful the chestnuts were, they were simply too small. He had also searched carefully during his gathering, but the area was vastly different from his previous territory. After a long search, he had only found some edible tooth leaves. Given the large appetites of the beastmen, relying solely on the chestnuts would not suffice. Thankfully, the young cub had discovered additional food to fill their bellies. With that thought, Tu Lin began to worry about the hunting team. He wondered if Lang Song and the others were faring well. Shaking his head, he decided it was not worth fretting over. Even if they encountered difficulties, at least they had gathered food, and everyone would have something to eat tonight. That he instructed several sub-beastmen to drop off their gathered food in the cave first. Let us head back to the cave, drop off our things, and then come back out. The group of sub-beastmen returned to the cave, clutching their freshly gathered bamboo shoots and chestnuts. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they found several sub-beastmen gathered around a massive stone, hammering away noisily. One sub-beastman had even broken his sharp stone chisel, tossing the broken piece aside before picking up a longer chisel to continue his work beside the cubs. Upon spotting Tu Lin and the others entering the cave, the sub-beastman who had broken his chisel, Hu Qing, brightened. Tu Lin, you're back. How did it go? Did you find any food? The other beastmen in the cave turned their attention towards them. Tu Lin smiled and nodded. Yes, we found quite a lot. Hu Qing joyfully spun around, exclaiming, That's wonderful. We'll have food to eat tonight. Oh, by the way, while we were looking for stones, we discovered a small stream to the east. Not far from here. We can get water from there. Tu Lin's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? You found a water source? You all did well, and the stone pot you made is impressive. He circled around the stone pot they had crafted. Clearly satisfied that we stumbled upon it by chance, Hu Qing replied, surprised by the praise. He sheepishly scratched his head. As for the stone pot, the little cubs helped a lot, he added, pointing at the young ones diligently polishing their chisels within the cave. Among them, Lang Yun was particularly focused, his young face serious as he meticulously sharpened a long stone to a finer point. Even while engaged in his task, he occasionally glanced over at the fluffy little wolf cubs curled up together in slumber. Some young ones were also laboring diligently, dragging firewood with their little backsides as they scurried into the cave, only to return to work once they had deposited their haul in a corner. The adult beast men, having transformed into their beast forms, possessed far greater strength than in their human forms. You all are doing splendidly, Tu Lin gently praised the hard-working cubs. Encouraged by the praise, the cubs became even more enthusiastic in their efforts. And even Lang Yun, though his face remained impassive, quickened his pace. Let us go find some large leaves to transport water, Hu Qing suggested. Lacking animal skins, they could only resort to the rudimentary method of using leaves to carry water back and forth. This was rather cumbersome, so they needed to prepare in advance. But Tu Lin contemplated the newly entered woods, pondering where they might find suitable large leaves. That moment, Lin Baiyin timely interjected, Lin, we could use the segment tree. It is segmented, and hollowing it out for carrying water would be quite convenient. Liu Xiao, recalling the appearance of the segment tree, suddenly realized, yes, we can indeed use the segment tree. How did I not think of that? Catbeye, you truly are a clever cub, Liu Xiao exclaimed, leaning over to pat Lin Baiyin on the head. Being treated like a little cub made the young man somewhat uncomfortable. He averted his gaze, though in truth he was still quite juvenile. Then let us make another trip back to the bamboo grove, gather more bamboo shoots, and chop some segment trees for water, Tu Lin suggested after a moment's thought. Can I stay in the cave? I want to see if I can start a fire. When the hunting team returns, we can cook our food right away, Lin Baiyin requested. Tu Lin readily agreed. Of course, but don't be too anxious. Starting a fire is quite challenging, that we can manage with raw food as well. On this continent, due to the harsh living conditions, the beastmen possessed remarkably robust digestive systems, enabling them to consume even raw meat. Even if they fell ill, they hardly felt it, leading to a rather rough and simple existence. Lin Baiyan recalled that the members of the White Cat tribe had indeed consumed raw meat. And as he envisioned that scene, he found himself unable to accept it. That I will do my utmost, he resolved, not wishing to partake in raw meat. The experience was one only those who had tasted it could truly understand. Having made his decision, Lin Baiyan remained in the cave to tend to the fire, while Tu Lin and the other sub-beastmen ventured out once more to gather bamboo shoots and fetch water. Lu Xiao followed suit, leaving behind Hu Qing, several other sub-beastmen, the elder beastmen, and the cubs in the cave. The occupants of the cave, aware that Lin Baiyan was about to start a fire, cast furtive glances in his direction. Hu Qing, filled with curiosity, hammered away at the stone pot while occasionally glancing at the young man. Little Cat Xia sidled up to Lin Baiyan, tilting her head adorably. Meow, brother Cat Bai, you can do it. Lin Baiyan felt a twinge of nervousness. Although he knew that fire could be created through friction, he had never attempted it himself and had no idea if it would succeed. Gently ruffling Little Cat Xia's head, he initiated his grand fire-making endeavor. The young man sifted through the firewood collected by the cubs, selecting several dry and hefty pieces of wood, each from different varieties, that he then chose a robust stick. Lin Baiyan carefully recalled the process of starting a fire by friction, then began his experiment. That he randomly selected a piece of wood, carving a small notch into the bark to reveal the inner core. He then took another slender stick and rubbed it against the wood core, occasionally adding a sprinkle of the shavings he had created, believing this would facilitate ignition. However, after a prolonged effort, Lin Baiyan found no signs of sparks igniting from the wood. Undeterred, he switched to a different type of wood and attempted several more times. Yet the results were disheartening. The best he managed was to darken the surface of the wood. The orcs in the cave observed with disappointment. Indeed, Lin Baiyan's expectations had been overly simplistic. Igniting a fire was no trivial task. The young man felt a surge of frustration. Why were there no sparks at all? Perhaps the strength of the sub-orc was insufficient. Chapter 8. Are you a priest? Lin Baiyan contemplated this and decided to seek the assistance of a male orc. However, all the male orcs in the cave had accompanied Lang Tsong on a hunt. An idea struck him, and he waved at Lang Yun, who was diligently sharpening a stone spear nearby. Lang Yun, noticing Lin Baiyan's gesture, instinctively became cautious and refrained from moving. Lin Baiyan explained, I need your help to rub this piece of wood. As a male orc, you surely possess greater strength than I'd. Hearing Lin Baiyan refer to him as a male orc, a request for his assistance rather than treating him as a mere whelp, Lang Yun swelled with pride. His father had told him that male orcs should protect and assist sub-orcs. Yet he also remembered the task Lang Tsong had entrusted to him, to keep a close watch over their kin. The young boy hesitated, unsure whether to approach. Lin Baiyan, sensing his hesitation, moved the materials closer to their side, inching nearer to the fluffy younglings that he couldn't help but gaze longingly at the huddled mass of fur behind Lang Yun, his hands itching to reach out. However, they were still unfamiliar with one another, and Lang Yun glared at him as fiercely as a hen guarding her chicks, making it difficult to approach. Lang Yun, evidently unaware of Lin Baiyan's inner thoughts, fixed a serious gaze on the sub-orc and asked, How do you want me to assist you? He quickly diverted his attention from the furry younglings and pointed at the new piece of dry wood. Just rub the core vigorously, and I will fan it for you. Following Lin Baiyan's instructions, Lang Yun rubbed the wood core with great effort. After a while, to their astonishment, the yellow wood core began to darken. Lin Baiyan hurriedly sprinkled more shavings on top and leaned over, blowing fervently at the wood. At that moment, Lang Tsong and the hunting party returned, having successfully hunted a small deer and a rabbit. The male orcs, worn from days of travel and combat, showed diminished combat effectiveness, and their first cooperative effort yielded unsatisfactory results. The small deer had met its end at Lang Tsong's hands. Upon entering the cave, Lang Tsong's eyes fell upon Lin Baiyan, who was nestled beside one of his kin, while Lang Yun vigorously rubbed a wooden stump that he gestured for the other male orcs to set their catch aside, narrowing his eyes as he observed the pair's actions. The two, engrossed in their task, were oblivious to Lang Tsong's approach. Lin Baiyan, closest to the wood, was the first to notice the faint red glow emerging from the darkened stump. His face lit up with joy as he urged Lang Yun, "Keep going, don't stop." He puffed his cheeks and gently blew air onto the glowing embers, bringing a bundle of dry grass closer to the sparks. Slowly, as wisps of smoke began to rise, a small flame miraculously flickered to life, gradually growing into a flame. The sight astounded Lang Tsong, while the orcs in the cave erupted in joyous cheers. "Wow, it's really fire! It's alive!" The orcs marveled with admiration. "This little cub is truly remarkable. Is he a priest?" An elder orc from the White Cat tribe, who had watched Lin Baiyin grow, was equally stunned. He had never known the young one possessed such a skill. After successfully igniting the fire, Lin Baiyin exhaled in relief, tending to the flame with small twigs to ensure it wouldn't extinguish. Meanwhile, the little cat, Xia, danced around his feet, meowing excitedly. "Meow, meow, Brother Bai, you're the best." Just as Lin Baiyin secured the flame, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Are you a priest?" Startled, Lin Baiyin turned to find Lang Tsong's dark eyes fixed intently upon him. Instinctively, Lin Baiyin leapt back, causing his gaze to drop. That in his place stood a fluffy little creature. The shock transformed Lin Baiyin into a small kitten, perhaps due to inadequate nourishment, even though this body was on the verge of adulthood. His beast form had not grown significantly. The fluffy creature seemed equally unprepared for such a transformation, springing backward, claws splayed, emitting a soft meow. Realizing he had transformed back into a kitten, Lin Baiyin,'s eyes softened instinctively. Lang Tsong observed, "This sub-orc appears rather dim-witted." The little kitten, now aware of its own gaffe, hurriedly recited in its mind, "Transform back, transform back." Perhaps due to nerves, Lin Baiyin muttered several times before successfully reverting to his human form, awkwardly gazing at Lang Tsong. The man regarded the seemingly easily frightened sub-orc before softly repeating, "Are you the tribe's priest?" Lin Baiyin instinctively shook his head, leaving the orcs who had been ousted alongside him from the White Cat tribe equally perplexed. "Are you a student of the priest?" Lang Tsong inquired again. Lin Baiyin shook his head once more. Lang Tsong's internal confusion deepened as he regarded the bewildered sub-orc. "Then how did you manage to start a fire?" "This is a skill only a priest or a priest student can possess. Without a priestess guidance, ordinary orcs would find it challenging to master such skills. Typically, only when a priest was nearing their return to the embrace of the beast god would they earnestly instruct their chosen students in not only the art of fire-making, but also in herbal identification, healing techniques, counting abilities, how to bless and pray, and communicate with the beast god, thus preparing them to become competent priests. That a tribe with a priest would invariably advance further than one without, and a capable priest could even lead their tribe toward prosperity. Lin Baiyin sensed the unspoken implications in Lang Tsong's words and felt a surge of anxiety. He was unaware of the fire's significance to them. Was it truly a secretive skill reserved solely for priests? How outrageous! If he had known, he would have disguised himself as an inconspicuous bystander, never daring to stand out. As turmoil swirled in Lin Baiyin's mind, he quickly devised a fabrication. "During these days of fleeing, a wealth of unknown knowledge has suddenly appeared in my mind. Besides fire-making, I've encountered many unfamiliar foods, and upon seeing them, I immediately understood their uses. Perhaps it is the beast goddess blessing." Lin Baiyin felt a wave of urgency, fearing his unusual knowledge might be discovered, yet he maintained a calm facade as he spun his tale. After all, the way Rabbit Lin had often invoked the beast god in conversation indicated the orc's steadfast belief in this world's so-called deity, making his claims seem plausible. Lang Tsong's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Lin Baiyin's words, yet he did not press further regarding the youth's identity. The other orcs in the cave, hearing Lin Baiyin's proclamation, were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment, especially Rabbit Lin, who had just entered with a bamboo tube in hand. He rushed forward, grasping Lin Baiyin's arm. "Bai, is what you say true? The beast god has granted you a blessing?" Lin Baiyin maintained an unruffled smile. "I believe so. Otherwise, how could I possess such newfound knowledge? Surely, the venerable beast god, in his compassion, could not bear to let us perish in our flight." Rabbit Lin appeared utterly convinced by Lin Baiyin's words that he excitedly knelt on the ground, clasping his hands together above his head and bowing deeply. After 3 bows, he straightened and addressed the gathering orcs in the cave. The great beast god, while punishing the greedy and wicked, still holds compassion for the diligent and brave orcs. Pointing at Lin Baiyan, his excitement palpable, Rabbit Lin declared, "The beast god has bestowed upon us a priest who can communicate with him. You are the priest given to us by the beast god." Chapter 9. Establishing a new tribe. The orcs in the cave were equally exhilarated. They understood that Lin Baiyan's success in igniting fire marked him as extraordinary. "A priest among us? Can there truly be a priest?" One sub-orc, tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, "I am Shuiwe, a hamster in beast form. Our tribe has always lacked a priest willing to stay with us. The ground fissures scattered me from my kin, and the torrential rains made it impossible to find my way back, that I never imagined I would find a priest here. With the presence of a priest, their chances of survival significantly increased." All the orcs in the cave fixated their gaze on Lin Baiyan, as if he were a drowning person clinging to a piece of driftwood. The young man felt somewhat at a loss under the intense scrutiny of the orcs. His throat tightened, leaving him uncertain on how to navigate the current predicament. Lin Baiyan was beset by an overwhelming sense of apprehension. Had he perhaps overstated his claims? Tulin was equally agitated. Although his tribe had priests, he had never heard of anyone suddenly awakening to become one, that this only served to underscore Lin Baiyan's uniqueness. Turning his attention to the eager faces of the orcs in the cave, Tulin finally uttered the pivotal question. "Mao Bai, do you wish to stay with us and establish a new tribe?" This continent had undergone far too many changes, and they could not guarantee the discovery of their former tribes. That it was clear that solitary orcs would struggle to survive in this vast land. Tulin had long sought an opportunity for himself and these orcs, and now, Mao Bai represented the unifying thread for all orcs, a suddenly awakened priest. What an irresistible allure this was! Did it not imply that the beast god still protected these wandering orcs? Moreover, for many orcs, a priest was an essential guide. Seeing the excitement in the eyes of the orcs upon Tulin's words, Lin Baiyan instinctively took a step back. Did he not know whether he was a priest? Such a grand title thrust upon him. If there were indeed an orc capable of communicating with the beast god, what would he do when he realized he was utterly unqualified? This would surely expose him. Ever since Lin Baiyan traversed to this continent, his worldview had been in a constant state of reconstruction. He could not dismiss the possibility of such metaphysical phenomena occurring. After all, if he had truly crossed over, how could it defy logic? The very act of his crossing was inherently absurd. Yet if such phenomena existed, it would profoundly challenge the principles he had held for 26 years. He shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Faced with their expectant gazes, Lin Baiyan found himself unable to voice a denial of his priesthood. Deep down, he wished to establish a tribe here. As he, an outsider, was unfamiliar with this land, at this moment, a stable tribe was crucial for him. Lin Baiyan remained silent, contemplating his future life, that he knew a wealth of knowledge about the Blue Star. And there might come a time when it would prove useful. Rather than exposing himself to further vulnerabilities, it would be prudent to accept the title of priest. After all, this could serve as a guise for him. Surely, if the beast god truly existed, he would have no interest in a mere wandering soul like him. The young man pondered, but his immediate priority was to ensure his own survival. After a prolonged silence, the young man solemnly nodded, albeit with a hint of uncertainty in his voice, that "I cannot be certain I am worthy of being a priest. However, I will do my utmost to survive alongside everyone." Upon hearing Lin Baiyan's non-rejection, Tulin's heart brimmed with joy. The adult orcs of the White Cat tribe regarded the unfolding scene with complex emotions. Today an elderly orc, lost in thought, mused about how the chieftain would react upon learning of Mao Bai's awakening as a priest. Would he regret expelling him from the tribe? He shook his head, dismissing such strange notions. What purpose would it serve to dwell on the past? It was better to focus on the present. At that moment, Tulin turned his hopeful gaze towards Lang Tsong. "Lang Tsong, what about you? Are you willing to lead us in establishing a tribe here?" Undoubtedly, Lang Tsong represented the greatest combat strength among this group of wandering orcs. If he were to lead them, they could quickly stabilize the tribe's foundation. The eyes of the orcs collectively shifted to Lang Tsong. Since hearing Tulin's words, the man had remained silent, until Tulin directed the conversation towards him. Upon hearing Tulin's inquiry, Lang Tsong remained speechless. Yet the recently ignited Lang Yun exhibited subtle changes in expression, instinctively tightening his grip on the wooden stick in his hand. Nevertheless, Lang Yun's face betrayed no overt signs of disturbance. His gaze remained fixed on Lang Tsong, but he too was uncertain of Lang Tsong's thoughts. The man remained silent for an extended period, leading the orcs in the cave to assume that he was silently declining their request. The orcs felt disheartened, yet none voiced their pleas to retain him. After all, they were merely a temporary gathering, and with Lang Tsong's formidable strength, he would likely fare better without the burden of these weak and ailing companions. At that moment, Lin Baiyan experienced a twinge of disappointment. Undeniably, Lang Tsong's prowess as the strongest combatant provided him with a sense of security, yet he instinctively drew closer to the man, his unfiltered thoughts escaping his lips. "Do you not wish to stay?" Lang Tsong's gaze shifted to the somewhat peculiar half-beastman before him. Lin Baiyan realized that his words might have been somewhat presumptuous and quickly clarified. "I merely think that after fleeing for so many days, we have finally found a safe haven. Even if you seek your own tribe, you must ensure the safety of your current kin." Lin Baiyan subtly gestured toward the cave, where a cluster of small wolf cubs huddled in a corner. Indeed, Lang Tsong's expression grew contemplative. Observing the man's demeanor soften, Lin Baiyan seized the opportunity to further persuade him. "The snow season is approaching. It would be perilous for you to set out now. The young cubs cannot endure such hardships." The young man's cat-like eyes shimmered with a hint of pleading. Upon hearing this, and witnessing the anxious gazes of the orcs awaiting his decision, Lang Tsong finally relented. "Very well, we shall temporarily settle here." Lang Tsong had initially planned to rest for a couple of days before departing with the wolf cubs, as he had successfully led the orcs to safety and felt it was time to attend to his own affairs. However, gazing into the young man's imploring eyes, and considering the eager expressions of the male orcs who had recently hunted alongside him, he felt his resolve waver. Although they appeared neither strong nor particularly intelligent, Lang Tsong's heart softened. He did not agree to join the new tribe proposed by Tulin. In his heart, he knew he would eventually leave. Yet, such a shift in his stance was enough to send Tulin into a state of elation. Upon hearing Lang Tsong's acquiescence, Lin Baiyan breathed a sigh of relief. The orc's tense demeanor gradually relaxed, followed by an overwhelming wave of joy. Lang Tsong had agreed. Chapter 10. Cooking clearly in the minds of the orcs. Lang Tsong's response had been perceived as a resounding affirmation. Everyone felt as though they had found their anchor, for in this continent, combat prowess remained paramount. A powerful chieftain inspired greater confidence. "Then we shall have a tribe. Indeed, we now have a priest." Meow. Even the young cubs seemed to sense the jubilant atmosphere, frolicking around the cave in circles. "All right, everyone, disperse and attend to your tasks to Chu Ching. You and the others haven't finished making the stone pots." Tulin urged the orcs to scatter. "Quickly gather the game. Now that the male orcs have returned, lend a hand in polishing the stone pots. Find something to do." Upon hearing Tulin's words, the orcs swarmed out, each attending to their assigned duties. Lin Baiyan, eager to foster a good relationship with Lang Tsong, pointed proudly at the fire he had just kindled. "Look, I managed to start the fire." Lang Tsong regarded the robust blaze, and then glanced at Lin Baiyan's glistening cat-like eyes, inadvertently exclaiming, "You are quite impressive." As if suddenly aware of his own words, Lang Tsong's expression shifted to one of slight awkwardness, and he quickly added, "But you shouldn't teach your skills to Lang Yun. He is not your student." Lin Baiyan, puzzled, asked, "What skills?" Lang Tsong's gaze returned to the fire. The young man then realized, pointing at the newly kindled flames, "Are you referring to the ability to start a fire?" "Oh, it's nothing. I believe every orc should be capable of it." Rather than treating it as a symbol of status, he waved his hand dismissively. With a smile, he looked at Lang Tsong, his round cat-like eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Not just Lang Yun. Everyone can learn IT. That IT will make hunting safer in the future." Furthermore, Lin Baiyan continued, "I could teach you. It's quite simple." Lang Tsong observed the radiant young man before him, remaining silent, his expression inscrutable. This half-beastman seemed somewhat different. The man's eyes deepened with thought. What was the hope of the North that his parents spoke of? Could it be him? He silently approached the cave entrance, beginning to use his bone knife to process the small deer they had hunted. Lin Baiyan hurried after him. "Aren't you going to learn? It's really easy. You'll pick it up right away." He cast a fleeting glance at the young man who had followed closely beside him. In truth, he had already formed a rough impression of him during their earlier encounter. It was not an intentional act of peeping. IT was simply the way he had always been. able to retain nearly everything he saw in his memory since childhood. Wolf Song remained utterly unresponsive, prompting Lin Baiyan to gaze despondently at the man's impassive profile, which seemed impervious to any form of persuasion. The young man couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "Why is he like a block of ice?" Yet, oddly enough, despite Wolf Song's perpetual cold demeanor, Lin Baiyan found an inexplicable sense of reliability in him. Perhaps this was the security that emanated from a powerful male beast man. Moreover, from the memories of Cat Bai. It seemed Wolf Song had always been this way. Just breathe, breathe. The youth quietly reassured himself. One must respect each individual's nature. Beast men are still human. Lost in thought, Lin Baiyan barely noticed as Wolf Song deftly skinned a deer hide, revealing its smooth, thin surface. Suddenly, the young man was startled to see a freshly skinned, bloody fawn, and in a flash, he transformed into a small kitten. Lin Baiyan, Wolf Song. Wolf Song considered the fact that this sub-beastman was rather timid. Yet he had not anticipated that merely processing prey would cause him to revert to his original form. The man instinctively shifted closer to the little kitten, shielding its view. The youth felt somewhat embarrassed. This was the second time this had happened, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in right then and there. The fluffy kitten, feeling disheartened, covered its head with its tiny paws, seeking solace in the illusion of safety. While peeking through the gaps of its paws to observe Wolf Song's expression, Wolf Song chuckled at the kitten's antics. That it's quite all right. You're not yet an adult. And it's perfectly normal to lose control of your beast form. The kitten's ears perked up. Really? You're not just comforting me. Upon noticing the widening gap between its paws, Wolf Song's amusement became more pronounced. Indeed, once you mature, it will all be fine. After all, it wasn't the first time the little kitten had embarrassed itself in front of him. It was a thought that provided some comfort. Then, the kitten dashed to the nearest stone, mustering all its strength to transform back into its human form. That'd be why the time Lin Baiyan emerged. He had taken on a human appearance. With a flushed face, the youth lowered his head, attempting to act as if nothing had occurred, and approached Wolf Song's side. That he muttered a quiet justification for himself. I just couldn't control it for a moment. Noticing the youth's hairstyle, Wolf Song's gaze softened slightly. Yes, I understand. That be why the time Lin Baiyan had hidden behind the stone. Wolf Song had already delivered the prepared wild rabbit and fawn to the side of the stone pot. Now, only a pool of blood and the stripped hides remained on the ground. Cat Bai, come over here. It's time for us to start cooking. Deer Laugh, who was bustling around the stone pot, called out to Lin Baiyan. Lin Baiyan turned to glance. Tiger Ching and the others had nearly finished polishing the stone pot. Coming, coming, the youth replied, glancing at Wolf Song beside him as he hurried over. As Lin Baiyan approached the stone pot, he could see that the original solid stone had been transformed into a hollowed-out basin. However, due to a lack of tools, the bottom walls of the basin were somewhat thick, yet still usable. The male beastmen, Dog Li and Bull Lai, worked together to carry the stone pot outside, where they rinsed it with water brought back by the sub-beastmen. They then set up a simple stove using several flat stones, placing the pot atop it. With twigs and leaves, they ignited a fire, while Tiger Ching and Sheepy took charge of preparing dinner. Though they referred to it as cooking rice, it essentially involved pouring the water collected in bamboo tubes by Deer Laugh and the other sub-beastmen into the stone pot, followed by tossing in the freshly cleaned vegetables. Tiger Ching stirred the mixture slowly with a clean branch. Lin Baiyan watched as Sheepy added the bamboo shoots, tooth leaves, and peeled chestnut balls into the pot, suddenly remembering the mushrooms he had just gathered. He hurried back to retrieve the mushrooms he had picked earlier and handed them to Sheepy. These mushrooms are also edible. Sheepy accepted them, but hesitated upon seeing the unfamiliar fungi. Just then, Rabbit Lin leaned in to take a look. The priest shouldn't be mistaken. Just put them in. Sheepy, no longer indecisive, passed the mushrooms to another sub-beastman for washing. Upon hearing this title, Lin Baiyan felt somewhat unaccustomed. Just call me Baiyan. Baiyan? Rabbit Lin looked at Lin Baiyan with a hint of confusion. Chapter 11. Baiyan, yes, it is my newly chosen name. Since we have established a new tribe, my past is behind me. I seek a fresh start. Lin Baiyan explained that I am the Beastman continent. Names are typically prefixed with one's beast form, and most are single names, which is why Rabbit Lin expressed such curiosity. Deer Laugh grasped only part of the concept. Yet upon reflecting on the young man's newly chosen name, he quickly pieced it together. Baiyan, named after flames. Didn't that imply that Cat Bai was our priest? That's wonderful. After Deer Laugh's explanation, The sub-beastman appeared enlightened, readily accepting this interpretation. Lin Baiyin noticed their misinterpretation but accepted the new name without elaboration. This name was bestowed upon him by his grandfather, wishing for him to embody the fervor and hope of fire. Even in this new place, he did not wish to forget his past, that moment. The prey had been cleaned by the male beastmen, and the entrails had been removed before being sent over. Tiger Ching handed his wooden stick to Sheep Yi, who placed the game on a long stone and began chopping the venison into small pieces with a stone knife. Although it was more of a thin stone than a proper knife, it was quite dull, having not been adequately sharpened. Nevertheless, Tiger Ching wielded it with determination, delivering powerful strikes that it was uncertain whether the bone or the dull blade would break first, yet such considerations did not dampen the excitement of the beastmen. Tiger Ching summoned several other male beastmen, and together they worked in unison, efficiently processing the venison before promptly depositing it into the stone pot. Lin Baiyin stared in astonishment at their swift actions and hurried forward to intervene. Wait! Tiger Ching looked at Lin Baiyin with confusion. Baiyin, what's wrong? Clearly, he had taken to the youth's name quite well, already addressing him as such. Lin Baiyin inquired, are we just going to dump it in like that? Of course, once the meat turns a lighter color, it will be ready to eat. Tiger Ching replied matter-of-factly that that's fine, but we could add some salt. Though we're currently out of it, Tiger Ching admitted, his demeanor shifting to one of concern. Upon hearing Tiger Ching's words, Lin Baiyin was taken aback. Just dump it in without even soaking out the blood. How terrible must that taste? He shuddered at the thought. However, there were no better alternatives to mask the gamey flavor. And everyone had been hungry for quite some time. That let's rinse the meat with water to remove the blood. It will taste a bit better that way, Lin Baiyin concluded, ultimately prioritizing the group's need for sustenance. Though somewhat perplexed, Tiger Ching complied with Lin Baiyin's suggestion, as it was a simple task of rinsing. Once the clean meat was added to the stone pot, all the ingredients were finally in place. Tiger Ching took over the wooden stick from Sheep Yi, his strength far surpassing hers, making him rather rare among the sub-beastmen. With vigor, he stirred the contents of the pot, while Sheep Yi occasionally added more twigs to the fire. The beastmen dispersed, continuing to polish the stone bowls intended for their meal. Earlier in the day, the elder beastmen and younglings in the cave had managed to craft a few, but with over 60 individuals. They were far from sufficient. Gathered around the stone pot, the beastmen formed a circle, polishing their slabs of stone while occasionally casting glances at the pot filled with food, even if they couldn't eat just yet. Each glance filled their hearts with happiness. Gradually, the aroma of the cooking food began to waft from the stone pot. Although Lin Baiyin anticipated that the dish would not be particularly delicious. They had not enjoyed a full meal in quite some time, that as the scent reached him, his stomach betrayed him, rumbling audibly. Not only his, but everyone's stomachs protested in unison. Wolf Tsang, standing nearby, watched the stone pot intently, his gaze mirroring that of the young wolf Yun and all the pups of the wolf clan, their eyes glued to the pot, occasionally swallowing in anticipation. Initially, Lin Baiyin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet upon observing the collective expressions of the others, he realized they were no better than Wolf Tsang. Time passed, and under the sharp gazes of the beastmen, the water in the stone pot began to bubble. Rabbit Lin, seeing the bubbles, rushed forward to serve, only to be halted by Lin Baiyin. Wait a moment. We need to wait until the bubbles grow larger before we can eat. Lin Baiyin was unaware of the robust digestive systems of the beastmen, fearing they might suffer from an upset stomach. Currently, they had no herbs on hand, and any mishap would leave them utterly helpless. Though Wolf Tsang felt impatient, he acquiesced to Lin Baiyin's suggestion that let's keep boiling it. We won't miss this little extra time, that I in the presence of the anxious gazes of the gathered beastmen. Tu Lin, having heard the words of Lang Tsang, relinquished the wooden stick in his hand. The bubbles in the stone pot began to swell and roll, growing larger with each passing moment. Meow? Can we eat now? Cat Xia inquired, playfully pawing at Lin Baiyin's calf, her tail curling eagerly beside her. Clearly, she was on the verge of succumbing to hunger. The beastmen also turned their eyes toward the young man. Lin Baiyin smiled and nodded, indicating that it was indeed ready. Upon hearing this, Tu Lin hurriedly thrust the stone bowl into Lin Baiyin's hands, gazing at him with unbridled longing. The youth's expression was somewhat bewildered as he instinctively glanced at the side of him where Lang Tsang stood, noticing the young man's look of seeking understanding. Lang Tsang explained, Tu Lin wishes for you to distribute the food among them. However, given that Tu Lin was older and the leader of the gathering party, shouldn't he be the one to do so? The man, observing the youth, remarked, "It is different. You are the priest. This is the first food we have hunted together, and it is imperative that the priest be the one to distribute it." The youth, evidently untrained as a priest, was unfamiliar with such customs. Yet it mattered little. He had accompanied his parents from a young age and had seen enough to remind himself of the protocol. Lang Tsong's mind instinctively wandered, entirely forgetting his earlier thoughts of departure. Upon hearing Lang Tsong's words, Lin Baiyin experienced an epiphany that he understood now. He was to serve as a good luck charm. This he could certainly manage. Lin Baiyin picked up a deeper stone bowl and ladled out a piece of meat of suitable size, adding a generous portion of vegetables and broth before first presenting it to Lang Tsong. With a beaming smile, the youth handed over the bowl, saying, "Let our foremost warrior eat first." He was determined to take good care of Lang Tsong, striving to ensure he willingly remained here. The other beastmen observed Lin Baiyin's actions without a hint of dissent. It was only right. Lang Tsong's gaze deepened as he regarded the youth's fair cheek, his dark eyes growing increasingly profound. Chapter 12. Name Lang Tsong accepted the food offered by the youth. After serving Lang Tsong, Lin Baiyin turned his attention to the cluster of beastmen huddled around the stone pot and gently reassured them. "Do not fret. Every beastman shall receive a piece of meat today." The beastmen could hardly believe their ears. Was Cat Bai, or rather Baiyin, implying that each of them would receive a piece of meat? They had not dared to hope for such a luxury, knowing the prey had been hunted by Lang Tsong, with little assistance from them. They were merely wishing for a taste of meat-flavored soup. Yet Lin Baiyin had proclaimed that everyone would indeed receive meat. The beastmen's eyes furtively darted toward Lang Tsong, who was sipping his soup. Though unspoken, they had already come to regard him as their chieftain. Oblivious to their sentiments, Lang Tsong merely sipped his soup without changing his expression, stating blandly, "Why are you looking at me? Just listen to the priest," and a mighty cheer erupted from the crowd. "We are to have meat. We are to have meat." The beastmen instinctively broke into a dance, joyfully celebrating this moment of happiness. Though each tribe's dance was unique, they strangely blended into one harmonious celebration. Lin Baiyin began serving the little cubs in the tribe. He had noticed how famished they appeared, their eyes gleaming with hunger as they eagerly clutched their stone bowls and gazed longingly at the large pot, itching to rush forward. Though the little cubs were exceedingly hungry, they remained obediently cued. Cat Xia, having received her meat soup, retreated to a corner, delicately licking the meat and savoring the flavors. Meanwhile, Lang Yun was arranging his portion of food in a line, only to be besieged by a group of fluffy little wolf cubs who plunged their heads into the stone bowl, appearing utterly engrossed. While the stone pot contained a fair amount of meat, dividing it among the 60-odd beastmen left each with merely a small piece the size of a finger, though there remained plenty of soup for each to enjoy 2 bowls. Once Lin Baiyin had finished distributing the food, he wearily massaged his shoulders, pondering despondently that if each time were like this, he might as well abstain from eating altogether. That moment, a pair of long, well-defined hands appeared before Lin Baiyin, holding a stone bowl brimming with food. Following the direction, he looked up to see Lang Tsong, head bowed, gazing at him, lips pressed together, offering, "It's still warm. I've saved this for you. Hurry and eat." With that, the man awkwardly averted his gaze. Lin Baiyin happily accepted the stone bowl, looking at Lang Tsong with delight. "Thank you." It seemed he was not as cold as he had imagined. The youth thought as he took a sip of soup, only for his expression to stiffen momentarily. Indeed, just as he had suspected, the meat broth was unbearably fishy, devoid of any seasoning. Yet, how could he spit out the food that had already entered his mouth? Lin Baiyin resolutely swallowed the broth, feeling the warmth settle in his stomach, causing the protesting sounds within to gradually cease. Gathered around the fire, cradling their warm soup, one among them sighed, "How wonderful it is to be alive." Though the few bowls of soup could not fill their stomachs, merely serving as a slight indulgence, not a single beastman expressed dissatisfaction. Their eyes shone with contentment. "Indeed, we will continue to improve." The beastmen, diligent and brave, believed that through their own hands they would surely achieve a better existence. "That's right, we now have a tribe and a priest. It will surely be well." Although their tribe possessed little more than unprocessed deer and rabbit skins, They were filled with hope. "Then what shall we name our tribe?" someone among the beast men suddenly inquired. "Yes, we have yet to name our tribe." As soon as this question arose, Tu Lin, who had evidently been waiting for this moment, spoke up. "I noticed everyone was hungry, so I refrained from mentioning it. Now is the time to name our tribe." Tu Lin turned his eager gaze toward Lin Baiyin and Lang Tsong, clearly hoping they would suggest a name. Lin Baiyin, feeling somewhat awkward, averted his gaze. He was rather inept at naming, and such a significant matter as naming the tribe was best left to others. However, Tu Lin's gaze grew increasingly fervid, and with Lang Tsong remaining silent, the youth could withstand it no longer and posed the question, "What do you think we should name our tribe?" Lin Baiyin's eyes swept over the gathered faces. "I think we could call ourselves the Bamboo Shoot Tribe," proposed a first-time taster of bamboo shoots, who found them delicious. Indeed, the crisp texture of bamboo shoots captivated the taste buds of those present. That moment, another beastman countered, "I believe we should name ourselves the Chestnut Tribe. They are even tastier." "Come on, you beastmen only think about food." "That sounds anything but formidable," retorted the male beastman Hu Chiu. "That I think we should call ourselves the Song Yong Tribe," suggested another, naming it after Lang Tsong, which sounded impressive at first mention. This, the beastmen of lower status protested, asking why only Lang Tsong's name should be used, as their priest's name could also be worthy. That a dispute erupted, with each side unable to convince the other. Finally, having finished his meat soup, Lin Baiyin found himself with a surplus of mental energy to devote to this unexpected naming event. He teasingly cast a glance at Lang Tsong, who was about to be named after. He had no intention of being part of such an embarrassing affair. The youth watched with delight from the sidelines. That moment, the previously silent Lang Yin suddenly spoke up, "I believe we should name ourselves the Song Yin Tribe." The gaze of all the beastmen turned in unison toward the half-grown cub. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Lang Yun instinctively felt a tinge of wariness, yet continued to explain. "This name encompasses both Lang Tsong and Baiyin." Lin Baiyin could not even intervene before the beastmen unanimously agreed upon the name, causing him to feel a rush of shame. The beastmen collectively deemed the name magnificent, signifying fire and embodying their mightiest warrior and priest, assuring that their tribe would prosper. Elder beastmen nodded with warm smiles, while Lin Baiyin pondered, why must they combine his name with Lang Tsong's? Does it not sound rather awkward? Lin Baiyin gently prodded Lang Tsong's arm, hoping to persuade him to intervene. However, it was evident that the man had no such intentions. Lang Tsong merely raised an eyebrow and cast him a glance that clearly indicated his unwillingness to assist. Thus, Lin Baiyin's suggestions were splendidly disregarded. Never mind, they spoke of flame, which was distinct from blaze. Their ignorance was of no consequence as long as he was aware, unable to halt the actions of the beastmen. Lin Baiyin could only console himself with a semblance of humor. Henceforth, the Tsongyin tribe was born. Chapter 13. The past unbeknownst to them, the night had deepened. Everyone had been busy all afternoon, and after dining, the beastmen yawned lazily, appearing somewhat drowsy. Yet Lin Baiyin found it difficult to sleep. Leaning against the cave's entrance, with his hands behind him and his head resting, he gazed at the twinkling stars above. He felt a sense of wonder. This realm was truly different from Blue Star. Even the moon in the sky glowed crimson, and the stars shone with an extraordinary brilliance. It had been ages since he had witnessed such dazzling stars in the cities of Blue Star. A cool breeze swept through, carrying with it the scent of earth. Lin Baiyin inhaled deeply, relishing the refreshing air. His gaze inadvertently swept across the surrounding beastmen, discovering that most had succumbed to slumber, while the sub-beastmen had transformed into their beast forms, curled up together. Only a few awake beastmen were engaged in hushed conversations. Lin Baiyin's thoughts drifted, filled with uncertainty about the future. He was not one to wallow in melancholy, and within a short while, he managed to recalibrate his emotions. This, in turn, left Lang Tsong, who had sensed the shift in his mood and wished to approach, feeling somewhat bewildered. Just moments ago, he had noticed Lin Baiyin's somber demeanor. Yet before he could step forward, the youth had already composed himself. Lang Tsong maintained an expressionless facade, cold and unyielding. Yet a flicker of unseen vexation passed through his dark eyes, that he was unsure why he felt compelled to focus on this sub-beastman. Perhaps it was due to the unusual aura he exuded. Standing behind the youth, Lang Tsong intently observed his back. Could there truly be a sub-beastman who awakened a priestly talent so suddenly? His tribe, the Xinglong tribe, was already the most formidable in the grasslands, and he had accompanied his parents to witness several priests in his youth, yet he had never heard of a sub-beastman awakening such a talent spontaneously. Lang Tsong knew in his heart that the priest's purported ability to communicate with the beast gods was largely fabricated. At least, he had never encountered a true priest capable of establishing such communication. Even his parents could merely glean vague clues through the holy crystal. Lang Tsong's mind was in disarray as he stared blankly at the youth's slightly tousled, brown-tinted hair. The fire in the cave gradually dimmed, and Lin Baiyin, mimicking the other sub-beastmen, transformed into a small kitten, curling up and slowly drifting into slumber. At that moment, Lang Yun, who had been watching over the sleeping wolf cubs, approached Lang Tsong, but he tilted his head. Gazing up at the towering man, "Why don't we leave?" Lang Tsong remained silent, his lips pressed together. Lang Yun's eyes began to glisten with tears. "Do you want to abandon us and seek out your kin?" He was acutely aware that Lang Tsong viewed them, these younglings, as burdens. The young boy fought to contain his tears, yet his resolve held firm. Observing Lang Yun's aggrieved expression softened Lang Tsong's gaze for a fleeting moment. "I promised your mother that I would take you to a safe place. But you are still not of age. The tribe leader and Uncle Lang Huai only hope for your survival." Upon hearing Lang Yun's words, Lang Tsong was transported back to that blood-soaked night. With bodies of his kin strewn across the ground, his eyes filled with intense hatred that on that fateful night, his father perished in battle. And his mother, a priestess of the Xinglong tribe, sacrificed herself to protect the holy crystal from invaders who descended like reapers. The wails of his kin echoed endlessly, and blood soaked the vast grasslands. They seized the Xinglong tribe's holy crystal, and in their relentless pursuit of survival, nearly all sub-beastmen were slaughtered, but he could still vividly recall his mother's bloodied visage before she breathed her last. Following that, a cataclysmic disaster struck, leaving only a handful of survivors to escape. Lang Yun gazed quietly at Lang Tsong's imposing figure, biting his lip that on the night of the foreign assault, Lang Sun led the second and third hunting parties out for trading day. "I must find them." Lang Tsong clenched his fists tightly. Lang Yun understood the implication of Lang Tsong's words. They were the last remaining kin of the Xinglong tribe in this world, that do not dwell on it too much. "Get some sleep. Your current task is to grow strong, and leave the rest to me." Lang Tsong ruffled the young cub's hair, gently nudging him toward the cave's interior. The young boy grumbled, fixing his disheveled hair. "You still have a year until adulthood. Stop acting like an adult yourself, that of course." He only dared to voice this thought quietly in his mind, but if not for the need to protect them, Lang Tsong would not have needed to disguise himself as a mature beastman. The following morning, one by one, the beastmen began to awaken. Hu Qing and Yang Yi, who had cooked the previous evening, were again responsible for breakfast. It was nothing more than the leftover bones from the day before, boiled with water, bamboo shoots, and chestnuts. As for the intact bones, they would be fashioned into tools such as bone knives and needles. Once everyone had finished breakfast, the male beastmen ventured out to hunt according to the previous afternoon's assignments, while the sub-beastmen continued to gather bamboo shoots and explore the surrounding woods. This morning, Hu Qiu and Niu Lai patrolled a further distance and found no signs of large beasts. Lang Tsong informed Lin Baiyin. The youth nodded. "How far did you go?" Lang Tsong pondered briefly. "All the way to the river on the eastern side, where we entered the plains." "That far?" The youth expressed astonishment. "Beyond that river, we only entered the plains, and it took us the better part of a day to reach this cave," Lang Tsong affirmed. "Then how early did they leave?" Lang Tsong nodded. "Without surveying the surroundings, sub-beastmen can easily encounter danger. The male beastmen have a faster pace. When they run at full speed, it is not far." What he did not mention was that after the youth and the beastmen in the cave had fallen asleep, he had roused Hu Qiu and Niu Lai to patrol the surrounding territory throughout the night. The two male beastmen had followed Lang Tsong tirelessly into the night, and upon returning, Hu Qiu collapsed in his beast form just outside the cave, utterly exhausted, until Lang Tsong had to pull him back by the tail. However, this did not bode well, as the absence of large beasts within such a vast distance made the hunting party's chances of capturing prey exceedingly slim. Lang Tsong furrowed his brow, clearly indicating that this news was far from optimistic for them. Moreover, the hunting party's coordination was lacking and would require considerable time to adjust. Upon hearing Lang Tsong's words, Lin Baiyin instinctively frowned. Inwardly lamenting the dire situation they faced, it felt as if the sky had collapsed upon them. With nothing to rely on, surrounded by the weak and frail, insufficient nourishment led to a lack of strength for hunting. And the inability to catch prey resulted in an even poorer diet, creating a vicious cycle. Furthermore, he had sensed something amiss with the beastmen the previous night. It seemed that only meat could satiate their hunger. After consuming a few bowls of vegetable soup, he felt hungry again. Shortly thereafter, I will lead the hunting party to capture prey and assist in honing their hunting skills that I asked for the gathering team. I will rely on you and Tu Lin, Lang Tsong said, noticing the youth's furrowed brow, attempting to offer reassurance. Chapter 14. Seeking materials. Lin Bian nodded, indicating his understanding that he glanced towards the assembly of the gathering team, silently resolving to find more food resources. Leaving several male beastmen and sub-beastmen to guard the cubs and the elderly within the cave, while also refining the deer bones left from yesterday. Lang Tsong set forth with 20 beastmen towards the plains to hunt. Lin Bian and Tu Lin led the sub-beastmen once again into the forest. They first designated a few sub-beastmen to continue digging for bamboo shoots in the bamboo grove. Autumn was the season for plant growth, and bamboo shoots were abundant, allowing them to stockpile food supplies. Hearing Lin Bian's words, Tu Lin felt a twinge of concern. But if we gather so much, we may waste it if we don't store it properly. Did I end the world of beastmen? Waste was a grave matter. Resources were scarce, and every morsel of food was treated with utmost seriousness. Lin Bian explained, we can dry the bamboo shoots into dried bamboo shoots, which can be preserved throughout the entire winter without spoiling. That Tu Lin's eyes brightened as he confirmed. They won't spoil for an entire winter? As long as we ensure that all moisture is removed, the youth replied with a nod. Upon hearing Lin Bian's assurance, many sub-beastmen eagerly prepared to gather bamboo shoots. Then we should send more people over. Let Lu Xiao and Yang Yi lead them in gathering. The rest will follow me in search of new food sources. Rabbit Forest cast an inquiring glance towards Lin Bian. The youth pondered for a moment and nodded. This time, a total of 19 sub-beasts had emerged, among which 5 were young sub-beasts like Lin Bian, while there were only 14 adult sub-beasts. Let us divide into 3 teams, with 8 members each, led by Rabbit Forest, Sheep Leaf, and Deer Smile as the respective captains of your gathering teams. According to what you just mentioned, Uncle Rabbit, Sheep Leaf, and Deer Smile will go collect bamboo shoots, while you and your team can gather mushrooms or chestnuts. That he felt a bit uncomfortable directly addressing Rabbit Forest by name, so he opted for a different title. The incessant rain over the past few days had left the forest air quite humid, suggesting an abundance of mushrooms. Lin Bian contemplated this, quickly outlining the gathering tasks. After Sheep Leaf and Deer Smile departed with their teams, the youth inquired of Rabbit Forest, Uncle Rabbit, do you know where I might find some resilient vines? He had not yet abandoned his intention of weaving a basket. Yesterday, when the sub-beasts returned with bamboo shoots, they had exerted considerable effort. Having a backpack would certainly make their task much easier. In fact, bamboo could also be used to make a backpack, but the process of cutting the bamboo, stripping the joints, and splitting the strips was overly complicated, and they lacked sharp tools. Thus, Lin Bian decided to settle for weaving a prototype using vines first. At first, Rabbit Forest felt somewhat awkward when the youth referred to him as uncle, considering that Lin Bian was now their priest while he was merely the captain of a gathering team. However, as Lin Bian continued to address him this way, he gradually became accustomed to it. Rabbit Forest found himself perplexed. What exactly did resilient mean? The youth realized they might not understand the concept and rephrased, explaining it as vines that are not easily broken but can be bent. Upon hearing Lin Bian's explanation, Rabbit Forest's expression brightened with understanding. Oh, I see. Yesterday, I found some green vines around the area of the toothed leaves. They should be quite similar to what you described. He pointed eastward, indicating that if one were to follow that direction, they would soon spot them. Lin Bian felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, and carefully noted the location and general appearance of the green vines. All right, I shall go take a look. What do you need this for? We have yet to reach the time for drying bee skins. The forest had been overcast for several days, with little sunlight filtering through. Lin Bian smiled. It's not for drying the skins. I intend to weave a basket. Weaving a basket? Rabbit Forest asked with curiosity. What is the purpose of a basket? As they walked, Lin Bian explained. A backpack can be used to carry food, saving us considerable effort. Rabbit Forest did not fully comprehend what Lin Baiyin meant by a backpack, but nodded in a somewhat confused manner. Once I finish making it, you will understand its purpose, Lin Baiyin reassured him. After bidding farewell to Rabbit Forest, the youth began searching in the direction Rabbit Forest had indicated. Before long, he arrived at the spot described by Rabbit Forest. Lin Baiyin found the green vines, which closely resembled those described, akin to willow vines from his previous life, albeit with branches significantly thicker, about the width of his fingers, growing densely upon the trees, perfect for weaving a backpack. He exerted himself to pull down a large vine branch, but it was merely a side branch from the trunk and proved difficult to detach. After assessing the angles, he climbed up the trunk and took out the stone knife the younglings had polished the day before to begin severing the connection between the branch and the main vine. Though the stone knife was not particularly sharp, it was the best tool Lin Baiyin had at his disposal. The youth patiently worked to cut through the green vines. After a considerable effort, he finally managed to create a sizable opening. With a final tug, the branch fell to the ground. Lin Baiyin surveyed the scattered green vines and felt satisfied with the haul that he leaped down from the tree and began weaving the basket using the methods he remembered from childhood, as his grandfather had woven the backpacks they used at home. Not only that, but his grandfather also crafted brooms for sweeping, covers for dumplings, and wooden sleds for plowing in the village that a carpenter by trade. His grandfather relied on these skills to support the family. Although he occasionally took on orders for wooden cabinets, chairs, and beds, such jobs were infrequent that in rural areas, a cabinet or bed could last a lifetime. Life was challenging, but fortunately, his grandmother cultivated vegetables in the backyard garden and raised a few chickens and ducks, occasionally improving Lin Baiyin's meals. Perhaps reminiscing about his grandfather sitting on a small stool, weaving baskets while humming an unknown tune, seemingly lost in joy, caused Lin Baiyin's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Though he had no parents, his grandparents had provided him with nearly everything they could offer. This nurturing fostered Lin Baiyin's patient and resilient character, enabling him to remain unflustered in the face of adversity, much like a straight young poplar that stands firm against the fiercest storms. The youth first cleared away the smaller twigs and leaves from the green vines, leaving only the main branches that he then selected 8 branches of appropriate thickness, pairing them in sets of 2 to form a cross. Noticing the willow vines were somewhat short, he adjusted their positions to lengthen the crossing vines that he then wove new vines around the main ones to create a basket base, and upon that circular foundation, he intertwined additional vines to construct the sides of the basket. His weaving movements were remarkably skilled, and soon he had completed the base of the basket, measuring approximately 80 centimeters in diameter to accommodate a substantial amount of contents. Lin Baiyin envisioned how, with this vine basket, they would be able to carry back even more bamboo shoots from the bamboo grove. According to Deer Smile, the snowy season would arrive in just over a month. From Deer Smile's descriptions, the snow season on the Beastman continent was characterized by fierce winds and blizzards, and being located in the northern region, it was easy to imagine the hardships that lay ahead. During this time, they would need to stockpile ample food to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Lost in his work, the youth lost track of time until Rabbit Forest called out his name, prompting him to look up at the sky. The sun was obscured, making it difficult to discern the time. The basket he had been weaving was nearly complete, needing only a handle or strap. After some contemplation, he decided that a handle would be more convenient. So he twisted 2 vine strips together and secured them to either side of the basket. Baiyin, why are you still here? We should head back, Rabbit Forest said, following the direction Lin Baiyin had indicated and soon discovering the youth seated amidst a pile of green vines. Lin Baiyin brushed off the leaves clinging to him, beaming as he showcased the newly woven vine basket to Rabbit Forest. Uncle Rabbit, look, this is the basket I mentioned. We can use it to carry bamboo shoots, which will save us a lot of effort. Rabbit Forest followed Lin Baiyin's gesture and observed the round, somewhat pot-like object he approached in astonishment, lifting the basket and widening his eyes in disbelief. So light. How much can it hold? Lin Baiyin nodded, affirming indeed, but it's quite sturdy and can hold many bamboo shoots. Demonstrating, he gathered several nearby stones and tossed them into the basket for Rabbit Forest to test. With a hint of skepticism, Rabbit Forest approached, questioning whether such a light object could support the stones that he began cautiously, fearing the basket might collapse under the weight. Observing Rabbit Forest's careful movements, Lin Baiyin stepped forward to demonstrate personally. However, as he attempted to lift it, his expression stiffened. He had overestimated his frail body. Rabbit Forest looked on in concern. What's wrong? Is it going to fall apart? The youth nonchalantly released his grip on the handle, gesturing for Rabbit Forest to take over. Uncle Rabbit, perhaps you should give it a try. Oh dear, I must get stronger. Lin Baiyan lamented inwardly, feeling a wave of frustration at his own frail physique. Despite possessing the appearance of a powerful black-footed cat, his combat ability was woefully inadequate. Rabbit Forest complied and effortlessly lifted the basket, looking at Lin Baiyan in astonishment before glancing at the stones within. If filled with bamboo shoots, I would need to make at least 2 trips to carry this much. In that moment, he realized just how crucial this basket would be for them. Lin Baiyan smiled, observing Rabbit Forest's astonishment, that he knew that once the basket was completed, the beastmen would immediately appreciate its convenience. This is truly useful, Rabbit Forest remarked, fondly caressing the basket in his hands. Let us gather more green vines to take back. Tonight, I'll teach everyone to weave baskets, and we can use them tomorrow. Lin Baiyan bent down to remove the stones from the basket. Are you willing to teach them how to make this? The youth nodded earnestly. Of course, Uncle Rabbit. He turned to Rabbit Forest with a grin. You are all my kin now. Upon hearing this, Rabbit Forest's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he nodded vigorously, softly replying, Yes, we are all family now. With that, he began assisting Lin Baiyan in organizing the vines. 2 individuals ventured into a vast expanse of willow vines, gathering a considerable bounty. Upon their return, Rabbit Forest carried a basket brimming with verdant tendrils, while the young man cradled an ample bundle in his arms. Upon reaching the designated gathering spot within the forest, the Asian inhabitants clutched their foraged provisions and dear smiles, observing their haul of greenery. Inquired curiously by Yin, What do you intend to do with all that vine? I have tasted it before, and it was quite bitter. Having endured hunger, he had nibbled on the leaves of the vine, and the tart flavor was a memory best left unremembered, leaving him shivering from its bitterness. Lin Baiyan smiled as he elucidated, This is not food meant for consumption. It is intended for weaving baskets. With that, he retrieved the vine basket from Rabbit Forest's hands to showcase to the assembly. The beastmen encircled the basket, their curiosity piqued, occasionally lifting it to examine its structure, while the young man demonstrated its utility. Their praises were abundant, and a unanimous decision was made to weave numerous baskets. Dear Smiles exclaimed with delight, With these baskets, we shall surely transport more food back to the tribe tomorrow. The other beastmen nodded in agreement. A group of beastmen returned to the cave, laden with their gathered sustenance. Meanwhile, those remaining in the cave were industriously engaged. The male beastmen meticulously refined the stone pots, while the others kneaded the ash from last night's fire into the animal hides. The little cubs, not to be outdone, busied themselves nearby, as the male beastmen kept them from straying too far, gathering dry twigs from the forest surrounding the cave. Little Cat Xia, with her rear end in the air, clutched a piece of firewood larger than herself, straining with all her might to drag it into the cave. Even when it proved too heavy, her determination remained unwavering. Suddenly, the wood lifted into the air, and little Cat Xia gazed astonished at the young boy who had seized it. She too found herself suspended, as Wolf Yun, wearing a serious expression, tucked the wood into his arms and lifted her with ease, carrying them both into the cave, suggesting that next time she should call for help if she found it too burdensome. Meow Ao? Little Wolf Yun remained expressionless, unable to comprehend that he was not one of the cat tribe after all. Meow Ao meow thank you, she replied, her tone brightening to in an extraordinary twist of fate. The 2 cubs found themselves communicating as if they were on the same wavelength. The elder beast man, Monkey Lin, who was sharpening a bone knife, watched the bustling activity within the cave with a smile, his motions quickening. Due to their diverse origins, the beastmen employed various methods to process the hides. For instance, the beastman Fox Shadow was seen using a small bone knife to scrape the fat from the hide, then kneading it with ash until it was smooth, and repeatedly rinsing it with water to complete the process. Noticing movement outside the cave, the male beastman Pig Mountain cautiously stepped out to investigate, only to find the gathering team returning, prompting him to resume his work on the stone pot. Lin Baiyan and his companions placed down their bamboo shoots, allowing another beastman to take over the peeling of the outer skin. Everyone's attention was drawn to the oddly shaped round basket in Rabbit Forest's hands. Chapter 16. A Bountiful Harvest. Upon hearing Lin Baiyan's explanation, everyone understood the basket's purpose. Several elder beastmen eagerly took on the task of crafting the vine baskets. Each had their own responsibilities, and the elder ones lamented, "We are too old to forage. We merely watch over the little ones in the cave. We feel embarrassed to partake in the food." One elderly beastman, named Xiang, whose face was etched with deep wrinkles, spoke. Once a fierce hunter, she had been left behind after sustaining injuries during a hunt that resulted in her losing her sight. Now, aging and deemed a burden, she had narrowly escaped death in the southern fissures, finding solace among her current companions. The other elder beastmen chimed in, their eagerness to contribute palpable. Observing their fervor, Lin Bai Yin pondered. "There is no need to rush. We can craft the baskets tonight. For now, I shall venture out once more to see if there are any edible provisions." The others concurred, realizing that they could utilize the evening to weave their baskets. With the materials for weaving secured, Lin Bai Yin set aside that concern, his thoughts drifting back to their scant food supply. The current rations barely staved off hunger, and the prospect of a satisfying meal seemed like a distant dream. Time remained, and the young man resolved to return to the forest in search of additional sustenance, regardless of its palatability. Filling their bellies was the priority. After depositing their finds, the beastmen left a few behind in the cave to continue peeling the bamboo shoots. While the others embarked on another round of foraging, Lin Bai Yin followed closely behind Rabbit Forest, diligently observing the flora around him, hoping to identify plants reminiscent of those he had encountered in Blue Star. Uncertain of the potential toxicity of the unfamiliar vegetation, he refrained from sampling anything, choosing instead to attentively survey from the periphery of the gathering team. That moment, Rabbit Forest discovered a cluster of yellow berries. Plucking them and holding them in his palm for closer inspection. After selecting a single berry, he cautiously bit into it, savoring its flavor before gesturing for the other beastmen to approach, pointing at the yellow berry he had just consumed. Rabbit Forest informed them, "This is a yellow-skinned fruit that I encountered it during a previous foraging expedition, and it is edible." As he spoke, he distributed the berries among the beastmen, encouraging them to examine them closely. Lin Bai Yin gazed curiously at the fruit, which was roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, and recalled its properties. Yellow-skinned fruit, extremely sour but non-toxic and edible. He also glanced at the yellow berries adorning the low shrubs. One young beastman, intrigued by the taste, plucked a berry and popped it into his mouth, only to contort his face in displeasure at the overwhelming sourness, struggling to decide whether to swallow or spit it out. Ultimately, out of respect for food, the young cub forced himself to gulp it down, grimacing as he did so. Cat Feather, with a woeful expression, looked at the surrounding adult beastmen and lamented, "This is so sour. It is inedible." Rabbit Forest chuckled at the sight of the cub's scrunched-up face, while several adult beastmen erupted into laughter. Deer Smiles seized the opportunity, tossing a berry into Lin Bai Yin's mouth as he laughed heartily. The young man, surprised by the sudden intrusion, instinctively chewed, only to be met with an explosion of sourness that overwhelmed his palate, distorting his otherwise fair features. "Ah!" Deer Smiles doubled over in laughter, unable to contain himself. "Tui, tui, tui." Lin Bai Yin instinctively wished to expel the berry, but having witnessed the cubs consume it, felt reluctant to waste food. Therefore, he followed suit, grimacing as he swallowed it down, then feigning anger as he glared at Deer Smiles and dashed toward him. Exclaiming, "Oh, you dare to mock me!" he seized Deer Smiles and began to tickle him playfully, while the adult beastmen looked on, thoroughly entertained. Rabbit Forest, meanwhile, gathered several clusters of yellow-skinned fruit and placed them carefully in the cub's arms, stating earnestly, "Indeed, it is quite sour, but any food that can fill our bellies is invaluable." Upon hearing this, Cat Feather took the yellow berries with great seriousness, tenderly wrapping them up, and nodded, "Uncle Rabbit Forest is right. Every morsel of food deserves our respect, so we won't go hungry during winter." In an instant, Cat Feather forgot the sourness of the yellow-skinned fruit, joyfully joining the other beastmen in foraging. After some playful antics, Lin Bai Yin also began to pick fruit, deep in thought as he surveyed the trees. "This fruit is so sour. Perhaps it could be used as vinegar back home, an excellent remedy for the fishy taste." He had had his fill of the flavorless, fishy broth from the previous night. After gathering all the reachable yellow-skinned fruit, Rabbit Forest assessed the yield and deemed it sufficient for now, deciding against overharvesting. As they would not be able to consume it all on their way back to the cave, Rabbit Forest chose a different path, periodically stopping to teach Lin Bai Yin and the others how to identify edible wild vegetables. This is meat vegetable. Its leaves and stems are quite thick and tender, he explained. Thus, that patch of meat vegetable was swiftly depleted by the beastmen. Perhaps this route had yet to be traversed by others. Rabbit Forest was pleasantly surprised to discover an abundance of edible wild vegetables. Lin Bai Yin, upon observing the plants Rabbit Forest pointed out, felt a sense of familiarity and crouched down to examine them closely. Isn't this purslane? Sure enough, knowledge of this plant flooded his mind. Purslane, cool in nature, smooth in texture, non-toxic and edible, known for its ability to clear heat and detoxify, as well as stop bleeding. Lin Bai Yin recalled how common this plant was in the countryside, where his grandmother would often pluck a handful of tender purslane, blanch it in water to remove its mucilage, then mix it with minced garlic and season with salt before drizzling a bit of sesame oil over it. Delicious. Let us gather more to take back. This plant can also aid in stopping bleeding, Lin Bai Yin suggested thoughtfully. Rabbit Forest's excitement grew. Really? This can also help stop bleeding. In an instant, the gaze of Tu Lin towards the purslane transformed entirely. The group surged forward, harvesting the area of purslane until it was stripped bare. While everyone was preoccupied with gathering the purslane, Lin Bai Yin noticed a plant with somewhat familiar leaves. He approached it. And the more he looked, the more it seemed to resonate with him. Cautiously extending his hand to touch the leaves, he was abruptly halted by another hand gripping his own. Following the direction of the hand that had seized him, he found it belonged to Tu Lin. With a serious expression, Tu Lin warned Bai Yin, "This leaf is not edible. It is toxic." Previously, several beastmen suffered from severe vomiting and diarrhea after consuming it, and some even succumbed to fever and death. Recalling the harrowing scene, Tu Lin appeared visibly shaken. Lin Bai Yin listened thoughtfully to Tu Lin's account, realizing that only ingestion would lead to poisoning. Thus, a mere touch should be harmless, allowing him to ascertain what this plant truly was and gain clarity in his mind. The young man shook his head at Tu Lin, reassuring him, "It's all right, Uncle Tu Lin, that I feel like this plant looks quite familiar. I merely wish to inspect it." Upon saying this, he reached out to touch the plant, at which point words began to materialize in his mind, igniting a spark of excitement. Potato, also known as Solanum tuberosum. The fruit is non-toxic and edible, while the leaves are poisonous, he exclaimed inwardly. No wonder this looks so familiar. It resembles the potato leaves my family used to cultivate in our fields during my childhood. Lin Bai Yin was elated beyond measure. Potatoes, the quintessential source of carbohydrates that could fill one's stomach. Moreover, potatoes are remarkably easy to cultivate, yielding a bountiful harvest and being relatively simple to store, that if they could cultivate potatoes, it would significantly alleviate their food scarcity. Chapter 17. Potatoes and colorful phoenix chickens. Lin Bai Yin crouched down, using a stick to carefully excavate the plants, and as he dug around the roots, he unearthed several potatoes of varying sizes. The largest was almost as big as his palm, while the smallest was akin to a child's fist. Lin Bai Yin did not disdain the smaller potatoes. Rather, he cherished each one, brushing off the soil as if they were precious gems. These would be his sustenance in the future, and he needed to safeguard them diligently. Excitedly, he gathered the potatoes and presented them to Tu Lin, exclaiming, "Uncle Tu Lin, look! These are potatoes. We can make potato fries, potato cakes, stewed chicken with potatoes, shredded potatoes, and mashed potatoes. Even roasted potatoes are delicious." Tu Lin looked at the round yellow spheres in Lin Bai Yin's hands with confusion. "What is this?" "This is called a potato." Other beastmen, observing the commotion, assumed Lin Bai Yin had discovered a new food source and gathered around that Tu Lin picked up a potato. Examining it closely, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This plant actually bears fruit. He felt a twinge of concern, pondering whether the fruit was safe to eat given the toxicity of the leaves. Lin Bai Yin, with a mysterious smile, shook his head. "On the contrary, the fruit is indeed edible," he explained. "While the potato leaves contain a slight toxin, it is likely that those beastmen suffered from food poisoning due to overconsumption. However, the fruit is entirely safe to eat. One merely needs to avoid consuming potatoes that have sprouted." Tu Lin remained apprehensive, prompting Lin Bai Yin to discreetly pull him aside, saying, "Uncle Tu Lin, you need not worry. This is genuinely safe to eat. The beast god has informed me of this." He gestured to his temple, signifying the knowledge granted to him. Tu Lin recalled that Lin Bai Yin was an awakened priest, and it was understandable for him to act differently than the norm. That in the realm of beastmen, priests typically managed food supplies, treated injuries, and offered prayers for blessings from the beast god, and other priests mingled with the demi-beastmen in search of food. Calling them Uncle Tu Lin so casually. Lin Baiyan's words must have been derived from the memories bestowed upon him by the beast god. Tu Lin resolved to remind Lin Baiyan of his priestly duties in the future. The tribe's members must not disregard him as a priest. Observing Lin Baiyan's unwavering confidence, Tu Lin chose to trust him. The two returned to the spot where the potatoes had been discovered. And Tu Lin announced to the demi-beastmen, "This is a new food source discovered by the priest. It is called a potato." Momentarily lost in thought, Tu Lin was prompted by Lin Baiyan. "Potato? Oh yes. Potato." The priest said the leaves are inedible, but the fruit beneath is safe to consume. The beastmen treated edible food with utmost seriousness, and upon hearing this, they were filled with excitement that Tu Lin rallied everyone to join in the potato harvest. Before long, Lin Baiyan observed that they had already amassed a considerable pile of potatoes. That he called out to the demi-beastmen, "I believe we have gathered enough for today. Let us head back, that we can always return for more later." Tu Lin nodded in agreement, diligently noting the surrounding environment for future expeditions with the demi-beastmen. With arms full of plants, the group joyously made their way back to the cave, each demi-beastman adorned with evident smiles. Upon returning to the cave, Lin Baiyan spotted Lang Tsong, who was processing their latest hunt outside. The man, hearing the commotion, lifted his gaze and noticed the fair, slender youth amid the demi-beastmen, standing out remarkably. Lang Tsong felt an intrinsic difference between Lin Baiyan and the others that if he had to articulate it, it would be the sparkle of unwavering hope in the young man's eyes. Shining like stars in the night sky, in a world as resource-deprived as the beastmen's domain. Their daily thoughts revolved around procuring food to survive. Many beastmen drift through life, tirelessly chasing after sustenance. Yet this young man exuded an entirely different aura. He appeared to brim with passion and vitality, his eyes reflecting resilience, much like the dandelion his father had once gifted to his mother, capable of thriving wherever the wind carried it. Spreading across the vast plains, Lin Baiyan's gaze fell upon the striking figure at the cave entrance. Lang Tsong, bare-chested, with well-defined muscle lines on his shoulders and abdomen, exuding a unique charm, his demeanor indifferent, radiating a chilly aura that made him seem unapproachable. However, Lin Baiyan was undeterred. He jogged over, cradling the potatoes in his arms, eager to showcase his find. "Look, I found potatoes. They're delicious. I'll prepare them for you shortly." Lang Tsong's expression flickered slightly as he regarded the young man's beaming face, offering a somewhat awkward nod, his voice deliberately lowered. "All right." Lin Baiyan paid no mind to Lang Tsong's brevity. "How did the hunting team fare today?" he inquired, glancing at the roe deer by Lang Tsong's side. Lang Tsong pursed his lips and replied succinctly, "Better than yesterday." That in reality, the improvement was marginal. They had managed to catch a roe deer and 3 colorful phoenix chickens. The young man patted Lang Tsong's arm reassuringly. "It's all right. There is no need to rush. That it's autumn now. And the forests are abundant with plants that we won't have to worry about hunger any longer." Lin Baiyan drew closer. Lang Tsong instinctively tensed, yet the soft, delicate hands of the youth rested gently on his arm, offering a light pat. The man froze momentarily. Aside from his mother, Lin Baiyan was the first demi-beastman to approach him so closely. Noting Lang Tsong's lack of reaction, Lin Baiyan remained expressionless. After all, he was merely offering customary comfort. Satisfied with his attempt to console Lang Tsong, he happily made his way to the stone pot to prepare the potatoes. Lang Tsong watched the youth's departing figure, feeling a faint warmth where he had been touched. Approaching the stone pot, Lin Baiyan's keen eyes caught sight of several bound creatures resembling mountain chickens. "What are these?" he inquired at Hu Chio, who was preparing the colorful phoenix chickens. Explained, "These are colorful phoenix chickens. Their meat is tender and delicious, favored by demi-beastmen and younglings alike. However, they can fly, making them difficult to catch. They've been fortunate to capture these few colorful phoenix chickens. Can we raise them?" Lin Baiyan pondered aloud. To Hu Chio, puzzled by the question, replied, "Raise them for what?" "We need food." In Hu Chio's view, nothing was more vital than food, and faced with the prospect of colorful phoenix chickens vying for their provisions, he instinctively resisted the idea. Lin Baiyin shook his head with a smile. You must not think that way. If we could raise colorful phoenix chickens, they would lay eggs, and we could hatch more little colorful phoenix chickens. Wouldn't that mean a continuous supply of colorful phoenix chickens to eat? Chapter 18. Preparing a grand feast, is that even possible? Hu Qiu mused, inadvertently swallowing hard as he envisioned the scenario. He had once tasted a colorful phoenix chicken egg in his childhood, smooth and gliding down his throat without the need to chew. However, only the younglings were privileged to enjoy the delicacy of colorful phoenix chicken eggs. He had not tasted one since growing up. The astonishment was evident on Hu Qiu's face, and the surrounding beast men, who had been eavesdropping, were equally awestruck, their breaths quickening in disbelief. Perhaps it is feasible. Lang Song, lurking at the back of the crowd, sensed the convenience this idea could bring to the beastmen. However, he remained composed and stepped forward to dampen Lin Baiyan's enthusiasm. That won't work. Colorful phoenix chickens have wings and can fly that we cannot raise them. Moreover, they can sense the presence of beastmen and will refuse to eat. The orcs also recalled this matter, their once bright eyes dimming once more. The young man gazed at the wings of the colorful phoenix chicken strewn upon the ground, contemplating, we could trim its wings a bit, perhaps using a bone knife to remove some feathers. That ought to prevent it from flying, wouldn't it? As for its breathing, Lin Baiyin glanced at the frail and helpless colorful phoenix chicken, then at the towering male orcs surrounding him, and fell into a rare moment of silence. The orcs were generally quite tall. Even the sub-orcs seemed to stand over 1.7 meters, not to mention the male orcs. Although the rigors of travel over the past few days had nearly diminished their muscles, they still exuded an imposing presence that he suspected that the colorful phoenix chicken had been frightened into inaction by the ferocity of the orcs. In that case, let the cubs feed the colorful phoenix chicken. Let us give it a try for a few days. We have nothing to lose, do we? Lin Baiyin remained undeterred. Wolfsong pondered for a moment, agreeing, and noted the eager expressions of the surrounding orcs. Very well, we shall try for a few days. Oh ho! The orcs, envisioning the potential success of keeping the colorful phoenix chicken alive, were thrilled at the prospect of an endless supply of such delicacies. Each orc was enraptured by this delightful thought. All right, enough daydreaming. 2 male orcs, come and trim the wings of the colorful phoenix chicken, and use stones to create a nest for it, Wolfsong commanded. Understood. Several male orcs swiftly dragged the colorful phoenix chicken away. The young man chuckled foolishly at Wolfsong. Although he appeared cold and unapproachable, he was in fact quite accommodating, having found a plethora of food today. Lin Baiyin resolved to cook a grand feast, not merely because he could not tolerate the crude culinary methods of the orc world. Hu Qing had already begun boiling water, and once it reached a rolling boil, he added the roe deer meat, squeezing the juice from the yellow-skinned fruit into the meat, blanching it, before transferring the meat into a stone basin and discarding the water that he wished to assist. But his current strength paled in comparison to Hu Qing's. Although Hu Qing did not fully understand, he complied with the instructions given. Once more water was added, he poured the meat into the cold water, adding a bit more of the yellow fruit juice and allowing Hu Qing to stir it. However, they still lacked salt. The young man squatted nearby, troubled, when he noticed Hu Qing producing a palm-sized white stone. Gently scraping some powder into the stone pot with a bone knife, Lin Baiyin sprang to his feet and approached Hu Qing. What are you adding to the stone pot? Hu Qing explained. This is saltstone given to me by Captain Wolfsong. He advised me to use it sparingly. Lin Baiyin looked at the palm-sized saltstone and then at Wolfsong, who was outside constructing a fence with the male orcs. And he couldn't help but chuckle to himself that he knew that beneath Wolfsong's seemingly frigid exterior lay a warm heart. With the salt issue temporarily resolved, the young man rummaged through the food brought back by the sub-orcs. Hoping to prepare a cold dish from wild vegetables, to his surprise, he discovered several wild scallions and garlic shoots among the purslane. He quickly raised them, directing his question at the nearby deer. Which one of you found these? Deer laughed, glanced at the purslane, frowning at the unexpected presence of painful grass mixed in. Who was careless enough to mix painful grass with the thick meat vegetables? Painful grass is not lethal, but it causes discomfort in the mouth and eyes, something the orcs despised. At a few sub-orcs exchanged glances, and a delicate-looking sub-orc timidly raised her hand at that might have been me. Her name was Quan Ling, a female sub-orc, and she appeared quite remorseful, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. That I will certainly be more careful to avoid painful grass next time. Her gathering skills were not particularly strong, and she had often faced food cutbacks from the leader of the gathering team in her previous tribe. Now, confronted with this situation, she feared that Lin Baiyin would think her lazy and careless. The young man quickly reassured her, "I'm not blaming you. It's just that this particular item is very important to me, and I wanted to know where you discovered it. This is a valuable ingredient. It is perfect for removing the fishy taste from dishes." Lin Baiyin had searched for 2 days without success, and now it had appeared before him so fortuitously. Quan Ling, encouraged by Lin Baiyin's supportive gaze, felt less intimidated. She stammered, I found it where we saw the meat vegetables, but there were too many people digging there, so I went a bit further east, where there were also plenty of meat vegetables." She described the location to Lin Baiyin, albeit somewhat vaguely. "Can you find that place again tomorrow?" Lin Baiyin inquired. The painful grass and the garlic shoots, he held them up for her to see. Quan Ling nodded vigorously. "I can definitely find it." Though her directions may not have been precise, he believed she could pinpoint it again with another visit. "Then tomorrow, will you take me there? This painful grass can make the meat taste even better. For now, I'll prepare a delicious meal with what you've brought back." Quan Ling gazed at the gentle priest, delighted that he intended to cook for them. The young man felt elated, having discovered so many treasures today, and he eagerly set out to prepare a delicious feast that he washed the wild scallions and garlic shoots, marveling at their vibrant green hue that he thought to himself. Since there are garlic shoots, there may well be garlic below. At that moment, Deer Laugh tugged on Yang Ye's sleeve, leaning in to curiously ask, Baiyin, priest, are you going to add painful grass to the meat soup? No, why has Deer Laugh started calling me priest too? Lin Baiyin felt a bit awkward. Just call me Baiyin. I'm not quite used to that. Chapter 19, Successfully Encountering the Little Wolf Cub. Deer Laugh had only changed her address due to a gentle nudge from Yang Yi. Rabbit Lin had taken the opportunity earlier to remind the tribe to start addressing Lin Baiyin as priest. Lin Baiyin was indifferent, but he didn't want his tribesmen to be disrespectful. Hearing Deer Laugh pout as she explained, the young man felt a bit embarrassed. Truth be told, he had no intention of assuming that title if it weren't for convenience. Lin Baiyin waved his hand dismissively. It's all right, just call me Baiyin. I will speak to Uncle Rabbit Lin about it. Deer Laugh, overjoyed, linked arms with Lin Baiyin, winking at Yang Yi. I told you Baiyin isn't so particular about these things. Yang Yi, observing Deer Laugh's slightly smug expression, smiled wryly to be by the way, Baiyin. You still haven't told me if adding painful grass to the meat soup will make it taste better. Lin Baiyin nodded. Adding a wild scallion into the pot, that of course, it will definitely taste better than your plain boiling. The young man regarded the sparse green scallion leaves in the pot, feeling it was insufficient. He foraged for 2 more stalks, recalling that Quan Ling had brought back 4 or 5 today. Although these wild scallions were much larger than those from Blue Star, they still seemed pitifully few when placed in a stone pot large enough to serve 60 people. Seeing his determined expression, Deer Laugh, Yang Yi, and Hu Qing, who was watching the pot, began to feel a swell of anticipation. Lin Baiyin timed it just right, observing the meat soup had turned a pale hue. And he added some purslane, rinsed of its slime, along with chunks of bamboo shoots. Hu Qing stirred the soup, ensuring the vegetables and meat were well mixed, then turned his attention to the fire. The potatoes couldn't all be consumed at once. He aimed for the orcs to appreciate their delightful taste, feeling confident that there were still plenty of potatoes to be dug up from the hillside. He selected 6 palm-sized potatoes, cleaning them thoroughly, reserving the rest for planting. Let us try planting some. The large stone pot simmered with meat soup while Yang Yi offered Lin Baiyin a smaller stone pot, which, while small, had a diameter of about 1 meter. Yang Yi smiled, explaining, when you all went foraging, Hu Jiang, along with the older orcs and the little cubs from the cave, crafted quite a few stone pots and bowls. Lin Baiyin recalled the somewhat taciturn male orc, shorter and less robust than the others, who often kept to himself that he remembered that he was likely the brother of the sub-orc Huing, known for kneading animal skins with wood ash. Admiring the smooth and delicate stone pot before him, Lin Baiyin praised, this is indeed remarkable. Hu Jiang's craftsmanship surpasses what we managed yesterday, that it wasn't flattery. The stone pot from the previous night had been rather crude, unpolished, and contained stone grit in the meat soup. This one felt much smoother to the touch to Hu Jiang, who was grinding stone bowls not far from the cave entrance. Brightened momentarily at the young man's compliment before returning to his task. Unbeknownst to Lin Baiyin, Hu Jiang felt a sense of purpose. The young man was eager to create a dish using potatoes that would captivate all the orcs. Let us make a potato stew with raw deer meat. With determination, Huqiu and Niu Lai set up another small stove, placing the stone pot atop it. Lin Baiyin sliced the fatty meat he had set aside with his bone knife. He flicked his wrist, trying to maneuver the somewhat unwieldy bone knife. Just then, a voice called from behind. "Let me do it." Lin Baiyin turned around and saw that Lang Song had somehow appeared there. The young man had just intended to decline, but suddenly remembered something, his eyes twinkling with a smile as he stepped aside. Why not take this opportunity to cultivate a sense of camaraderie with Lang Song? "Thank you very much. When the oil residue is ready, I'll make sure you get the first bite." Lang Song, unfamiliar with the term oil residue, simply took out his bone knife. With swift precision, he soon sliced the fatty meat into thin pieces. Lin Baiyin looked enviously at Lang Song's bone knife. "Your bone knife appears remarkably sharp," but he had wanted to mention yesterday how easily Lang Song had sliced through the skin of a young deer, making it seem as if a mere touch would draw blood. Lang Song rinsed his knife in water, paused for a moment of silence before responding. "This is my mother's bone knife, crafted from the rib of a golden-skinned beast. And it is exceedingly durable, golden-skinned beast." It seemed that such a creature did not exist in the memories of Mao, but he chose not to pursue the topic further and instead fondly stroked the bone knife in his hand. Observing his demeanor, the young man wisely refrained from asking more questions, opting to cheerfully remark, "That's splendid. It must be quite handy for cutting meat and hunting." With little fat to spare, Lin Baiyin decided against boiling it in water, opting instead to dry fry it directly. Before long, the fat gradually began to ooze out, and the first to catch the enticing aroma was Lang Song, but he gazed in astonishment at the golden brown meat in the pot as Lin Baiyin fished out the oil residue, believing he was discreetly offering a piece to Lang Song. Caught off guard, Lang Song found the oil residue suddenly at his lips, staring into the bright, eager eyes of the young half-beast and the delicate, pale fingers extended towards him. His ears flushed crimson in an instant, a hint of panic as he hastily consumed the fried morsel, inadvertently brushing against the young man's fingers the feigned nonchalance, though his cheeks tinged with a slight blush. The soft sensation against Lin Baiyin's hand momentarily stunned him as he glanced at the tall man before him, feeling a touch of awkwardness. That it was only then that the young man remembered he had transformed into a half-beast. Clearing his throat, he chastised himself. Although he had taken on the form of a male half-beast, it felt no different from before. The gender distinctions of the beast-man continent were far from his mind. The atmosphere between the two grew a tad peculiar. Lin Baiyin shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts, and focused on cooking. Lang Song maintained his facade of normalcy that as the hot oil met the wild onions. A fragrant aroma erupted, and he added the meat, stirring it vigorously. The delightful scent wafted through the air, drawing the attention of nearby beastmen. "What delectable dish is Baiyin preparing? It smells divine." Huqiu inhaled deeply, having never encountered such a tantalizing aroma in his life. The cubs in the cave could hardly contain themselves, rushing to Lin Baiyin's legs before abruptly halting, wide-eyed and eagerly glancing at the stone pot. Yet each one understanding enough not to demand food. Lang Song, too, fixated intently on the small stone pot, having never witnessed such a cooking method. After frying the meat to a perfect medium, a few drops of yellow-skin fruit juice were added, followed by water to cover the meat, and potatoes were included for stewing. When the young man turned, he found a group of fluffy, well-behaved cubs squatting at his feet, their damp eyes blinking up at him. The sight overwhelmed him with a surge of affection that he crouched down, tentatively extending his hand toward the nearest little wolf cub. Observing that the watching little wolves showed no reaction, he gently ruffled the fluffy head of the cub. "So soft," Lin Baiyin mused as the velvety touch felt akin to stroking cotton. The little wolf cub eagerly nudged its head into his palm. Not to be outdone, the little cat Xia hooked Lin Baiyin's wrist with its tail. Drawing his attention once more soon, the young man found himself inundated by a flurry of fluffiness. In the end, he divided the remaining oil residue in the stone bowl among the little cubs. Chapter 20. Skilled talent. Lang Song squatted before the small stone pot, assisting the young man in watching over it while observing him frolic with the cubs, his gaze darkening slightly. Finally, Lin Baiyin prepared a large bowl of cold dishes with purslane and wild onions. 2 dishes and a soup. Dinner is served. After sprinkling a bit of salt into the meat broth, The young man called out to those around him, but he soon noticed the beastmen had gathered in unison around the 2 stone pots, their eyes glistening with anticipation as they gazed at Lin Baiyin. The aroma was irresistible, having wafted through the air. However, unlike the little cubs, they could not approach to beg for food. Now they were nearly overcome by temptation. Each received 2 stone bowls, one filled with potatoes and cold purslane, and the other containing meat broth. Given the limited amount of meat, each person could only choose either the meat or the stewed meat in their broth. As per tradition, the cubs were served first. Chu Chiu, having swiftly claimed his portion, chose the stewed meat. Then he took a bite of the golden potatoes, only to be astounded by their texture. What is this delicious potato? He marveled, savoring the flavor infused with the essence of the stew. Reluctantly, he watched the solitary piece of potato in his bowl, carefully setting it aside to enjoy the other dishes first, only to be increasingly amazed by the broth. Others shared in this sentiment, astonished by the culinary transformation of food they had consumed countless times before, now rendered even more delectable in Lin Baiyin's hands. That Liu Xiao, enjoying the dish made with yellow-skinned fruit and pain grass, was equally astonished. This pain grass somehow alters the flavor of the dish, enhancing the broth. It was then that he understood why Lin Baiyin had been so determined to seek out pain grass. "All right, tomorrow we shall gather plenty of pain grass," Liu Xiao declared firmly, clenching his fist. That moment, Lin Baiyin observed the satisfied expressions on his kin's faces, knowing they were thoroughly pleased with the meal. Beside him, Lang Tsong was voraciously consuming his food. As a male beast man, his considerable strength necessitated a greater intake of sustenance. Not only the male beastmen, but the half-beastmen in this world also consumed far more meat than Lin Baiyin had anticipated. If he were to indulge freely, he could easily consume 2 jin of meat. Lin Baiyin speculated that the limited variety of food might be the reason why these carbohydrates seemed particularly crucial at this time. If they could find barley, wheat, or corn, perhaps the beastmen would no longer need to eat so much meat. However, such thoughts felt distant. The young man bit down on the wooden chopsticks he had fashioned and took another sip of the warm broth. He felt quite content now. Just the second day since his arrival. Who could have imagined he would be enjoying such a delightful meal of 2 dishes and a soup? After dinner, Lin Baiyin gathered everyone to share his desire to cultivate potatoes. Having just tasted the deliciousness of potatoes, the tribe wholeheartedly supported his proposal. However, many beastmen appeared puzzled. They understood each word spoken by the priest, yet found the connection between them somewhat confusing. One curious half-beastman asked, "Is planting potatoes similar to what the priest just mentioned about raising them?" "Exactly." The young man offered an appreciative glance to the half-beastman, who blushed slightly, realizing only then how handsome their priest was. Liu Xiao, somewhat perplexed, queried, "But we can feed the insects and leaves. What shall we feed the potatoes? Plants don't have mouths." "Excellent question." The young man gave Liu Xiao a thumbs up, making him shyly chuckle. Lin Baiyin explained, "We simply plant sprouted potatoes in the soil, water them, and catch any pests. This way, we can harvest a bountiful supply of potatoes." Upon hearing Lin Baiyin's explanation, the beastman's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if envisioning mountains of potatoes before them. "Then let us plant." Lang Tsong, having tasted the potatoes, found them quite agreeable. The beastmen eagerly concurred. After the meal, everyone gathered around the fire, where Lin Baiyin taught the beastmen how to weave baskets. Today, the gathering team had brought back plenty of willow vines to the cave. The cubs huddled around the adults, occasionally tugging on a vine, keeping them busy, while even the little wolf cubs played instead of napping. Watching the lively cubs made Lin Baiyin chuckle to himself, wondering if their previous slumber was due to hunger, leaving them too weak to play. Amused by his own thoughts, he turned to observe the beastmen diligently weaving. He noticed that among those weaving, Ho Lin, Hu Jiang, and Huing learned remarkably quickly, perhaps due to some inherent racial talent. Especially Hu Jiang, who after just one lesson could weave a complete backpack. Lin Baiyin leaned closer to watch Hu Jiang's movements. Hu Jiang sensed the priest's proximity and felt a bit nervous, yet continued to follow his method. Before long, he had crafted a backpack almost indistinguishable from Lin Baiyin's. Lin Baiyin gazed at him in astonishment. "Hu Jiang, you are incredibly talented." Hu Jiang felt a bit shy, unsure how to respond, but beside him, Huing, more spirited, chimed in with a laugh. "Of course, my brother has nimble hands. Regardless of whether it is the polishing of stone pots and bowls or the crafting of grass ropes and the kneading of animal hides, Elder brother excels at all. In Hu Ying's perspective, although Hu Jiang does not possess formidable hunting abilities, his practical skills far surpass those of others. Unfortunately, in the Beastman world, where combat prowess reigns supreme, individuals like Hu Jiang do not garner the respect they deserve. Upon hearing Hu Ying's words, Lin Baiyin felt a surge of reverence. Your talents are truly remarkable. You are indeed a person of genuine technical expertise. Lin Baiyin recalled the need for sun-drying bamboo shoots in the tribe, yet they lacked the necessary winnowing trays and frames. But he looked at Hu Jiang with kindness and said, "We require some frames and discs for drying the bamboo shoots. Would you be able to create them?" Hu Jiang was taken aback by the realization that there was indeed a place for his skills, and he replied shyly, "Could you describe the specific design to me?" Lin Baiyin promptly demonstrated how to weave a small winnowing tray for him to observe. As for the frame, it simply needed to be large enough to accommodate this winnowing tray. Using segment trees would suffice. Lin Baiyin provided a brief description of the frame's appearance. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Jiang confidently stated, "I can do it. I have a general idea." Lin Baiyin was elated. "Then I shall speak with Lang Song to reserve 2 beastmen to assist you in transporting the segment trees. Additionally, for the stone bowls, they are rather cumbersome and challenging to polish. Segment trees could serve as a suitable substitute." Hu Jiang pondered the shape of the segment trees, contemplating their suitability for crafting bowls. Why had he not thought of this before? Baiyin, the priest, was remarkably astute. It was a rare occasion for Hu Jiang to receive such recognition, especially from their current priest. He was eager to produce the items Lin Baiyin required. Chapter 21. Lang Song's thoughts. The young man scanned his surroundings but could not find Lang Song. Upon exiting the cave, he spotted Lang Song leaning against a tree trunk, silently gazing at the moon. Lin Baiyin approached and gently patted him on the shoulder. As Lin Baiyin approached, Lang Song heard the sound of footsteps and turned to face the young man, asking, "What is it?" Lin Baiyin informed him about the need for frames to sun-dry the bamboo shoots. The man fell silent for a moment, saying, "You need not discuss these matters with me. You are the priest. Make your own decisions." "But that cannot be the case. We need to enlist someone from the hunting team. And it is essential that you are aware," Lin Baiyin insisted. Moreover, although it remained unspoken, Lin Baiyin knew that the beastmen regarded Lang Song as their leader in their hearts. Yet he was left wondering what Lang Song truly thought. Lang Song observed the young man feigning ignorance and felt a twinge of helplessness, that he probably understood Lin Baiyin's thoughts, yet he was destined not to remain here indefinitely. The tribe in the distance awaited his return. However, the young man was correct. The snow season was approaching, making it inadvisable to travel far, especially with the young cubs. Lang Song's mind began to race, given the young man's evident fondness for the cubs. Perhaps in the future he could temporarily leave Lang Yun and the others here. Very well, I shall find a few individuals to assist Hu Jiang. Lin Baiyin nodded, beaming with delight. Lang Song changed the subject. "When shall we begin planting the potatoes you mentioned today?" Lin Baiyin shook his head. "It is not urgent at this moment. The snow season is nearly upon us, and our priority must be to store enough food." Lang Song, having contemplated this himself, replied, "Tomorrow, I will lead the hunting team further afield to seek more game." Lin Baiyin's thoughts extended beyond mere food. He considered shelter. With over 60 beastmen in their group, they could not continue to crowd into a single cave. The sub-beastmen were manageable, as they could transform into their beast forms, occupying little space. However, the beastmen's beast forms were generally larger. Take Lang Song, for instance. His beast form stood over a meter tall and nearly 2 meters long, taking up a considerable amount of space. "What troubles you?" Lang Song asked, observing the young man's furrowed brow. "I am contemplating our living arrangements." The young man instinctively replied, "Our current dwelling is becoming increasingly cluttered, and it will only grow more cramped as the snow season approaches," Lin Baiyin explained. Lang Song shook his head. "This is an unavoidable predicament. We currently lack sufficient animal hides to construct tents." Lin Baiyin reflected for a moment, realizing he had perhaps been overly hasty, but he shook his head. "You are right. I have been too impatient to be by the way. May I inquire where you found the salt stone that I gave to Hu Qing today?" It was essential to first address the tribe's most basic need for salt, as Lin Baiyin had observed that Hu Qing's rock would not last long. "I stumbled upon it while hunting during our migration. It was an unexpected find," Lang Song recalled. "That place was barren, devoid of vegetation, merely stones, yet there were many such rocks. Lin Baiyan's eyes brightened. Do you remember where that location is? Lang Tsong was likely referring to a salt mine. The salt flats typically exhibited an orange-red hue, yet the stone he had brought today appeared rather ordinary, resembling genuine rock. That it is quite distant. We have migrated for nearly 3 tens of days, and I found that stone at the beginning of our journey. Lang Tsong shook his head, dispelling the young man's hopes. Lin Baiyan felt a twinge of disappointment, but remained undeterred. If there were no salt mines, perhaps the sea could suffice. Do you know where the sea is? The sea. Lin Baiyan nodded eagerly, describing it as resembling a river but broader, with a blue hue. Is the sea you speak of salty and brackish? Yes, precisely. Lin Baiyan was astonished to discover that Lang Tsong had indeed seen the sea, and oh wonder the rabbit clan regarded Lang Tsong as their cornerstone. His mind seemed to possess an intricate map. Lang Tsong appeared contemplative. I have indeed seen it. If you head back from where we stopped, after roughly 3 sunsets, you will reach the sea you describe. Lin Baiyan furrowed his brow. Must we go back? Although he could no longer feel the ground splitting beneath him, he could not guarantee that retracing their steps would be safe. Lang Tsong nodded. Yes, the sea you mentioned is a bit further south. Now that they had a lead, regardless of the distance, they must investigate. This was the quickest method Lin Baiyan could conceive to find salt. Whether it succeeds or not, we must go and see. Lin Baiyan resolved. Let us embark on this search. The young man grasped Lang Tsong's hand and headed toward the cave. Lang Tsong, taken by surprise, allowed himself to be led inside by the sub-beastmen. Lin Baiyan clapped his hands, and the busy beastmen within the cave paused their task to look at him. Everyone, our supply of salt in the tribe is dwindling. Salt is an essential resource we cannot afford to be without. Lang Tsong and I have decided to seek out salt, Lin Baiyan announced to the assembly, upon hearing that both Lin Baiyan and Lang Tsong would be departing. A heavy silence fell over the cave. Lin Baiyan, puzzled, observed the somber expressions of the others. Rabbit Lin set down the vine basket he had been holding and stepped forward, forcing a smile. Must you truly go? He understood that without salt, their survival would be jeopardized. Without salt, they could not properly preserve the beast meat for winter, and the beastmen's combat capabilities would significantly decline. However, a flicker of concern shone in Rabbit Lin's eyes. Deer Xiao appeared somewhat at a loss, clutching a small bear beside him. Could we not seek out neighboring tribes and trade for some salt? The other beastmen displayed unease. Their leader and priest were both leaving the beastmen feeling as if they had lost their support. The young man nodded, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Only Lang Tsong knew the way to the sea, and only he understood how to extract salt from seawater. If the two of them did not embark on this journey, it was unlikely they would achieve any results in their search for salt. The young cubs sensed the peculiar atmosphere among the adults. Gazing at Lin Baiyan with wide, moist eyes, Mao Yu, cradling a willow vine, cautiously looked up at Lin Baiyan. Brother priest, you and brother leader won't abandon us, will you? The cubs' words resonated with the sentiments of all the beastmen in the cave. The beastmen collectively fixed their gazes on Lang Tsong and Lin Baiyan. The young man finally grasped their thought process, feeling a mixture of amusement and exasperation as he observed them. If I do not return to the tribe, where else could I possibly go? Let us not forget, I am your priest now. You are all my kin, Lin Baiyan said, bending down to gently pat Mao Yu's head. Chapter 22, setting out to seek salt. Lin Baiyan turned back, chuckling at Lang Tsong, then faced Rabbit Lin and the others. As for your brother leader, there is no possibility he would not return. After all, he is not taking Lang Yun and the others with him this time. Just as Lang Tsong was about to refute being called the leader, he found himself momentarily speechless. He gazed at the young man, who mischievously winked at him, and felt a sudden warmth in his heart. Shaking his head in resignation. Very well. This group of beastmen is currently leaderless. He might as well take on the role temporarily, that in the future, he would make other plans, and when he departed, he would ensure that a new leader was cultivated to take his place. Upon hearing Lin Baiyan's words, the beastmen glanced at the small wolf cubs huddled in the corner, finding his reasoning quite sound. Deer Xiao instantly regained her former vivacity, releasing the small bear and stepping forward to entwine her arm with Lin Baiyan's. I knew you wouldn't abandon us. After all, we have endured so much together. Lin Baiyan playfully tapped his forehead, displaying a kind-hearted reluctance to expose him. Just moments ago, Lu Xiaolu had been sorrowfully mingling with the little cubs, seemingly on the verge of tears. Having resolved this issue, Lin Baiyin proceeded to share his plans with everyone. We shall set out tomorrow, accompanied by 2 male beastmen. Uncle Tuluan, you will remain in the cave, ensuring that everyone continues the search for food. Lang Tsong nodded in agreement. I will leave Hu Qiu and Niu Lai behind to assist the hunting team. Hu Qiu, taking the form of a large tiger with a golden base and black stripes, was the most capable male beastman in the hunting team aside from Lang Tsong. However, he sometimes appeared a bit unreliable. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Lang Tsong decided to have Niu Lai oversee him. Although Niu Lai's combat prowess was not particularly strong, his beast form was that of a sturdy bull, likely imbued with some traits of an old yellow cow, making him diligent yet somewhat chatty. With Niu Lai supervising Hu Qiu, Lang Tsong felt more at ease. You two will continue to hunt in the surrounding areas and refrain from venturing elsewhere, Lang Tsong warned, casting a pointed look at Hu Qiu, who had previously expressed a desire to wander far. The Beastman continent was fraught with dangers, and their current combat capabilities were not formidable. This was not an opportune time for exploration. Hu Qiu grinned and nodded cheerfully, leaning affectionately against Niu Lai, ready to speak, yet caught off guard by a stern glare from Lang Tsong. He sheepishly smiled. Understood. We'll remain here. Finally, Lang Tsong accounted for 2 additional male beastmen from the hunting team, Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan, both of whom possessed swift beast forms. Thus, a simple salt-seeking party was formed. The following morning, Uncle Tun handed Lin Baiyin the last of the cooked chestnuts from the cave, along with some freshly prepared animal skins. You are departing early, but we still have some chestnuts left. They are all cooked and ready to eat. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on our kin. Last night, Lang Tsong had specifically instructed Hu Qiu and Niu Lai to consult with Uncle Tuluan in case of any emergencies. Hu Qiu fervently nodded. Fear not, Chief. I will diligently lead the hunting team and strive to gather food until your return. You must come back. After all, you promised to teach me that climbing and jumping technique. Since Kitten had called him Chief, all the beast men began to refer to Lang Tsong as Chief, and the men ceased to argue against it, as if they had tacitly accepted it. Lin Baiyin, with a basket containing a stone pot, stone bowl, and a small piece of salt rock, felt Uncle Tuluan stuff an animal skin into his basket. That we have no surplus meat left, Lin Baiyin remarked. No matter. We can hunt while we are outside, Lang Tsong replied, shaking his head. Lin Baiyin recalled his intention to raise the colorful phoenix chickens and cautioned, Uncle Tuluan, remember to feed them insects and grass. Uncle Tuluan chuckled. Rest assured, the little cubs are far more attentive than we are. They were the ones who caught insects for the colorful phoenix chickens yesterday. Lin Baiyin looked down to see Wolf Yun, with a serious expression, assuring him, Do not worry, I will take good care of them. Cat Xia and the other little cubs nodded in unison. Indeed. They are all food. We will ensure they are well cared for. The young man felt his heart flutter at the adorableness of the cubs, smiling as he ruffled Wolf Yun's head. Then I entrust them to you. As Lin Baiyin stepped out of the cave, he was greeted by the rising sun, its warm rays bathing him in light. Facing the first beam of dawn, he turned and beamed a radiant smile at Lang Tsong and the other tribe members, embarking on the journey to seek salt under their eager gazes. What? You want me to ride on you? The young man exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Lang Tsong. Lang Tsong nodded matter-of-factly as a sub-beastman. Your speed cannot match ours, that if you were to run on your own, it would take considerably longer. Lin Baiyin was about to protest further when he saw Lang Tsong transform into his beast form, lowering himself to indicate that Lin Baiyin should climb onto his back. What a magnificent white wolf! Its fur was fluffy, resembling clouds, and the young man instinctively scratched his palm. Oh, well, come on, Lang Tsong gently beckoned, which Lin Baiyin interpreted as an invitation. Although somewhat embarrassed, he recognized this as the best option at present, to avoid wasting anyone's time. He took a deep breath and carefully climbed onto Lang Tsong's broad back. With a swift transformation into his beast form, Lin Baiyin shrank to a mere 30 centimeters in length, disappearing into the fluffy fjord. It felt as though he had fallen into a cloud. Soft and cozy. After transforming, Lin Baiyin seemed to inherit some feline traits, rolling about in Lang Tsong's fur, burying his little cat face within, and involuntarily inhaling several breaths of the pleasant scent. Then, joyfully, he began to paw at Lang Tsong's white fur, inadvertently plucking a few strands. Feeling a twinge of guilt, He quickly stuffed them back, patting them down as if nothing had happened. Gurgle Lang Tsong's stomach rumbled, and Lin Baiyin was abruptly jolted back to reality, realizing he had been playfully pawing at Lang Tsong. Meow meow, he stammered. I was just afraid of falling. The little cat explained to himself, regardless of whether Lang Tsong understood. Lang Tsong had long since Lin Baiyin's playful antics. His eyes filled with mirth. It seemed someone had quite the fondness for his fur. Despite being a beastman himself, Lang Tsong found it amusing how much Lin Baiyin adored the fur of others. He had seen the young man affectionately ruffle Cat Xia's fur, and later even approached the little wolf cubs, who, despite their usual caution, behaved like kittens in Lin Baiyin's presence. Lang Tsong was perplexed by his own thoughts. Sometimes, when witnessing Lin Baiyin's affection for the fluffy ones, he felt inexplicably favored by the young man. Thus, he had whimsically allowed Lin Baiyin to climb onto his back, and it was evident that the young man thoroughly enjoyed it. A smile flickering in Lang Tsong's eyes. The beastmen looked on in astonishment as Lin Baiyin clambered onto Lang Tsong's beast form, their eyes widening in disbelief that Liu Zhao's gaze flitted between the little cat and Lang Tsong. Itching to pull Lin Baiyin down and inquire about the situation, that wasn't it customary for male beastmen to only allow their partners to ride on their backs? Chapter 23. Sichuan Pepper. Tuluan beamed at their antics. If Lin Baiyin and Lang Tsong become partners, perhaps Lang Tsong would choose to stay here, securing stability for our tribe. With such hopeful musings, Tuluan embraced a beautiful fantasy. Had Lin Baiyin caught wind of the beastman's thoughts, he would have vehemently protested. He had yet to comprehend the distinction between himself and the male beastmen. In his mind, he still considered himself a man, while he had glimpsed some memories of Cat Bai. They were fleeting, hardly enough to retain such trivial matters. Thus, this delightful misunderstanding unfolded. Awo! Lang Tsong let out a long howl to the heavens, leading the way as he bounded forward, with Ma Yuan and Xiong Fei transforming into their beast forms and following closely behind. Lin Baiyin was unexpectedly propelled forward by their speed, instinctively grasping Lang Tsong's fur tightly, positioning himself near the wolf's neck to avoid being blown off. That moment, he finally comprehended the true swiftness of male beastmen. Riding on Lang Tsong's back, he felt the wind whistling past his ears, momentarily dazed, and this was only Lang Tsong at less than full capacity. Lin Baiyin dared not imagine how exhilarating it would be when Lang Tsong was at his peak strength. He feared he might experience the thrill of a high-speed feline ride. Time passed, and as the sun began to set, Lang Tsong and the others found a sturdy tree to rest beneath. You take a break. Ma Yuan and I will go hunting and search for water. Xiong Fei will keep watch here. Xiong Fei nodded, amiable and simple-minded. Lin Baiyin kept himself busy, gathering dry firewood, igniting a fire alongside Xiong Fei. Since Lin Baiyin successfully learned to start a fire, he had passed this knowledge to all the beastmen, and now everyone knew how to kindle flames. Once enough wood was gathered, Xiong Fei effortlessly produced a flickering flame. Lin Baiyin observed Xiong Fei's bulging biceps as he ignited the fire, feeling a pang of envy at the softness of his own arms that he longed for muscles, having never possessed them in his past life, and now still struggling to obtain them. Choosing to ignore it, Lin Baiyin busied himself foraging for wild vegetables nearby. Before leaving, he had instructed the canine spirit to search for garlic, uncertain whether it would succeed. As Lin Baiyin patiently rummaged through the underbrush, he stumbled upon an abundance of mushrooms, inspecting each one for edibility. Before long, he had gathered a considerable amount of safe-to-eat mushrooms, cradling them in large leaves. While happily bending down to collect mushrooms, he suddenly felt something drop from above, hitting him unexpectedly. Looking up, he was greeted by the sight of vibrant red Sichuan peppercorns tumbling down from the sky. Lin Baiyin could hardly believe his luck. It was as if fortune had rained down from the heavens. Lin Baiyin, filled with joy, circled around the prickly ash tree, realizing for the first time that this spice actually grows on tall trees. He had always assumed it belonged to shrubbery. Observing its height, he felt an irresistible urge to climb it. Not far away, Xiong Fei watched Lin Baiyin's antics, adhering strictly to the clan leader's directive to protect the priest. Thus he merely observed Lin's playful endeavors. Finding the right angle, Lin Baiyin transformed into a small black-footed cat with light tea-colored fur and dark stripes, its sharp claws clinging to the bark. Swiftly ascending onto a branch, The little feline balanced itself with one paw resting between its other two while fervently clawing at the prickly ash, soon causing a cascade of clusters to fall below. Proudly surveying its efforts, the cat felt it was time to descend, nimbly leaping down and reverting to human form to gather the fallen prickly ash. With determination, Lin Baiyin committed the appearance of the prickly ash tree to memory. Feeling somewhat fatigued from his exertions, Lin Baiyin settled beneath the tree, gazing up at the towering forest above, where trees reached toward the clouds. The cheerful chirping of birds filled the air, accompanied by the sight of a rabbit darting by. "What, a rabbit!" As a rabbit scurried past, Lin Baiyin called out, "Xiong Fei, there's a rabbit." In an instant, Xiong Fei transformed into a black bear and dashed after the rabbit at breakneck speed. Moments later, he returned with the rabbit in his mouth. Lin Baiyin gave Xiong Fei an appreciative thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're incredible." Before he could finish his praise, Xiong Fei had already vanished, demonstrating his seriousness when it comes to food. Transforming back into human form, the black bear chuckled, scratching his head in surprise at how easily he had caught the rabbit, attributing his luck to the rabbit's lack of vigilance. Lin Baiyin's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the freshly caught rabbit, noting it was much fatter than their previous catches. "Let us make roasted rabbit," he declared. Naturally, Xiong Fei was all too willing to follow his lead at that moment. Lang Tsong returned with Ma Yuan, carrying 2 colorful phoenix chickens, while Ma Yuan cradled a stone pot filled with water. Lin Baiyin excitedly pointed to the recently caught rabbit. "Look, we've also caught a rabbit. Today we'll make mushroom chicken soup and roast the rabbit." Lang Tsong nodded in agreement and took the rabbit and colorful phoenix chickens to prepare them, returning shortly with the clean meat. Lin Baiyin first placed the small stone pot over the fire, sawed the chicken skin to render some fat, that he then added the dried prickly ash to release its aroma, tossing in the chicken pieces for a brief stir before adding water and yellow fruit juice to simmer with the mushrooms. Xiong Fei eagerly volunteered to watch over the mushroom chicken soup. The rabbit was seasoned with salt and sprinkled with prickly ash, its skin coated with a layer of yellow fruit juice. Lin Baiyin handed the prepared rabbit to Lang Tsong, entrusting him with the roasting task. "Let me handle it," Ma Yuan swiftly intervened, taking the rabbit from Lin Baiyin's hands. Lin Baiyin then glanced at the remaining colorful phoenix chicken and suggested, "How about you help me find some yellow earth?" Lang Tsong looked at the nearby sub-beastman, puzzled. "What do we need yellow earth for?" With a mysterious smile, Lin Baiyin replied, "To make beggar's chicken," although Lang Tsong found it somewhat confusing. He had grown accustomed to Lin Baiyin's peculiar ideas and decided to follow him. "You wait here. I know where to find the earth." With that, he transformed into a large white wolf and sprinted off. Lacking lotus leaves, Lin Baiyin searched for large leaves nearby to wrap the colorful phoenix chicken. The local chickens were significantly larger than those from Blue Star, and this colorful phoenix chicken appeared to weigh around 7 or 8 pounds even before fully grown. He discovered leaves from a tree called wood-scented tree, which emitted a faint fragrance as it was non-toxic. He decided to use it as a substitute for lotus leaves. Lin Baiyin collected several wood-scented leaves, washing them thoroughly, then stuffed the chicken with mushrooms and chestnuts, coating its exterior with yellow fruit juice. Gazing at the prickly ash and salt, Lin Baiyin had a sudden inspiration that he ground the prickly ash into powder and mixed it with salt, creating a makeshift pepper salt. Although the salt was likely not entirely pure, resulting in a slightly bitter taste, it would suffice to evenly spread the pepper salt over the colorful phoenix chicken and wrapped it in the wood-scented leaves. Just then, Lang Tsong returned with yellow earth. Lin Baiyin mixed the yellow earth with water to form a thick paste, applying it meticulously over the leaves, encasing it tightly, then buried the clay bundle in another fire pit. Lang Tsong observed Lin Baiyin's peculiar methods with curiosity, questioning whether this approach would yield delicious results that he had never encountered such a culinary technique. Most beastmen simply roasted meat or made soup. Lin Baiyin cheerfully reassured him, "Of course, it's going to be delicious. Just let it roast slowly, and we'll have it for breakfast tomorrow." Reminiscing about Lin Baiyin's previous stir-fries, Lang Tsong felt a sense of anticipation for this beggar's chicken. Chapter 24. Arrival at the seaside with dishes prepared using prickly ash. The food was indeed more delectable. The youth bit into a rabbit leg and sipped the chicken soup, then glanced at the 3 male beast men devouring their portions. "How does it taste?" he inquired. Ma Yuan and Xiong Fei were too engrossed to reply, simply nodding vigorously. The Baiyin priest is truly remarkable. Not only can he start a fire and identify food, but he also cooks incredibly well. Lang Tsong, not lifting his gaze, finished his second bowl of chicken soup and nodded. The taste is excellent. After dinner, the male beastmen divided the night watch duties, and Lin Baiyin, exempt from this task, transformed into his beast form and curled up near the fire, drifting in his slumber. Lang Tsong gazed at the small bundle of fur, his expression softening gradually. The next morning, Lin Baiyin unearthed the beggar's chicken from the fire pit. Cracking open the outer layer of clay, and an enticing aroma wafted into the air as the chicken meat fell off the bones. The group quickly shared the beggar's chicken to satisfy their hunger before embarking on a new journey. The quest for the ocean took longer than Lang Tsong had anticipated, as he had traversed this path only once before, leading to moments of disorientation. However, he adeptly adjusted their route. They journeyed through dense jungles and over towering mountains. The further south they traveled, the more signs of animal activity they encountered, which eased Lin Baiyin's spirits, indicating that the seismic disturbances had indeed subsided. Otherwise, the animals would not be so freely roaming about. Autumn was a time of heightened animal activity, making future hunts easier. Finally, on the fourth sunset after their departure, they reached their destination. Lang Tsong stood atop a high mountain, gazing down at the vast expanse of the sea. The little cat on his head peered over, raising its paw and joyfully meow. We've found the sea. Lin Baiyin was ecstatic, his eyes shimmering with delight. The youth promptly transformed back into human form, pointing excitedly at the broad blue expanse, exclaiming, "Look, this is the sea I spoke of." Ma Yuan and Xiong Fei shared in the excitement of reaching their destination, though the black bear tilted his head in confusion, barking, "Huh, there's just water here. Where's the salt?" Observing their puzzled expressions, Lin Baiyin smiled mysteriously. "Well, of course, salt is obtained from the sea, but there's no rush. We've traveled all day and need to rest. Let us find a spot by the shore to settle down, and we can start making salt tomorrow." The group descended the cliff and made their way to the beach, ultimately stopping on the sandy shore. Lang Tsong surveyed the area, noting the lack of any shelter, which was unsuitable for establishing a temporary base. Lin Baiyin agreed, acknowledging the uncertainty of nearby large predators. Thus, they chose a temporary campsite at the intersection of the beach and the forest, sheltered by a large stone and a towering tree overhead. "You all set up the shelter. I'll scout the area and hunt a bit." Whenever they arrived in unfamiliar territory, Lang Tsong would thoroughly investigate to not only hunt and find water, but also ensure there were no large animal tracks nearby. As they traveled, the group became increasingly in sync, with Lin Baiyin gathering fallen leaves and twigs, cleaning the ground while also preparing kindling. Xiong Fei dragged several appropriately sized logs, constructing a simple frame with nearby vines. Ma Yuan placed some dry grass and large leaves atop the frame, completing a rudimentary grass hut. Lin Baiyin laid down a layer of dry grass brought back by Ma Yuan beneath the hut, ensuring it wouldn't feel too damp when they slept. Once they had tidied up, Lin Baiyin surveyed the little grass hut with satisfaction, concluding that this would likely be their cozy abode for the next few days. While he and Ma Yuan were busy constructing the shelter, Xiong Fei had already efficiently kindled a fire. Checking the sun, Lin Baiyin noted there was still ample daylight left. He rummaged through his backpack, extracting a few miscellaneous items and hoisting them onto his back, grabbing a small wooden stick as he decided to embark on the day's most important task. Indeed, he was going to go clamming. Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan observed Lin Baiyin, who appeared fully prepared for an expedition, and promptly inquired, "Baiyin priest, what are you planning to do?" Lin Baiyin flashed a charming smile, revealing a set of neat white teeth, and replied, "I am off to gather seafood. The beach is teeming with delectable marine delicacies and fish." Xiong Fei felt a twinge of anxiety and suggested, "Why don't we wait for the chieftain to return before we go?" The young man looked at Xiong Fei with a puzzled expression, as if he were overly apprehensive that in my previous tribe, some orcs fell into a river and never resurfaced. They say the river devoured them. The recollection cast a shadow over Xiong Fei's eyes as he contemplated the vastness of the ocean, far broader than the river he had known. The mere thought of the priest succumbing to the depths filled him with dread. How would he explain such a tragedy to the tribe? Where could they find another sage as wise? Upon hearing Xiong Fei's words, Ma Yuan too felt a surge of anxiety and concurred, "You have a point. Perhaps we should indeed wait for the chieftain." Seeing their unanimous agreement, Lin Baiyin reluctantly set aside his small wooden stick and said, Very well. We shall wait for Lang Song to return. He chuckled at the two male orcs, and since they had little else to occupy themselves, he took the opportunity to explain the concept of tidal movements to them. Lin Baiyin understood their fear. After all, it was their first encounter with the ocean, and the unfamiliarity was naturally daunting for orcs who had always dwelled inland. In his past life, he had witnessed many succumb to the sea's embrace, though those instances were often under extraordinary circumstances, such as storms that unleashed ferocious tides. Those tumultuous waves resembled a monstrous beast, suddenly unleashing a colossal surge that swallowed individuals whole. For those unacquainted with swimming, being struck by such ferocity rendered them unable to regain their footing or maintain balance in moments of panic. They would thrash desperately for the shore, only to be mercilessly consumed by the waves, with scarcely a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet at present, the sea lay tranquil, serene, and devoid of any signs of impending rain or wind. Under such conditions, danger was generally absent. Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan listened intently to Lin Baiyin's elucidation, realizing the truth in his words. That is how it is, they acknowledged. However, as this is our first time at the seaside, it is prudent to exercise caution. Lin Baiyin's perception of the ocean was shaped by his previous experiences on Blue Planet, as he had never set foot on a beach in Orc Continent and was unaware of the potential unknowns lurking beneath the waves. What if a mysterious creature were to suddenly emerge from the depths? Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan nodded in agreement, sharing a mutual understanding. Chapter 25. Gathering seafood. Time passed, and darkness enveloped the sky. Lang Tsong emerged from the forest, dragging a white lamb towards their temporary encampment. The great wolf's mouth bore traces of blood, and even the fluffy white ears were speckled with crimson, oblivious to the mess. Lang Tsong placed his catch outside the grass hut and settled down beside Lin Baiyin, absent-mindedly twitching his ears. Lin Baiyin couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Lang Tsong sitting so properly beside him. The wolf looked remarkably like a well-behaved Samoyed. The young man felt an overwhelming urge to reach out and ruffle his fluffy ears. With a playful smile, Lin Baiyin approached Lang Tsong, who mistakenly thought the young man wished to stroke his soft fur. Feeling a flicker of pleasure at the thought, that he unconsciously straightened up, gazing innocently at Lin Baiyin. Lin Baiyin's hand reached out to wipe away the bloodstain on Lang Tsong's ear. He showed him the evidence on his fingers. I wonder how you managed to hunt and ended up with this on your ear. The amusement in Lin Baiyin's eyes was unmistakable. Lang Tsong felt a twinge of embarrassment at the sight of the blood. He had initially assumed that Lin Baiyin was merely interested in his fur and had even entertained the notion that he inwardly scolded himself, though it must have been an accident. Quickly shifting back to human form and avoiding Lin Baiyin's gaze filled with mirth, Lang Tsong suggested, "There's a stream in the forest where we can fetch water. There aren't any large beasts nearby, so it should be safe for now." Lin Baiyin nodded in agreement, then eagerly picked up his backpack, looking at Lang Tsong with anticipation. "Just in time for your return. Let us go gather seafood." "Gather seafood?" Lang Tsong questioned. "You mean to forage for food? The sea is brimming with delicious offerings." Lin Baiyin's mind raced with thoughts of the impending seafood feast, nearly driving him to madness with excitement. Lang Tsong smiled lightly and replied, "All right, let's go see." Lin Baiyin danced ahead with buoyant steps, while Lang Tsong, shaking his head in resignation, reminded Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan to clean up the ram before following. Why now? The sky had fully darkened, and the moon rose above the sea, casting a silvery glow reminiscent of a reflection in water. The salty breeze carried the distinct scent of the ocean, mingled with a hint of the pungent aroma of seafood as they approached the beach. The array of seafood scattered across the shore became increasingly abundant. Lin Baiyin's eyes sparkled with delight as he beheld the myriad of marine treasures, jellyfish, octopuses, shrimp, and seaweed, transforming the beach into a veritable seafood market. Ripe for the taking, the young man was practically giddy with joy, recalling videos he had seen online of others foraging by the sea. In those videos, they claimed that the bounty of seafood had dwindled compared to their childhood. Once, the beach would yield heaps of marine life, so plentiful that people would sift through them, with many spoiling under the sun, left untouched. Unlike today, where seafood could be worth dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of units per pound. Initially skeptical, Lin Baiyin had thought the beaches were now merely tourist traps, overcrowded with visitors or littered with pollution, leaving little room for the abundance they described. However, as he stood on the shore. Witnessing the reality before him, he finally grasped the essence of true abundance. Lang Tsong, look, all this food is edible, Lin Baiyan exclaimed, dashing towards the beach. Suddenly recalling something, he returned to grasp Lang Tsong's hand, pulling him forward. Taken aback by the sudden contact, Lang Tsong's heart skipped a beat as he stared at their joined hands, instinctively following Lin Baiyan's lead. Amidst the sea of seafood, Lin Baiyan began to sift through the treasures, pointing out the edible finds. This one, and that one too. All are fit for consumption. Oh, and that one too. The young man noted, overwhelmed by the sheer variety. Just stay behind me. Whatever I pick up, you can collect too. However, Lang Tsong was not entirely accustomed to this environment. He waved his hand in front of his nose. As the wolf tribe possessed an acute sense of smell, the overpowering scent of decaying seafood was rather pronounced. Noticing Lang Tsong's gesture, Lin Baiyan paused. Are you not fond of this? He had forgotten that some individuals struggled with the briny scent of seafood, as tastes were subjective. Lang Tsong slightly shook his head. It's nothing. I'm just not used to it. They had previously consumed raw meat, and orcs were not particularly skilled at cooking. Most prepared food retained a certain fishiness. Can this be eaten? Lang Tsong inquired, poking a strange, hard-shelled creature with his stick, tilting his head in curiosity. Lin Baiyan's eyes lit up at the sight of the large crab on Lang Tsong's stick. Its substantial belly suggested it was laden with roe. He nodded enthusiastically. Yes, indeed. This one is delicious. Be careful not to get pinched. It can hurt quite a bit, Lin Baiyan cautioned. Lang Tsong glanced at the crab in his hand, nodding earnestly. The pair continued to use their sticks to explore, filling their backpacks with a diverse assortment of seafood. Before long, they had nearly filled half their load. Lin Baiyan also gathered a substantial quantity of seaweed, shells, shrimp, and fish, countless in number, while Lang Tsong, perhaps drawn to the crabs, managed to find 7 or 8 large ones. Lin Baiyan couldn't contain his smile, elated by their bounty. As Lin Baiyan surveyed their haul, he felt they had gathered enough, considering they wouldn't be spending just one day by the sea. He looked up at Lang Tsong and suggested, shall we head back? I suspect Xiong Fei and the others are already ready and waiting for us and on their way back. Lin Baiyan spotted an enormous clam, measuring over 1 meter in length and appearing quite sturdy. However, the meat seemed old, likely not very palatable. Circling around the shell, he proposed, what do you think about bringing this back to use as a stone pot? Lang Tsong shrugged, indifferent, but noticing Lin Baiyan's eagerness, he picked up the clam shell and declared, let us go back and cook. Excellent. Lin Baiyan replied, his eyes sparkling with delight. Upon returning to the camp, they discovered that Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan had indeed prepared the lamb, and Ma Yuan had even emulated Lin Baiyan's cooking technique, scoring the meat and applying yellow fruit juice and pepper before roasting it. Lin Baiyan gave them an approving thumbs up, exclaiming, well done, you both learned quickly. As Xiong Fei rotated the skewer of roasted meat, he observed their return and chuckled. If you had taken any longer, Ma Yuan would have gone to look for you. Chapter 26. The immature Wolf Tsong set down the river clam shell he had been holding and unloaded the basket from his back. The young man, still caught up in the joy of foraging by the sea, sat beside the fire and cheerfully remarked, Wolf Tsong and I found an abundance of seafood, all of which is edible. Wolf Tsong watched Lin Baiyan's radiant smile directed at Xiong Fei and, for reasons unknown, felt a slight discomfort in his heart. Xiong Fei was well aware of Lin Baiyan's talent for gathering food. Judging by recent experiences, the offerings from the shaman had never been unpalatable. Chestnuts, potatoes, even the painful grass transformed into delightful fare in his hands that he gazed eagerly at the large shells in the basket, his lips moist with anticipation. Where did you find the water source? The young man turned to Wolf Tsong. Upon hearing this, Wolf Tsong promptly replied, let us go. I'll take you there. He then took the lead, carrying the basket, while the young man, somewhat puzzled, hurried after him, exclaiming, hey, Wolf Tsong, slow down, wait for me. Upon hearing this, Wolf Tsong subtly slowed his pace. Lin Baiyan quickly caught up, and the two walked through the forest, the night having fully descended. Yet the woods did not appear dim. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting an enchanting glow. Tiny stars twinkled around them, and Lin Baiyan blinked in astonishment at the flickering fireflies surrounding him. Wow, there are fireflies here. Having rarely seen living fireflies on Blue Star due to severe industrial pollution, which had ravaged the environment, he realized these little creatures had likely vanished entirely. His busy work life, coupled with the passing of his grandparents, had afforded him little time to return to his hometown. The fireflies he had once seen as a child in the mountains now existed as an unreturnable memory. To his surprise, he could witness them once more in this alternate world. At that moment, Lin Baiyin truly felt a sense of existence. Perhaps this was the reason the heavens had granted him a second chance, allowing him to release his tense spirit and truly observe this world. Since his arrival in this world, the young man had been subconsciously anxious. Naturally, the harsh realities of his situation did not afford him the luxury of being unconcerned. With no food, no warm clothing, and no shelter, he lived in constant fear of being swept away by unknown dangers that as he extended his hand, a firefly gently landed on his fingertip, flickering as if greeting him, that a smile broke forth. Gradually dissolving his inner turmoil one step at a time. Things will improve. Sometimes, it's okay to be a little lazy, he thought, finally relaxing his taut emotions. Wolfsong silently observed Lin Baiyin play with the fireflies, a hint of tenderness flickering in his eyes. Upon reaching the creek, the young man crouched down to wash off the sand and dirt in the clear water. Wolfsong mimicked his actions. Quickly learning and, once proficient, insisted Lin Baiyin refrain from helping. "That I'll handle it. You sit over there for a while," Wolfsong said softly, nodding towards the spot. "Aren't you fond of those fireflies? Go play with them a bit longer." His tone was reminiscent of someone coaxing a young cub. Lin Baiyin felt a twinge of embarrassment. His earlier childishness had been noticed by Wolfsong. "That I'm not playing anymore, did no. I was just curious," he replied, reaching for another octopus to clean. "That don't treat me like a cub like Wolf Yun. I'm on the verge of adulthood." Wolfsong's eyes sparkled with mirth as he responded. Just one day shy of adulthood. He was still a young cub. Wolfsong was determined not to let him assist. In the end, the young man had no choice but to sit on a nearby stone, watching Wolfsong diligently clean the seafood. Lin Baiyin gazed at Wolfsong's serious profile. He was undeniably handsome. His nose was high, his lips thin. When he wore a cold expression, he appeared particularly intimidating. Yet, the young man understood that beneath the exterior, Wolfsong was warm-hearted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have led this group of beastmen to safety. "And you? How old are you now?" Lin Baiyin impulsively inquired, recalling their earlier conversation. Wolfsong paused in his task of washing crabs, muttering indistinctly, "Well, I'm older than you. Why, how much?" The young man pressed, curiosity piqued. Wolfsong glanced at him with a resigned expression. "Not yet 20 to what?" Lin Baiyin looked at Wolfsong in astonishment. He had always assumed Wolfsong was already an adult. Had he merely been pretending to be a grown-up all along? As he reflected on Wolfsong's previously stern demeanor, it indeed felt as if he were putting on an act. Lin Baiyin burst into laughter, teasingly observing, "So you're not an adult either. Yet you criticize me." Wolfsong felt a hint of guilt. Adult beastmen had certain advantages. That's true, the young man acknowledged, recalling Rabbit Lin's attitude towards him. Had it not been for his identity as a shaman, the words of a young cub would likely have been dismissed by most adult beastmen. Lin Baiyin's eyes twinkled mischievously. "Then we're evenly matched. Rest assured, I will definitely keep your secret safe. I won't tell anyone," he thought gleefully, pondering whether this revelation indicated they had become friends. Then a question arose in his mind. How do you know you're about to become an adult? Based on his recent observations, beastmen did not have a clear concept of age. They lacked a notion of years, most simply referred to their ages vaguely, like Rabbit Lin, who claimed to be over 50, yet could not specify whether it was 50 or 50-something. Upon hearing this, Wolfsong's hands faltered, his ears reddening. "When you're close to adulthood, you'll just know." "What? How would I know?" Lin Baiyin scrutinized Wolfsong, sensing something odd. However, no matter how many questions he posed afterward, Wolfsong remained tight-lipped. "Stop asking. I told you that you'll understand when you reach adulthood," Wolfsong pleaded, his voice taking on a rough edge. The flush had spread from his ears to his cheeks. He had not anticipated Lin Baiyin's persistence. Fortunately, the soft moonlight concealed his embarrassment. The young man assumed he had grown impatient and reluctantly decided to abandon the inquiry. "If you won't tell me, I'll just ask Lu Xiao when I get back. He is already an adult." He had thought they had already established a friendship. Feeling somewhat dejected, he tugged at the wild grass nearby. Wolfsong packed the clean seafood away, that he filled 2 large clam shells with water, shouldered the basket, and stacked the shells atop each other. Turning to Lin Baiyin, that we should head back, Wolfsong said softly. Lin Baiyin nodded, stepping forward to take one of the clam shells, but Wolfsong sidestepped him. It's not heavy. You shouldn't help that he regarded the young man's delicate hands, which were easily susceptible to cuts from the shell. Seeing Wolfsong's insistence, Lin Baiyin relented and began walking back first. Throughout their journey, the two remained silent, yet an unusual atmosphere enveloped them. Chapter 27. A Seafood Feast upon returning to the grass hut. Wolfsong placed one of the clam shells atop the fire. Turning to the young man, he inquired, "What should we do?" Lin Baiyin approached, swiftly unloading some of the clean seafood, pouring the remainder into the clamshell. With a decisive clap of his hands, he innocently looked up at Wolfsong. "That's it. We just wait to eat." Xiongfei glanced between Lin Baiyin and Wolfsong, the dullard's danger radar suddenly alerting him to the peculiar ambience. He swiftly pulled Ma Yuan, who had approached to invite Lin Baiyin for roasted lamb legs, to the side. Then he silently suppressed his and Ma Yuan's presence. Wolfsong, too, keenly sensed that the young man's mood seemed off. And upon reflection, he realized it might have stemmed from their earlier discussion about adulthood. But how could he communicate this to Lin Baiyin? What could a male beast man say to an adolescent? Faced with the upset young man, Wolfsong found himself unusually at a loss. How could he soothe him? Recalling how his father had once comforted his mother, he pondered. Flowers? He didn't seem the type to enjoy flowers. Food? Yet Lin Baiyin knew far more about culinary delights than he did. What did he like? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Wolfsong's eyes. Feeling somewhat downcast, Lin Baiyin hastily dumped the shrimp, crabs, and oysters into the clamshell. He did recall to remove the fish, as they were quite unpalatable if not scaled and gutted properly, that he had no idea how Wolfsong managed it. He simply scrubbed the fish clean. Lin Baiyin then took out a small bone knife to scale and gut the fish. Wolfsong noticed and quickly squatted beside him, producing his own bone knife. "Use this. It's sharper." It appears rather attentive. "My father once mentioned that when a beast man becomes angry, it is unwise to let them stew in their own frustration. Instead, one should approach and soothe them." The young man gazed at the bone knife in his hand, adhering to the philosophy of utilizing what is available. Indeed, the bone knife crafted from the renowned golden-skinned beast was both resilient and sharp. Observing that Lin Baiyin was willing to use his knife, Langsong felt a slight relief that he squatted beside the young man, mimicking his actions with the unused bone knife to prepare the sea fish. Stealing glances at him, it was impossible for the young man to overlook such an obvious gaze. He set the fish aside and inquired, "What do you wish to say, Langsong?" Langsong quickly shook his head. "Nothing, really." He hesitated. "I wasn't trying to be harsh earlier. It's simply that..." Gathering his courage, Langsong confessed, "You are still quite young, and matters of adulthood are typically imparted by your parents. That I am uncertain about the distinctions between male and beast men. In truth." He knew well enough, but discussing such topics with Lin Baiyin made him somewhat bashful as he looked at the young man's fair cheeks. "You could inquire with Lin once we return," he cautiously suggested, observing Lin Baiyin's expression intently. Unbeknownst to him, he felt an inexplicable desire to keep Lin Baiyin from feeling unhappy, that he wished for the young man's face to always radiate with a brilliant smile. Lin Baiyin observed Langsong's caution, gazing at him for a moment before sighing softly. "I am not angry." "Well, perhaps I was a little earlier," he admitted, but seeing Langsong's demeanor, his irritation faded. That he indicated with his finger. "Just this much," and added, "I am no longer upset." Langsong, seeing that Lin Baiyin's expression seemed genuine, finally felt at ease. After both had finished cleaning the fish, Lin Baiyin used another clamshell to brew a rich fish soup. The creamy aroma wafting through the air, mingling with the scent of the seafood inside the shell. The actions of Xiongfei and Ma Yuan, who were gnawing on mutton, slowed down as they caught sight of it. Lin Baiyin, too, was captivated by the seafood within the clamshell. In the past few days, he had only feasted on roasted meat and meat soup. Although it was termed meat soup, it was primarily composed of wild vegetables, leaving him unsatisfied that he had yet to formulate a complete estimate of his appetite. But one thing he was certain of was that his appetite had doubled since his time on Blue Star. Since his arrival in this world, he had never felt satiated. The young man lamented, wondering why a good person like him had to endure such hardships. unable to fill his belly despite the journey. It was truly a case of being chosen by fate as a tragic figure. Meanwhile, Lang Tsong and the other male beastmen quickly devoured their share of mutton. Lang Tsong, patting his stomach, felt that he had only eaten to about 30% fullness. They had to hunt daily, their physical exertion demanding a greater food intake, especially given that even the young man was left unsatisfied. One could only imagine the hardships endured by the male beastmen. Thus, the current situation was that all the beastmen gazed intently at the clamshell filled with fish soup and seafood, their eyes brimming with eagerness, practically drooling. Lin Baiyin approached to inspect the clamshell. Noticing that the clams had already opened, and the shrimp and crabs were turning a lovely shade of red, as he drew nearer, the fragrance of the seafood intensified, and the young man inhaled deeply, contentedly stirring the shells beneath the surface with a stick that he also stirred the clam shell containing the fish soup. Using chopsticks crafted from slender wood, he picked up a slightly ajar oyster, its palm-sized shell revealing the plump oyster meat within. With a gentle nudge, he pried the shell open, exposing the tender, succulent flesh. Without a moment's hesitation, he popped it into his mouth, ignoring the need to cool it down. The fresh and juicy oyster burst with flavor, causing Lin Baiyin to widen his eyes in surprise. "Hot! So hot!" he exclaimed, panting as the oyster danced on his tongue. Nonetheless, he refrained from spitting it out, waiting for it to cool slightly before biting into the meat, letting out a satisfied sigh. How delicious! The exquisite oyster was a revelation in his mouth. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest of cooking methods. Indeed, boiling and steaming are the utmost respects one can pay to fresh seafood. Lin Baiyin felt that no condiments were necessary. He could devour an entire pot just as it was. The other beastmen watched with eager eyes, their throats involuntarily swallowing. Lang Tsong, too, stared unblinkingly at Lin Baiyin. With an oyster still in his mouth, Lin Baiyin mumbled, Come, this is particularly good." His words served as a signal, prompting the male beastmen to rush forward. Lang Tsong was the first to follow Lin Baiyin's lead, using a stick to extract a scallop, prying it open to take a bite. Lin Baiyin quickly intervened, warning, "Blow on it first. It nearly burnt me." Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan soon began to imitate him, showcasing their seafood skills. Lin Baiyin chuckled, using his chopsticks to extract several more oysters, setting them aside to cool, that he then retrieved some large shrimp and crabs. One must admit that the seafood here was exceptionally large. Nothing from Blue Star's aquaculture could compare. Each piece was the size of a palm and bursting with flavor. Lang Tsong picked up a crab, contemplating how to eat it, but was about to shove it straight into his mouth. Lin Baiyin quickly stopped him. "You can't eat it like that. It will harm your stomach." Unfazed, Lang Tsong waved a hand dismissively. "It's fine. I can chew through harder things." This was indeed true. Beastmen possessed remarkably strong teeth. Lin Baiyin had once witnessed a 5- or 6-year-old wolf cub effortlessly bite through bone. However, he still advised caution. Demonstrating with the cooled shrimp and crabs, he showed Lang Tsong the proper way to eat, first handing him a peeled crab. "Here you go." He then distributed one to Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan before beginning to peel his own. The beastmen expressed their gratitude and happily dug into their meal. After finishing, they all gazed intently at the sea, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of ferocity. Chapter 28. The successful salt production in their eyes. All this food was a gift from the sea. Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan were particularly eager to gather more seafood. However, they did not forget the primary goal of their expedition, to collect salt. They had only brought a small stone pot with them, and to cook salt, they needed a large pot capable of holding enough for 30 to 40 servings, similar to those used in their tribe. As night fell, to avoid any potential dangers, Lang Tsong decided they should rest for the night and begin searching for stones to craft a large pot at dawn. The following morning, when Lin Baiyin awoke, Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan were already busy grinding a stone nearly as tall as a person, likely having set out at the break of dawn to gather it. The male beastman's strength was considerable, and it appeared they were close to finishing the task. Lin Baiyin reheated the leftover fish soup, pairing it with the remaining roasted leg of lamb for breakfast for the 3 male beastmen. They had already filled their bellies with midnight snacks during their watch. Lin Baiyin inspected the stone pot, emphasizing that the interior should be smoothed without any small stones, lest it compromise the purity of the salt. Ma Yuan nodded, taking a small stone to begin polishing the pot's inner surface. At that moment, Lang Tsong returned, dragging a piece of wood behind him. "Are you awake?" he asked. Lin Baiyin turned to glance at him. "Didn't I ask you to wake me up earlier?" Lang Tsong coughed lightly, avoiding the question. He had seen the little kitten curled up, hugging its tail while sleeping soundly, so he refrained from disturbing him. Moreover, since Lin Baiyin had mentioned the necessary materials, the male beastmen could manage just fine. Changing the subject, Lang Tsong inquired, "What do you think of this wood? Is it what you needed?" He pointed to the robust timber he had just dragged in, which appeared to have a diameter of at least 70 to 80 centimeters. Lin Baiyin nodded. "It'll do." He intended to use the wood to fashion several barrels, as they would likely return in the future, making it easier for them to collect water. There was no rush for now. They could take their time polishing it. For water containers, they could utilize the 2 large clam shells they had gathered the previous evening. After contemplating, he looked up at Lang Tsong. "I'll check by the river to see if there are any similar shells." Once the stone pot was polished, Lang Tsong returned with 2 shells filled with seawater. Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan had swiftly assembled a makeshift stove, positioning the pot atop it. Lin Baiyin inspected the seawater Lang Tsong had brought back. It appeared relatively clean, and he instructed Lang Tsong to pour all the seawater from the shells into the stone pot, and then begin heating it. At that moment, Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan each carried a clam shell to fetch more seawater from the sea. Lin Baiyin called out from behind, "Make sure it's clean and clear seawater." In the distance, Xiong Fei responded loudly. Curious about the pot, Lang Tsong asked, "What are you doing?" Lin Baiyin replied without turning around, "Making salt." Lang Tsong was slightly taken aback. "Is it really that simple to make salt? Is there anything else that needs to be added?" Lin Baiyin, facing the curious gaze of Lang Tsong, shook his head. As long as they continued boiling, salt should eventually emerge. This was the simplest method of extracting salt from seawater, resulting in coarse salt that could not be compared to the fine, snow-white salt typically consumed by common folk. Logically, such coarse salt should not be directly ingested, as it contained numerous impurities and harmful substances. However, they had no additional tools at their disposal. The formulas and methods for salt production had been returned to his high school teacher immediately after the college entrance examination, while he could manage tasks like piling stakes, constructing houses, building bridges, or digging tunnels. He had only a general understanding of materials like cement and limestone, having studied such subjects in university. Yet when it came to producing edible salt, Lin Baiyin could only think of filtering the coarse salt and reboiling it. He vaguely remembered that this method would still leave behind impurities such as magnesium chloride and potassium chloride. And no matter how hard the young man racked his brain for a more detailed method to eliminate these impurities, he could not recall anything further. Nonetheless, even if he knew how to extract refined salt, it was futile without the proper resources. Thus, Lin Baiyin chose not to dwell on it and focused on the more pressing matter of producing coarse salt. The male orcs tirelessly transported seawater from the shore to pour into the stone pot. They continued this process repeatedly, while Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan, feeling bored, set up a fire next to the stone pot and began cooking seafood to pass the time. Lin Baiyin joined them, peeling crabs to keep himself occupied. Gradually, as time passed, white crystals began to form at the bottom of the pot. When Lin Baiyin approached to inspect once more, he finally discerned a thin layer of salt through the clear seawater. Excitedly, he turned to Lang Tsong, waving for him to come over, exclaiming, "Come and see. It seems like we have salt." Lang Tsong's expression shifted in surprise, and he hurried over to the stone pot, followed closely by Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan, who set aside their shells to join him. With keen eyes, Lang Tsong immediately spotted the white crystals forming on the pot's wall. He reached out, pinching a bit of the crystalline substance to examine it closely before tasting it. Lang Tsong's demeanor changed. It was salty. Indeed, it was salt. He stared in astonishment at Lin Baiyin, who chuckled at his reaction, feeling a sense of pride as he winked back. "Did I told you, we won't have to worry about salt anymore." Lang Tsong turned his gaze toward the vast ocean, realizing that from now on, they would have an inexhaustible supply of salt at their disposal. Moreover, the salt they had produced was purer than any he had encountered before. In the memories of Mao Bai, salt had also existed, but the salt they consumed had a far inferior taste, leaning more towards bitterness than salinity, and was not as pristine in color, often clumping together. As Lin Baiyin observed the salt on the pot's wall, he took a pinch and ground it between his fingers, noting some small particles and impurities. However, it was already significantly better than he had anticipated, and he nodded in satisfaction. After tasting it, Xiong Fei was moved to tears, and after a moment he exclaimed, "Does this mean we will become the richest tribe on the Beastman continent?" Lin Baiyin burst into laughter at Xiong Fei's remark, replying, "That's right. We will be wealthy beasts." Xiong Fei's thoughts were not unfounded. As far as he knew, salt and beast hides were valuable commodities in the Beastman continent, essential to every tribe. Chapter 29. Brewing oyster sauce since the successful extraction of salt from seawater. The orcs had gained immense confidence. Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan immediately set about hauling 2 large stones from the forest to begin grinding. Brimming with energy, gradually, their efforts fell into a rhythm, and they aimed to collect a substantial amount of salt, sufficient to last the tribe until the end of winter, when they could return in spring. Thus, the task was quite demanding. They could not afford to linger for too long. The situation back in the tribe was unknown, and Lin Baiyin felt uneasy about the young cubs left behind. After so many days away, he longed for something furry to hold. Lin Baiyin was a worrywart at heart. While he professed to take things as they came, in practice, he fretted over various matters. Thus, after discussing with Lang Tsong, they decided to return 3 days hence, ensuring they produced enough salt in the interim. The procedure for extracting salt from seawater was straightforward, and they divided the tasks among themselves. Lin Baiyin was in charge of gathering firewood and watching over the stone pot, while Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan took turns transporting water. Lang Tsong was busy wrestling with the piece of wood he had brought back. Lin Baiyin initially intended to fashion the wood into a barrel for holding seawater, but then he suddenly remembered that they lacked containers for transporting the salt upon their return. They had only brought a piece of deer hide, and although they had acquired a few beast hides through hunting over the past few days, they were unusable without proper curing. Thus, Lin Baiyin proposed to Lang Tsong to shape the wood into a half-size barrel, which could later be covered with beast hide and carried on the backs of Ma Yuan and Lang Tsong. The group worked in cooperation, taking turns to keep watch at night, neglecting hunting in the forest. Whenever they felt hungry, they would simply gather a basket of seafood from the shore and boil it in shells. During his free time, Lin Baiyin also collected a considerable amount of kelp from the beach. Once dried, the kelp could be preserved for a long duration. They constructed a simple rack at the seaside to dry the kelp, realizing that while 3 or 4 days might not thoroughly dry it, it would suffice until they returned to the tribe for a second drying. As he gazed at the multitude of small fish and shrimp along the shoreline, Lin Baiyin felt a pang of regret. They could not take these creatures with them, and although it was autumn, they would spoil on the journey. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Instead of taking them, they could roast them dry and grind them into shrimp powder. Fish could likewise be processed into fish powder. Lin Baiyin smacked his forehead, recalling the fresh oysters they had eaten a few days prior. If they gathered more, they could return to make oyster sauce, a powerful ingredient for enhancing flavors. In Huagua, nearly every household's kitchen stocked oyster sauce. Without hesitation, Lin Baiyin returned to the grass hut, grabbing his basket and heading toward the beach. Lang Tsong, noticing his urgent movements, shot Xiong Fei, who was busy slurping shells, a glance. When Xiong Fei failed to notice him, Lang Tsong kicked him lightly, instructing him to keep an eye on the stone pot while he followed Lin Baiyin out of the hut. Lang Tsong quickly caught up with Lin Baiyin. "What are you going to do?" he inquired. Upon realizing Lang Tsong had followed him, Lin Baiyin seized the opportunity, responding, "I've thought of something delicious. I'm going to gather oysters." Shrimp powder and fish powder required drying and grinding, which was more labor-intensive than simply boiling oysters, making them a more convenient option. Therefore, Lin Baiyin decided to experiment with making oyster sauce first. The morning sea breeze carried a hint of chill, and Lin Baiyin, clad only in a piece of transformed beast hide, unconsciously rubbed his arms that he and Lang Tsong made their way toward the rocks. Where the gentle waves lapped against the shore, producing a crisp sound, he removed his makeshift grass sandals, which he had crafted from willow vines during his idle moments in the forest. Although they were rudimentary, they were far better than stepping on pebbles with bare feet. The male orcs regarded Lin Baiyin's intricately made sandals with curiosity, accustomed as they were to walking barefoot, their feet thickly calloused and largely indifferent to such matters. Lin Baiyin took the opportunity to educate them on the hazards of walking barefoot, explaining that feet could be cut or injured, and the thought of encountering unknown poisonous plants sent shivers down his spine. Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan, intimidated by Lin Baiyin's serious demeanor, imitated him, awkwardly donning a few mismatched pairs of sandals that that moment. Lin Baiyin inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of the sea breeze, gazing at the vast expanse of ocean. He felt his spirits lift. He grasped Lang Song's hand and cautiously made his way toward the rocks below. Although he hadn't intended to, Lang Song had warned him of the possibility of slipping. Reflecting on this, Lin Baiyin conceded that even though he could swim, the ocean's vastness could easily overwhelm him. It was wise to exercise caution. Together, they discovered a wealth of oysters scattered across the beach. Basking under the sun, Lin Baiyin felt a pang of regret at the sight. These oysters were essential for making the oyster sauce. "Come quickly," he called to Lang Song, retrieving a wooden bucket and a stone chisel from his basket. The chisel, with its curved shape resembling a sickle, was perfect for prying open the oysters. He crouched down and began to pry open an oyster, allowing the meat and juices to drip into the wooden bucket. Wolf Song imitated his actions, taking out his own bone knife, and began prying open the oysters. This maritime expanse had remained untouched by human feet. Perhaps the orcs had caught a fleeting glimpse of it. Yet the ocean's formidable power to engulf all deterred them from approaching. Thus, the marine life thrived in these unparalleled conditions, flourishing with abandon that on the very stretch of beach they had discovered, the oysters were densely scattered across the shore, stacked like small hills. Lin Baiyin excitedly pried at the oysters, envisioning the oyster sauce he was about to create, filled with anticipation. The duo worked with remarkable speed, and with Wolf Song's great strength. They pried open the oysters with precision. The oysters were sizable, and before long, a barrel was filled to the brim. Lin Baiyin assessed their haul and deemed it insufficient, instructing Wolf Song to return and deposit the wooden barrel before fetching another. The two were industriously occupied for a while, ultimately accumulating 3 barrels worth of oysters, including the oyster juice. Lin Baiyin opted not to use the large pot for boiling salt, as their primary objective was to return with ample salt. Condiments were merely a secondary consideration. However, they had brought along a small stone pot, which sufficed that he carefully scooped out the oyster meat from the barrel, placing it in an empty one for cleaning. Wolf Song, meanwhile, built another fire, setting up the stone pot, and Lin Baiyin tossed in the clean meat to simmer over low heat. The water used to rinse the oyster meat was not discarded. It was combined with the oyster juice and allowed to settle for a while before Lin Baiyin poured it into the pot. Chapter 30. The return journey after approximately 2 hours of simmering. Lin Baiyin retrieved the now significantly shriveled oysters, leaving only the juice to continue cooking on low heat, occasionally stirring to prevent sticking. Xiongfei approached, curious about their laborious efforts. "Priest, what delectable dish are you concocting?" Lin Baiyin looked up, wiping the sweat from his brow with a smile. "Indeed, this concoction enhances the flavor of food that I shall call it oyster sauce," upon hearing that it could elevate the taste of their meals. Xiongfei and Ma Yuan's eyes widened with excitement. Over the past few days, they had been utterly impressed by Lin Baiyin's culinary skills. The liquid in the pot, initially green, gradually thickened, and due to the pot's small size, Lin Baiyin had to add the oysters in several batches. The oysters set aside were not wasted. They were consumed as snacks as dusk fell. Lin Baiyin checked the oyster sauce, which had transformed into a thick, slightly dark, grayish-green substance. This was markedly different from the oyster sauce he had previously tasted, leading him to initially believe he had failed. However, upon tasting a sample with a stick, he found it even more delicious and flavorful than the deep brown sauces he was familiar with. Though its appearance was less than appealing, he concluded there was no issue with the method he employed, that he speculated that the deep brown sauces might have been caramelized. Fortunately, the outcome was satisfactory, and Lin Baiyin decided not to dwell on it. Having adapted to his new environment, he realized that striving for perfection akin to what he previously knew was impractical. After all, he was not a professional condiment maker. He took out some cleaner salt and sprinkled it into the stone pot. While the sauce already had some saltiness, he preferred to err on the side of caution and added a bit more. After mixing in the salt, he tasted it again and deemed it ready. With delight, he poured the oyster sauce into a specially crafted small wooden barrel, which he had asked Wolf Song to help him create. The interior of the barrel's opening featured spiral grooves, and a lid fit perfectly to seal it tightly with a simple twist that resembled an old mineral water bottle, albeit rougher and less sturdy, requiring an additional layer of bee skin for reinforcement. From the 3 large barrels of oysters, he had managed to produce merely this small barrel of oyster sauce. which he estimated weighed around 5 pounds. Considering they had brought back at least 60 to 70 pounds of oysters, Lin Baiyin clicked his tongue, lamenting the absurd ratio. Clutching the freshly made oyster sauce, he ran to join Wolfsong and the others, joyfully presenting the small barrel. "Look, I have created oyster sauce." Lin Baiyin's face radiated with joy. This outing had proven worthwhile. Not only had he harvested 5 or 6 pounds of Sichuan peppercorns, but he also now possessed a barrel of oyster sauce. The effort expended for such a small yield underscored Lin Baiyin's determination to enhance their culinary experience in this beastly world. Xiong Fei leaned forward with eager anticipation, only to find a viscous, greenish substance that he wrinkled his nose, cautiously inquiring, "Priest, is this truly edible?" Above all, he was more concerned about the possibility of poisoning from consuming it. Lin Baiyin reassured him, "It merely looks unappealing. Once we return to the tribe, I will prepare dishes for you using it. Stir-fried vegetables will be delicious." Stir-fried vegetables? What kind of dish is that? The male orcs did not harbor high hopes, as they preferred meat over the bitter greens. Noticing their puzzled expressions, Lin Baiyin scratched his head and, seeing that there was still some oyster sauce left in the pot, declared, "You all continue to boil salt here. I will venture into the woods to see if I can find mushrooms or wild vegetables." After indulging in a seafood feast for so long, Lin Baiyin felt it was time for some appetizing side dishes. With a small advantage at hand, Lin Baiyin quickly found a vegetable known as large-leaf greens in the forest. He discovered a few mushrooms and fortuitously stumbled upon several wild scallions. Returning to the grass hut, he cleaned the large-leaf greens, sautéed them with the wild scallions, added the mushrooms, and finally drizzled the freshly made oyster sauce over the top. The aroma was instantly released, causing Xiong Fei to involuntarily sniff the air, momentarily distracted from his task of boiling salt. Wolfsong had already drawn close to Lin Baiyin, intently observing the mushroom and vegetable dish simmering in the stone pot. Lin Baiyin picked up a piece of large-leaf greens and tasted it. The greens were crisp, the mushrooms succulent and juicy, imbued with the essence of seafood. Wolfsong, who typically shunned vegetables for their bitterness, now relished the dish, devouring it without pause. Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan vowed never to question Baiyin priest's actions again. Everything he did was undoubtedly justified by the third day sunset. They had spent a full 3 days in this place, their salt supply filling 6 large barrels, ample enough to sustain them until spring arrived that it was time to return home. As Lin Baiyin observed Wolfsong's fatigue and was struck by the realization that despite having been here for merely 10 days, he had come to regard that dilapidated cave as his home, that they took turns boiling salt. The exhaustion was palpable. After nightfall, they poured the last batch of salt into the barrels, following a discussion with Wolfsong. He signaled the return journey. Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan were thrilled, eager to return to their tribe. The next morning, as the sun rose, piercing the mist over the ocean, a new day began. Lin Baiyin cut the deer hide into smaller pieces, tightly wrapping the barrels with vine to prevent any salt from spilling. The deer hide was insufficient, so he improvised with a piece of unprocessed sheepskin. He fashioned a simple saddle from vines, securing it to Wolfsong and Ma Yuan. Xiong Fei, whose beast form was unsuitable for a saddle, received a large backpack instead. Though the shape was somewhat rough due to time constraints, it was functional enough. He placed his oyster sauce into the large backpack, along with the Sichuan peppercorns he had gathered and the unprocessed beast skins and seaweed. To his surprise, the seemingly random assortment of items filled the backpack to the brim. Once everything was packed, he extinguished the fire completely, ensuring it would not reignite. Turning to the male orcs, he beamed, "Let us return home." The transformed male orcs responded with enthusiastic roars. Homeward bound, Lin Baiyin, in the form of a small cat, pranced among the male orcs, occasionally flicking his tail playfully. The route they took this time differed from the last. Their initial search for the ocean had consumed considerable time. Thus, the previous night, he and Wolfsong meticulously reviewed the path they would take. And with Wolfsong's keen sense of direction, they swiftly found a shorter route. Chapter 31. The priestess' responsibilities. Wolfsong's sense of direction was no mere boast. He appeared to be a natural leader, navigating confidently, as if he had a mental map from only one previous journey, that if we follow this path, it should take us approximately 2 sunsets to reach the vicinity of the tribe. Wolfsong indicated, pointing at the map Lin Baiyin had sketched on the ground. The map was based on Wolf Song's description, refined by Lin Baiyin. The young man gazed in astonishment at Wolf Song's unwavering certainty. You can interpret what I've drawn? Wolf Song tilted his head in confusion, unaware of his own arrogance. That of course. Is it really that difficult to understand? He earnestly explained, at first, I struggled with your symbols. But your drawing resembles it quite well. The youth, hailing from a background in architectural engineering and possessing a modicum of artistic knowledge, found himself at a loss as to whether he should feel envy or jealousy. Observing the perplexed expressions of his companions, Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan, who were still scratching their heads in confusion, he realized the answer lay in their shared predicament. However, having previously sketched a map proved advantageous, for they had not lost their way again. Thus, upon nearing the tribe, they arrived precisely as Wolf Song had described, spending nearly 2 days on their journey. As they reached the tribal vicinity, dusk was settling in. And at the cave entrance, Tu Lin was diligently working alongside Huing to prepare animal hides that Chu Qing and Yang Yi were tending to a stone pot, seemingly brewing a meat stew. The keen-eyed female beast-man, Shi Yang, who was sharpening a stone drill outside the entrance, was the first to sense the approaching footsteps. With a cautious lift of her head, her single-eyed visage appeared somewhat fierce. Yet when the leading white wolf came into view, a look of joy illuminated Shi Yang's face, and she called out loudly to the beast-men within the cave, Come quickly, the chief and the shaman have returned. Upon hearing her exclamation, the other beast-men turned in unison, their faces alight with joy. Tu Lin, unable to contain his excitement, dropped the hide he was working on and rushed forward, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at Lin Baiyin. How was it? You weren't injured, were you? The salt-seeking team had been gone for nearly 10 days, and Tu Lin had been on edge the entire time, fearing for their safety. The longer they were away, the more anxious he became, leading him to regret not sending additional male beastmen with them. Had it not been for Niu Lai's repeated assurances, he might have ventured out in search of them himself. In Tu Lin's eyes, they had finally acquired a new territory, complete with a chief and a shaman. That it was no exaggeration to say that for their nascent tribe, Wolf Song and Lin Baiyin were the most pivotal figures. Thus, upon witnessing their return, Tu Lin twirled Lin Baiyin around several times, scrutinizing him closely. Only when he confirmed that the youth bore no evident injuries did he breathe a sigh of relief. By the grace of the beast god, thank goodness you have returned safely. Then he recalled the most pressing matter, his gaze fixed eagerly on Lin Baiyin, fingers trembling slightly in fear of an unfavorable answer. The tribe had run out of salt 2 days prior, and if they had failed to procure any this time, Tu Lin shuddered to think how they would endure the winter. Observing Tu Lin's anxious demeanor, Lin Baiyin refrained from teasing him, displaying a bright smile and pointing to the 3 male beastmen behind him who had not yet transformed into human form. Uncle Tu Lin, we found salt. It's all in the barrels behind. You should take a look. The youth spoke. The beastmen, drawn by his words, flocked around the trio of male beastmen. That Tu Lin, unable to contain his excitement, hurried toward them. Lin Baiyin gleefully lifted the hide off the top of the barrel, revealing a mound of pristine white salt that dazzled Tu Lin's eyes. The beastmen, drawn closer, erupted in jubilant cheers. We have salt. The chief and the shaman have brought back so much salt. Tu Lin, exhilarated, gazed at the 6 large barrels brimming with salt, each towering to his thigh. That he pinched a grain of salt and tasted it, his eyes widening in astonishment. This salt surpassed any he had previously encountered in flavor. Trembling fingers peeled back the lids of each barrel, confirming they were all filled to the brim with salt. As white as the snowflakes of winter, the beast god above, the shaman and chief have brought us an abundance of salt, enough to see us through this frigid winter. Tu Lin exclaimed, lifting a handful of salt high above his head for all to see. Then he knelt before Lin Baiyin and Wolf Song, clasping his hands in reverence as he proclaimed loudly, O beast god, grant us the guiding light of the shaman. The Tsang Yin tribe shall remain forever loyal to our chief and shaman, that we are grateful for the blessings of the beast god. The other beastmen, witnessing Tu Lin's submission, followed suit, kneeling before the pair in unison, chanting their gratitude. Lin Baiyin, somewhat flustered by the sight of the numerous beastmen kneeling before him, noticed even those who had previously been his companions, such as Lu Xiao and Hu Qing. Bowing their heads in reverence, that he hurried forward, intending to assist Tu Lin to his feet, But Wolfsong swiftly grasped the youth's wrist, silently shaking his head. From Wolfsong's gaze, Lin Baiyin seemed to glean an understanding. The role of a shaman was not merely to alleviate the tribulations of the tribe, it served as a spiritual anchor for the beastmen. A beacon of hope. Having just weathered a calamity, the beastmen, now seeking stability, needed a source of motivation to propel them forward. That in this moment, Lin Baiyin, having awakened his shamanic abilities, became their most profound emotional support. Following Wolfsong's unspoken guidance, the youth cleared his throat and composed himself, feigning a calm demeanor as he said, "There is no cause for concern. The beast god protects the Song Yin tribe. And our days will surely improve." That he gestured for everyone to rise and return to their tasks. Finally, Lin Baiyin mimicked the gestures of shamans from his previous life, offering a warm smile. "Yes, shaman," Tu Lin replied, seemingly relieved as he rose first, prompting the other beastmen to follow suit. He then turned, instructing the male beastmen to transport the 6 large barrels of salt back into the cave. As they walked, the beastmen excitedly discussed, "Did you see the salt the shaman brought back? I've never seen such pure salt. Indeed, it's as beautiful as snow. Wonderful. Our tribe will not lack for salt this winter." Once the majority of the tribe had departed, Tu Lin turned to Lin Baiyin, his gaze softening. "That I'm glad you didn't immediately help me up." The youth, reassured by Tu Lin's unchanged demeanor, sighed in relief, though he furrowed his brow, wearing a puzzled expression. "Uncle Tu Lin, what are you doing? I'm completely bewildered." Noticing Lin Baiyin's discomfort, Tu Lin sighed gently, realizing the youth's confusion. Perhaps it was due to Lin Baiyin's sudden awakening of shamanic gifts. He lacked the composure of those groomed from a young age to inherit the role of shaman. He was unaware that being a shaman encompassed a multitude of responsibilities, including the need to soothe the emotions of the tribe during crises. That Tu Lin questioned whether binding Lin Baiyin to the role of shaman was the right course of action. Yet circumstances left him no alternatives. "You still have much to learn," he said, affectionately tapping Lin Baiyin's forehead. Lin Baiyin chuckled softly, but said nothing. He was merely a faux shaman, a remnant spirit from another world, fortunate enough to possess a wealth of knowledge that had been exaggerated into the notion of divine blessing. That as for the existence of the beast god, it remained an enigma for them. Wolfsong approached, observing the youth's clear eyes. "That it's all right. He's quite intelligent. That I believe he will undoubtedly become a competent shaman in time." Tu Lin, heartened by this, felt hopeful. Indeed, he believed Lin Baiyin had already demonstrated the fundamental abilities of a shaman. At the very least, the skills Lin Baiyin possessed had never been exhibited by the elder shamans in his previous tribe. The group continued to share tales of the tribe's life within the cave over the past few days. Although Tu Lin had previously served merely as a leader of the gathering team, his leadership capabilities were beyond doubt. While Wolfsong and Lin Baiyin sought salt outside, Tu Lin and the others had not remained idle. They had been busy digging for bamboo shoots, cooking, drying, and foraging for chestnuts and potatoes. The male beastmen accompanied Hu Qiu and Niu Lai on hunts, while others followed Hu Jiang to cut bamboo for roofing and crafting baskets. After the earth had settled and the heavy rains had abated, the wildlife in the mountains began to flourish once more, and the male beastmen were no longer devoid of sustenance, making their hunts far more spirited than in the past. They had begun to amass a modest stock of food. Feeling elated by the news, Lin Baiyin was relieved that Tu Lin and the others were faring well in the tribe. Suddenly, he felt a tug at his leg. Looking down, he saw a beautifully patterned calico kitten clinging to him, its wet eyes gazing up at him. Upon noticing his gaze, the kitten tilted its head and rubbed its little head against Lin Baiyin's calf. "Meow, Cat by Gidge, you're finally back." Not only the kitten, but all the little cubs in the cave had gathered around Lin Baiyin, surrounding him completely. Some of the little ones were playfully nudging Lin Baiyin, as if longing for a warm embrace. Having just observed the adult's stern demeanor, they had hesitated to approach, but now, seeing that there were few people around the young man, they hurriedly tumbled over to Lin Baiyin in a flurry. During his time in the cave, the young man had always enjoyed playing with the little cubs, exuding a gentle and serene aura that endeared him to them all. Each little creature adored their elder priest. Surrounded by a throng of fluffy little ones, the young man's heart melted into a puddle of affection. Unable to resist, he stretched out his hands, enveloping 4 or 5 cubs, including the small kitten Xia. In a warm embrace, he buried his head among them, taking a deep breath. "Ah, bliss! Who could possibly refuse the pleas of a group of fluffy beings seeking comfort? Certainly not him. The cubs, thinking Lin Baiyan was playing with them, erupted into fits of giggles that it seemed the tribe had been faring well these past few days, as the little ones were lively and full of energy. The other cubs that had not been embraced by the young man bounced around below, attempting to capture Lin Baiyan's attention. Consequently, he gently set down the cubs in his arms, affectionately ruffling their little heads. "Have you all been well-behaved in the tribe?" he inquired. "Meow, meow, of course, we are very obedient. Roar, we help Grandpa Tulin with his work. Oh, we carry stones for Grandpa Holin." Each little cub puffed out their chests, eagerly gazing at the fragrant priest brother. "Wow, you all are truly amazing." Although the young man could not fully comprehend the cubs' baby talk, he earnestly praised them. Tulin, witnessing Lin Baiyan's delightful interaction with the little ones, chuckled and remarked, "You seem to adore the cubs, Baiyan." Lin Baiyan nodded vigorously. "I do. I absolutely love them. They are so fluffy and soft, so sweet and docile, perfectly delightful to cuddle. Well, when you grow up, make sure to have one of your own," Tulin casually suggested. Upon hearing Tulin's words, the young man nearly choked on his own saliva, astonished as he looked at Tulin. "Have one of my own?" Tulin, puzzled, asked. "What's wrong? Did I say something amiss?" The young man hurriedly shook his head. No, it's nothing. "Uncle Tulin, you go ahead with your tasks. I'll play with the cubs for a while," that he urged Tulin to leave. Once Tulin departed, the young man unconsciously envisioned himself with a rounded belly, a shiver running down his spine as he felt a wave of dread wash over him. Good heavens, how could he have forgotten this? He was currently inhabiting the body of a sub-beastman. At that moment, Lin Baiyan finally confronted the terrifying reality he had deliberately overlooked. He had transformed into a man capable of bearing children. The young man slapped his face, instinctively grabbing a little tiger cub and squeezing it tightly to calm his nerves. "That ain't no need to panic. It's still a long way off," he reassured himself. "Besides, I could choose not to find a partner. That way, I wouldn't get pregnant," he consoled himself. Observing the young man's face shift from red to pale, Lang Tsong, standing nearby, was oblivious to Lin Baiyan's thoughts, but noted the flicker of fear in his eyes. He approached the young man and softly inquired, "What troubles you? You don't seem well." Startled, the young man instinctively tightened his hold on the little tiger cub, hastily shaking his head that "It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired. After so many days of exhaustion, I think I'll rest for a bit. That ain't no need to call me for meals," he declared, leading the group of cubs back to the cave. The salt brought back by Lang Tsong and the others was soon added to the bubbling meat stew. After 2 days, the beastmen were finally able to enjoy salt again. Some of the more sensitive ones, after tasting the broth, were brought to tears, exclaiming, "This soup is absolutely delicious. Indeed, this is the best salt I've ever had." Though the salt Lin Baiyan and the others had brought back was somewhat clumpy and mixed with minor impurities, this was due to their lack of proper tools and the hurried collection process. Overall, the quality still surpassed that of the common salt found on the Beastman continent. After dinner, the young man leaned against a large stone outside the cave, gazing blankly at the starry sky. Noticing the young man's persistent melancholy, Lang Tsong pondered that it had likely begun since the discussion of having offspring. Unsure of what thoughts occupied Lin Baiyan's mind, he shifted into beast form and sprinted swiftly through the woods. The wolf clan's speed allowing for clear sight even in the dark that in no time. He found what he was searching for, expending effort to catch a few fireflies, wrapping them in deer skin that they had previously used to gather salt. Their tribe was still quite small with limited resources, so they had always operated on the understanding of communal ownership. Everything they found temporarily belonged to the tribe, with food distributed uniformly. However, this time, as they had ventured out in search of salt, the tribe would usually offer some form of reward. Yet with one being the chief and the other the priest, neither felt it appropriate to ask directly. Tulin would likely remember this matter, and then they could request the deer skin for future use. Lang Tsong carefully tied the opening of the deer skin pouch with a beast hide string before transforming back into beast form, carrying the pouch in his mouth as he dashed back to the cave. Upon his return, he indeed found Lin Baiyan still lying on the stone. Lost in thought, he approached, the deer skin pouch clutched in his mouth, presenting it to Lin Baiyan. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a massive furry wolf head nudging his arm, Lin Baiyan turned to see Lang Tsong. Having grown accustomed to the imposing forms of the beastmen over these days, he no longer reacted with fear as he once had. "What is it?" He tilted his head, looking quizzically at Lang Tsong. With the pouch in his mouth, Lang Tsong couldn't speak, so he nudged Lin Baiyin again, pushing the pouch forward. Understanding Lang Tsong's intent, Lin Baiyin accepted the pouch, opening it to reveal a flurry of glowing fireflies dancing around him. "Fireflies? Did you catch all of these?" Lin Baiyin exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Lang Tsong nodded his fluffy head in affirmation, sitting obediently, his front paws resting between his hind legs. Overcome with affection, Lin Baiyin couldn't help but feel an urge to rub the wolf's ears. However, he restrained himself, offering a gentle smile. "Thank you, they are beautiful." "Oh, well, I'm glad you like them," Lang Tsong replied, feeling a surge of happiness at the sight of Lin Baiyin's smile. Without understanding why, he instinctively shook his ears, noticing Lin Baiyin's gaze linger on him. His throat tightening slightly. For reasons unknown, Lang Tsong presented his fluffy wolf head closer to Lin Baiyin, a clear invitation in his actions. Lin Baiyin's eyes widened in surprise as he uncertainly asked, "Are you saying I can pet you?" Lang Tsong, feigning nonchalance, nodded before being enveloped in the young man's embrace. Just as he had with the little tiger cub, Lin Baiyin buried his face deep into Lang Tsong's fur, inhaling the comforting scent while nuzzling against the soft coat. Overwhelmed by the immense fluffiness before him, all fears and anxieties vanished from his mind. Now, all that filled his heart and vision was the inviting warmth of the giant wolf. "You know, the larger ones are far more satisfying to snuggle with. What a delight," he thought, exhilarated by the unexpected intimacy. Little did he expect that he would have a chance to cuddle a wolf so closely. Although Lin Baiyin himself was a small, furry beast man, the thrill of embracing another was unmatched, but he had been envious of Lang Tsong's large wolf form for quite some time. A magnificent white wolf, akin to a beloved pet. Earlier, while searching for salt, Lin Baiyin had struggled to suppress the urge to bury his face in the wolf's fur, feeling out of place as a male beast man with a sub-beastman. But now, the situation was entirely different, as Lang Tsong had invited him into this intimate moment, and he felt justified in indulging himself. Lang Tsong was initially taken aback by the proximity of the sub-beastman, but soon found himself enveloped in the warmth of Lin Baiyin's presence. A tingling sensation coursed through him, igniting a rapid heartbeat that he could hardly conceal. Thankfully, in his beast form, it was less noticeable. Allowing Lin Baiyin to indulge in his affection, Lang Tsong reclined against the stone, permitting the young man to savor the moment. After a while, Lin Baiyin reluctantly pulled away, only to meet Lang Tsong's approving gaze. Remembering how he had buried himself in the wolf's fur, Lin Baiyin's fair cheeks flushed crimson, and he sat up straight, pretending to fan himself. "It's quite warm today, isn't it?" Upon uttering these words, Lin Baiyin, in a moment of frustration, lightly tapped his lips. That it was already October, and yet the heat persisted. Witnessing this, Lang Tsong chuckled softly. He transformed into his human form and seated himself beside Lin Baiyin, tilting his head to observe the young man's fair and delicate visage. "Are you feeling a bit happier now?" Lin Baiyin gazed at him in surprise. "So you caught these fireflies to cheer me up?" Upon hearing this, Lang Tsong coughed involuntarily, his gaze diverting from Lin Baiyin. "I noticed how much you enjoyed them by the sea." Initially, he had intended to use them to placate Lin Baiyin after inadvertently upsetting him. But once they had reconciled, the young man had already let go of his anger, leaving Lang Tsong without a reason to gift him the fireflies. Lang Tsong did not delve into why he felt compelled to concoct justifications for presenting Lin Baiyin with gifts. He instinctively overlooked the peculiarities of his recent behavior, that he bore a heavy load of responsibilities and missions, and the time was not ripe for him to entertain such frivolous thoughts. Moreover, it was still too early. From Lin Baiyin's expression earlier that afternoon, he surmised that the young man might be apprehensive about bearing offspring. "It's all right. Baiyin is still young, but he is but a cub, at an age when he should be free from worries and indulge in play." Their tribe had just been established. There was much to be done, and he could afford to wait this moment. Lang Tsong had seemingly forgotten his earlier vow to cultivate a successor for the tribe and the notion of leaving without fulfilling that promise. The youth recalled the twinkling lights that had danced around him moments ago, softening his demeanor. "I truly do appreciate it. Thank you." He merely needed a moment to recalibrate his perspectives, and he had now accepted the reality of the situation. Lin Baiyin had not anticipated that Lang Tsong would discern his emotions and go to such lengths to capture a multitude of fireflies for him. Indeed, had they now crossed the threshold into friendship? The oblivious Lin Baiyin mused happily. Friends that on an early autumn night, with the remnants of summer still lingering, the two basked in the gentle evening breeze, admiring the star-studded sky. Lang Song turned to gaze at Lin Baiyin, whose clear and fair features were softened by the misty ambience. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Chapter 34. The hunting season in the tribe's early morning, just as dawn broke. Hu Qiu led Xiong Fei and several other beastmen to the eastern river to fetch water, facilitating Hu Qing and the others in their cooking endeavors. Meanwhile, those responsible for preparing the meals, Hu Qing and several sub-beastmen, had already commenced their tasks. They procured fire from the embers in the cave and ignited the stone pots, retrieving some beast meat and wild vegetables from their food storage to begin boiling a hearty soup. At this stage, food supplies were scarce, necessitating only 2 meals a day, breakfast in the morning and dinner in the evening. The morning repast was slightly more sumptuous, as it needed to sustain the beastmen through their day's labor. With enough salt now available, Hu Qing, still accustomed to their previous scarcity, sprinkled only a modest amount. Upon returning from washing up, Lin Baiyin stumbled upon Hu Qing and the others preparing breakfast. The memory of the Sichuan pepper he had previously gathered flooded back, and he rummaged through the large basket Xiong Fei had brought back. After some time, he finally unearthed his sizable stash of peppercorns that he held out a small handful to Hu Qing and the others, saying, "This is Sichuan pepper. It's a seasoning that can help eliminate the gamey flavor in the meat soup." Yang Yi looked curiously at the small stone-like peppercorns in the young man's hand and remarked with a smile, "Priest, you truly know so much. That spicy herb you had to search for made the soup quite delectable to be. By the way, while searching for the spicy herb, I discovered a white object that had a flavor akin to the spicy herb. I wonder if it's edible." Yang Yi slapped his forehead and dashed back into the cave, returning shortly with a small, white, purplish ball in hand. "This resembles the leaves of the spicy herb, but it bears fruit. I had the foresight to bring a little back to ask if you recognize it," he said, handing the object to Lin Baiyin. As Yang Yi spoke, Lin Baiyin had already formed a vague hypothesis. When the garlic was finally revealed, he was overwhelmed with joy, nearly moved to tears. His eyes widened as he fixated on the item in Yang Ye's hand. He accepted it, eagerly peeling away the outer skin to reveal the tender white cloves within. Lin Baiyin embraced Yang Yi tightly, elated to the point of tears. "Yang Yi, you are incredible." Yang Yi, feeling a bit bashful, replied, "I'm just glad to assist the priest. That is this really useful?" Lin Baiyin nodded vigorously. "Of course, it's extraordinarily useful." Outside of his duties, the young man seldom indulged in personal hobbies. His leisure time consisted mainly of cooking at home and watching films. Heaven knows that since his arrival in this place, he had been thrust into chaos, lacking even the means to prepare a proper meal. Now, however, his collection of seasonings was gradually coming together, enabling him to enjoy a meal that resembled something decent. After breakfast, the beastmen prepared for a day of labor. Lang Song had assessed the tribe's food supply the previous night. With the meat and vegetables combined, they could barely sustain everyone for 5 days. The duration of the snow season would be considerably longer. Historically, the snow season lasted approximately 10 10-day periods, though we must store enough food for at least 12 10-day periods, having secured the tribe's most pressing need for salt. Their next task was to amass enough food to endure the entire snow season. Lin Baiyin pondered Lang Song's words that if that's the case, the snow season here should last around 3 months. Similar to that of Blue Star, that we can dig up more potatoes. They are excellent for preservation during the snow season. Given that Rabbit Forest still had a surplus, Lin Baiyin speculated that it must be a veritable mountain of potatoes. Additionally, dried bamboo shoots can be stored for quite a while, and they taste delightful. A bit of soaking renders them ready to eat. Lang Song also recalled the potatoes Lin Baiyin had discovered days prior, recognizing them as a truly remarkable food that could satiate one's hunger. However, after some contemplation, he shook his head slightly. "It won't be enough. Even if we exhaust the potato mountain, it won't suffice for our needs. And besides, you expressed a desire to save some for planting, didn't you?" He remembered Lin Baiyin's earlier thoughts about cultivating potatoes. Lang Song surveyed the beastmen in the cave and declared solemnly, "From today onward, the hunting season of the Tsangyan tribe officially commences. On the beastman continent, there are 2 primary hunting periods: the onset of spring and the waning of autumn. Yes, spring heralds the awakening of flora and fauna. It signifies the beginning of the year. The beastman continent is no exception. The more food they procure during this time, the less they need to worry about hunger through the snow season. The autumn hunting season serves the purpose of stockpiling sufficient provisions to survive the snow season, which is a time of harvest. Any diligent and earnest beastman can find an abundance of edible food within the mountains and forests. I will lead the majority of the male beastmen on the hunt while also surveying our territory, Lang Tsong informed Lin Baiyin, noting that this would alleviate some pressure on the tribe by taking the bulk of the able-bodied males away for a time. Hunting season? Is it not a bit late to commence now? Lin Baiyin recalled that the hunting season should already be nearing its end. Lang Tsong, clearly aware of this, reassured him, "Fear not. By the time we return, the game will have increased." Though it paled in comparison to the abundance he had experienced while hunting with his father on the grasslands, it was nonetheless a promising prospect. Lin Baiyin, unfamiliar with the intricacies of hunting, inquired, "How long will it take?" Lang Tsong calculated briefly, "Approximately 1.5 10-day periods." Lin Baiyin nodded thoughtfully, "That's half a month, isn't it? Will it really take that long?" Lang Tsong explained, "We also need to inspect our nearby territory." In principle, since they had established a tribe here, the land within 10 sunsets surrounding the tribe should belong to them, that he intended to seize this opportunity to familiarize the male beastmen with the general terrain and ascertain whether other tribes inhabited the vicinity. However, with the northern snow season being particularly frigid, the further north they ventured, the scarcer the traces of beastmen became, as most would not survive in such conditions. Nevertheless, the possibility remained, and if they encountered any, they could plan accordingly. Lin Baiyin bit his lip. "Then I'll prepare some food for you, to no need." "We will hunt," Lang Tsong replied. His primary objective was to alleviate the tribe's burdens, not to take additional provisions with them. Lin Baiyin understood the necessity of surveying their territory. "All right, rest assured that I will await your return at the tribe, and you need not worry about the cubs. I will take good care of our kin." The youth's eyes involuntarily reflected a hint of reluctance, but he felt an instinctive reliance on Lang Tsong, as they had spent the most time together. The thought of their absence for half a month left him feeling hollow. Lang Tsong observed the longing in the young man's gaze, and a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. Akin to a gentle scratch from a kitten's paw, he reached out and tousled Lin Baiyin's light brown hair. "Do not worry. All will be well. And take care of yourself as well." In the depths of his heart, Lang Tsong softly mused as Chapter 35, Collaboration, unfolded. Thus, the matter was settled. Lang Tsong entrusted 3 adult male beastmen to guard the tribe while he departed with the remaining warriors, leaving behind the expectant gazes of the other tribesmen and the younglings. Lang Yin gazed enviously at the departing hunting party, dreaming that one day, when he grew capable of hunting, he too would join their ranks. Lin Baiyin, mistakenly believing Lang Yin was reluctant to part with Lang Tsong, approached and tousled his tousled hair, reassuring him, "Do not worry. They will surely return safely." Little Wolf Yun, with a serious expression, gazed intently at him, declaring, "I am not worried. Hunting is something every male beastman eagerly anticipates. This signified their growth into formidable warriors capable of facing danger. One day, I shall grow to be as strong as brother Lang Tsong. Nay, I shall surpass him." Lang Yun clenched his small fist, harboring grand aspirations within his youthful heart. Beside him, several young wolf cubs mirrored Lang Yun's determination, gnashing their tiny teeth and emitting a few high-pitched howls. The young man chuckled at the eager demeanor of the little cubs, kneeling down to affectionately ruffle their fluffy ears. The first step to becoming a powerful male beastman warrior is to adapt to your human form, is it not? He was aware that each of these cubs had already learned to transform, yet they persisted in maintaining their beast forms daily. After all, 2 legs could not compete with 4 in terms of speed. The expressions of the little cubs froze. They averted their gazes from Lin Baiyin, staring at the sky and the ground, refusing to meet his eyes. Amused yet exasperated, the young man admonished the group of cubs who dared not look him in the eye. "Lang Yun, ensure they learn to walk properly these days. If they keep running about in beast form, I fear they might forget how to walk when they eventually transform." Lang Yun frowned at the cubs on the ground. Nodding in agreement, the elder brother priest was right. These cubs had indeed mastered their transformations, yet it was unreasonable for them to remain in beast form all day. Narrowing his eyes, he regarded them with growing intensity. One little wolf cub, Lang Mu, keenly sensed Lang Yun's gaze and mustered the courage to howl at him. "B-Boss, that little sub-beastman, Mao Xia, always stays in beast form." The other cubs chimed in with their own howls of agreement. They dared to use Mao Xia as an example, indicating that their recent days had been too comfortable. Lang Yin clenched his fists and approached each of them, stating firmly, "You are not to speak of this in front of Mao Xia. Understood?" Huh. She cannot understand our wolf language. The sounds emitted in beast form could only be comprehended by those of the same kind. Lang Yun maintained a stern expression, asserting, "She may not understand, but you are not to speak ill of her. She is a sub-beastman, and we male beastmen must protect and respect sub-beastmen. Besides, it's not that she cannot transform. She simply requires more time." The little cubs, sensing Lang Yun's serious demeanor, murmured in soft agreement. We understand, we understand." Mao Xia already felt guilty about her inability to transform, believing herself to be a burden that if she heard such remarks, that little crybaby would undoubtedly hide away and weep. Lang Yun instinctively recalled the tearful gaze of Mao Xia. Little Mao Xia had always been obedient and gentle. When she cried, she did not make a fuss but curled up and quietly shed her tears. The juxtaposition of that little crybaby with the robust, carefree cubs before him was particularly irksome that he raised his hand, directing them aside. "Go over there and transform into your human forms to learn how to walk." Lin Baiyan watched as Lang Yun, with a sense of maturity, scolded the little cubs that he patted Lang Yun's shoulder, remarking, "Who would have thought our little Lang Yun is quite the gentleman?" The half-grown cubs looked at the young man with confusion. "What is a gentleman?" Lin Baiyan chuckled awkwardly. "That's not important. What matters is that our little Lang Yun understands the importance of protecting and respecting sub-beastmen, which is commendable." Lang Yun's fair face flushed slightly at the compliment, and he turned away, appearing somewhat proud, retorting, "I simply don't want that little crybaby, Mao Xia, to hear and start crying again." "Well, regardless, thank you on behalf of little Mao Xia," Lin Baiyan said with a smile. Lang Yun huffed in a somewhat awkward manner. "I'm off to watch them run." The young man gazed upon Lang Yun's retreating figure with a gentle, indulgent expression, with the hunting party already departed. The beast men remaining in the cave were not idle. Lin Baiyan gathered everyone together. There are a total of 48 tribesmen remaining, including the little cubs who cannot work, leaving us with 40. Lin Baiyan addressed the assembled beast men. "The hunting party has gone to seek more food for the winter, and those of us in the cave must not remain idle. While most here are sub-beastmen, we must not allow ourselves to be outdone by the hunting party." Upon hearing this, the sub-beastmen voiced their agreement loudly. "Indeed, our gathering team is just as capable as the hunting team." The young man nodded in satisfaction. Motivation was essential, as it brought hope for survival. From today onward, the beastmen in the cave will be divided into 3 groups. The first group will gather bamboo shoots and potatoes. 10 adult sub-beastmen will be chosen to form 2 teams, led by Uncle Tu Lin and Yang Yi. There are 16 adult sub-beastmen in total, so 10 divided into 2 teams means 5 per team. Uncle Tu Lin has ample gathering experience, and Yang Yi is meticulous. I have full confidence in their leadership. Yang Yi felt uneasy. He had not anticipated becoming a leader of the gathering team. He anxiously looked at Lin Baiyan. "I have never led a gathering team before. Can I do it?" Lin Baiyan encouraged him. "Of course you can. Weren't you the one who discovered the garlic before? And when we were gathering bamboo shoots, everyone you dug was perfectly intact. Besides, you have Uncle Tu Lin with you. You can ask him if you are uncertain about anything." As Yang Yi met Lin Baiyan's gaze, he suddenly felt a sense of calmness wash over him. Though still somewhat apprehensive, he was eager to try. He felt an unprecedented sense of confidence and responsibility that "I will do my best," Yang Yi declared, emboldened. Lin Baiyan smiled and nodded. The second group consisted of Grandma Shi Yang and Grandpa Ho Lin. They would continue weaving baskets and making curtains under the guidance of Hu Jiang. This time, Hu Jiang had been left behind as well. In Lin Baiyan's view, Hu Jiang's crafting skills far surpassed his hunting abilities. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Since there were areas of expertise, why not focus on those? Upon hearing that he would be continuing basket weaving, Hu Jiang's eyes lit up as he eagerly nodded. Ever since Lin Baiyan had encouraged him to specialize in handicrafts, he felt he had finally found his niche. Beside him, Hu Ying was equally thrilled for her brother. Chapter 36. Excavating the Cave. Mao Yu, having listened for a long time without receiving any instructions, grew anxious. "What about us? What shall we do, brother priest?" Lin Baiyan could not help but smile as he patted Mao Yu's small head. "You shall also contribute. You'll assist your brother priest, and together we will tidy up the cave beautifully." How does that sound? Mao Yu enthusiastically responded, no problem. The remaining beastmen, who had not been assigned tasks, formed the third group. You shall follow me, and we will excavate a few more caves. The items in the cave were increasing, making it feel crowded. However, Lin Baiyin had no plans to allocate labor for building houses just yet. After all, addressing the issue of sustenance was paramount, though expanding the cave by carving out a few small passages on either side was a feasible endeavor. For now, this is the plan. Does anyone have any questions? No problems. We will follow the priest. Absolutely. Uncle Tu Lin gazed upon the young man with a mix of pride and reassurance amidst the crowd of beastmen. As Lang Tsong had said, give Baiyin a little time, and he would grow into a competent priest. Lin Baiyin had already observed the cave they resided in. It faced south and was situated at the base of a relatively gentle cliff, resembling a high stone mountain. Opposite the cave lay a forest. The cave's interior boasted sturdy stone walls, appearing to be naturally formed rather than manually excavated. However, how to excavate was a serious matter. Before commencing work, Lin Baiyin diligently circled around a significant portion of the stone mountain. The male beastmen left behind to guard the tribe included Xiong Fei, Niu Lai, and another leopard-shaped beastman, Bao Lu. Among the three, Niu Lai and Bao Lu were more reserved, observing the priest with curiosity as he led them about. Xiong Fei, somewhat perplexed, having previously accompanied Lin Baiyin to seek salt, and thus familiar with him, finally spoke, "Priest, what are we doing?" Lin Baiyin replied with a playful gravity, "Just taking a stroll to see what the stone mountain looks like." The male beastmen were momentarily taken aback by this response. The young man then chuckled and clarified, "I am not merely wandering for amusement. I intend to survey the surrounding terrain to understand the nature of our tribe better." Xiong Fei instinctively exhaled in relief. He was certain that their priests could not be so unreliable that at this moment, the four orc warriors finally reached the summit of the stone mountain. The elevation was not particularly high, and from the peak, it indeed appeared as a vast plain that to the south of the stone mountain lay extensive forests, while to the east stretched flat lands, intersected by a river winding through the entire expanse. Lin Baiyin meticulously observed the structure of the stone mountain while ascending. The rock face was smooth and solid. The young man confirmed that it could be excavated. Finally relieved, he was grateful for having come to inspect it beforehand, fearing that if they began carving a tunnel and the mountain collapsed midway, there would be no chance to escape. After his inspection, he descended the mountain with several male orcs to by this time. The contents of the cave had already been cleared out. Unbeknownst to them, upon closer inspection, it became evident that a considerable amount of items had been stored within the cave. Unfinished baskets. Food-filled wicker baskets, animal hides, bones, stone pots, and bowls were haphazardly piled on the flat ground outside the cave, accompanied by the three colorful phoenix hens. During their stay here, the orcs had also removed wild grass and vines from the area outside the cave, clearing a substantial space for activity. Several younger cubs were obediently squatting beside the supplies, their wide eyes darting around, as if keeping watch, with Xiao Miao being one of them. The young man rewarded Xiao Miao with a gentle scratch under the chin. The elder orcs were busy weaving baskets on a relatively flat patch of ground on the opposite side of the cave. Liu Xiao had already picked up a stone axe, appearing somewhat impatient. "Baiyin, what shall we do?" Lin Baiyin contemplated using their current cave as the main structure, extending inward into the stone walls, that he envisioned carving out various passages to create small rooms on either side. However, after sketching for a while, he dismissed the idea, realizing that the deeper they went, the lower the oxygen levels became, and it grew increasingly dark that he then thought it might be better to carve simple stone steps on the slope, directly excavating the cave from the exterior of the mountain. They could carve one row below and another on the second level, which would likely suffice for their accommodation. Nevertheless, the interior of the cave still needed to be excavated. The deeper they went, the cooler it became, making it suitable for food and supply storage. Lin Baiyin decided to first carve the tunnels and small chambers within the cave, storing supplies there to free up space in the larger outer cave. As for the cave on the outer wall of the stone mountain, they could take their time with that he gathered the orcs around him, crouching down to sketch a rough diagram, explaining his thoughts. However, when he looked up, he found several bewildered faces surrounding him, all appearing utterly confused by his discourse. Lin Baiyin sighed deeply. Indeed, this required a modicum of spatial imagination, just as the young man was losing hope. A sudden voice rang out, comparing the houses to fruit borne by a great tree. So, if we carve stone steps in these areas, it will facilitate movement for the orcs, correct? Lin Baiyan's face brightened with joy. Who is so astute? Come forth. He turned left and right, but found no one, only to look up and see Lu Zhao's large face hovering directly above him, but he chuckled. Am I correct? The young man nodded eagerly. Yes, yes, yes. Finally, he had found a second person, aside from Lang Tsong, who understood him. Lu Xiao scratched his head. It's not that difficult to comprehend. Then, looking around, he noticed the orcs gazing at him and Lin Baiyan with expressions of despair. Is it really that hard to understand? Why can't they grasp it? Fortunately, there was one who understood. Lin Baiyan eagerly pulled Lu Xiao aside, whispering to him for quite some time, deciding that they would collaborate. They would first carve out a main passage before proceeding. Although the orcs' comprehension skills were somewhat lacking, their execution abilities were remarkably adept. Wherever Lin Baiyan pointed, they struck. Lacking sharp tools, they fashioned stone hammers and chisels. The sound of their rhythmic hammering against the stone wall reassuring the young man that he picked up a stone, using it as a hammer to strike the pointed chisel. But the stone wall only bore a faint mark. However, he remained undeterred. The orc strength exceeded what he had previously perceived. The collective effort of many was indeed formidable. They worked tirelessly throughout the day, taking breaks to rest and hydrate, until sunset when Lin Baiyan called for a halt. By then, they had excavated a tunnel approximately 3 to 4 meters long and 2 meters high, wide enough for 3 individuals to walk side by side. The young man had initially planned to carve out a tunnel about 5 meters long, with 2 additional chambers of 30 square meters on either side. Given the day's progress, Lin Baiyan felt quite satisfied. This way, they would not only be able to create a storage cave for supplies, but could also carve out several individual chambers for when Langsong returned with the hunting party. Chapter 37. Do not disturb them while they bear young times swiftly past. And on the morning of the 8th day, Lin Baiyan wiped the sweat from his brow, contentedly surveying the 4 caves they had carved out. Today, they worked diligently and finally arranged the interior layout of the cave. All that remained was to create living quarters for the 2 levels of tribespeople. Each cave had an area of approximately 30 square meters and a height of around 2 meters. The young man meticulously planned the allocation. 1 cave for animal bones and hides, 2 for the wicker baskets filled with food, and 1 for various miscellaneous items. After tidying up the caves, Lin Baiyan led several orcs to categorize and store the accumulated supplies from the tribe. Though they did not yet possess an abundance of resources, the interiors appeared somewhat spacious. However, Lin Baiyan was confident that, in the near future, they would surely fill these caves. The young man, brimming with ambition, thought perhaps even this would not suffice. He had even reserved space for future expansion. Baiyan, come out. Hu Qing and the others have prepared a meal. Lu Xiao called out from outside. The young man responded, Understood, I shall be there shortly. The meal prepared by Hu Qing and the others was still meat soup, as their primary concern was food storage. The few male orcs remaining in the cave would occasionally venture out to hunt, and their lives were relatively comfortable. Today, they had mushroom and vegetable meat soup. Lin Baiyan accepted the bamboo bowl. They had gradually replaced the stone bowls with bamboo ones over the past few days, as they were lighter, easier to handle, and did not leak. The young man took a sip of the hot soup, squinting up at the stone mountain, pondering how to carve the caves. They could not merely create a few simple openings. Otherwise, during the snow season, these caves would offer no protection against the harsh winds. Thus, they needed to excavate tunnels extending 2 to 3 meters inward, then carve out caves to the left and right to by doing so, they could block the tunnel entrances to maintain some warmth. Tu Lin placed his hand before the young man, shaking it vigorously. Baiyan, Baiyan? The young man snapped back to reality. What is it? Nothing much, just wanted to ask when you begin excavating the individual caves. Lin Baiyan smiled. Perhaps tomorrow. Is there a problem? Uncle Tu Lin? Tu Lin sighed in relief. It's not that I'm anxious, but our tribe's orcs. The snow season is the prime time for bearing young. It is not feasible for us to remain cooped up together like this. Tu Lin rambled on to Lin Baiyan. The young man was grateful he had already considered the need for separate living arrangements. Otherwise, he too would have had to remind Lin Baiyan. The phenomenon of orcs bearing young during the snow season was commonplace across the orc continent. When heavy snow blanketed the skies, everyone huddled at home with little to do but contemplate procreation. Moreover, unlike on Blue Star, where conditions were more favorable, the suborcs here seemed to give birth every 5 months, significantly shorter than the average gestation period on Blue Star. Most suborcs would conceive at the onset of the snow season and give birth in the spring. Once the young were born, they required wild beast milk, which was scarce in this environment. Thus, the cubs often had to rely on fresh blood and minced meat instead. Spring heralded a time of renewal, when animals multiplied and food became more abundant, making it easier to procure wild beast milk for the cubs, thereby increasing their chances of survival. Lin Baiyin was taken aback by Tu Lin's remarks. Nearly choking on the meat soup in his mouth, he had not considered this aspect. He was merely focused on the inconvenience of so many individuals crowded into one large cave. The young man chuckled awkwardly. Uncle Tu Lin, we've only been together for 3 10-day periods. Would people really form partnerships? Of course, Tu Lin replied, matter-of-factly. It's just that you haven't been paying attention. And he proceeded to provide several examples. When Yu and Lang Tsong went out to search for salt, Hu Qiu was so attentive towards Yang Yi, always lingering next to him during meal preparations. And then there's Ma Yuan. I noticed he seems to have a soft spot for Shu Yu. Lin Baiyin was utterly flabbergasted that he understood that orc emotions were generally simple and direct, but he had not anticipated that in just a month, relationships could develop to the point of considering partnership and offspring. Tu Lin chuckled at the young man's bewildered expression. What's wrong? Isn't this quite normal? The procreation of offspring for the tribe is a matter that every orc eagerly anticipates. Lin Baiyin suddenly snapped back to reality, shaking his head. Indeed, the thoughts of these simple orcs are refreshingly straightforward. When one finds a suitable partner, they unite, far more direct than the subtlety and gentleness often seen in Hua country. The young man was still somewhat unaccustomed to this. But with Rabbit Lin's words, the urgency to excavate separate caves became apparent. After all, it would be inappropriate to continue residing in the large cave and disturb others during their delicate processes of nurturing young. The image of such a scenario made Lin Baiyin feel a bit embarrassed, prompting an involuntary shiver that he hastened to sketch designs. He had no desire to rear offspring himself, yet he could not impede other suborcs from contributing to the tribe. The youth quickly finished the meat soup in his bamboo bowl and wiped his mouth, declaring, "Let us commence at once." Rabbit Lin gazed curiously at Lin Baiyin, who seemed to be electrified with enthusiasm. When the priest announced the allocation of individual caves, the orcs were visibly excited, as each would relish the prospect of having their own personal space. Amidst the crowd, murmurs of discussion arose until the young man waited for silence before stating, "Numerous separate caves will be excavated. However, only orcs age 15 and above may reside in them. The younger, unripe offspring must remain in the large cave to coexist." Lin Baiyin was not at ease with the idea of letting the half-grown younglings live alone in separate caves. What if something were to go awry? It would be too late for regrets then. The soon-to-be adults among the younglings were thrilled. In their minds, having their own cave symbolized their first step into adulthood, who had not envisioned a life of independence. Wolf Cloud, upon hearing Lin Baiyin's words, appeared puzzled. "But priest brother, I am unsure if I have reached 15 that the tribe members at this moment realized they were uncertain about the exact age of 15. They only knew that adulthood was typically achieved around 20 years of age." Lin Baiyin felt a tinge of embarrassment. Clearly, some educational effort was necessary. One should not grow up without knowing their own age. After some thought, the youth concluded that Cat Bai was approximately 17. Thus, anyone around that age could be allowed to live independently, that he offered to assess the uncertain younglings. If they were indeed ready for solitary living, he would inform them, noticing that the younger ones, who were not yet older than the priest brother, appeared somewhat dejected. Wolf Cloud also felt downcast. He was aware of his own age. Uncle Wolf Huai, the priest, had mentioned that he was born during the largest snowfall 10 winters ago, meaning he was now 10 years old, still not within the range set by the priest brother. Chapter 38. The colorful phoenix chick has laid eggs. The youth chuckled at the drooping little offspring below. Perhaps every youngling yearns to grow up in their early years. He crouched down to pat the nearest little tiger cub, Tiger Leap, and said, "How about a little treat today, priest brother?" as a way to mend the tender hearts of the younglings that had been hurt. Upon hearing the priest brother mention delicious food, the little tiger cub's previously dull eyes widened in excitement. Delicious food! The priest brother is going to cook again. In recent days, Lin Baiyin had been busy excavating caves with the tribe. subsisting on communal meals. The culinary skills of Tiger Ching and his companions were rather average. After tasting Lin Baiyan's potato stew, the younglings had developed a fondness for it. Returning to the meat soup cooked by Uncle Tiger Ching felt somewhat lacking. Yet the younglings, having experienced hunger, cherished their food dearly, diligently licking their bowls clean after each meal. Little Cat Xia squatted beside Wolf Cloud, and upon hearing this, darted to Lin Baiyan's feet, gazing up at him with expectation. Meow, will there be a portion for Cat Xia in the delicious food? In recent days, little Cat Xia had followed Wolf Cloud around, becoming a bit more cheerful. The youth picked up Cat Xia's petite body, stroking her fur, and smiled. Of course, today, we shall prepare an extra meal for the younglings. What do you think? He glanced inquiringly at Rabbit Lin, who had been in charge of food supplies these past few days. The younglings all turned their eager gazes toward Rabbit Lin. Amused, Rabbit Lin observed the youth and the younglings, deliberating for a moment. Just then, the elder male orc, Monkey Lin, chimed in with a warm smile. The younglings can hardly consume much. Let us prepare a meal for them. Orcs held a deep affection for the younglings, viewing them as the hope for the tribe's continuation. The female orc, Shiyang, also set aside her basket, weaving to agree. The little ones are growing. Having an extra meal wouldn't hurt. All right, I never said I wouldn't, Rabbit Lin said, both exasperated and amused by the elder orcs advocating for the younglings. Hooray! The priest brother is going to prepare delicious food for us. The younglings all jumped with joy. Their food supplies were indeed limited. Lin Baiyan had no room to be picky, opting for potatoes and wild vegetables. Typically, they would boil the potatoes directly, but this time, they would make potato cakes for the younglings. The youth selected 5 palm-sized potatoes from the cave, while Lu Xiao and the orcs had already begun excavating smaller caves beside the large one. It must be said, Lu Xiao possessed a certain talent. After Lin Baiyan described his basic cave model, the child was able to lead the orcs in starting the work. Lin Baiyan surprisingly felt at ease letting him take charge. What a brave and capable child. The moonlight was bright, and the orcs took advantage of the luminous night to build their tribe. The gathering team did not need to forage that evening and joined the construction crew to assist. The elder orcs were already quite adept at weaving baskets, while Hujiang joined them in excavating caves. The sounds of tools clanging together formed a unique melody. Suddenly, a sharp scream from the area where the colorful phoenix chickens were kept startled the elder orcs, who immediately dropped their stone chisels and rushed toward the source of the commotion. There, they found the little wolf cub, Wolf Moo, who had previously dared to use Cat Xia as an example in front of Wolf Cloud, crouching inside the colorful phoenix chicken's nest. Lin Baiyan also heard the commotion. While cutting potatoes, he nearly miscut his knife, fearing it was a wild beast, and rushed over without dropping his blade at that moment. The young cub had just received a stern reprimand from Wolf Cloud and was still in human form. Upon seeing the adults approach, he joyfully spread his small, pale hands, revealing a white object within. Is this an egg? The youth gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide, while the nearby tribe member, Leopard Road, was equally taken aback. Initially intending to scold the noisy youngling, he found himself captivated by the colorful phoenix egg in the cub's hands. The other younglings also widened their eyes in awe. Wow, an egg, an egg! Little Tiger Cub Tiger Leap exclaimed in surprise. This outburst drew the attention of all the tribe members, who flocked over to see the colorful phoenix egg in Wolf Moo's hands. Leopard Road entered the colorful phoenix's nest, lifting the young cub out. Wolf Moo kicked his legs in midair, exclaiming, "Wow, I'm flying! Flying, my foot! You dare to run into the colorful phoenix's nest. You'll be grounded soon." Leopard Road thought to himself, suppressing a chuckle. The youngling was too mischievous. He needed to be corrected, that he set the cub down, and Wolf Moo proudly presented the egg to Lin Baiyan, gazing at him with eager anticipation. "Priest brother, look! An egg!" The tribe's younglings all understood that the tribe's resources were communal. So upon obtaining the egg, Wolf Moo's first instinct was to present it to Lin Baiyan to hatch a little colorful phoenix chick. Wolf Moo's eyes sparkled as he looked at the youth. Lin Baiyan patted his head, taking the egg from him. "Now tell me, where did you run off to and why? Did you not see Leopard Road's increasingly dangerous gaze?" "How reckless you are!" Wolf Moo felt a twinge of guilt. He had sneaked out to play, finding the cave too stifling, and he had wanted to catch some bugs for fun, thinking he could snack on them afterward. In the face of the orcs' robust digestive systems, any bugs merely became snacks. Young orc cubs would never allow themselves to go hungry. always foraging for food. Wolf Moo hesitated to respond, just as Wolf Cloud squeezed through the crowd of orcs, expertly adopting a crouched position with his hands on his head. The youth then watched as Wolf Cloud swiftly delivered a resounding smack to Wolf Moo's head, leaving it buzzing. How many times must I tell you to inform me before going out? Ouch! The little tiger cub reflexively rubbed his furry head. Thankfully, he was more obedient. Seeing the elder approach, Wolf Moo, still cradling his head, whimpered, I wanted to catch bugs to eat, then remembered that the priest brother had mentioned colorful phoenix chickens needed to eat more bugs to lay little colorful phoenix chicks. So he wanted to share some with them. The vibrant phone chicken has been nurtured primarily by the young cubs, and Lin Baiyin perceives the ominous aura emanating from the beastmen as excessively intense. Consequently, they usually refrain from allowing the male beastmen to approach, lest they frighten the phone chickens to death. Amused, Lin Baiyin observes the little Wolf Moo, who, while indulging in insects, remains mindful of the phone chickens. He seizes Wolf Yun's hand, intending to deliver a playful slap. All right, this is the last time. This batch of phone chicken eggs was discovered by Wolf Moo. Otherwise, if the phone chickens inadvertently trample them, the youth would surely be heartbroken. Wolf Yun obediently releases his grip, contemplating the need to keep a close watch on these little ones. Chapter 39. Delicious potato pancakes. At this moment, the gazes of the tribe members finally settled upon the phone chicken eggs. Lu Xiao, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Are we about to have little phone chickens? Lin Baiyin shook his head. No, these phone chickens are all female. Without fertilization, the eggs cannot hatch. That Lu Xiao furrowed his brows, making an effort to comprehend Lin Baiyin words before suddenly realizing. So what you mean is that the phone chickens Haven team mated, hence no chicks can be born, right? The youth flushed crimson at his bluntness, stammering as he glanced at Lu Xiao and then at the surrounding tribe members, all of whom appeared to grasp the situation without any awkwardness. Feeling deflated, he thought, why am I the only one feeling embarrassed when they seem so unfazed? Lin Baiyin nodded somewhat aimlessly, essentially yes, let us set this egg aside for now. Once we accumulate more phone chicken eggs in a couple of days, I shall prepare a meal for you. The youth quickly shifted the topic, recognizing that one egg was too small to divide among them, so it would be best to save it for later. The tribe members gazed at the phone chicken egg in Lin Baiyan's hand with great interest, for it was the first egg laid by the phone chickens of their tribe. According to the priest, the phone chickens would continue to lay eggs in the future, that if that were the case, the cycle of chickens laying eggs and eggs hatching into chickens would mean an abundance of both in the future. The tribe members collectively held their breath, their eyes sparkling with excitement, as if they could already envision a continuous supply of phone chickens and their eggs beckoning to them. Many beastmen felt lightheaded, believing that according to the priest's words, as long as they cared for the phone chickens properly, they would simply need to collect the eggs once they laid them. Wouldn't that be like acquiring food for free? If Lin Baiyin were to hear this, he would earnestly explain that it could hardly be considered free. After all, they devoted time and effort daily to feed, water, and clean the chicken coop. Such tasks required both manpower and resources. The current beastmen, however, were blissfully unaware of the concept of labor and resources, completely immersed in their joy. Wow, does that mean we'll have an endless supply of chickens in the future? Fool. The priest said they can't produce chicks yet. No worries, once we catch some male phone chickens, there will surely be plenty of them. We must take good care of the phone chickens. Indeed, let us feed them lots of insects, a chorus of beastmen eagerly discussed, their faces alight with anticipation. Lin Baiyin cleared his throat, stating, Our male beastmen should keep their distance. Otherwise, if the phone chickens are frightened, they may cease to lay eggs. The overwhelming ferocity and bloodlust emanating from the male beastmen was simply too potent. Have you not observed how the little cubs have been feeding them these past few days? The phone chickens have consumed their meals without any inclination to self-harm. It is likely they were previously startled by the scent of the male beastmen. Upon hearing this, the male beastmen scratched their heads, realizing it was not entirely their fault. After all, which male beastman had not hunted at some point? Since the priest had spoken, they were certain to comply. Yet the male beastmen could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Could they truly be blamed for that? Lin Baiyin solemnly entrusted the task of caring for the phone chickens to Wolf Yun, who, with a serious expression, accepted the responsibility. Rest assured, I shall take good care of them and strive to ensure they lay a multitude of eggs, Wolf Yun declared with determination. Lin Baiyin chuckled, patting Wolf Yun's small shoulder. After this matter was settled, Lin Baiyin returned to the stone platform to begin slicing potatoes into thin strands. Once prepared, he also chopped some wild vegetables and mixed them with the potato strands, adding a pinch of salt to let them marinate. The youth suddenly smacked his forehead, recalling the oyster sauce he had brought back from the seaside, but he had been preoccupied with traversing the mountains and had completely forgotten about it. He hurried back to the cave to retrieve his treasured bamboo tube, also bringing along a bit of fatty meat to at that moment. Mao Yu, followed by a multitude of little tails, stealthily emerged behind Lin Baiyin. The little wolf Mu, warned by Wolf Yun, also crept back curiously. They were evidently heedless of past reprimands, their curiosity piqued about what delectable dish the priest might be preparing. Lin Baiyin, who had been entrusted with their hopes, opened the bamboo tube, revealing a sticky, grayish-green mud. The little cub's eyes widened in disbelief. Was the priest planning to serve them mud? Then they watched as the youth scooped a bit of the mud and added it to the mixture of potatoes and wild vegetables. The cubs' faces contorted in dismay. Mud combined with wild vegetables could only mean double the unpleasantness. Nevertheless, despite their inner thoughts, no one dared to interrupt Lin Baiyin. The priest was their favorite, and even if he were to serve them mud, they would endure it. They exchanged glances, resolute that regardless of how unappetizing it might be, they must praise the priest to prevent him from feeling disheartened. Lin Baiyin, noticing the rich array of expressions on the cubs' faces, could hardly overlook their reactions. He chuckled heartily, watching as the little ones furrowed their brows tightly, deliberately withholding an explanation, and mischievously added another spoonful of oyster sauce. With a leisurely smile, he then cut the fatty meat and set a thinner stone slab over the fire to render the oil. Regardless of the outcome, the little cubs were already salivating profusely at the sight of the sizzling fat. Aware that the priest favored fluffy textures, the little cubs transformed into their beast forms, little wolf cubs. Tiger cubs, cat cubs, rabbit cubs, and various other furry creatures rolled onto their backs before Lin Baiyin. Lin Baiyin collected the rendered fat and mixed it with the potato strands, then ladled the oil into a small stone bowl. As it was too hot for the bamboo bowl, using the oil pooled at the bottom of the stone slab, he took a handful of potato and vegetable mixture, shaping it into round pancake forms. The pancakes required a gentle heat, so Lin Baiyin took his time, leisurely frying the potato pancakes. Before long, a delightful aroma of frying meat wafted from the stone slab, mingling with the unique scent of potatoes. The little cubs had unknowingly gathered around. Wolf Mu, nearly drooling, exclaimed, "Priest, what are you making? It smells heavenly. Can wild vegetables really taste this good?" "The wild vegetables I had before were dreadful." Lin Baiyin smirked knowingly, fully aware that the enticing aroma would draw the little ones in. "Potato pancakes, enhanced with my secret ingredient." Lin Baiyin pointed to the oyster sauce on the stone platform. The little cubs, eyes wide with wonder, gasped in unison. "Is this mud the secret ingredient? The priest isn't he deceiving us? Is he?" Clearly, Lin Baiyin was speaking earnestly. After frying one potato pancake, he set it aside on a nearby stone slab and began preparing the next one. As he grew more adept, he was able to fry 4 or 5 pancakes at once on a single slab, soon stacking them into a small mountain of potato pancakes. Once he had used up the last of the potato mixture and wild vegetables, Lin Baiyin set down his chopsticks. Gazing at the eager little cubs surrounding him, he chuckled, waving them over. Come, come, they're all ready." The cubs rushed forward, playfully bumping into one another, before abruptly halting and squatting before the youth. Lin Baiyin distributed a potato pancake to each cub, who clutched it in their hands and devoured it without lifting their heads, showing no signs of their usual aversion to vegetables. After finishing, they licked their paws, unsatisfied, as if craving more. Lin Baiyin chuckled, ruffling the little cat Xia's head. "Take good care of the Feng chickens, and when they lay eggs, the priest will prepare delicious food for you." "Hallo, yes, yes." The little cubs nodded enthusiastically. Chapter 40. Tanning Animal Hides. Baiyin, come take a look at this cave. Lu Xiao called out from a rocky outcrop about 10 meters to the left of the large cave. The youth set down the grass rope he was weaving in the forest. They had recently discovered a type of soft and resilient vine, perfect for making grass ropes. During their patrols over the past few days, several male beast men had hunted intermittently, resulting in a decent accumulation of animal hides within the tribe. However, they had yet to process them, and if left stacked, they would surely begin to smell foul. Lin Baiyin pondered the urgency of organizing the tribe to collectively tan a batch of hides. Currently, they were weaving grass ropes to hang the hides. They needed to be sturdy enough to bear the weight of the hides. Coming. The youth ventured into the cavern to the left, a solitary excavation crafted by their own hands. The cave stood approximately 3 meters in height, leading into a 2-meter-long tunnel that made a leftward turn, gradually expanding into a fan-shaped chamber roughly 30 square meters in area, ample enough to accommodate the form of the formidable beast, Langsong. This design was specifically tailored to suit Langsong, the mightiest beast man within the tribe, who the youth estimated to be nearly 2 meters tall. However, since Langsong had yet to reach maturity, Lin Baiyin pondered whether he would continue to grow, tentatively setting his height at 3 meters for the time being. The largest adult sub-beastmen typically reached a maximum length of half a meter, yet male beastmen were different. Their forms gradually increased in size with the accumulation of strength and age, enhancing their prowess in hunting. Such formidable forms served to better safeguard the sub-beastmen and their young deity present. Langsong had already reached 2 meters, and given his combat prowess, Lin Baiyin sensed there was still room for growth. Upon entering the cavern, Lin Baiyin surveyed the layout with great satisfaction, nodding approvingly before giving a thumbs up to Lu Xiao behind him. "This is splendid, Lu Xiao. Having a helper who understands is truly wonderful." It was not that beastmen were inadequate. Rather, most held a straightforward mindset, possibly a product of their environment, focusing solely on their tasks. Upon receiving Lin Baiyin's praise, Lu Xiao bashfully scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. Previously, his gathering skills had been lacking, earning him little favor from others, save for Lin Baiyin, who regarded him highly. "Did I haven't he done much?" he modestly replied. The youth looked at him disapprovingly. "How can you say that? I think you're exceptional." Lin Baiyin, delighted, glanced around the surroundings once more, concluding, "This is perfect, a finished product." He then led Lu Xiao back to the exit of the tunnel, tapping the right wall of the stone facade. He proposed, "We could carve another cave here, saving the effort of digging an additional tunnel, thus conserving time. One on the left, one on the right. We would be neighbors." Lu Xiao's eyes brightened at the suggestion. "Yes, that would save a considerable amount of time. And if we ever feel like it's too close, we can block the entrance, allowing for ample space without disturbing one another." He nodded vigorously. "I understand. You can count on me." Lin Baiyin, smiling, said, "Then I shall take my leave. Today, I plan to take everyone to process the hides." Go on, Lu Xiao waved him off, upon returning to the Grand Cavern. He found Tu Lin and the others already prepared. Today, they intended to transport the hides to the waterfall in the west for washing and processing, as all the hides required cleansing and drying. The unpleasant odor from the filthy hides stacked in the corner of the cave had become unbearable in recent days. They had processed several hides, ultimately discovering that Fox Shadow's method yielded the best results. By gently rubbing the hides with plant ash, followed by soaking them in clean water, and finally adding a plant known as purple fragrance grass, the resulting hides exuded a subtle grassy aroma, significantly reducing any foul odor. Most importantly, hides processed with this plant were softer and whiter than those treated by other means. As Lin Baiyin contemplated the task of cleaning the hides, he suddenly recalled the long fruit tree he had encountered on his first day. Wasn't he that a type of soap pod? He had gathered a full basket of soap pods in advance and soaked them. Lin Baiyin reasoned that the purpose of using plant ash was likely to eliminate the oiliness of the fur, and he wondered if the soap pods could achieve the same effect. "Let us give it a try," he declared, leading several sub-beastmen toward the waterfall. The western waterfall had been discovered by the cubs. While practicing hunting and running, Leopard Road and Wolf Cloud stumbled upon a small waterfall, and the cubs had joyfully splashed about before returning to inform Lin Baiyin. After inspecting it himself, he found that the water flowed robustly, likely cascading from the mountains above, conveniently aiding their endeavors. Upon reaching the waterfall, the youth eagerly scooped up a handful of water and took a sip. Refreshingly sweet. This was genuine mountain spring water. The sub-beastman found a suitable spot to settle down and began to mimic Fox Shadow's techniques for processing the hides. Lin Baiyin took out a hide, meticulously cleaning the surface debris before retrieving a soap pod from his basket. The previously soaked pods were notably softer, but he smashed the soap pod with a stone, then proceeded to knead it with his hands. Once a frothy lather emerged, he spread the crushed pod within the hide and began to massage it. With patience, he worked diligently, ensuring every corner received attention, allowing the soap pod's juice to permeate the hide for an extended period. After a while, Lin Baiyan rinsed the remnants of the soap pod from the hide with clean water, then ran his hands over it. The texture felt pleasantly coarse, with the oiliness significantly diminished, comparable to the results achieved with plant ash, and even cleaner. He grinned, realizing the soap pod's cleansing capability was quite impressive. The sub-beastman, intrigued by Lin Baiyan's use of soap pods, approached. When he beckoned them over, he pointed to the hide, inviting them to examine it. Each sub-beastman took turns touching the hide he had processed, their expressions filled with surprise. "Did I this cleaned with the long fruit?" Fox Shadow exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. The oiliness of the hides had always left their hands greasy during processing, but this long fruit seemed remarkably effective. Lin Baiyan nodded. "Do you think using the long fruit in place of plant ash would work?" After some contemplation, Fox Shadow replied, "Plant ash not only removes oil, but also softens the hide when soaked, making it easier to work with. Can the long fruit achieve that?" This was a point he had not considered, leading to the conclusion that it may not serve as a complete substitute. "No worries. The soap pod has its uses, and we can save it for other purposes," he reassured, undeterred by the oversight. Fox Shadow quickly added, "However, the long fruit can be used for cleaning fur. I find it quite effective." He feared that the shaman might feel discontented for having exerted considerable effort without contributing significantly. Lin Baiyan, however, was not overly concerned. He is human, not a deity. It is impossible for him to know everything. There are countless things he is unaware of. He is constantly busy. How could he ponder such matters? Chapter 41. The herd of bison. The sub-beastmen hung the hides treated with purple fragrance grass on the grass ropes stretched outside the cavern. Observing the neatly arranged hides, the youth felt a profound sense of accomplishment. This is how it should be. Clean and tidy, it truly lifts the spirits. Lin Baiyan returned to the grand cavern and approached the corner where he typically slept. With a stone, he firmly etched a horizontal line on the wall that I in his small section, for tally marks had accumulated. He had been here for 22 days. Each day, Lin Baiyan marked the stone to keep track of time. Lang Tsong and the others had also been away for 10 days. That a flicker of concern crossed the youth's gaze as he pondered their well-being. "That I wonder how they are faring." Lang Tsong took a dozen male beastmen with him. Even meals must be a challenge. Yet patrolling their territory was equally vital, and he could not hinder their departure. Without any form of communication like a mobile phone, relaying information was exceedingly arduous. At that moment, Lin Baiyan found himself longing for a smartphone. "That I wonder where they have ventured off to. Are they on their way back?" He stared at the tally marks on the wall, lost in thought, until a commotion erupted outside the cave, accompanied by the growing sounds of playful cubs. "That the hunting team has returned. The chief elder is back." As the youth exited the cavern, he spotted a magnificent white wolf leading a procession of large beasts towards him. Lin Baiyan's expression brightened. He had just been thinking about Lang Tsong, and to his surprise, they had returned. He quickened his pace, transitioning into a light jog to greet them. Lang Tsong came to an abrupt halt at the cave entrance, transforming back into human form. His brow furrowed, and his expression bore a heavy weight. Lin Baiyan instinctively sensed Lang Tsong's unease, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Lang Tsong hasn't been injured, has he? Before Lin Baiyan could utter a word, he grasped Lang Tsong's arm, turning him to inspect for any wounds, finally breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing no visible injuries. Lang Tsong, noticing the youth's anxious demeanor, felt a warmth in his heart. Understanding Lin Baiyan's concerns, he reassured him with a gentle pat. "I am unharmed." Lin Baiyan pressed further. "Then what has transpired?" Just as Lang Tsong was about to respond, several male beast men, led by Hu Qiu, approached, carrying a wooden plank upon which lay Ma Yuan. His complexion was pale, and one of his legs appeared grotesquely bent. Seeing Lin Baiyan, Hu Qiu and the others exhibited rare signs of tension, attempting to sidestep him as they carried Ma Yuan. The youth quickly intervened, stepping in front of Hu Qiu to examine Ma Yuan's injured leg. Turning back to Lang Tsong, he demanded with seriousness, "What happened?" Lang Tsong, gauging Lin Baiyan's demeanor, hesitated before explaining. "While we were on patrol, we encountered a small herd of bison. During the hunt, in an attempt to take down the Bison King, Ma Yuan's leg was broken." In succinct terms, Lang Tsong conveyed the situation, yet the reality was far more dire than his words suggested. Let us rewind 2 days prior. when Lang Tsong and his companions had traversed a considerable distance around their territory, only managing to capture a meager dozen of prey, among which were a few live Kai Feng chickens, hardly worth counting. Just as he was about to concede defeat, fate intervened with the appearance of a herd of wild cattle. Lang Tsong understood that should they let this opportunity slip away, encountering a substantial group of game would prove exceedingly difficult in the future. That moment, over 30 massive wild cattle stood before them. And with only a handful of beastmen at their disposal, the prospect of a successful hunt seemed utterly fanciful. Nevertheless, reflecting on the youth of the tribe and the innocent, simple-hearted beastmen, he resolved to take a gamble. If they failed to bring back sufficient game, the impending snow season would leave them with inadequate provisions, causing distress among the youth. He shared this decision with all the male beastmen present. Emphasizing the considerable risks involved, Lang Tsong surveyed the assembly, assuring those who felt apprehensive that they were free to withdraw. Upon hearing Lang Tsong's words, Hu Qiu was the first to voice his dissent, declaring, "I shall not withdraw. I am a warrior of the beastmen. Hunting is my duty. We, the beastmen, are never lacking in the courage to fight." A simple-minded, hulking beastman named Zhu Shan echoed this sentiment, saying, "Chief, what are you saying? Every hunt has its dangers. Should we flee every time? What will the sub-beastmen and younglings eat?" His words ignited a fervor among the male beastmen. Indeed, they were unafraid. They sought prey. Lang Tsong cast a calm gaze over the assembled male beastmen and declared solemnly, "Very well, let us devise a plan to capture a few wild cattle to bring back." The male beastmen promptly initiated a meticulous strategy. Lang Tsong and several others discreetly transformed into their human forms. Observing the nearby herd of wild cattle as they drank and rested, Hu Qiu, growing anxious, asked, "Chief, what shall we do?" They had been trailing the herd for an entire day, yet Lang Tsong had not revealed his strategy. Seizing the cover of night, Lang Tsong spoke in a low voice, "Do not rush. Not far from the river, there is a stone wall. We shall lure the herd there. Wild cattle are volatile and easily provoked. If we can entice them to charge, they may collide with the stone wall." This was the best plan he could conceive, given their hunting party's limited combat prowess. They had endured prolonged hunger and had not yet fully recovered. Charging recklessly would be tantamount to courting death, especially with the sharp horns of the wild cattle capable of inflicting grievous wounds. That Hu Qiu recognized their current limitations, and thus the group concurred with the plan. However, none anticipated that the wild cattle would suddenly go berserk for reasons unknown. As they attempted to lead the herd, the Bull King, accompanied by a throng of enraged cattle, charged toward the beastmen. The beastmen had no choice but to desperately guide the herd towards the stone wall, while deftly evading the cattle's aggressive charges. Many beastmen were left exhausted in the fray, and Lang Tsong, bringing up the rear, noticed that in front of him ran the fleet-footed Ma Yun. As the stone wall loomed ahead, Lang Tsong urgently halted, positioning himself near the wall. The Bull King charged forward. But upon seeing the stone wall abruptly veer away, the leading wild cattle had no time to halt, and several of them smashed into the wall in a furious sprint, leaving a splatter of blood in their wake. And then silence. The very wall seemed to tremble from the impact. The vivid bloodstains appeared to restore some clarity to the remaining wild cattle, which in their fury turned their gaze upon the beastmen who had lured them. Under the leadership of the Bull King, the remaining adult cattle surged forward, intent on attacking. Lang Tsong let out a fierce howl, issuing the signal to attack, and he charged headlong toward the Bull King. Regardless of the circumstances, they must eradicate the entire herd. Upon hearing the signal, the beastmen transformed into their beast forms and began their assault. Chapter 42. The cursed beastman, the white wolf, observed the brawn-laden form of the wild cattle as it leaped onto his back, aiming to seize the creature's throat. The wild cattle, however, evaded his grasp with a deft turn of its head. Dumei Yuan and He Zhu encircled the Bull King, biding their time, while the remaining beastmen engaged in combat with the herd. At this juncture, Lang Tsong sensed an unusual tremor beneath his feet and swiftly descended, tilting his ears toward the stone wall. The Bull King, noticing Lang Tsong's pause, seized the opportunity to charge with full force, only to be intercepted by the waiting Ma Yuan. Alas, Ma Yuan was no match for the Bull King, who gored him with his sharp horns, sending him crashing into a tree, with his hind legs twisting at an unnatural angle. He let out a pained cry before collapsing into his human form, unconscious. Lang Song, acutely aware of the impending danger, sprinted toward Ma Yuan, hoisting him onto his back while urgently signaling to the beastmen to flee. "Run, quickly, the rocks are falling. Move to the sides." As Lang Song's voice rang out, the stones cascaded down, and the beastmen, responding to the signal, hastily darted in various directions. The wild cattle, unable to escape in time, perished beneath the falling debris. The surviving beastmen did not pause until they had reached a safe distance. Exhausted, Huqiu collapsed onto the grass, utterly spent. Lang Song cautiously surveyed the rear, relieved to find no trace of the rocks. He sighed deeply, recalling Ma Yuan, and promptly laid him upon the grass. Ma Yuan lay with closed eyes, his complexion alarmingly pale, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, and his left calf grotesquely contorted. Lang Song furrowed his brow at the sight of the injured leg. After a moment of recovery, Huqiu approached to inspect Ma Yuan's injuries. His expression grave. Ma Yuan's leg is broken, in Huqiu's previous tribe. Such an injury was nearly impossible to heal, and any beast-man with a disfigurement would be considered cursed, leading others to shun him. This notion, though absurd to Huqiu, was a widely accepted belief perpetuated by the shamans. Most beastmen adhered rigidly to such superstitions. Lang Song regarded them thoughtfully. Regardless of the beliefs, Ma Yuan had been injured while hunting for the tribe, and they could not abandon him. "I believe the danger has passed. You go into the forest to fetch a tree for a stretcher to carry Ma Yuan, while I and a few others will gather the wild cattle." The recent avalanche had nearly decimated the herd, with only a few able to escape, and the frenzied Bull King was among the first casualties. Yet prudence dictated he should assess the situation personally. Huqiu nodded, and they divided their tasks. Lang Song and his companions bound the wild cattle with simple vines, each dragging several. That he instructed the remaining beastmen to slowly transport the game back to the tribe while he and Huqiu hastened their return. Unfamiliar with any hemostatic herbs, Lang Song felt a pressing urgency to return to treat Ma Yuan, who bore the most severe injuries. Back in the present, after hearing Lang Song's account, Lin Baiyin examined Ma Yuan's wounds. Noting the most critical injury was the fracture of his calf, that he quickly summoned Lu Xiao, requesting him to retrieve the herbs he had gathered from the cave. Equipped with a unique ability to identify medicinal plants, Lin Baiyin would touch any unfamiliar flora to ascertain its safety, thus accumulating a considerable collection of herbs over recent days. Seeing Lin Baiyin's willingness to treat Ma Yuan, Huqiu boldly interjected, "Priest, Ma Yuan was injured for the tribe. He is not a cursed beastman. Can we not spare him from being cast out?" Huqiu, recognizing Lin Baiyin's amiable nature, found courage in his presence to advocate for Ma Yuan. Had it been the former shaman of his tribe, it was likely Ma Yuan would have been abandoned to his fate. Lin Baiyin looked bewildered at Huqiu's plea. What was happening? He had yet to voice his thoughts, yet Ma Yuan was already being deemed exiled. Lang Song's gaze bore into the youth, his expression inscrutable. Typically, such injuries were deemed irreparable, marking one as a cursed beast man according to the shamans. Lin Baiyin was incredulous at this notion, that it was merely a fracture. How could it be linked to divine curses? What god would single out Ma Yuan for such a fate? Even if a deity existed, surely they were too occupied with greater matters to concern themselves with the plight of a small tribe's beastman. What nonsense is this? Lin Baiyin's expression shifted as he regarded Lang Song. Surely, he could not believe such absurd claims. Do not speak yet. Let me assess his condition. That moment, Lu Xiao arrived with a basket of herbs, and Lin Baiyin pushed Huqiu aside to examine Ma Yuan's injuries. That he selected several herbs for their hemostatic and anti-inflammatory properties, instructing Lu Xiao to prepare a paste. Lu Xiao set to work. Ma Yuan stirred awake, his lips pale and eyes filled with despair as he muttered, "My leg is broken. I am cursed." Lin Baiyin interrupted him sharply. "What are you saying? The deity has no time to concern themselves with you. How is it that everyone seems as if they have been brainwashed?" He has reasonable doubts that those priests exaggerate their claims simply because they cannot truly heal such injuries and do not wish to care for these disabled orcs, thus fabricating such nonsensical assertions. "May I take a look at your injury?" The young man inquired cautiously. Ma Yuan nodded indifferently. After all, he was already a cripple, and no matter how one looked at it, he probably could not be healed. Lin Baiyin gently touched Ma Yuan's injured leg, He had previously been struck by a rock at the construction site, resulting in a fracture. Thus, he had a fair understanding of such matters. The doctor had also shared some care techniques with him. During his recovery, he had searched for numerous videos online to better care for his injury. After examining Ma Yuan's wound carefully, Lin Baiyin found that it was not as severe as Hu Qiu and the others had claimed. He felt a strong possibility that Ma Yuan's injury could indeed heal. The fracture side of his leg was relatively smooth, as if it had been cleanly snapped, hanging limply. Lin Baiyin sighed in relief as he withdrew his hand. Even without intervention, Ma Yuan's broken leg would likely heal gradually. However, he would probably walk with a limp for the rest of his life. Observing Ma Yuan's near-collapsed demeanor, Lin Baiyin sighed deeply, repeatedly recalling the bone-setting techniques he had seen in videos and contemplating his chances of success. Chapter 43. Treatment of Fractures. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Ma Yuan, if I told you I have a method to help treat your injury, though I cannot guarantee a full recovery, and if my technique were to fail, you might be left limping. Would you be willing to try? Ma Yuan, who had been silently shedding tears upon the wooden plank, suddenly opened his eyes wide, red-rimmed, and gazed at Lin Baiyin. His voice trembled as he attempted to rise and grasp the young man's hand. Priest, I implore you to save me. I beg you. I fear not, for the worst outcome would be returning to the embrace of the beast god. I do not wish to live my life as a cripple. Clinging desperately to a final lifeline, he looked at Lin Baiyin with pleading eyes. The young man, witnessing the determination in Ma Yuan's gaze, gritted his teeth and said, Wait a moment, I need to think of a solution. Lin Baiyin called out to Hu Jiang, Could you help me weave some fine grass ropes? They should be softered. Hu Jiang had no reason to refuse and took on the task. The young man glanced again at the wooden plank beneath Ma Yuan. Thankfully, Lang Song and the others had remembered to bring a plank to carry Ma Yuan back. Had they simply dragged him, the misalignment of his bones would have worsened, and he would not dare to treat him recklessly. Lin Baiyin looked at Lang Song. Go find me 2 narrower planks, roughly the length of Ma Yuan's lower leg. Lang Song replied, I will fetch them right away. He had not anticipated that Lin Baiyin would not only refuse to give up on Ma Yuan, but would also insist on treating him. Lin Baiyin then ventured into the cave to fetch some salt to dissolve in water, along with a piece of soft beast skin. Once all the tools were prepared, Lin Baiyin stood before Ma Yuan, who was now ready. That he felt somewhat nervous, as he had only watched videos before and had never performed the procedure practically. Priest Baiyin, you may proceed. I shall bear the consequences, whether good or ill. Ma Yuan declared with unwavering determination in his eyes. That Ma Yuan's attitude significantly alleviated Lin Baiyin's anxiety. Taking a deep breath, he began his work, while Lang Song stood silently beside Ma Yuan, and Hu Qiu positioned himself behind. First, Lin Baiyin cleaned the other wounds with salt water and applied herbal paste. As Ma Yuan attentively watched Lin Baiyin treat his injuries, the young man discreetly signaled to Lang Song. Then Ma Yuan let out a blood-curdling scream. Unbeknownst to him, Lang Song had crouched beside Ma Yuan and gently pushed his broken leg inward. But Hu Qiu, quick to react, restrained Ma Yuan's thrashing body from behind. Lin Baiyin heard a crunching sound and involuntarily shivered. Earlier, while preparing the materials, he had called Lang Song and Hu Qiu aside, instructing them to discreetly reposition the bone, while Ma Yuan was unaware. Hu Qiu appeared somewhat apprehensive. Is this really going to work? Lin Baiyin shrugged. Whether it works or not, we can only gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive. If we leave it as is, Ma Yuan will only end up limping. Lang Song nodded first. No problem. Just give me a signal. Hu Qiu, seeing this, assured, I will hold Ma Yuan firmly to prevent any movements. Thus, the preceding scene unfolded. The surrounding orcs, unaware of the situation, were convinced that Ma Yuan was on the verge of death. Their expressions heavy with concern. Adjusting the bone was one thing. It was Lang Song's first time performing such a task, and he had not controlled his strength properly, causing the positioning to be slightly off. Without hesitation, he decided to push it back again. Da-da! Ma Yuan cried out once more. Lin Baiyin watched as Lang Song nonchalantly attempted to adjust Ma Yuan's leg again, and he shivered, his gaze toward Lang Song shifting. Noticing the peculiar look in the young man's eyes, Lang Song tilted his head in confusion. Is this correct? His expression seemed to suggest that if it was not, he could always try again. Lin Baiyin hurriedly stopped him. Wait, let me check. That he felt that Ma Yuan might not withstand a third painful adjustment. Observing Ma Yuan drenched in sweat from the pain, he gently patted him. take a moment to assess. Does it still hurt? Having just endured 2 significant traumas, Ma Yuan was still in a daze, instinctively following Lin Baiyan's instruction to assess the pain. Surprisingly, he found that it did not hurt anymore. Lin Baiyan, seeing his expression, realized that success was likely, that he gently probed the site of the injury, confirming that the bones had been realigned. He then wrapped the fractured area in bee skin and used the fine grass ropes to secure 2 planks alongside Ma Yuan's lower leg, instructing Lang Song to hold the planks in place while he carefully adjusted their position to ensure Ma Yuan's entire lower leg was stabilized. Sweat beaded on Lin Baiyan's forehead as he focused intently on his task, each movement executed with utmost caution. He was merely an amateur, and nothing could be deemed successful until the final step was completed. Fortunately, Ma Yuan did not experience any discomfort during the process. Finally, Lin Baiyan used the remaining grass ropes to firmly bind the planks to Ma Yuan's leg. At that moment, he let out a deep sigh of relief. All right, do not move around, and refrain from transforming into beast form for a while to observe your condition. Lin Baiyan instructed softly that if you feel anything unusual, or if your leg begins to hurt again, you must tell me, that he emphasized, looking intently at him. Once Ma Yuan recovered from the pain, he genuinely felt that his leg no longer hurt, and a glimmer of hope blossomed within him. Perhaps he could regain his former self. At that moment, he looked at Lin Baiyan with gratitude akin to that of a savior, nearly brought to tears. Thank you, priest. Lin Baiyan quickly waved his hand. It is nothing. I am merely a novice, barely knowledgeable. The crucial point is that Ma Yuan was willing to let me treat him. The surrounding orcs were filled with astonishment, and when they saw that Lin Baiyan's treatment seemed to have concluded, Shu Yu rushed over, crouching beside Ma Yuan with teary eyes, carefully observing him. At that moment, Ma Yuan, seeing his beloved, momentarily forgot about his injured leg and managed to muster a smile to comfort Shu Yu. Initially, he had thought that Shu Yu did not wish to bond with him, as she had always cautiously avoided his advances, appearing as if she did not want any contact. However, now, seeing her tearful gaze fixed upon him, he recognized that his feelings were not one-sided. Meanwhile, Lin Baiyan and Lang Song had retreated to the side, observing the young man's silhouette. Lang Song's eyes involuntarily flickered with curiosity. Where did he acquire such knowledge? Could it truly be a blessing from the beast god? After all, Lang Song had never seen an orc with a broken bone be successfully mended. Yet Lin Baiyan's expression remained entirely natural, as if he was oblivious to the significance of his actions. Lang Song shook his head, choosing not to probe further. Regardless of the source of the young man's knowledge, he was certain that Lin Baiyan harbored no ill intentions, for his eyes were clear and bright, filled with sincerity. Chapter 44. It's all flesh. After a flurry of activity, Ma Yuan was brought into the cave to rest, with Shu Yu following closely behind. At last, Lin Baiyan could exhale in relief. He noticed that Hu Qiu also bore some wounds, and it was common for those who went hunting to return with minor injuries, that he hurriedly brought over a bowl of anti-inflammatory and hemostatic herbs. Come here. Let me treat your wounds as well. Hu Qiu obediently approached, squatting beside Lin Baiyan to reveal the scratches on his arm. The young man repeated the process for Hu Qiu's injuries and then turned to the nearby beastmen, asking, "Did you understand?" "Huh?" Everyone looked at him, bewildered. Lin Baiyan patiently repeated, "I am asking if you comprehended the techniques I just demonstrated." At that moment, Yang Yi realized and quickly nodded. "I understand." The young man handed the bowl to him. "The rest is up to you. Assist me in treating the injuries of the male beastmen." Yang Yi appeared somewhat anxious. I have never done this before. The healing arts are generally considered a taboo among the priests, seldom allowing other orcs to witness them. The youth waved his hand dismissively, regarding it merely as first aid. "It's fine, come with me." Yang Yi swiftly took the bowl, having observed Lin Baiyan's technique in treating Ma Yuan's wounds, and thus had some understanding. Together, the two sub-orcs tended to the injuries of the male orcs behind them. Wolfsong followed closely in the youth's footsteps, assisting in the tasks at hand. Once they had nearly finished, the youth finally found the mental space to contemplate other matters, that he looked up at Wolfsong, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. "How many ferocious bulls did you encounter? Couldn't you have run away if you couldn't fight them?" Wolfsong shook his head, explaining that injuries were an inevitable part of hunting for the male orcs. Was it feasible to flee every time they encountered prey? The youth understood this reasoning. Yet the sight of so many injured still filled him with unease. Lin Baiyan shook his head, striving to stabilize his emotions, realizing that such feelings were unwarranted. The orcs, endowed with the innate ability to beastify, inherently possessed a fierce spirit for hunting. He could not judge the current world through the lens of his previous beliefs. The youth let out a deep sigh, apologizing. I was too hasty just now. His hands still trembled slightly. Although he could treat these injuries, what if he faced wounds that he could not heal next time? Would he merely have to watch helplessly as those he knew perished before him? A sense of unease gnawed at him. Wolfsong seemed to perceive the unspoken emotions lurking in the youth's gaze. Orcs face death every day, yet we do not fear it. The dangers of life compel us to cherish each day. They will return to the embrace of the beast god, living on in another form. Lin Baiyan's expression gradually brightened. Wolfsong was right. Even in this technologically advanced era, unforeseen accidents still occurred that he should not generalize his perceptions. Wolfsong stepped forward, tentatively reaching out to the youth's head, mimicking the way he usually playfully ruffled the fur of young cubs, gently patting his head. "Do not worry. No matter what happens, I will protect you." Observing the fear deep in the youth's eyes, he softly reassured him, "We have hunted an abundance of food this time, enough to comfortably last through the snowy season. You need not fret about provisions." Wolfsong attempted to lighten the mood by shifting the topic. The youth perked up, inquiring, "How much?" Wolfsong's gaze softened for a moment. "That I'll show you. You'll see for yourself." That he led Lin Baiyan into the forest. Due to the massive and bloodied herd of ferocious bulls, they had decided to place the prey a distance away from the cave to avoid attracting other wild beasts to be by the time they arrived. Several members of the tribe had heard the news and were waiting eagerly, their faces alight with excitement. Lin Baiyan gazed at the mountain-like pile of ferocious bulls, his eyes sparkling, momentarily forgetting his earlier melancholy. He hurried forward to count the bulls, astonished to discover that the hunting party had brought back 32 ferocious bulls. Given their enormous size, with each weighing at least 500 to 600 pounds, it was no wonder so many had been injured. The sight of the bulls' gleaming, polished horns made Lin Baiyan apprehensive. That Liu Xiao rushed over, bubbling with enthusiasm, pointing at the mountain of meat. "Baiyan, look, so much prey. I've never seen so many." Previously, Liu Xiao's tribe had lacked the combat strength to capture such a bounty. Other tribespeople also wore expressions of joy, with Tu Lin grinning from ear to ear. Having often ventured into the food storage cave with Lin Baiyan, he understood well that their forage supplies were insufficient for survival. Night, Tu Lin would toss and turn in worry, fearing starvation for his kin. Now, however, there was ample meat to sustain them. Seeing everyone so jubilant, Lin Baiyan's spirits lifted. "Uncle Tu Lin, gather the tribe. Let us quickly process the prey." Tu Lin, beaming with joy, rushed to call the tribespeople in the cave. And the orcs began to mobilize, dragging the prey into the village. Hu Chio pointed at a few still-breathing calves and asked, "Should we kill these too? If we can't we raise these ferocious bulls?" Hu Chio was eager to try. The youth quickly guessed Hu Chio's intentions and promptly stopped him. "No, we must kill them all, not leaving a single one." That these ferocious bulls were too aggressive to tame. They could not be reared and might even threaten the tribe. That he pointed to the bull's formidable horns, explaining earnestly, "They are too dangerous." Wolfsong shot Hu Chio a sideways glance, bemused. "Why do you want to raise everything?" After returning to the village, Wolfsong found the elder orcs sitting outside the cave, processing the hides of the beast. To his surprise, it was the older orcs who were skinning the prey. Although their tools were not as sharp as Wolfsong's bone knives, their skilled hands worked faster. The elder orcs chatted merrily while efficiently preparing the hides. The processed meat was handed over to the sub-orcs, who cut it into large chunks, waiting for the blood to drain before salting it. "Hey, Liu Xiao, you're using too little salt. The meat will spoil." The youth noticed Liu Xiao merely rubbing a thin layer of salt on the surface before setting it aside and quickly intervened. "Huh." Liu Xiao looked confused at Lin Baiyan. "Isn't this enough? How much should I use?" Although the tribe had gathered quite a bit of salt, the tribespeople still instinctively practiced frugality, as none had ever seen the sea apart from the salt-seeking team. Therefore, their exaggerated notions about salt usage were still somewhat hesitant. Seeing their reluctance, the youth took matters into his own hands, grabbing a handful of salt and generously applying it to the meat, making sure to cover every edge and corner. Once done, he presented it to the orcs. "This is how you should salt it. Don't hold back, that if we skimp on salt, the meat will rot." And it won't be good for us that we 1T lack salt in the future, so don't be stingy. The youth urged. The sub-orcs, hearing the priest's words, could only comply. Chapter 45. Fragrant grilled beef ribs. Hu Jiang was diligently crafting grass ropes and racks for hanging the meat. The cave's temperature was extremely low, resembling a natural cold storage. However, the meat could not simply be left as is that it was customary to salt it and hang it outside to dry for a while. Today, with such a bountiful harvest, Lin Baiyan, glancing at the abundance of meat, conferred with Tu Lin and then approached Wolfsong to whisper something. Wolfsong nodded and spoke softly in response, causing a conflicted expression to cross the youth's face. Yet he ultimately resolved himself. Lin Baiyan turned to face everyone at the cave's entrance, addressing the orcs of the Tsangyin tribe. All the orcs ceased their work, turning to the youth. Lin Baiyan took a deep breath, composed his expression, and raised a solemn yet warm smile. The beast god has blessed us. The warriors of the tribe have brought back such an abundance of food, allowing us to endure the snowy season. We are grateful for the beast god's blessings. He mimicked Tu Lin's earlier gesture, crossing his hands over his chest, bowing his head with closed eyes, adopting a serious demeanor. The surrounding orcs, moved by the priest's words, also bowed their heads, closing their eyes in reverence that we are grateful for the beast god's blessings. After a moment, Lin Baiyan opened his eyes and proclaimed, I have discussed with the tribe leader. Today, each of us shall feast on meat until we are full. Oh, wow, wow. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in joyous celebration, their spirits lifted after days of insufficient nourishment, finally able to eat their fill. In a corner unnoticed, the youth flashed a bright smile, glancing at Wolfsong and playfully winking. How was that? Did I do well? Wolfsong, observing the youth's playful demeanor from a distance, softened his gaze and nodded affirmatively. Yes, you did wonderfully. The bustling crowd began preparations for dinner, gathering in the open area in front of the cave. The male orcs quickly set up numerous fires for roasting meat, while 2 large stone pots were busy cooking chunks of beef under the watchful eyes of Uching and Yang Ye. Lin Baiyan recalled the ginger that Yang Ye had brought back earlier. With so much happening today, he nearly forgot this wonderful ingredient, discovered while digging for potatoes. Yang Ye had thought it resembled the tubers, but emitted a distinctly different aroma, bringing it back inadvertently, solving a major issue for the youth. Lin Baiyan felt tears of joy welling up. Ginger was the primary seasoning for removing the gamey taste. He promptly gathered a basket and, alongside Yang Ye, returned to the potato hillside, thoroughly digging up a basket full of ginger before finally stopping, feeling satisfied. Ginger was relatively easy to preserve, as long as the surrounding soil was kept intact, preventing exposure. It could be stored for a long time, to at long last. The trifecta of ingredients for removing the gamey taste had finally come together. The youthful individual, beaming with delight, retrieved a substantial piece of ginger from the woven basket, accompanied by a handful of wild scallions, garlic sprouts, and a small bunch of Sichuan peppercorns. After cleansing the ingredients, he sliced the ginger, chopped the scallions and garlic sprouts into sections, and tossed all the seasonings into 2 large pots. Hu Qing and the others, intrigued by the pungent aroma, cast curious glances at the food that bore a resemblance to potatoes. Priest Baiyan, does this ingredient serve a purpose akin to that of the pain herb? Lin Baiyan responded with a smile and a nod, affirming, Indeed, you shall soon discover its flavor. Observing the froth rising in the pots, he took a bamboo bowl and carefully skimmed off the top layer of blood froth, explaining to the sub-beastman, this froth contains impurities and has a strong odor. Hence, it should be discarded when preparing meat broth in the future. Hu Qing and Yang Yi, who were typically responsible for cooking, nodded in understanding, albeit somewhat bewildered. Yang Yi, alongside another sub-beastman, Dog Spirit, engaged in learning the process. Since he specialized in gathering, his cooking duties had diminished, and once Dog Spirit mastered the technique, they would become a team with Hu Qing. Gradually, the aroma of the broth intensified, and Lin Baiyan inhaled deeply with satisfaction. This time, the broth was not merely a quest for meat, as the stone pot brimmed with large chunks of meat. Hu Qing and the others, detecting a distinct flavor in the broth, finally comprehended the reason behind the priest's generous addition of ingredients. This preparation promised to be even more enticing. Lin Baiyan assessed that the broth was nearly ready. He instructed Hu Qing and the others to tend to the pots while he ventured to the meat processing area to select a large piece of beef rib. After cleansing it, He marinated it with ginger slices and scallions, drizzling a touch of oyster sauce and sprinkling ground pepper and salt atop. Once the flavors melded, the youth positioned a thin stone slab over the fire, extracting some oil from the beef fat and commenced frying the steak. The sizzling sound emanating from the slab filled the air with a gradually intensifying aroma, drawing the attention of the young cubs, who instinctively gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation as they watched the steak bubbling with oil, saliva nearly dripping to the ground. At that moment, an incongruous figure joined the scene. Lang Tsong, seemingly oblivious to his mismatched presence beside the cubs. He approached openly, his gaze furtively darting toward the stone slab, maintaining a composed demeanor. "What are you preparing?" he inquired. The youth chuckled at Lang Tsong's earnest expression. Pan-seared beef ribs. It was surprising to discover Lang Tsong's hidden penchant for food. In that moment, he appeared somewhat youthful and innocent. Lang Tsong replied softly, yet his feet remained planted by the stone slab. Lin Baiyin skillfully flipped the steak, ensuring both sides achieved a golden crispiness before placing it on a clean, large leaf. As he leisurely continued frying, he soon constructed a small mountain of meat. At last, all the dishes were prepared, and the evening feast was undeniably a carnivore's delight, devoid of any greens. 68 tribe members formed a circle around a large bonfire, with the youth standing in the center, adorned with a feathered crown crafted from the plumage of colorful phoenix chickens by Uncle Tu Lin. With arms crossed, he raised his voice in a chant imbued with an air of mystery and peculiarity, his cadence rising and falling, yet never becoming sharp. The beast men, unable to comprehend the priest's words, felt that distant voice penetrate their souls, instilling a sense of reverence. At that moment, the youth seemed to radiate an aura of mystique and nobility, as if he had truly transformed into a priest capable of communicating with the beast gods. As the beast men listened to the priest's prayer, they instinctively began to sway, their movements harmonizing despite their diverse tribal origins. Yet, a common thread bound them. Joyful smiles adorned their faces. Upon concluding the prayer, the youth's visage brightened with a warm smile. "Everyone, it is time to relish the fruits of your labor." A chorus of cheers erupted as they dispersed around the fire to enjoy the roasted meat or fetch bowls from Uching and Yangyi for the meat broth. The youth set down his hands, watching the joyous figures of his tribe, his eyes glimmering with delight. Unbeknownst to him, Lang Tsong had approached his side, gazing at the youth crowned with vibrant feathers, and murmured, "It looks splendid." Chapter 46. Disdain. The youth sensed the implication behind Lang Tsong's words and, feeling somewhat bashful, ran a hand through his hair. "Uncle Tu Lin made this for me at some point, insisting that it would make me appear more like a priest." The crown was adorned with vivid, striking feathers, likely plundered from the more aesthetically pleasing phoenix chickens of the tribe. Lang Tsong regarded him earnestly. "You appeared just like a genuine priest moments ago." The youth's singing voice emanated a calming and gentle essence. Which part do you refer to?" Lin Baiyin felt a genuine flush of embarrassment. What he had recited was a segment of Buddhist scripture. Tu Lin had urged him to pray to the beast gods before commencing the celebration. Initially, the youth had intended to inquire about the contents of the prayer. But Tu Lin had also found himself at a loss, and upon witnessing the youth's troubled expression, he realized that the priest might also be uncertain about the incantations of the ritual. However, praying to the beast gods for a bountiful harvest was a customary practice among tribes, so he resorted to reciting a passage from the Buddhist scriptures as a stopgap. Lin Baiyin understood. Each priest's incantation varied. His grandmother was a devout Buddhist, and their home featured a small shrine for her daily prayers and recitations. The youth had absorbed much from this environment, making this moment particularly fitting. He mused, would the venerable Buddha mind? Feeling somewhat guilty, he reflected on the old beast man who had imparted this knowledge during a chance encounter. Suddenly halting, he awkwardly smiled at Lang Tsong. "She mentioned this prayer is for peace and abundance, which is why I recalled it." Lin Baiyin instinctively reached for something, only to find his hands empty, so he merely feigned a casual touch to his earlobe, observing the youth's subtle gestures. Lang Tsong's eyes flickered, yet he refrained from pressing further. He sensed that the youth harbored a small secret, but deemed it inconsequential, trusting that it would not pose any threat to them. "Come now. If we delay any longer, they will consume everything," the youth urged, nudging Lang Tsong toward the gathering. Most of the beastmen were clustered around the small mountain of beef ribs that Lin Baiyin had prepared. Due to the limited quantity, each beastman could only sample one rib. The palm-sized ribs vanished effortlessly into the mouths of the male beastmen, leaving no bones to discard. Lang Tsong, in particular, demonstrated a remarkable ability to consume food, effortlessly finishing his portions within moments, prompting the youth to ponder the limits of Lang Tsong's appetite. As the initial taste left them wanting more, the beastmen gazed longingly at the remaining ribs. After tasting the pan-seared meat, the roasted meat and broth seemed lackluster. Hu Chiu remarked, licking fingers that still bore traces of meat flavor. I feel as though all the meat I consumed before was in vain. Nearby, Xiong Fei nodded vigorously, too enthralled to speak. Nevertheless, the meat broth remained fragrant, and the tribe members, cradling their bamboo bowls, sat contentedly by the bonfire. Since the tribe discovered the utility of bamboo, their stone bowls had largely been replaced with lightweight and convenient bamboo alternatives. Lin Baiyin had collaborated with Hu Jiang to create bamboo draining spoons and ladles by perforating the bottoms of bamboo segments that Hu Jiang, displaying remarkable ingenuity, contemplated crafting bamboo baskets by splitting the bamboo into finer strips. Previously, Lin Baiyin had considered using bamboo for woven baskets, but the labor involved in chopping and splitting the bamboo, as well as smoothing the joints, had deterred him, leading to his eventual choice of willow vines. After he briefly explained the method for crafting bamboo baskets, Hu Jiang swiftly produced a sturdy one, prompting the youth to appreciate the significance of innate talent. The surrounding beastmen feasted heartily, their laughter and merriment echoing throughout the valley. Lin Baiyin and Lang Tsong huddled around a small fire with the young kittens and wolf cubs. After Lang Tsong downed his seventh bowl of meat broth, the astonishment in Lin Baiyin's eyes was unmistakable. He regarded Lang Tsong's still flat stomach with curiosity, pondering where all that broth could possibly reside. The young cubs beside Lang Tsong emulated his actions, clutching oversized bones with all four paws. Gnawing away, their sharp little teeth, despite their diminutive size, exhibited surprising strength, effortlessly tearing off large chunks of meat. Sensing Lin Baiyin's astonished gaze, Lang Tsong's ears involuntarily flushed a shade of red, and he slowed his rate of consumption. Would he think I eat too much? Lang Tsong hesitated, uncertain of why such thoughts had crossed his mind. He subconsciously reassured himself, I usually eat more than this. His appetite had always been substantial. But in recent days, food had been scarce, leading him to moderate his intake. He typically felt only 3 parts full, with the exception of the salt-seeking expedition, when he could indulge to 7 or 8 parts. Observing Lang Tsong's awkward demeanor, Lin Baiyin couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Is it not enough? Shall I serve you another bowl? Lang Tsong, catching the playful expression on his face, felt an unusual surge of defiance and retorted, Do you think I eat too much? The nearby cubs, overhearing Lang Tsong's words, paused in their meat consumption, apprehensive that the priest might also look down upon their voracious appetites. The little ones can afford to eat a bit less than a large one, and several smaller ones gazed at Lin Baiyin with wide eyes. That seemed that Lang Tsong had taken it to heart. His expression filled with evident dismay. Lin Baiyin hurriedly reassured him, saying, That was not my intention at all. You are still in your youth, at a vital stage of growth. Eating more signifies that you will become even more formidable in the future. How could I possibly disdain you? It was merely a jest. He had only found Lang Tsong's voracious eating somewhat endearing, never expecting it to be misconstrued in such a manner. Truly, what an injustice. And you all, he emphasized to the little cubs, must eat abundantly to grow up healthy. Brother Priest has never looked down upon you. Seeing Lin Baiyin's earnest demeanor, which did not seem dismissive, Lang Tsong finally felt reassured and, together with the little cubs, resumed their hearty feast. This grand bonfire banquet continued late into the night. The following day, as Lin Baiyin awakened from his woolen blanket, the dawn was still dim. The little kitten stretched lazily within the warmth of the fur covering. This sheepskin was a reward bestowed by the tribe for the successful salt expedition. All the orcs who participated in the salt search received their share, while Lang Tsong had been given a piece of deer and roe skin. Xiong Fei and Ma Yuan, along with Lin Baiyin, received sheepskin, though his was the largest, for the idea of the sea and the methods had originated from him. Chapter 47. Private property at this time. The tribal system was still somewhat chaotic. The tribe did not yet mandate the submission of resources, but private ownership was permitted. Generally, rewards were given for contributions to the tribe, yet these rewards and punishments were primarily determined by the chief and the priest. Lin Baiyan was unwilling to let such matters be decided unilaterally. He, along with Lang Tsong, Hu Qiu, Xiong Fei, Tu Lin, Hu Qing, Yang Yi, and several other orcs in significant positions, deliberated together and ultimately established the rewards for this occasion. From that moment on, Lin Baiyan possessed his very first piece of private property, a small sheepskin. The skin had already been treated, and upon transforming into his beast form, it served perfectly as a firm mattress and blanket, with thick straw laid beneath. The little kitten nestled in and enjoyed the first truly restful sleep since his arrival in this world. But at that moment, Lin Baiyan, comfortably cocooned in the fur blanket, felt so content that he was reluctant to rise, nearly drifting back to sleep. Suddenly, he sensed a stir beside him. Peeking out from the fur covering, he saw the great white wolf nearby. Lang Tsong lay with his eyes closed, a soft purring emanating unconsciously from his throat. The massive, fluffy white wolf rested not far from Lin Baiyan, effectively shielding the little kitten from the chilly breeze that swept through the cave. As the autumn morning breeze blew, the white fur of the wolf swayed gently towards Lin Baiyan, causing him to feel a slight tickle on his nose that he reached out a paw to scratch it. Fur floated about in the air, and the young man gazed at it with a sense of wonder, genuinely concerned for Lang Tsong. With such a degree of shedding, would Lang Tsong become bald? He too shed fur, but compared to Lang Tsong, it was barely noticeable. After licking his own fur to confirm he was not losing much, the little kitten felt relieved, observing a strand of white fur in his paw. He found it rather intriguing, noting that it appeared to have a hint of silver. The little wolf cubs Lang Tsong brought were all a dull gray, with only their bellies being white. Lang Yun was slightly better, yet all four of his paws were also gray. Only Lang Tsong was the great white wolf, resembling a Samoyed when he tilted his head. Lin Baiyan's thoughts wandered slightly, but he ultimately concluded that the majestic white wolf was indeed more aesthetically pleasing. After a moment of daydreaming, he regained his senses. Glancing at the sky outside the cave, he crawled out from the fur blanket and dashed past Lang Tsong into the open air. It was already late autumn, and the mountain air carried a refreshing chill. The little kitten inhaled deeply, causing him to shiver involuntarily, that he remained in beast form, as the fur provided greater warmth. The nimble little creature stepped lightly on the grassy ground as he headed towards the waterfall to the west, his padded paws making not a sound. That it was already getting chilly, and he pondered, if it's like this now, how unbearable will it be in winter? He felt a sense of urgency. The cave was inherently cool, and even with a campfire, it would only provide minimal warmth. That he needed to devise a plan to create charcoal. The concept of charcoal began to take shape in his mind, yet his pace did not falter. Before long, he arrived at the waterfall's edge. The little kitten stood at the water's edge, extending his paw forward and leaning back, preparing to leap. Then, with a swift motion, he propelled himself into the water below. Meow, meow, meow. Too much momentum. Too much momentum. He called out chaotically as he found himself tumbling backward. Having overshot his jump and was thoroughly drenched, the little kitten splashed about in the pool, cleansing himself of the lingering scent of blood from yesterday's lengthy butchering. He felt as though he had been steeped in a pool of blood. The odor was unbearable. Delighted, he swished his paws beneath the water, relishing the joy of a grand bath. After swimming to the shore, he leapt up and vigorously shook off the water, drying most of his fur before he began to leisurely groom himself. Once this entire routine was completed, the young man stood by the water's edge, satisfied as he gazed at the reflection of the little kitten in the water. Clean and fluffy, a rather charming little furball. Having finished his grooming, Lin Baiyan hurried back towards the cave. At this point, Hu Qing and the others had already begun to prepare meat soup. After the revelry of the previous night, the impoverished Songyan tribe had reverted to its frugal ways. After consuming the vegetable stew with beef, the elder orcs resumed processing the remaining wild beef. Tu Lin and the others prepared to venture into the forest for further gathering. Observing the abundance of meat, Lin Baiyan suddenly had a whimsical idea. Could the beef be made into smoked meat? The thought of the fragrant cured meat made him salivate involuntarily, envisioning the translucent slices of cured meat paired with a hint of garlic. Slurp! He swiftly shook his head, banishing the thought of the delectable cured meat from his mind. Deer Shao led the returning hunting team of male orcs to excavate the cave. The strength of the male orcs was significantly greater, and with a dozen or so of them working together, Lin Baiyan felt confident that they would have a new cave to inhabit before the snow season arrived. rendering the creation of charcoal an urgent matter. Just then, Lang Tsong had arranged the tasks for the orcs and noticed Lin Baiyan lost in thought. He approached and waved a hand in front of his eyes, inquiring, "What are you pondering so deeply?" Lin Baiyan snapped back to reality. "I was contemplating charcoal and cured meat." A flicker of curiosity crossed Lang Tsong's dark eyes. "Another new concept, charcoal? What is that?" As Lin Baiyan recalled the advantages of charcoal, he excitedly explained to Lang Tsong, describing it as an exceptionally durable fuel that could keep the cave warm throughout the night. Lang Tsong was astonished. "Such a thing exists?" "Of course. I need to head into the forest to gather firewood and then construct an earth kiln." Lang Tsong's voice turned serious. "I shall accompany you. My strength is ample. I can carry back plenty of firewood." Upon reflection, the young man and his companion each shouldered a basket and ventured into the forest. The firewood within the cave was relatively slender, unsuitable for charcoal production. Typically, moist wood is preferred for such endeavors, as it enhances the likelihood of success. In the woods, they sourced materials on site, yet the efficiency of using sharp stones to strike trees was quite low. Thus, the young man fashioned a stone axe and a chisel. With the stone axe in hand, Lang Tsong swung it down with considerable force, and in mere moments felled a tree. Lin Baiyan selected trees of a thickness comparable to his calves, as the resulting wood would be more durable for burning. Before long, they had amassed a substantial pile of firewood, too much to fit in the basket. Lin Baiyan securely tied the wood together, while Lang Tsong transformed into his beast form and carried it away with the rope. On their return, Lin Baiyan also gathered 2 baskets of fine soil from the nearby stream to construct a clay kiln. Chapter 48. Constructing the clay kiln. Upon returning to the tribe, Lin Baiyan surveyed the surroundings to determine the ideal location for the kiln, ultimately choosing the flat area to the west, adjacent to the forest. This spot offered a larger space than on the left side of the cave. Lu Xiao was busy chiseling stone with the male orcs, while on the right the older orcs and sub-orcs were curing meat. In the center stood racks for drying the beast meat. The area in front of the cave was rather congested, prompting Lin Baiyan to choose a more distant location. The process of charcoal burning is not inherently difficult, as success can generally be achieved under high temperatures and low oxygen conditions. However, as it was the young man's first attempt, he remained cautious. Lin Baiyan cleared away the weeds and small stones from the ground, then inserted a stick about the length of his arm into the soil. He began to encircle the stick with wood, forming a conical shape, with the stick extending longer and thinner towards the outer edge, until it reached nearly human height. Around the wood, he laid down dry grass and dead leaves. Meanwhile, Lang Tsong had prepared the clay, and Lin Baiyan sought out some yellow clay to mix with the fine soil to enhance its stickiness. Lin Baiyan built a mud wall around the firewood, ensuring the mud encircled it in layers until it reached the top, leaving an opening for ventilation. Near the base, he excavated 8 small vents. The two worked together, and when they ran short of earth, Lang Tsong fetched more. Lin Baiyan aimed to create a kiln that could be reused, sparing them from future exertion. Once the mud wall was completed, Lin Baiyan circled the newly constructed kiln, nodding in satisfaction. The kiln was impressively large, reaching up to Lin Baiyan's neck, and he estimated that if successful, it could yield over 100 gen of charcoal at once. Their efforts had not been in vain. The walls of the kiln were of moderate thickness and appeared both beautiful and durable. Lin Baiyan took a stick and drew a small arch above one of the vents at the base, which would later be used for retrieving the charcoal. After preparing all the vents, he produced a spark and began to ignite the fire. Placing the burning ember at the top vent, he puffed his cheeks and gently blew on the ember, coaxing it to fall onto the wood inside. Before long, flames erupted from the top vent, sending forth billowing white smoke. Observing that the fire had ignited, the young man crouched down to monitor the 8 vents below, sealing any that the flames reached with mud. He circled the kiln, quickly sealing any spots where smoke escaped, lest air enter and hinder the charcoal's formation. Lang Tsong had been dispatched by Lin Baiyan to gather cypress branches. The young man planned to smoke some cured meat once the kiln was ready, leaving him to work alone. Ultimately, the kiln transformed into an airtight mound of earth. Noticing that the vents and walls of the kiln ceased to emit smoke, Lin Baiyan sealed the top vent with mud. As the temperature within the kiln rose, the exterior began to dry. Lin Baiyan glanced at the sky. The sun had reached its zenith, indicating midday. He gazed up at the sun, silently praying for the success of his charcoal-making endeavor. Once the kiln was sealed, it would require no further attention, cooling naturally over the course of 1 to 2 days before it could be opened. As it was his first charcoal burn, Lin Baiyin was uncertain of the time required and decided to let it smolder for a day and a half, then assess the results before making any adjustments. At this moment, Lang Tsong returned, the large white wolf carrying a bundle of cypress branches before him, his massive tail wagging unconsciously behind him. Lin Baiyin found the scene amusing and waved at Lang Tsong, who obediently dragged the branches closer as he approached to brush away the debris from the wolf's ears, secretly giving the fluffy, white ears a gentle rub. Lang Tsong sensed something amiss, instinctively shaking his large, dark eyes regarding Lin Baiyin with curiosity. Was it his imagination, or did Lin Baiyin seem to be secretly petting his ears? Maintaining a calm demeanor, Lin Baiyin met Lang Tsong's gaze, revealing nothing unusual. Lang Tsong shook his head, flicking his ears twice, and transformed back into human form, pointing at the large mound of earth. Did I ask this it? Have we completed it? Lin Baiyin nodded, affirming that they simply needed to wait for it to cool naturally. Lang Tsong regarded the kiln thoughtfully before shifting his focus elsewhere. The young man squatted down to examine the cypress branches Lang Tsong had retrieved. The wolf was indeed clever. After a brief description of the branches, he had managed to find them with precision. Lin Baiyin was grateful for his ability to identify plants. Otherwise, he would have struggled to recognize cypress branches. His previous friends were from the south, where every household cured meat. They would often send him some, so he knew that cypress branches imparted a delightful aroma when used for smoking. However, this was his first time attempting it himself. Lang Tsong dragged the branches to the meat drying area, where ordinarily, meat would need to be cured for about a week before smoking. Yet, lacking the necessary tools, they decided to keep it simple. In truth, the way the orcs processed beast meat was already quite close to the method for making cured meat. They simply salted it and dried it. However, smoked cured meat offered a distinct and delectable flavor. The drying area was constructed with rows of bamboo racks, neatly arranged. The young man ignited a fire beneath the meat racks, and the smoke from the cypress branches began to rise, enveloping the beef. This would be a test of endurance, as smoking meat typically required 5 to 7 days to complete. This time, the older orcs had finished processing the animal hides, despite their advanced age. They worked with remarkable efficiency. The knowledge and experience possessed by the older orcs far surpassed that of the younger ones, leading Lin Baiyin to cherish each elder in his tribe, viewing them as invaluable assets. At that moment, the elder orc Xiang observed Lin Baiyin's earnest efforts to coax the smoke closer to the meat, frequently adjusting his position to achieve this. Yet the smoke barely reached the meat. Baiyin, why not place large leaves over the racks? That way, the smoke won't escape. Lin Baiyin replied, "Ah, indeed." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he chuckled and, with Lang Tsong, set about crafting a simple canopy from large leaves and grass ropes to cover the racks, while occasionally adding more branches around the structure. Once they had made sufficient progress, Lang Tsong departed with several male orcs to conduct routine patrols, leaving Lin Baiyin alone to tend to the fire. The young man engaged in casual conversation with the elderly orcs nearby, who were busy weaving baskets. "Aunt Xiang, how old are you?" Without pausing her work, Xiang smiled and responded, "I have lived through over 70 winters." Lin Baiyin was taken aback that you're much older than Uncle Tu Lin, a truly long-lived orc. He gave a thumbs up, acknowledging that most orcs typically lived only to be 70 or 80, and despite appearing to have long lifespans, few reached even 100 or 200 years. Male orcs, due to the nature of hunting, were especially prone to sacrifice. The Xiang was indeed one of the genuinely long-lived among male orcs. She gazed fondly at Lin Baiyin's youthful visage and said, "Yes, you're not so young anymore." "Baiyin, what are you up to?" inquired the elder male orc Ho Lin, who was weaving nearby. Lin Baiyin, with a hint of mystery in his smile, replied, "I'm making charcoal. It burns well and can keep warm for nearly an entire night." Ho Lin expressed surprise. "Is there such a thing?" "Of course, Grandpa Ho Lin. It's just like the black remnants we had after burning wood before, but without as much smoke." Previously, the orcs had noticed that the ashes left after burning would often contain small bits of charcoal, though no one had paid much attention to it. Whenever they burned wood in the cave, it produced a considerable amount of smoke, which was not only irritating but also detrimental to health. That if successful, this would indeed simplify matters greatly. At that moment, A gust of wind swept by, causing the fragrant pine branches that had been used to smoke the cured meat to sway as they observed the fire dwindling. The young man added another log to the flames. "Brother Priest," he called, "the Kai Feng chicken has laid eggs again, several of them." At this juncture, Xiao Longmu scampered over, brimming with excitement and gesturing animatedly. The young man, taken aback, exclaimed, "Really? Just a few days prior, the Kai Feng chicken had been sporadically laying eggs, but he wondered if it had grown lethargic in anticipation of winter, as it had not laid any recently." They had only managed to gather 5 eggs thus far. When Wolf Song returned yesterday, he brought back 6 live Kai Feng chickens, albeit looking rather listless and disinterested in food. The young man speculated that they had been frightened by the presence of male orcs. He instructed several of the male orcs to trim the wings of the Kai Feng chickens and then place them all in the designated chicken coop. Lin Baiyan had taught Xiong Fei and the others to construct a simple shelter, dismantling the wooden fence and binding 3 walls with stones and bamboo, topped with a thatched roof of hay to shield against the sun's harsh rays, which would otherwise deter the chickens from laying eggs. This transformation made the chicken coop look entirely renewed, and the young man even provided them with 2 feeding troughs, one for food and one for water, that A.S. Bao Lu helped tidy up. He marveled at the beauty of the chicken coop, exclaiming, "Wow, the Kai Feng chickens live better than I do. They don't have to work, and they have someone to bring them food and drink." Xiong Fei, the hefty fellow, nodded in agreement with a grunt. Upon hearing this, Lin Baiyan quickly inquired, "How many eggs did they lay?" Xiao Longmu paused, counting on his fingers and grinning sheepishly at Lin Baiyan. "I don't know." The young man nearly forgot that on the Orc continent, most orcs lacked any aptitude for counting. This won't do, Lin Baiyan thought. The cubs were still young. How could they remain illiterate? They would grow up as small illiterates, and then as large illiterates. He needed to check if the other cubs had any counting skills. Standing up, Lin Baiyan turned to the nearby Shiyang and asked, "Grandma Shiyang, could you watch the fire for a moment? I'm going to see how many eggs the Kai Feng chicken laid." Shiyang waved her hand dismissively. "Of course, go ahead." Lin Baiyan beamed. "Thank you, Grandma Shiyang." No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Longmu eagerly tugged at Lin Baiyan's hand, dragging him toward the chicken coop. That Shiyang chuckled as she watched the 2 cubs dash away, shaking her head. After all, they were still cubs, not yet grown to AT that moment. Lin Baiyan exhibited some semblance of a cub, as the young man usually busied himself managing a multitude of affairs within the tribe, executing everything with remarkable organization, almost making one forget that he was still an adolescent cub. When Lin Baiyan and Longmu arrived at the chicken coop, they found Wolf Yun and a group of cubs already there, with Xiao Maoxia nestled against Wolf Yun's feet. Upon spotting Lin Baiyan, Xiao Maoxia's eyes lit up, and she darted toward him like a flash, exclaiming, "Brother Baiyan." Upon reaching his feet, she abruptly halted and gazed up with her big, glistening eyes. "Brother Baiyan, you've been so busy these past few days. I haven't been hugged in ages." Ever since the young man had mentioned his name change, Xiao Maoxia had maturely refrained from calling him by his previous name. Lin Baiyan scooped up Xiao Maoxia, scratching her chin affectionately, and she purred contentedly in his embrace. With the food supply gradually improving, Xiao Maoxia's fur had grown fluffy and glossy. Observing the fluffiness of the young cub's fur, he reached out to stroke it, pleased to find no strands falling out to AT that moment. The young man couldn't help but recall another fur-laden creature that shed far more than the young cub. How could Wolfsong's shedding be more severe than that of the little cub? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. It appeared that Wolf Yun had already gathered the eggs from the coop, as 6 plump, white eggs lay nestled in a small bamboo basket nearby. The young cub surrounded Lin Baiyan joyously. "Brother Priest, look, the Kai Feng chicken has laid eggs again." Yes, there are so many." Ever since Wolf Yun had trained them, the young cubs had become adept at using their legs. The young man smiled as he watched them bounce around, saying, "Now, Brother Priest will quiz you. How many Kai Feng chicken eggs do we have today?" The cubs exchanged glances, falling silent, with even Wolf Yun turning to one side. Observing their reaction, the young man felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. "This won't do. We need to change this." He placed Xiao Maoxia down and, improvising, found a relatively large, smooth stone slab beside the chicken coop, suitable for inscribing with small stones, considering that the cubs had not yet learned numbers. Lin Baiyan decided to start with just 1 through 5. Clapping his hands, he called the cubs over. "Come here, everyone. You've seen how our Kai Feng chicken is laying more and more eggs. But none of you can count. He continued, imagine if one day some of the eggs went missing or were stolen, and you wouldn't even know. Thus, he declared, today, Brother Priest will teach you mathematics, so you can learn to count how many Kai Feng chickens and eggs we have. The initially perplexed cubs immediately adopted serious expressions at the mention of the Kai Feng chicken eggs, for they took this matter very earnestly, since taking on the responsibility of caring for the Kai Feng chickens. Wolf Yun had diligently sought food for them from the rabbit forest, while Xiao Longmu scurried about changing their water. The thought of someone unknowingly stealing their precious eggs made Xiao Longmu's expression turn fierce as he bared his tiny teeth. This won't do. I need to learn that thing Brother Priest just mentioned. The young man kindly reminded Xiao Longmu, mathematics, did I? Yes, mathematics. Xiao Longmu nodded enthusiastically. Wolf Yun shot a disdainful glance at the bumbling Xiao Longmu, but couldn't he help but adopt a serious demeanor as well. Agreeing, Brother Priest has a point. The other cubs also wore earnest expressions. Brother Priest said that once the Kai Feng chicken lays eggs, we must provide them with delicious food, and we can't let that slip away. But what is mathematics? One cub asked, voicing the pivotal question. Lin Baiyin smiled with satisfaction as he observed the cub's eagerness to cooperate that he explained, it's the ability to calculate. You want to teach them the ability to calculate? At that moment, Wolf Song's voice suddenly erupted from behind Lin Baiyin, startling the young man. Meow meow, the tall and short orcs stared at each other wide-eyed. Lin Baiyin was again startled into his beast form. But this time he managed to maintain a bit more composure than before. His fur bristled, his tail stood high, and a threatening sound escaped his throat involuntarily. Wolf Song, feeling slightly guilty, averted his gaze. Realizing that he had indeed startled the young man. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to sound more casual. I didn't mean to. Seeing it was Wolf Song, Lin Baiyin instinctively exhaled in relief, plopping down onto the grass without shifting back to his human form. One paw pressed between his hind legs while the other waved animatedly in the air. Meow meow. Can you not just pop up like that next time? People can die from being scared. Though Wolf Song couldn't comprehend cat language, he guessed the gist of the young cub's indignation from his expression. Next time, I'll be more careful, Wolf Song promised, hastily changing the subject that I just heard you want to teach them the ability to calculate. The young man circled around the stone and emerged in human form, his round cat-like eyes narrowing at Wolf Song. Lin Baiyin raised his chin slightly, looking somewhat haughty. Yes, I plan to teach the cubs how to count so that they won't be easily deceived in the future. The young man's thoughts occasionally mirrored those of certain parents in Huagua, albeit with less stringent expectations that he didn't demand monumental achievements from his children, but he certainly hoped they wouldn't remain illiterate. Ever since the young man had imparted the skill of fire-making to every orc in the tribe, Wolf Song realized that Lin Baiyin was different from the priests he had encountered before. Those orcs were only concerned with hoarding knowledge for themselves, eager for their subordinates to remain ignorant, making it easier to control them for personal gain. Yet Lin Baiyin was remarkably generous, sometimes to an excessive degree. Wolf Song occasionally wondered if the young man truly understood how precious the knowledge he shared was, that he felt an urge to remind Lin Baiyin, the knowledge you're offering is invaluable. Are you really willing to pass it on to the cubs? The young man nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course. Not just the cubs, if the adult orcs wish to learn. They are welcome as well. However, he feared that the adults, burdened with too many daily tasks, might resent being forced to learn that winter was not yet upon them. He thought that once the season arrived and everyone had time to spare, he could gradually introduce these matters into their routines. Perhaps they could establish a small classroom within the cave, not expecting every individual to become a mathematical prodigy, but at least to learn to count and grasp simple addition and subtraction. For now, it was best to familiarize the cubs with these concepts, as they were more receptive. Wolf Song nodded thoughtfully. Can I learn alongside them? Lin Baiyin gazed at him with a hint of surprise. You want the cubs to join us? Lang Song chuckled softly. Yes, or whenever you have the time, perhaps you could teach me individually. His parents were the tribe's priest, possessing some rudimentary arithmetic skills, albeit utilizing knots and stones for calculations. In truth, this method was the most prevalent means of computation on the Orc continent, albeit exceedingly cumbersome and challenging to master, that he suspected that the calculations Lin Baiyin intended to teach were of a similar nature. Though he had approached his earlier studies with a rather lackadaisical attitude and had absorbed little knowledge, reflecting on his past self, he felt somewhat ungrateful by the time he desired to learn again. His parents were no longer present, that a shadow of melancholy crossed Lang Tsong's dark eyes. Lin Baiyin considered this arrangement to be quite feasible, as their sleeping quarters were in close proximity, making it convenient for him to instruct him. Furthermore, despite their tribe's diminutive and dilapidated state, Lang Tsong was, after all, a chieftain embodying the tribe's image. It would be quite unbecoming for him to remain illiterate. Moreover, should Lang Tsong take the initiative to learn, the outcome would undoubtedly be significantly more favorable. Very well, I shall find time to teach you, Lin Baiyin readily agreed. After solidifying this arrangement with Lang Tsong, he did not depart immediately, but instead joined the little cubs. Tilting his head to gaze at the young man. Let us begin, teacher Baiyin. The young man, catching sight of Lang Tsong mingling among the cubs, could not suppress a smile, but he then picked up a relatively sharp stone from the ground and inscribed the Arabic numerals 1 to 5 on the stone slab. He took a long stick and pointed at the slab, announcing, "Today, we shall learn about numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That I, in truth, as long as one was not completely dim-witted, recognizing numbers was rather swift," after using a rainbow phoenix egg as an example. Lin Baiyin also taught the cubs simple addition and subtraction within 5 that given the limited material, the little ones grasped the concepts remarkably well. However, after his initial teachings commenced, Lang Tsong's expression grew exceedingly peculiar. What is this? Is it not supposed to be with knots and stones? Lang Tsong's gaze turned incredulous as he scrutinized the symbols on the large stone slab, that a flicker of astonishment surfaced in his eyes. He lifted his gaze to observe Lin Baiyin, whose demeanor while teaching was enigmatic, as if he had unearthed the hope his parents had spoken of. Chapter 51. The Otherworldly Star Lang Huai. The priest of the Xinglong tribe was once a wandering sub-orc, with no one knowing whence he came. After being rescued by the chieftain of the Xinglong tribe, he settled within its confines, due to his remarkable talents in healing and calculation. He was taken under the wing of the old priest of the tribe. Following the elder's passing, he seamlessly transitioned into the role of the new priest of the Xinglong tribe that on the day preceding the clan extermination war. Lang Huai felt a stirring within and offered a prayer before the sacred crystal. Yet the crystal's response remained ambiguous. However, amidst the obscurity, the threads of fate pointed northward at that time. Lang Huai could not decipher what the sacred crystal sought to convey. Subsequently, as foreign invaders seized the opportunity to launch a brutal massacre during the wolf pack's hunting expedition under the cover of night, the Xinglong tribe fell victim to a devastating slaughter. Ultimately, the invaders made off with the sacred crystal, while the remaining male orcs suffered grievous casualties, and the sub-orcs and cubs were forcibly taken away. Lang Tsong's father, the chieftain of the Xinglong tribe, Lang Yi, perished under the onslaught of the Liaozhu beastmen. His mother, in her final moments, sacrificed herself to protect the tribe, urging Lang Tsong to escape northward with some cubs and sub-orcs, recalling the prophecy she had shared with him. It is said that the sacred crystal was a divine stone left on the continent by the beast god during the world's creation, enabling communication with the beast god. There are also rumors that collecting divine stones and performing rituals might lead one to the realm of the gods, granting them divinity. The sacred crystal is scarce and immensely precious. The Xinglong tribe has always safeguarded it within their confines, making its sudden attention a mystery. However, these matters became shrouded in obscurity following the tribe's destruction. Lang Tsong kept Lang Huai's words close to his heart. Even when faced with earthquakes and torrential rains, his direction remained steadfastly northward, inadvertently steering clear of the fissured regions. Hope, mother and father, the hope for survival you spoke of seems to have been found. Initially, Lang Tsong did not truly believe in the prophecy his parents had mentioned, that at this moment, he observed the young man before him, diligently teaching the cubs with a wooden stick. The young man was likely unaware that he radiated an almost luminescent quality. Moreover, the extraordinary skills he possessed, fire starting, bamboo basket weaving, salt production, charcoal making, and even the emergence of symbols resembling writing, have left Lang Tsong with an unsettling premonition. The prophecy his parents had received before the sacred crystal might very well be genuine. His every word and deed seemed unlike those of the orcs native to this land. Could it be? Lang Tsong's eyes glimmered as he recalled the long-standing legends circulating throughout the continent. The priests of the orc continent have spoken of the otherworldly star, a prophecy that has never come to fruition. When the otherworldly star descends, all will unite, and it shall bring prosperity to the entire Orc continent. This tale has been handed down through countless generations, yet has remained unfulfilled. Lang Tsong found himself questioning his own sanity for believing in such an ethereal legend, regardless of whether Lin Baiyan was indeed the fabled otherworldly star. To Lang Tsong, he undeniably represented the fulfillment of the sacred crystal's promise. Hope does not merely reside in a singular place. It may very well manifest in a specific ORC in him. Lang Tsong truly glimpsed the hope of survival. Could he possibly guide him to find the remaining members of his tribe? At this moment, Lin Baiyan remained oblivious to Lang Tsong's inner musings. Noticing Lang Tsong's dazed expression, he prompted, "Lang Tsong, do not lose focus." The nearby cubs all turned their attention to Lang Tsong, jolting him back to reality. "Apologies, I was just lost in thought." Lang Tsong scratched his head awkwardly, unable to confess that he had been pondering if Lin Baiyan was the otherworldly star. Lin Baiyan maintained a serious demeanor. "Please do not let that happen again." Lang Tsong nodded in compliance, but by the time Lin Baiyan finished imparting today's lessons to the cubs, dusk had gradually settled in. And Hu Qing and Quan Ling had prepared the evening meal. Yes, there were no electric lights. The orcs typically dined quite early. Since Yang Yi had been appointed as the leader of a new gathering team, he no longer participated in cooking duties. Consequently, another female sub-orc, Quan Ling, took over the task. Quan Ling was not adept at gathering, but upon being reassigned to cooking, she was elated. She knew that the little cubs in the tribe adored the meals prepared by Lin Baiyan. Not only the cubs, but even the adult orcs found the young man's cooking delectable. However, Lin Baiyan was far too busy, managing numerous responsibilities throughout the day. It was impractical for him to remain tethered to the stone pot. Thus, Quan Ling enlisted Hu Qing's assistance to seek culinary advice from Lin Baiyan. The young man had previously lived in solitude and was quite proficient in cooking, sharing with him several simple dishes that could be prepared with the ingredients at hand, along with techniques for boiling and frying meat, as well as seasoning. The evening meal consisted of oyster sauce, stir-fried vegetables, and bone broth. When Lin Baiyan approached the cooking area, he was greeted by the vibrant greens of the stir-fried vegetables and the milky white bone soup that emanated an irresistible aroma. In the coming days, the meat of the wild cattle would be processed and divided, resulting in an abundance of beast bones within the tribe. Some bones suitable for crafting bone essence were collected by Tu Lin and the others in the cave, while others still bore remnants of meat and sinew. Due to the rudimentary tools, the processing was somewhat crude. Observing that there was still meat on the bones, Tu Lin hesitated to discard them. When Lin Baiyan caught sight of those bones, he regarded them with great fondness, exclaiming, "Bone broth, a natural calcium supplement. The little cubs will grow taller from it, and the adult orcs can benefit as well." Most of the adult orcs in our tribe are malnourished. Perhaps they had endured severe hunger in the past, or their previous tribe had allocated meager rations, leaving them all gaunt and skeletal. Even Lang Tsong appeared noticeably thin, with his ribs protruding. This simply will not do. They must be nourished. Everyone should drink the bone broth. Lin Baiyan seized a bamboo spoon and stirred the meat soup, the surface shimmering with oil, which only heightened one's appetite. Lin Baiyan gave Quan Ling a thumbs up. "Quan Ling, you are truly impressive. I merely shared a few tips, and you have already mastered stir-frying. This bone broth looks splendid too." Quan Ling blushed slightly, a rosy hue gracing her freckled cheeks. "It wasn't just me. Hu Qing helped ALOT. Hu Qing possessed immense strength, comparable to that of an adult male orc. With a gentle twist, he effortlessly split the thick bones in half, making the task exceedingly convenient. He chuckled lightly, appearing carefree. "I was merely a helper. Quan Ling learned incredibly fast, and her cooking is far more fragrant than mine." He genuinely praised Quan Ling, without a trace of jealousy, that, "Oh dear, you are both indispensable, a perfect duo, working together with ease. Today, I shall savor this meal thoroughly." Lin Baiyan revealed a charming smile, displaying a set of pearly white teeth as he handed his 2 bamboo bowls to the canine spirit, requesting her assistance in serving his meal. Chapter 52. Sweet potatoes. 1 bowl contained stir-fried meat slices, while the other held a soup with bones. Fortunately, the bone broth could be replenished. Lin Baiyan cradled his bowl and made his way to the recently smoked meat shed. "Xiang Grandma, the meal is ready. Please go eat. I can keep an eye on things here." Xiang waved her hand, declining his offered, "And no need for you to come. Ho Lin has gone to help me serve. I can manage it myself." I have a general idea of what to do now. Didn't you say this would take several days? And we also need to check on the charcoal? Just leave it to us. It's not much trouble. We only need to add some cypress branches, and I can keep an eye on things while I weave baskets. After contemplating, the young man agreed. Then I'll bring over the cypress branches you need every day. Xiang smiled and nodded. That will certainly make things easier for us. After making arrangements with Xiang, Lin Baiyin settled into a corner to enjoy his dinner. Surprisingly, the canine spirit indeed possessed a natural talent for cooking. The wild vegetables were devoid of any bitterness and carried a hint of sweetness. Lin Baiyin devoured his meal with gusto, even refilling his bowl with bone soup twice. Ever since he transformed into an orc, he felt his appetite had significantly increased. After finishing, he let out a small burp. With 3 bowls of bone soup consumed, he felt pleasantly full. Once he cleaned his bamboo bowl, he approached the cave entrance where he and Hujiang split reeds using sharp stone shards by the flickering firelight. The dim glow of the firelight made Lin Baiyin unconsciously stifle a yawn. The past few days had been overwhelming with tasks requiring his attention, and now that he was satiated and had a moment of respite, fatigue began to set in. Lang Tsong approached and sat beside him. You should go to sleep. There is no need to keep working. Lin Baiyin heard 3 voices and made an effort to keep his eyes wide open that he reached out to pat his face, trying to awaken himself. After all, it wasn't tea time for rest yet. Everyone else was still outside the cave. How could he dare to lead the way in slacking off? Baiyin, are you tired? Then go sleep. The little ones need their rest. Ho Lin continued his work, affectionately gazing at Lin Baiyin. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Baiyin replied, but they're just little cubs. I'm about to become an adult. He emphasized the significance of reaching adulthood. Ho Lin chuckled, but you're still not an adult yet, are you? Just 1 day short makes you a little cub, but you've been quite busy these past few days. You should go rest. Upon hearing Ho Lin's suggestion, the other elder orcs chimed in. Seeing everyone support the notion, Lin Baiyin felt it would be ungracious to decline their kindness, so, on this particular day, he decided to retire early. He returned to his spot in the cave, transformed into a small kitten, and burrowed into the fur blanket, stretching out before curling up in a cozy ball, drifting into slumber. When he awoke the following day, it was no surprise to find the white giant wolf, Lang Tsong, resting not far from his fur blanket, since he had gone to bed early the night before. The young man was the first to awaken, but he tiptoed past the clusters of sleeping orcs and exited the cave, but he hurried to the waterfall to wash his face, then retrieved a smooth, flexible vine to use as a toothbrush. Fortunately, Baiyin had always been a cleanly creature. He was quite pleased with his set of small white teeth and vowed to take good care of them. On his way back, he encountered Hu Qinglu and several other suborcs. With a smile, he greeted them. Are you here to wash your faces too? The group of suborcs nodded. Before encountering the priest, they had not been very particular about their grooming, often washing their faces only when convenient. However, after living with Priest Baiyin for a few days and observing how he maintained his cleanliness, even his teeth sparkling white, they felt their own appearance paled in comparison. Of course, the suborcs might not have understood the concept of image. They simply felt they could no longer afford to be so unkempt. Thus, they began to emulate the young man's habits, washing their faces and brushing their teeth daily. Remarkably, this simple change made them appear much more sprightly, especially those suborcs seeking partners, who adorned themselves with vibrant little flowers or feathers and wore attractive stone or bone necklaces, showcasing a unique style. Upon returning to the tribe and finishing breakfast, Lin Baiyin strolled over to the clay kiln, placing his hand on the warm kiln wall, reassured by its heat. Half of the hunting team followed Lang Tsong on their routine hunt, while the other half, led by Hu Chong, worked tirelessly to excavate the cave. With the addition of these powerful orcs, the construction team's efficiency had multiplied. They had already dug out 20 caves. Having moved from the east to the west side, Lin Baiyin peeked into several of them. Each one bore a striking resemblance to the others in layout and size. After a quick tour, he added a few numbers on the stone slab at the chicken coop, marking the day as 6 to 10. Gradually, the young cubs would soon be able to count to 100. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Lin Baiyin joined the gathering team to continue the potato harvest. Upon arrival, he saw that the slope of Potato Mountain had been partially cleared by the suborcs. Though referred to as a mountain, the area was indeed quite substantial. Lin Baiyin estimated they would be able to enjoy potatoes for quite some time, planning to start planting in the spring of the following year. Previously, he had worked alongside his grandmother in the family garden, where she cultivated a variety of vegetables each year: eggplants, cucumbers, tomatoes, potatoes, and cabbages, providing ample produce for their household of three. Lin Baiyan began his labor with a stone pickaxe, digging for potatoes while pondering his dreams of retirement, returning to his childhood home to live with his grandparents, cultivating the land, and achieving self-sufficiency. That he envisioned planting a grape trellis in the yard, where he could recline in a chair and easily reach for grapes, reminiscent of his childhood. Little did he know that before he could retire, he would find himself transported to this place, a roundabout fulfillment of his desires. Lost in thought, Lin Baiyan continued working diligently. The area of Potato Mountain was vast, and the potatoes were somewhat sparse, likely due to the lack of fertilization and watering. However, the soil here was naturally fertile, yielding exceptionally large potatoes. That as he dug his way eastward, he became uncertain of how long he had been at it. But soon he unearthed something that didn't resemble a potato tuber. After clearing away the dirt, Lin Baiyan leaned in closer and nearly jumped with excitement. Isn't this a sweet potato? He couldn't believe his luck in discovering sweet potatoes. Quickly, he cleaned the precious find. And unsurprisingly, the encyclopedia in his mind reappeared. Sweet potatoes, also known as yams, are non-toxic and edible, with a sweet flavor. Chapter 53. Success. The sweet potatoes here appeared quite different from those on Blue Star, seeming to be at least twice the size. The one he unearthed was as thick as 5 fingers and as long as his forearm, which initially perplexed him. However, now that the encyclopedia confirmed their edibility, Lin Baiyan was no longer concerned, joyfully thinking, the bigger the better. Yang, come quickly. He turned to call for Yang, only to realize that he had unknowingly strayed far from the group and was now on the eastern slope alone. No wonder he hadn't discovered the sweet potatoes sooner. They thrive in arid conditions and prefer sunlight. The eastern slope received more sunlight, while potatoes prefer shade and moisture, hence their prevalence on the southern slopes. Lin Baiyan hurried back to the gathering team. Spotting Yang bent over digging for potatoes, he rushed over to pull him up. Yang, come. I found another edible plant. It's enormous. Yang was momentarily bewildered by the sudden tug, but, upon hearing Lin Baiyan's excitement, dashed ahead of him, beckoning the nearby suborcs to join, shedding any previous shyness. That a group of them arrived at Lin Baiyan's recent discovery, where he unearthed a fresh sweet potato and handed it to the surrounding suborcs for inspection. This is a sweet potato. It's sweet and can be stored for a long time. That as he spoke, he broke a piece of sweet potato and offered it to Yang, who instinctively chewed on it. The refined features of the suborc widened in astonishment, and he mumbled, "This is truly sweet and delicious." Several other suborcs eagerly took a bite, their eyes sparkling with delight. Let us gather more of these. In the orc world, sweetness is a rare and precious commodity. The orcs here lead a primitive and simple life, relying primarily on nature's bounty for sustenance. The sweetness they encounter often comes from roots and berries found in the forest, a treat not easily accessible. Such sweetness is only available during specific seasons or in particular locations, and most fruits tend to be sour, making sweet fruits even more precious. Yang turned to Shuyu, who was busy chewing on the sweet potato. Go fetch Captain Tullian. Let us dig up more sweet potatoes today, and let our tribe members have a taste. That as the mouse month nodded and hurriedly departed. It was not long before Rabbit Forest returned with another group of beastmen. By that time, Pai and Lin Baiyan had already excavated a considerable mound of sweet potatoes, both large and small, piled together like a miniature mountain, creating a rather impressive sight. Upon spotting the sweet potatoes, Rabbit Forest crouched down to examine them closely. I believe I have seen this at the tribe's market. The beastman selling them referred to them as sweet tubers, he remarked, rising with a smile. You all are fortunate today. These sweet tubers, due to their slight sweetness, command a decent price. The group was filled with excitement, and they energetically collected several loads of sweet tubers. As evening approached, Lin Baiyan estimated that the charcoal in the earth kiln had sufficiently smoldered. He touched the outer wall of the kiln, noting that the temperature had dropped, so he picked up a relatively thick branch and began to excavate the earth along the arch he had drawn the previous day. Once the soil of the arch was cleared, the outermost layer of black charcoal became visible. At that moment, the hunting-returned wolf, Song, approached the youth. Is it ready yet? Yes, the temperature has indeed lowered. It should be fine now, Lin Baiyan replied while carefully scraping the charcoal out of the kiln with the branch. The charcoal still retained some warmth, feeling somewhat hot to the touch. After all the charcoal was extracted and piled together, Lin Baiyin picked up a chunk of relatively thick charcoal and, upon tapping it, discovered that the core was also black. His face lit up with joy. Success. It seemed he indeed possessed a certain talent, and Lin Baiyin felt pleased with himself. Only the outermost ring of wood had not been thoroughly burned. The rest was successful. This is the fully burned charcoal, while that over there is slightly undercooked, he pointed out to Tsang, indicating the two types of charcoal. Tsang grabbed a wicker basket, and the two began placing the charcoal inside. The basket contained pieces of varying sizes, even some charcoal dust that the youth did not waste, gathering it all together. The earth kiln was tightly packed, appearing capable of multiple uses that he then stacked new firewood in a well-like manner, layer by layer, and proceeded to replicate the process to create a new batch of charcoal. Despite it being late autumn, he was busy to the point of sweating profusely. The youth patted his now blackened hands, unconsciously wiping his face, filled with delight. Tonight, we shall put it to the test. Tsang observed as Lin Baiyin had inadvertently smeared his face with soot and instinctively leaned in to wipe away a streak of gray by his cheek. Caught off guard by Tsang's sudden proximity, Lin Baiyin found himself face to face with a striking visage. The expression of the individual before him was mostly stoic, yet their gaze seemed less frigid. Perhaps the youth was mistaken. But he felt as though Tsang's demeanor now subtly exuded warmth to that moment. Lin Baiyin felt blood rush from his feet to his head, causing his heart to race that he instinctively took a step back. Feeling somewhat awkward, Tsang, noticing the youth's reaction, his eyes dimmed slightly. He pointed to Lin Baiyin's cheek and explained, "You have dirt on your face." Lin Baiyin, feeling a bit embarrassed, smiled awkwardly, his ears turning slightly red. Realizing he might be overreacting, he cleared his throat and said hastily, "You should put the charcoal in the cave. I'll go wash my hands." Then he hurriedly departed, resembling someone chased by a wild beast. Tsang watched the youth's somewhat flustered retreat, a smile unconsciously forming on his face. This reaction prompted a sense of concern from the passing bear, Fei, and tiger, Chiu, who exchanged glances. What is going on with the chief? Has he lost his mind? The two male beastmen covertly observed him from a distance. Tsang, catching sight of them, noted the imposing figure of Fei and adopted a serious expression, casting a sidelong glance at them. So, have today's training sessions concluded? Upon hearing this, Fei and Chiu's faces fell. Ever since the chief returned from the salt-seeking expedition, he had imposed a peculiar array of training methods upon them, including but not limited to leaping off cliffs, climbing, swimming, and concealing themselves, each task seemingly perilous enough to summon the beast gods, not to mention the fundamental speed and combat training they were subjected to. Every male beastman, including the juvenile males, was required to participate. Heaven knows that after a day of hunting, they were utterly exhausted, collapsing into their cave like dead pigs, promptly falling asleep. Chiu slyly jabbed Fei, prompting him to concoct an excuse. However, Fei, being rather straightforward, blurted out the truth without hesitation. "No, we haven't completed it yet." Chiu's heart sank at this revelation, having completely forgotten that Fei was rather Navi. Tsang's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on them. "Then why aren't you hurrying?" "We'll go right away," Chiu exclaimed, quickly dragging Fei away. Tsang returned to the cave with the charcoal. Meanwhile, Lin Baiyin had raced to the waterfall area, quickly washing his hands. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the water. The youth bore a striking resemblance to his previous life, often leaving him uncertain of his own identity. Lin Baiyin cupped water in his hands to wash his face, attempting to calm himself. It was not his fault. Tsang was undeniably handsome, his demeanor quiet, yet his sharp features and clear countenance resembled snow atop a mountain. Lin Baiyin reassured himself, "It's all right, it's not a crime to admire someone so handsome. Everyone is inclined to steal a glance at beauty." He comforted himself, soon forgetting the matter, exhibiting a certain obliviousness in some aspects. When Lin Baiyin returned, he had regained his composure. Tsang also chose not to mention the earlier incident. During dinner, Lin Baiyin placed the sweet potatoes he had just retrieved onto a large lid atop a stone pot to steam. As anticipated, the beastmen relished the sweet flavors of this food, particularly the little ones. The young cat, Xia, was so enchanted by the sweetness that it seemed almost dizzy with delight, while the small wolf, Moo, buried its head into the sweet potatoes, struggling to extract itself. "We should gather more to save for the snow season," Lin Baiyin thought as he observed everyone's enjoyment. Plotting in his mind, as night descended, instead of a firewood blaze, the cave was adorned with a large stone trough resembling a fire pit, filled with dark materials. The beastmen were intrigued by this novel object. Deer Smiles approached Lin Baiyin. Watching him ignite the charcoal, "Is this what you produce from that little mound of earth?" Lin Baiyin, busy with his tasks, nodded. "Indeed, this is charcoal. It burns well. You'll see for yourselves after a night." Before long, the charcoal ignited, and Lin Baiyin placed his hands around the fire pit, relishing the warmth emanating from the charcoal as a satisfied smile spread across his face. "All right, this will suffice." Deer Smiles furrowed his brow, expressing skepticism that this little warmth truly sufficient. It pales in comparison to a proper fire. The surrounding beastmen shared his doubts. Lin Baiyin refrained from explanation, knowing that words could never rival the experience of reality. Gradually, waves of warmth began to permeate the air, and soon enough, some beastmen began to feel the rising temperature. Song was the first to notice the change, confidently proclaiming, "The cave is getting warmer." When they slept, they would block the cave entrance with two massive stones, leaving only a small opening for the male beastmen on watch. Without wind seeping in, the warmth radiated swiftly, and soon the cave exhibited a noticeable change. Upon hearing Song's words, the other beastmen began to pay close attention to their surroundings. "It does indeed feel warmer," they agreed. Lin Baiyin chuckled. "It's not very noticeable yet. You'll truly understand after a night's rest." As night deepened, the beastmen clustered together to sleep. Having exhausted himself from the day's sweet potato digging, Lin Baiyin transformed into his beast form, burrowing into his fur blanket, and quickly fell into a comfortable slumber. Snoring softly, upon waking the next morning, Lin Baiyin found the great white wolf absent from his vicinity, and he surmised that Song must have joined the hunting party. Stretching luxuriously, he felt his bones crack and pop. When he emerged in human form, he discovered that Song had not left after all. He and Rabbit Forest were huddled by the fire pit, engrossed in studying something. Upon seeing Lin Baiyin awake, Rabbit Forest eagerly waved him over. The youth approached, and Rabbit Forest, brimming with anticipation, pointed at the fire pit, asking Baiyin, "Does the charcoal always turn out like this?" The charcoal within the pit was still warm and smoldering in abundance. Lin Baiyin recognized their discovery of the charcoal's merits and smiled, nodding. "Yes, it generally appears this way. The larger the charcoal, the longer it lasts, that if used properly, it can burn throughout the night." Rabbit Lin was overjoyed upon hearing this. Every year during the snow season, there are orcs who perish from the cold. The weather on the Orc continent is notoriously unpredictable, and the snow season is particularly harsh, situated in the northern continent. The area is already beset by biting winds even before the snow has begun to fall. The pelts stored by their tribe are mostly made from barbarian cow hides, and without sufficient furs. It is quite challenging to stay warm, that if only they had charcoal, they would not need to fear freezing to death. Last night, the temperature inside the cave rose significantly. It consistently retained some warmth. Rabbit Lin suddenly recognized the benefits of charcoal. Wolf Song, deep in thought, stroked his chin and remarked, "Then we must stockpile some charcoal." Rabbit Lin quickly responded, "I will assign a few orcs to build earth kills." Hearing their conversation, Lin Baiyin, contemplating their impending independence, proposed, "How about we let the tribespeople make it themselves?" After sharing his thoughts, Wolf Song pondered for a moment, then shook his head, suggesting instead that they first construct a few more earth kills to produce a larger quantity. Currently, the tribe lacks sufficient manpower, and they must complete the cave before the first snow while also processing their food, that is for charcoal. It is not as critical as food. Once everyone has moved into the cave, they can discuss the matter of producing charcoal separately. Lin Baiyin, upon reflection, found merit in Wolf Song's reasoning. He realized he had not considered the priority of food over charcoal. He nodded. "Then I will take a few sub-orcs to build 5 more earth kills. That should yield a considerable amount of charcoal." After solidifying this plan, the next few days were spent with the sub-orcs, Shu Yue, Sunman, and the young Cat Yu, diligently focused on the task of making charcoal. While periodically checking on the progress of the cured meat, that on the 7th day, Lin Baiyin stood beneath a bamboo pole laden with cured meat, gazing upward. The smoked meat had taken on a reddish-black hue, resembling charcoal that had been rolled about. It should be nearly ready. Chapter 55. Calculating food, a young man approached, calling out, Xiang, Xiang, I believe the cured meat is almost ready. Can we take it down now? Xiang responded affirmatively, extinguishing the fire and smiling. The scent from these cypress branches is rather pleasant. The young man pressed a piece of the removed meat, his eyes squinting with delight. Indeed, the meat cooked this way is delectable. At that moment, Rabbit Lin walked over, glancing at the darkened meat in Lin Baiyan's hands and questioning, is this even tasty? Lin Baiyan, with a twinkle in his eyes, replied, oh, it is quite fragrant. Just wait until I stir-fry some for you to try. Rabbit Lin nodded and turned to the young man, saying, Baiyan, the meat is nearly dried. We must bring it into the cave. Indeed, we must also check how much food the tribe has stored. Lin Baiyan agreed. All right, let us tally it up shortly. The two summoned several orcs to bring in the dried beast meat and cured meat, which constituted their entire meat supply. After tidying up, they proceeded to the food storage area within the cave. The young man gazed at the pile of beast meat that filled the cave, while adjacent to it were the sun-dried bamboo shoots, wild vegetables, and baskets of potatoes. Lin Baiyan looked at Rabbit Lin and said, Shall we begin? Rabbit Lin felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. The cave was rather dim, making it difficult to see that I am not proficient at calculations. I can only assist you with minor tasks. The young man, puzzled, replied, But you can count, can't you? I have seen you do so before. I can only count to T-in, truth. At this time, the orcs had no concept of hundreds. Most operated on a system of counting in tens. The distinction between counting and calculating was quite significant. It was only due to his ability to count to 10 and his extensive gathering experience that he became the leader of the gathering team. The young man slapped his forehead and decisively stated, In that case, do you know how much meat our tribe consumes in a day? And how long does the snow season last? This was a topic Rabbit Lin was familiar with. He pondered briefly before responding. Typically, the snow season lasts around 10 tens of days. However, to ensure food security, we generally reserve an additional 2 tens of days' worth of provisions, in case heavy snowfall extends the duration of the snow season, leaving us without food. The young man nodded, noting that this was similar to the winter durations back on Blue Star. As for their meat consumption, Rabbit Lin pointed to a vine basket reaching up to the young man's chest. We require roughly 1 basket of meat each day, along with another basket of plants. To save space, they made large baskets, yet their sizes varied. Lin Baiyan estimated that each basket contained around 100 jin of meat. Upon realizing this quantity, Lin Baiyan was left astounded. Do we consume so much meat in a single day? Rabbit Lin, unfazed, nodded. Yes, if we wish to stay full, we will need even more, approximately another basket. And no wonder Rabbit Lin had been anxious about food. The orcs had such large appetites. Considering this, the food brought back by the hunting team, consisting of barbarian cows and other wild beasts, would lose about 1/5 of its weight once the hides, bones, and innards were removed. Lin Baiyan picked up a vine basket, stating, Let us count how many baskets we can fill. 1 basket of beast meat and 1 of plants each day. Rabbit Lin furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat confused. Realizing that further explanation might only add to the confusion, Lin Baiyan simply grabbed a basket and began demonstrating. Uncle Rabbit Lin, please pass me the beast meat. Rabbit Lin handed the meat to Lin Baiyan until the basket was filled. Nodding, that should be about right. Lin Baiyan assessed the quantity of meat, finding it aligned with his estimate of approximately 100 jin. The two then transferred the meat from this basket into another. Using it as a standard for their measurements, they began their calculations, and once they had tallied all the beast meat, the young man stood up and stretched his back. The flames in the stone basin on the cave's wall were still burning. Rubbing his eyes, he recounted the vine baskets, arriving at a total of 108, that this would sustain the tribe's food supply for about 100 days, but the reserve was minimal. No wonder Wolfsong had been leading the orcs in hunting over the past few days. Rabbit Lin was also frantically gathering with the sub-orcs. This was Rabbit Lin's first experience with such a challenging snow season, which explained his anxiety. However, Rabbit Lin remained relatively calm. They had all endured such hardships in the past, and he found solace in the notion that things were not as dire as he had initially feared. He softly reassured, it's all right, during the snow season. It's merely the hunting that becomes difficult. Unless the snowfall is excessively heavy, the hunting teams will continue their expeditions as usual. Male orcs must constantly hone their hunting skills, as consistent practice is essential. And we need to fetch more salt. The tribe has been curing meat over the past few days and has used quite a bit. Rabbit Lin smacked his forehead and turned to Lin Baiyin. Lin Baiyin nodded, casting aside his worries, acknowledging that fretting was of no use. Everyone is capable. While food may be scarce in winter, it does not mean there is none at all. Surely, we will not starve. He decided to inform Wolf Song, suggesting they make the trip while the weather remained clear. According to Blue Star's calendar, it was already early November, and the winds in the mountains had turned biting. He suspected snow would soon arrive. After tallying the tribe's food supplies, Lin Baiyin approached Wolf Song to discuss the salt retrieval. Wolf Song contemplated for a moment before stating, "This time, I will take a few male orcs with me. We should be back in just a few days." Their previous expedition had taken longer due to their unfamiliarity with the route. Based on Wolf Song's estimation, the sea was only 2 sunsets away. The young man recalled their last salt-seeking journey and cautioned Wolf Song. "As far as I know, the sea is quite extensive. You should head straight east after leaving our territory. 2 sunsets would indicate that the sea likely lay within their domain." Lin Baiyin reflected briefly and added. Wolf Song nodded. "All right, do you need me to bring anything back for you?" At this, Lin Baiyin felt a sudden craving for seafood. Since it was winter, the cave had become akin to a natural icebox where anything they could not consume could be preserved. "I would like some sea fish and octopus, and if possible, a bit of seaweed as well." Lin Baiyin gestured to Wolf Song. "Do you remember? It's the green plant from the sea that I brought back last time." Chapter 56. Inspection. Wolf Song certainly remembered this. He frowned. "I know that item. It's rather unpalatable and quite fishy." Lin Baiyin looked at him disapprovingly. "It's not fishy. You can't be picky. Seaweed is highly nutritious." He regarded Wolf Song as one would a fussy child who refused to eat. Observing Lin Baiyin's expression, Wolf Song quickly shifted his stance. "I'm not the one saying this. It's that brat Hu Qiu who doesn't like it." He unflinchingly shifted the blame onto Hu Qiu. Lin Baiyin rubbed his nose, thinking that Hu Qiu's appetite hardly seemed picky. "Seaweed is highly nutritious, and we are lacking in variety when it comes to the plants we consume." Lin Baiyin was troubled by the existing varieties of vegetables. Lang Song, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "There's nothing to worry about. Everyone has come through this way, and there seems to be no problem." Instantly, Lin Baiyin felt compelled to refute him, thinking, "What do you mean there's no problem? Clearly, there are significant issues. Most of the orcs in the tribe were suffering from hand and foot injuries. Yet they continued to toil away, seemingly unfazed by the absence of crescents on their nails, as if this was entirely normal for them, simply because everyone else was in the same boat." Lin Baiyin scoffed. They had never witnessed what a healthy person from Blue Star looked like. It could only be said that ignorance brings no harm. Enough of this, he decided to cease the conversation with Lang Song, secretly grumbling about him in his heart. Observing Lin Baiyin's expression, Lang Song's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Understood that I will bring back more." After confirming the arrangement to fetch salt, Lang Song left behind 2 orcs, Hu Qiu and Yo Lai, to continue digging the cave with half of the hunting team, while he took Xiong Fei, Dequado Zhushan, and Bao Lu with the remaining male orcs towards the seaside. Lin Baiyin watched the hunting team depart, the leading white giant wolf particularly striking. Perhaps due to the recent food supply, Lang Song's beast form appeared somewhat larger, that he pondered with concern, hoping they would return before the snow fell. He had yet to witness the snow season here, and traversing through snow-covered terrain posed considerable danger. After spending the last few days together, every member of the tribe had become significant in his eyes, and he wished for no mishaps to befall anyone. After seeing them off, Lin Baiyin returned to the cave, approaching the haystack where Ma Yuan was diligently splitting bamboo with a sharp stone shard. Despite being unable to move for the past few days, he had not been idle. That he had learned the technique of splitting bamboo strips from Hu Jiang and began supplying raw materials to the tribe, which had been busy weaving baskets, an endeavor that required a copious amount of bamboo strips. Initially, when he had just been bandaged, he had felt little discomfort and was eager to start working. Feeling out of place while others busied themselves for the snow season, Ma Yuan felt a pang of anxiety about his inactivity. Just then, Shu Yu helped him to the cave entrance, where Lin Baiyin spotted them and quickly called out, "What are you doing out here?" Unaware of the impropriety, Ma Yuan smiled and replied, "Priest, I'm going to help everyone dig the cave." Most of the male orcs were following Lu Zhao's lead in the construction team, with a few chopping bamboo. Lin Baiyin frowned. "This is absurd. Your leg isn't healed yet. How can you go about moving around?" "I don't feel anything. It doesn't hurt at all," Ma Yuan said. Looking bewildered at Lin Baiyin, Yin, the orc's understanding. As long as the injury no longer hurt, it was deemed fine. Moreover, he had no visible wounds on his skin. Lin Baiyin quickly pointed towards the cave. Shu Yu, hurry and help him back to sit down. Once Ma Yuan was settled back on his pile of hay, Lin Baiyin crouched down to closely examine the splint on his leg. Seeing that the splint was not misaligned, he reached out to feel the broken bone. Finding nothing unusual, which alleviated his worries. With a serious gaze, Lin Baiyin emphasized, "Your leg is broken. This is a minor injury. Even if you don't feel pain on the surface, the bone inside hasn't healed yet. That if it shifts again, I cannot guarantee a full recovery." Ma Yuan was taken aback by the weight of Lin Baiyin's words and trembled as he replied, "I want to move, I promise." He feared becoming a burden. Seeing that Ma Yuan had taken his words to heart, Lin Baiyin nodded in satisfaction. "Priest, when will Ma Yuan's leg heal?" Ma Yuan asked, concerned as the saying goes. "Healing bones takes 100 days. Lin Baiyin pondered and replied, "It will likely take at least 70 to 80 days. But the snow season is approaching. I can't just sit idle." Ma Yuan expressed his anxiety. This was unacceptable. Shu Yu had already agreed to be his partner, and there was a possibility of offspring during the snow season. That if he didn't work, how could he support his partner and potential young? Sensing his distress, Shu Yu softly reassured him, "Don't worry. I will also work hard in the gathering team to support us." Lin Baiyin contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Then you should join Hu Jiang and the others in weaving baskets. That can be done while seated." Observing Ma Yuan's appearance, he realized that if he didn't assign him some tasks, he wouldn't find peace of mind. A bit of work would at least keep him from overthinking. Thus, Ma Yuan began his basket weaving. Upon noticing Lin Baiyin approaching, he continued his work, smiling as he greeted the young priest. "Priest, you're here." Lin Baiyin nodded. "I have come to check on your leg." Ma Yuan was very obedient. Ever since Lin Baiyin instructed him not to move, he indeed sat there every day. After Lin Baiyin completed his examination, he nodded in satisfaction. The healing ability of the orcs surpassed his expectations. In just over 10 days, it seemed Ma Yuan's bone had almost healed. "Priest, how is my leg recovering?" Ma Yuan carefully inquired, observing Lin Baiyin's expression. Lin Baiyin's demeanor relaxed as he smiled. "It's recovering quite well. I estimate it will be fine in 4 to 5 weeks." Ma Yuan was overjoyed upon hearing this. Expressing his gratitude to Lin Baiyin, "Thank you, priest. Without you, I would be a useless orc." The inability of a male orc to hunt effectively equated to a loss of survival skills. Lin Baiyin waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Just focus on your recovery." Ma Yuan nodded vigorously in agreement. After checking on Ma Yuan's progress, Lin Baiyin exited the cave and spotted several orc cubs in their beast forms playfully wrestling and frolicking together, appearing quite spirited. Now that it was the snow season, the orc's fur had become a form of warm clothing. Unless it was necessary to transform into human form, the younger cubs typically remained in their beast forms. Wolf Yun was leading them in practicing fighting techniques, instilling in them the essence of their lineage. Although they could transform into human forms, they must not forget the innate combat prowess that flowed through their veins. The older cubs had already begun to instinctively follow the gathering or construction teams to assist. Currently, Wolf Yun was leading the younger cubs, who were surrounding him in a playful assault. Even in a one-against-many scenario, Wolf Yun remained remarkably composed, effortlessly maneuvering as he toyed with the little ones, proving himself to be the leader among them. Wolf Mu and Tiger Yu, undeterred, bared their tiny teeth and charged forward once more. Chapter 57. The cave is completed to Lin Baiyin's eyes. This scene resembled a group of fluffy creatures engaged in a lively game. The youth could not discern any actual combat techniques amidst their play. Watching the group of fuzzy cubs before him, Lin Baiyin's eyes sparkled with delight. It had been far too long since he had indulged in the joy of fluffiness, with the past few days having kept him busily occupied. He seldom found such moments of relaxation. As he approached, intending to select a fortunate cub to cuddle, he suddenly felt a fluffy creature latch onto his ankle. Looking down, he saw it was Cat Xia. As a sub-orc, little Cat Xia did not partake in the activities of the male orc cubs, but Wolf Yun often taught her some simple techniques to prevent her from being bullied. Indeed, despite her often stoic demeanor, Wolf Yun harbored a protective fatherly concern for her that on the surface, he might appear indifferent, but secretly he would instruct the other cubs to refrain from bullying her. At this moment, little Cat Xia gazed up at Lin Baiyin with her big, glistening eyes, filled with longing. The youth scooped her into his arms and gently rubbed her little ears, asking, "How about now? Are you happy?" Though Lin Baiyan's question was somewhat nonsensical, Cat Xia immediately grasped his meaning. She beamed, her fluffy little face radiating a bright smile. Meow, meow, meow. Cat Xia was incredibly happy in the tribe. No orc looked down upon her for merely consuming food, nor did anyone disdain her for not being able to shift into human form. She nestled comfortably in Lin Baiyan's embrace, raised a tiny paw, and began to wave excitedly. Meow, meow, meow. Wolfian brother took us to catch bugs to feed the Kai Feng chickens, and then we'll get lots and lots of eggs. The youth squinted at the little kitten, who was chirping away with its delightful meow, sharing tales of amusing events that had transpired over the past few days. To be frank, he was not particularly acquainted with the few orc tribes of white cats that had been expelled alongside him. Lin Baiyan typically endeavored to minimize his interactions with them, wary of arousing their suspicions. Although Cat Bai was not inherently familiar with the orcs within the tribe, his closest companions were Cat Xia and another youngling named Cat Yu, along with the elder orc, Cat Su, who was said to have watched over his parents as they grew. Cat Su was quite advanced in years, and technically, Lin Baiyan could address him as Uncle Cat Su. However, familial ties within the orc continent were rather simplistic, generally limited to the parent-child relationship, with even grandparents being less close. Once orc cubs reached maturity, they effectively severed ties with their immediate families to join the larger tribal community. Thus, one might consider his relationship with Cat Su as merely acquaintanceship. Observing the lively demeanor of the little kitten Xia, Lin Baiyan felt a swell of joy in his heart, albeit tinged with concern regarding the youngling's transformation. On the surface, the youth appeared unchanged, yet a flicker of worry danced in his eyes. She was already 5 years old, and he wondered when Cat Xia would finally take on a human form. He was uncertain about the catalyst for orc transformation. Previously, he had inquired with Rabbit Lin, who had also shown a look of bewilderment. Rabbit Lin had speculated uncertainly that, in theory, orc cubs should be able to transform normally upon reaching the appropriate age, suggesting perhaps that Cat Xia was simply too frail. Lin Baiyan had only a rudimentary understanding of these matters and could only surmise it was a case of malnutrition. The thought of this matter caused him to furrow his brow. He did not wish for the little Cat Xia to remain in her kitten form for all eternity. While Lin Baiyan's mind wandered, he absent-mindedly groomed Cat Xia that moment. The skirmish among the younglings had come to a close. Wolf Yun transformed into human form and sauntered over, while the little wolf Mu and the little tiger Yu lay sprawled out, utterly exhausted. Wolf Yun approached Lin Baiyan, his dark eyes fixed on the pair of him and the creature in his arms. Upon seeing the small Wolf Yun, the youth immediately smiled, dispelling his chaotic thoughts, and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming how impressive Wolf Yun was, as if defeating them was merely child's play. Wolf Yun's ears flushed crimson as he turned his head and scooped up the little Cat Xia from Lin Baiyan's embrace. Cat Xia seemed accustomed to his hold, adjusting her position comfortably. Watching the two younglings display such natural camaraderie, Lin Baiyan could not help but wink at Wolf Yun, teasingly questioning why he had once deemed the lad a crybaby, only to now carry him around so affectionately. Feeling a bit embarrassed under Lin Baiyan's gaze, Wolf Yun stiffened his expression and abruptly changed the subject, suggesting they go feed the chickens with that. He hurriedly carried Cat Xia away, prompting the sprawled younglings to scramble after their leader. Lin Baiyan chuckled as he watched them retreat, likening Wolf Yun to a mother hen leading her chicks. In the following days, life in the tribe continued in its familiar rhythm of eating, working, and sleeping. After the sounds of chiseling echoed for over 20 days, the construction team finally announced its completion. Lu Xiao, having finished the last cave, excitedly sought out Lin Baiyan, who was covered in soot from handling charcoal. "Baiyan, we have completed the caves." At that moment, Lin Baiyan was deeply engrossed in extracting the final piece of charcoal from the earth. And upon hearing this delightful news, he turned with a dust-covered hand and smiled, suggesting they go take a look. The two made their way towards the caves, which were arranged in 2 rows, each containing 10 entrances and 20 caves in total. The individual caves were carved on either side of the grand cavern, with a second layer of stone steps leading up to the upper caves. After taking a cursory glance at the first row of caves, they ascended the stone steps to the second level. Lin Baiyan stepped onto the steps, which were bordered by a railing intricately carved directly from the stone wall. Forming a seamless structure, he admired the railing, Recognizing Lu Xiao's remarkable talent for construction, the young lad had merely described his vision, yet Lu Xiao had brought it to life with such skill. Upon entering one of the caves on the second level, Lin Baiyin noted that the overall design mirrored that of the first level, with fire basins elegantly etched into the walls. The cave measured approximately 30 to 40 square meters. He turned to the orcs from the construction team who had followed him, lavishly praising their efforts, saying, "You have all done exceptionally well. I never anticipated that we would complete all the caves in such a short time. Once the chieftain returns from the seaside, we shall begin dividing the caves." Upon hearing the priest's commendation, the orcs exchanged bashful glances, the males scratching their heads and chuckling sheepishly. When they heard the priest's words, excitement bubbled within them. Although orcs were social creatures, everyone occasionally craved a bit of personal space that a few male orcs displayed evident joy, particularly as winter approached, prompting thoughts of a comfortable life during the snowy season. Chapter 58. An unexpected event. Orcs are indeed a paradoxical species. They often feel shy about accepting verbal praise, yet they are remarkably candid in such matters that in their eyes, contributing to the tribe through the propagation of offspring is a matter of great respect. In some larger tribes, there are even instances of sub-orcs serving as chieftains, as their stability is often preferred over the ever-volatile male orc leaders who may perish at any moment. It is only in more remote and stringent tribes that sub-orcs and cubs are viewed as burdens. Once the crowd dispersed, Lu Xiao sidled up to Lin Baiyin and wrapped an arm around him, exclaiming, "I saved a cave for the colorful phoenix chickens." Lin Baiyin turned to him, intrigued, as Lu Xiao grinned and explained, "Did you not build a shelter for the colorful phoenix chickens with Xiong Fei and the others? But now that it is the snowy season, the orcs are feeling quite cold, and I thought the chickens must feel chilly too. So I set aside a cave for them. Did you not say before that we should treat the colorful phoenix chickens like our younglings?" Lin Baiyin was astonished to learn that Lu Xiao had considered the chickens. Most orcs lacked such foresight, merely going about their daily lives as instructed. Individuals like Lu Xiao, who could think independently and draw connections, were indeed rare. Without hesitation, Lin Baiyin praised him. "Your thoughtfulness is truly remarkable." As dawn broke, Lin Baiyin shivered beneath the fur blanket, groggily awakening to an even more pronounced chill. Rubbing his eyes with a paw, he deftly navigated through the tangle of orcs and poked his head out of the cave entrance. The sky was still dim, but delicate snowflakes had begun to drift down, dancing in the chilly breeze and landing softly on Lin Baiyin's outstretched paw, quickly melting away. It was snowing. The first snowfall aligned closely with Lin Baiyin's expectations. The winds in the mountains had grown increasingly cold, and indeed, light snow had begun to fall. According to the calendar from Blue Star, it was around the time of the minor snow festival. A gust of frigid wind swept through, causing the little kitten to shiver before scampering over to the waterfall to wash up. The mountain spring water was even colder now, and as he splashed his face, Lin Baiyin instantly felt invigorated. Upon returning to the cave, he found Hu Qing and Quan Ling had already set up a stone pot. With the snow falling outside, they had brought the pot inside the cave. Lin Baiyin, noticing the first snowfall, suggested, "Let us add extra ginger to the pot today to warm everyone up. We wouldn't want anyone to freeze." Though the aroma of ginger is far from pleasant, it possesses the remarkable ability to dispel cold. Hu Qing nodded, chopping the ginger into fine pieces before unceremoniously tossing it into the stone pot. As a result, the entire cave was permeated with the pungent scent of ginger. The little cubs gazed at the floating ginger shavings in the bamboo bowl, their small faces scrunched up in distaste. Compared to the adults, the little ones were even less fond of the ginger's flavor, finding its spiciness quite unbearable. The elder brother shaman had mentioned that it was beneficial for their health, although the cubs could not fathom how such an unpalatable ingredient could be good for them. They obediently held their breath and drank a large bowl of meat soup infused with ginger. Lin Baiyin, holding his bowl, stood at the entrance of the cave, watching the snowflakes dance in the air. His expression tinged with worried. It had been 7 days since Lang Tsong and the others had set out. Now that the snow had begun to fall, once it blanketed everything, distinguishing directions would become increasingly challenging, and the dangers outside would escalate significantly, making their return all the more arduous. Perhaps he had miscalculated. The sea might not be as vast as he imagined, and they could have gone astray, failing to locate its position, or perhaps they were already on their way back. Lost in his thoughts, Lin Baiyan's mind was a whirlwind. Today marked the first snowfall, and the beast men, taking advantage of the light flurries, were busy with their tasks, some chopping bamboo, others making charcoal, while Tu Lin led a gathering team into the woods. The shaman had indicated that there would be plenty of places to use bamboo and trees afterward, so it was wise to prepare an ample supply. The recently excavated male beastmen were not idle either. They ventured out in pairs to fell trees. Lin Baiyan hoped to teach everyone how to craft furniture. Scanning for those interested in learning, that he contemplated the less discerning beastmen, who upon securing a cave, would simply lay down furs atop a pile of straw and sleep, after a long day of toil. The beastmen began to return as twilight descended that a light layer of snow had already settled, and though the initial snowfall was gentle, the cold would soon intensify. Fortunately, Shaman Baiyan's extensive knowledge had yielded charcoal, which brought comfort to everyone, who felt assured that this snowy season would be warm, that if Lin Baiyan were to learn of the beastman's thoughts, he would likely scoff, for this warmth was merely an illusion. He had yet to construct a heated bed. Lin Baiyan yearned to create one, but was pressed for time, forced instead to dream of the heated bed in his mind. However, come spring next year, he would surely lead everyone in building proper houses. Hu Qing and the others had prepared the meal, and after a tiring day, everyone savored the steaming meat soup, feeling warmth envelop them. Just then, the male beastman inside the cave suddenly fell into a state of alert. The Hu Chio stood up, his expression serious, sensing something approaching, that I will go take a look. The male beastmen possessed sharper instincts. While they could detect the presence of other beastmen, it was evidently different now. Once Hu Chio exited the cave, crouching to listen to the vibrations of the ground, Lin Baiyan noticed his grave demeanor and hurried over. What is wrong? What is happening? At that moment, Hu Chio's expression shifted dramatically, and he pushed Lin Baiyan back into the cave, urgently instructing, "Male beastmen, come with me to sub-beastmen and cubs, stay hidden inside, and do not come out." As soon as he issued the command, the male beastmen swiftly responded, exiting the cave. Hu Chio and Yo Lai worked together to block the entrance with a large stone, just as they had secured half of it. A sudden rustling from deep within the forest echoed, accompanied by a dense tremor of the earth, as if something was drawing near, that a lone wolf's howl erupted from the depths of the woods, followed by a cacophony of howls from a multitude of wolves, both large and small. Hu Chio, having transformed into his beast form, stood resolutely at the forefront of the male beastmen, gazing at the myriad of eyes lurking within the forest, feeling a shiver run down his spine. There were at least 30 to 40 wolves, their fierce and ravenous gazes fixed upon them, a chilling glint of hunger in their eyes. Here, they numbered only 10 adult male beastmen. Chapter 59. Battle. After being pushed back into the cave, Lin Baiyan ushered all the cubs into the innermost part where the beast meat was stored. In truth, he longed to lead everyone to safety. But peering through the crevices of the stone, he saw the forest swarming with wolves, making escape seem nearly impossible. The youth's palms grew clammy with anxiety. What was happening? Why were there so many wolves? The Wolf King, hidden among the pack, issued a command, and the wolves concealed within the forest surged towards the male beastmen at the cave's entrance, encircling them in an instant, with each male beastman facing at least 3 or 4 wolves. Lin Baiyan forced himself to remain calm. As the shaman of the Tsangyan tribe, he could not afford to panic. Hu Chio found himself confronted by 2 wolves, with another clinging to his back. Yet he roared and charged forward. However, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming. They could hardly manage to fend them off. Lin Baiyan gripped his palm tightly, observing the beastmen within the cave. Granny Shiyang and several elder beastmen remained behind to protect the cubs, while the rest would join him outside. There are too many wolves outside. If we remain cooped up here, we will surely become their prey. Upon hearing this, the sub-beastmen quickly retrieved their sharpest weapons, stone chisels, axes, bamboo spears, and bone knives. Determined expressions etched on their faces as they looked towards Lin Baiyan. The shaman was right. They could not retreat. Having spoken, Lin Baiyan seized the bone knife he had placed beside the fur blanket, transformed into his beast form, and squeezed through the gap in the stones, leading the charge outside. The sub-beastmen, not at an advantage in their beast forms, quickly shifted to their human forms after Lin Baiyan exited the cave. "What are you doing out here? Get back!" Hu Chio turned to see Lin Baiyan had brought the sub-beastman with him and shouted anxiously. Lin Baiyan, holding his breath, replied, I can't understand what you're saying. He swung his bone knife, severing the small wolf that had latched onto Nyo Lai's leg, the blood splattering across the youth's face. Are you just going to wait inside to die? Kill those wolves. At this moment, Lin Baiyin appeared unusually composed and indifferent as he swung the bone knife at another wolf. If someone were to observe him closely, they would notice he bore a striking resemblance to Lang Tsong. The arrival of the sub-beastmen somewhat alleviated their predicament. They wielded their weapons, instinctively pairing up to protect the cave behind them, where even smaller cubs remained. Everyone prepared themselves for the possibility of death and battle. Gradually, the number of wolves lying on the ground increased, and the pressure on the male beastmen lessened as they seemed on the verge of wiping out the remaining wolves. Just then, the Wolf King's roar echoed through the forest. And out of nowhere, over 30 more wolves charged forward, heedless of the fallen. That batch of wolves was merely the vanguard released by the Wolf King. Up until now, they had yet to catch sight of the Wolf King itself. Hu Qiu could feel his strength waning, despair creeping into his eyes as he realized the overwhelming numbers would soon wear them down. Was this to be their final stand? Lin Baiyin gritted his teeth. Picking up a bamboo stake and plunging it into the neck of the wolf that had bitten into Lu Zhao's calf, dragging it back toward the cave entrance, and then rushing back out. It seemed that this pack of wolves was determined to make them their meal. The youth's gaze hardened with a fierce resolve. Today, he would take a few wolves down with him, gripping his bloodied bone knife. He charged headlong into the fray. Suddenly, a wolf's howl pierced the air, reaching the ears of the beastmen. That moment, even Lin Baiyin's eyes filled with despair, and the bone knife he clutched fell to the ground. The other beastmen were similarly affected, believing it to be a signal for another assault from the Wolf King. Their morale began to crumble, awaiting the moment when the pack would tear them apart. However, such a gruesome scene did not unfold. A glimmering white figure, like lightning, dashed into the heart of the wolf pack. Lin Baiyin immediately recognized the figure among the wolves, snapping back to reality as he narrowly dodged a wolf's claw. Grabbing whatever he could from the ground, he hurled it at the creature and swiftly retrieved his bone knife. Lang Tsong had returned. Lin Baiyin shouted to the beastmen. Those two words acted like a tranquilizer, instilling hope back into their hearts. Hu Qiu's eyes rekindled with hope. The chief was back. They would fight. Tiger Hill unleashed an extraordinary force, its claw piercing the eye of a wolf, seizing the moment to rend its throat. The orcs trailing behind the giant wolf cast aside their burdens, eagerly joining the fray. That moment, Lang Tsong accurately located the Wolf King concealed within the forest. Cunningly, the Wolf King remained hidden amidst the pack, refusing to reveal itself, showing none of the traits expected of a leader. Lang Tsong honed in on its position through sound, emitting a low growl as he accelerated towards the Wolf King's back, tugging at its ear and exposing it to plain sight. Caught off guard, the Wolf King found itself revealed before the orcs, swiftly rising to its feet, its gaze fierce as it regarded the imposing white wolf before it. Sensing the imminent danger, without granting the Wolf King a moment to react, Lang Tsong surged forward once more. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted with their entrance. The orcs, driven by bloodlust, charged forth with unwavering determination. Indeed, Lang Tsong's appearance had become their wellspring of confidence, as Nyo Lai bellowed and barreled into the wolf pack. Time seemed to blur, and then, with a heart-wrenching howl, the Wolf King cried out, its body convulsing violently. From fierce resistance, its cries gradually weakened until, in a final act of defiance, it ceased to move. Lang Tsong flung the Wolf King aside, blood staining his muzzle, his icy gaze fixed upon the remaining wolves. The air hung heavy and still, as the remaining wolves hesitated, paralyzed by the death of their leader. The haunting howls of wolves echoed through the forest once more. It was the moment for the orcs to retaliate. Lang Tsong was the first to plunge into the remaining pack, closely followed by several male orcs, all fueled by a ferocious resolve. The wolves, intent on treating them as mere prey, would soon learn the folly of their assumptions. Ultimately, the wolf pack, under the relentless onslaught of the orcs, scattered in disarray, with a larger wolf hastily retreating into the forest, accompanied by 7 or 8 others. Lin Baiyin, witnessing the battle's conclusion, collapsed in exhaustion. His bloodied face turned skyward to behold the gentle snowfall that had begun to fall to that moment. The young man realized his hands trembled uncontrollably, a painful ache coursing through them. The other orcs fared little better. Many of the sub-orcs leaning unsteadily or seated. Did we win? A voice murmured, uncertain, that is it true? We need not face the beast god. A thunderous cheer erupted among the orcs, despite their weary conditions, each one brimming with the elation of having survived. Chapter 60. Conclusion. A blood-soaked white giant wolf stood atop a large stone, howling at the moonlit sky, its presence reminiscent of an invincible war deity. The male orcs, nursing their wounds, struggled to rise. Joining in the chorus of roars to that moment, Lang Tsong embodied their unwavering faith, an indomitable spirit. Lin Baiyan felt as though the recent events were a dream. He had participated in a primal struggle for survival. His thoughts were a chaotic whirl. Unsure of what he truly felt, he stared blankly at a nearby wolf, murmuring, so much meat. Perhaps the anxiety of hoarding provisions had taken its toll, for his first instinct upon seeing the scene was not fear, but rather, this will last us quite a while. The sub-orcs, upon hearing Lin Baiyan's remark, regarded the wolf pack with less hostility than before. Liu Shao, dragging his injured leg, approached, seemingly unperturbed by the recent events. This is all food delivered right to us, he exclaimed, gazing eagerly at the motionless wolves. Lin Baiyan could scarcely find words for Liu Zhao's nonchalance. He gazed at the carefree sub-orc, a vein throbbing on his forehead. These wolves had sought to turn them into food. Oh, come on. Liu Shao waved dismissively. In the end, it doesn't really matter. Lin Baiyan, feeling somewhat fatigued, thought a bit of optimism isn't so bad. At least it won't leave a psychological scar. Many were injured, and the elder orcs who had not fought began to emerge, followed by a procession of small cubs. Miao Xia, startled by the scene, scampered over to Lin Baiyan, squatting before him with tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at the bloodied young man. Meow meow, little Miao Xia looked up at Lin Baiyan, her blue eyes brimming with tears. Baiyan Gij. Lin Baiyan wearily lifted his arm to ruffle her hair, softly reassuring, don't worry Miao Xia, Baiyan Gij is fine. The small cub nodded, understanding, needing no further comfort at that moment. Xiang approached, helping him to his feet, exclaiming, you're fine? Look at all that blood. Ho Lin began gathering the injured orcs, moving them towards the cave. Xiang instructed Ho Lin, who promptly complied. Lin Baiyan chuckled softly, realizing that it was a normal sight. Nearly every orc bore some blood, but he considered himself fortunate, having only a few scratches from a wolf's claws on his right arm. Xiang, I stored herbs in the cave. The bamboo basket on the top left of the shelf contains the hemostatic herbs. Please crush them. I will help everyone with the medicine shortly. That he knew that if left to their own devices, they would likely apply it haphazardly, without clearing away dust or debris. Xiang shook his head disapprovingly. You tell me how to administer the medicine. I will handle it myself. Though we old-timers may be of little use, we can still manage a few tasks. Lin Baiyan, regaining his spirits, insisted, no, let me do it. That I need to assess the severity of everyone's injuries. To Xiang, seeing the determination in Lin Baiyan's eyes, conceded, leading the elder orcs into the cave to prepare the herbs. Meanwhile, Lang Tsong had circled back to the cave, immediately identifying the figure leaning against the stone wall, that he transformed into his human form, crouching beside Lin Baiyan, concern etched in his eyes. Are you all right? Lin Baiyan forced a smile. Not so good. That it was his first true realization of the brutality of the beast world, where bloodshed and violence intertwined, enveloping one in a perilous existence that defined the entirety of the beast continent. The man before him appeared pale, fingers trembling slightly, and Lang Tsong keenly noticed the unease hidden beneath the surface. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand, his strong fingers enveloping Lin Baiyan's bloodied and dirt-streaked hand. Gently, he clasped Lin Baiyan's fingertips, offering a soothing caress. Lin Baiyan stared, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected gesture, until warmth surged from their fingertips, igniting a fierce sensation in his heart. Their eyes met, silence enveloping them. Yet Lin Baiyan gradually relaxed his tense form. They remained still for a moment, and seeing that Lin Baiyan had regained some composure, Lang Tsong softly spoke, I intend to take several male orcs back into the territory, to seek out those wolves that fled, that he aimed to eradicate the lurking dangers without delay. Lin Baiyan, feeling somewhat uneasy, turned his gaze away. I am fine now. You should go. He withdrew his fingers, hastily adding, I will keep watch over the tribe. Lang Tsong smiled faintly, responding softly, "All right," before turning to lead the uninjured orcs back into the forest. Lin Baiyin took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, then he moved his right hand slightly. It had been tense moments ago, and now it still felt somewhat stiff, but he had nearly recovered, propping himself against the stone wall as he slowly approached the injured orc. First, he washed the wound thoroughly, then applied anti-inflammatory and hemostatic herbs, securing it with a clean, breathable hide. This was the fundamental method of treatment. Yang Yi was in better condition, assisting him as the two sub-orcs navigated between the wounded. At that moment, the moonlight poured into the cave entrance, creating an unsettling tranquility, while the drifting snowflakes concealed all traces of blood and injury. As if nothing had ever transpired, Lin commanded several orcs to set up a bonfire outside the cave, piling the spoils in the center. Remarkably, there were 55 wolves. Each wolf measured over 2 meters in length, stacked together, presenting a truly spectacular sight. After tending to the wounds, Lin Baiyin found a corner to sit, gazing at the bustling individuals around him, feeling an inexplicable emotion swell within. Fortunately, although this battle had been perilous, no orc had lost their life in the tribe, which was indeed the best news possible. Having experienced this ordeal, he had come to understand the brutal reality of the orc continent. The days ahead might not be easy, but he also recognized that he had become part of this family. And no matter what difficulties lay ahead, they would face them together. Chapter 61. After the battle as dawn broke, Lang Tsong returned to the cave with the patrolling orcs, while several others dragged wolf legs to toss them together as spoils. They had meticulously surveyed the tribe's territory once more, and the few wolves that had fled were dealt with by Lang Tsong and the male orcs at this moment. Lin was leading a few orcs to clear the open space in front of the cave, pouring water over the snow to wash away the bloodstains. Otherwise, the overwhelming stench of blood might attract more wild beasts, and their tribe could not withstand another battle in such circumstances. The fierce combat had nearly ruined everything they had set up. 3 out of the 5 earthen kills that Lin Baiyin and the others had constructed were now damaged. He looked sadly at the ruined kills, which had taken so much effort to build. The orcs piled the salt and supplies brought back from the seaside by Lang Tsong into the innermost cave. There was no time to organize them now, and Lin Baiyin would sort them out later when he had the chance. The giant wolf transformed into human form, leading the male orcs, and Lin Baiyin suddenly noticed that, in just about a month, Lang Tsong seemed to have grown taller. Originally around 1 meter 80, he now appeared to be nearly 1 meter 90, with broader shoulders and a more imposing stature. His face, still bearing the chilling aura of the recent slaughter, seemed capable of shielding the world from all storms and snow. Lin Baiyin recalled Lang Tsong's earlier words as he had looked into his eyes. "I will protect you." That voice echoed in his mind once more, and he was lost in thought, staring at the approaching figure of Lang Tsong, only snapping back to reality when he stood before him. "How is it?" Lin Baiyin asked, attempting to mask his concern. Lang Tsong nodded, stating, "We have already killed those wolves. You need not worry." Lin Baiyin exhaled a sigh of relief. Wolves were notoriously vengeful creatures. If they were not dispatched swiftly, they would pose an endless threat in the future. Why did they target us? Lin Baiyin pondered, perplexed. Lang Tsong observed the young man's bewilderment and replied calmly, "They regarded us as a source of reserves." Lin Baiyin's eyes widened in realization. "Indeed, just as I suspected." He furrowed his brow, questioning further, "But that doesn't make sense. Wolf packs are cunning and intelligent, and their numbers are comparable to ours, though their strength is vastly superior. Why would they risk attacking the tribe?" Lang Tsong replied gravely, "Have you not noticed how scarce prey has become since the ground split?" Lin Baiyin took a moment to reflect and realized that it was indeed true. They had fled from the south to here, and prey had diminished significantly. Lang Tsong continued, "It may be a consequence of the fissures. The earthquake caused a mass die-off of animals, leading to a decrease in their numbers, making it increasingly difficult to find prey. Thus, the wolf pack took the risk to attack us isolated orcs." Lin Baiyin expressed his concern. "What if other predators, like jackals or leopards, come next? If another wave comes, we would truly be in peril." Lang Tsong shook his head. "For now, there are none around the tribe that I've sent Xiong Fei and Bao Lu to scout further afield. The fewer orcs sent on reconnaissance missions, the better." Bao Lu, a Black Panther orc, was swift and adept at hiding, though not particularly strong in combat. Xiong Fei, on the other hand, was powerful in one-on-one combat, making them a complementary pair for this task. This incident is my fault. I should have detected the wolf pack's presence sooner, Lang Tsong admitted, his gaze drifting to Lin Baiyan's bandaged right arm, a flicker of unnoticeable regret flashing in his eyes. Lin Baiyan looked at the imposing wolf before him and felt as though the invisible ears atop its head were drooping. He stood on tiptoes, reaching out to pat Lang Tsong reassuringly. This cannot solely be your mistake. He gazed earnestly into Lang Tsong's eyes. We are a united tribe. Do not shoulder all the blame alone. Lang Tsong regarded him, a flicker of warmth appearing in his dark eyes as he witnessed the young man's earnest attempt to console him. Baiyan, come and see our phoenix chickens, Tu Lin called out from a distance, standing by the chicken coop. Lin Baiyan responded quickly, I'll go see what Tu Lin wants. Upon reaching the coop, he found Tu Lin standing there with a troubled expression. What's wrong, Uncle Tu Lin? Tu Lin sighed, standing a little farther back as he pointed inside the coop. Look, they've all huddled in the corner. Wolfyan just fed them, but they want to come to eat. Lin Baiyan observed the droopy phoenix chickens within the coop, their feathers hanging limply. That it's fine. They're likely just scared of the wolf pack. They'll be all right in a couple of days. He reassured that Tu Lin breathed a sigh of relief at his words. Though these chickens appeared inconspicuous compared to their usual hunting spoils, Tu Lin valued them greatly, that if they could sustain their breeding. As Lin Baiyan suggested, they would have a safety net, and the younglings would be able to enjoy fresh eggs regularly. That is good to hear. I just fear they might die, Tu Lin replied. At that moment, Hu Qing and the others had already set up a large stone pot outside the cave on level ground. The tribesmen, having just endured a fierce battle, were now ready to process their fresh wolf meat. The meat was being skinned and cut into large chunks, mixed with potatoes and sweet potatoes, and thrown into a stew at this point. No one was concerned about the quality of the meal. Filling their stomachs was of utmost importance. From the previous night until now, the orcs had remained tense, yet none complained of fatigue as a warm bowl of soup was consumed. Lin Baiyan felt revitalized, exclaiming, I have never tasted such delicious stew. The wolf meat did not taste sour as he had heard. It was akin to ordinary meat, coupled with ginger and scallions to remove the gamey flavor. And a sprinkle of Sichuan peppercorns, there was hardly any foul odor left. Liu Shao savored his meal, declaring, This is my trophy. He took larger bites, reveling in the experience. This was his first time participating in such a large-scale conflict. Suborcs typically did not engage in hunting and had never experienced a battle that could be described as a struggle for survival. The male orcs, who had expended the most energy, devoured their food without lifting their heads. Seeing that the first pot was insufficient, Quan Ling quickly set up a second pot. Having narrowly escaped, Lin Baiyan had specifically instructed that everyone should eat their fill, once the tribe members had satisfied their hunger. Their strength was mostly restored. Chapter 62. The draw at this moment. The flurrying snowflakes gradually ceased, the sky brightening as the sun ascended, heralding a new day. The orcs began to stretch their limbs and process the spoils of their battle. The wolf meat needed to be skinned promptly. Otherwise, the cold weather would freeze the hides, compromising their integrity. The elder orcs resumed their old trade, processing the hides, cutting them into large pieces to be salted and air-dried by the suborcs. Thus, a streamlined assembly line was born. The male orcs commenced rebuilding the earthen kilns under Lin Baiyan's guidance. As charcoal was a vital resource they would need throughout the winter, Huing led several orcs to hang the hides, waiting for them to dry before they could be worked. Even the younglings scurried about, helping with the tasks. The little ones, with short memories, were now so caught up in the lively atmosphere of the tribe that they had forgotten the dangers they had just faced. Bustling around the adults, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Despite each orc bearing wounds to varying degrees, none complained. They were elated, for the mountain of wolf meat stacked like a hill seemed to weigh over 200 pounds each. And even after accounting for skins and bones, there would still be an abundance of meat. Lin Baiyan estimated that each wolf would yield around 150 pounds of meat. This time, they had turned adversity into fortune, adding several thousand pounds of meat to their supplies, instantly filling the gaps in their reserves. Lin Baiyan was perusing the seafood that Lang Tsong and the others had brought back from the seaside within the cave. This time, due to the greater number of male orcs participating, they had returned with an abundance of supplies. Not only did they bring back 10 large bamboo baskets of salt, but Lang Tsong also returned with an impressive haul of large ocean fish and a particularly long species of fish. He pointed to the long fish in the bamboo basket and remarked, "When we arrived, there were many of these fish on the beach. The cold weather prevented them from spoiling, that I thought you would appreciate this novelty. So I brought some back." His manner was slightly awkward, as if seeking praise at that moment. The young man was oblivious to Lang Tsong's unease, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of the long fish. "This is ribbon fish. It's incredibly delicious when fried." Lin Baiyan expressed his fondness for it. Lang Tsong mentally noted this. It seemed the young man enjoyed it, so he would ensure to bring more in the future. Additionally, he had also brought back 2 large bamboo baskets of kelp, which Lin Baiyan desired. The two of them busied themselves in the cave for an entire afternoon, organizing the items they had collected. In the following days, the orcs of the Tsongyan tribe were occupied with skinning and drying beast hides and meat. Once the tribe was restored to its former state, Lin Baiyan finally announced some news. He looked at the orcs in the cave and declared, "Our individual caves have been completed. This evening, we will begin drawing lots. Drawing lots." What does that mean? The orcs were already aware that many individual caves have been excavated in the tribe. And upon hearing Lin Baiyan's words, their faces lit up with joy. However, they were puzzled about what the drawing lots entailed, that a total of 50 caves had been hollowed out, and the younglings would reside collectively in the large cave. While Grandma Xiong, Monkey Lin, and Grandpa Maoshu decided to stay in the large cave to care for the younglings. Therefore, there were 45 orcs who would occupy the individual caves. Lin Baiyan recognized the confusion among the orcs and continued to explain. "While our caves are ready, the question of how to allocate them remains that if we were to choose individually, it would inevitably lead to 2 orcs selecting the same cave, which would create conflicts. Thus, I conferred with the chieftain that he raised the wooden tube in his hand, stating, 'Inside are 45 stones, each labeled with a number corresponding to a cave. The cave you draw will be yours, of course. If you are dissatisfied, you may exchange with others.'" The orcs and their tribe hailed from various regions of the Orc continent, and Lin Baiyan believed that mixing their accommodations would be the best way to foster unity. However, he made it clear that participation in this arrangement was not compulsory. As he concluded, Lin Baiyan warned the crowd, "Exchanges must be mutually agreed upon. No coercive means may be employed to force someone to surrender their cave." He understood that the combat prowess of male orcs far exceeded that of the sub-orcs, and to prevent any underhanded tactics, he emphasized this point, that if I find anyone engaging in deceitful practices, I shall reduce their rations by half. The punitive measures in the Orc continent were typically rather lenient, often leading to expulsion from the tribe or execution. For now, Lin Baiyan could not afford to be so severe, opting instead to use rations as a deterrent. Even without his admonition, the orcs would likely comply, for had they not seen the chieftain behind the priest glaring at them with a dangerously warning gaze? Lang Tsong was the most formidable orc in the tribe, who would dare to challenge his authority. Seeing that there were no objections, the young man nodded in satisfaction. "All right, everyone, back to work. After dinner tonight, we shall commence." The orcs gradually dispersed, discussing the recent developments in small groups. The notion of drawing lots sounded quite intriguing. "Indeed, I wonder who my neighbor will be." They were aware that each cave entrance contained 2 rooms, and there was a mix of anticipation and trepidation about their future neighbors. Lin Baiyan observed the enthusiastic expressions on everyone's faces and turned to Lang Tsong with a smile. "What do you think? This plan seems quite effective, does it not?" Lang Tsong gazed at the young man, revealing a small grin, though his eyes dimmed slightly. "But what about the orcs who wish to bond as partners?" Lin Baiyan, feeling somewhat smug, shook his head slightly. "I considered that as well. This evening, I will tally those wishing to become partners and assign them to the first few caves, for those couples sharing a cave entrance. They would be regarded as special neighbors, with the spare cave available for storing items. This arrangement would ensure that the orc couple's intimacy would not be disturbed, and should they have younglings in the future, that room could be designated for them." Lang Tsong regarded the young man with a smile in his eyes. "You have thought this through quite thoroughly." Hearing Lang Tsong's affirmation, the young man's smile widened further. As the bonfire blazed in the cave that evening, the orcs gathered around, attentively regarding Lin Baiyan at the center. The young man had grown accustomed to such scrutiny over the past few days. Maintaining his composure as he announced, "Let us begin." Clearing his throat, he continued, "Now, I will calculate the orcs in our tribe who wish to form partnerships this snow season. Those orcs will be directly assigned a large cave, exempting them from the drawing lots. The atmosphere in the cave suddenly ignited with excitement. The male orcs with crushes discreetly cast glances at their desired suborcs. Chapter 63. Watching the fun, Huqiu secretly directed his gaze towards Yang Yi. He had developed feelings for this suborc long before, while Yang Yi was still responsible for cooking. Yang Yi always appeared gentle and kind, his smile serene and delightful, yet he was remarkably attentive. He could lead gathering teams, prepare meals, and assist Priest Baiyan in treating the tribe's wounds. When Yang Yi's hand, covered by beast skin, touched his injury, Huqiu felt as if the pain had vanished. Yang Yi possessed numerous admirable qualities, yet Huqiu felt inadequate. He lowered his head in dejection, uncertain how to win over the suborc. Once, he had tried to assist Yang Yi in preparing a meal, only to haphazardly toss unwashed meat into the pot. Another time, he had seen a beautiful red flower blooming in the forest and wanted to show it to him, only for Yang Yi to panic and hastily toss it to the ground. Later, he discovered that the flower was called Red Beauty, a toxic bloom. Reflecting on his blunders, Huqiu felt increasingly disheartened. Would Yang Yi truly be interested in such a clumsy male orc? The cave fell into an almost deafening silence due to Lin Baiyan's remark. While Huqiu wrestled with his thoughts, someone broke the silence. Shu Yu, blushing and seemingly having built up significant courage, approached Ma Yuan and resolutely declared, "Ma Yuan, would you like to bond with me as partners?" Lin Baiyan was astonished to see Shu Yu take the lead, his expression shifting from surprise to a hint of satisfaction. It seemed his previous encouragement had borne fruit, as Shu Yu had mustered the courage to take the first step. Ma Yuan, seated atop a haystack with bamboo strips in hand, was momentarily taken aback. Although they had tacitly acknowledged their feelings privately, he had not anticipated Shu Yu would publicly extend such an invitation. Ma Yuan was well aware that Shu Yu had long felt insecure about his beast form. As a hamster, he had often felt invisible in his former tribe, leading to him being forgotten during their flight from danger. After being abandoned, Shu Yu had remained cautious, fearful of being left behind again, working tirelessly during gathering expeditions. When the young man led them in constructing the earthen kiln, Lin Baiyan had learned of Shu Yu's fears and subtly instilled confidence in him. There was no need for overt actions. Simply providing reassurance at appropriate moments sufficed. Shu Yu was indeed remarkable. He could build the earthen kiln with precision and beauty, and the charcoal produced under his hand was substantial and long-lasting. He had also discovered that using locust wood yielded an even greater quantity of charcoal at that moment. Ma Yuan remained frozen in place. Unable to tolerate his dazed expression any longer, Lin Baiyan concealed himself behind Lang Tsong. Adopting a rough voice to tease Ma Yuan, why not say something, no matter the occasion? Everyone enjoyed a spectacle, and now, the orcs in the cave seemed to awaken from a dream, echoing the encouragement. Yes, what are you waiting for? This male orc is hopeless. The suborc should take the initiative. Upon hearing the crowd's chatter, Ma Yuan snapped back to reality, quickly embracing Shu Yu and exclaiming, "Yes, yes," with one orc having taken the plunge. The others soon found their courage, each boldly approaching their desired suborcs. Should two male orcs vie for the affection of the same suborc, it might even lead to a contest between them. Alas, the orcs were whistling and clapping, while Lin Baiyan savored the moment, wishing for some sunflower seeds to munch on. Beside him, Lang Tsong observed the youth's rapturous expression with a faint smile. Others might revel in the merriment, but when it came to his own affairs, Lang Tsong could guarantee that Lin Baiyan would shrink back faster than anyone else. That it must be said that Lang Tsong understood the current Lin Baiyan quite well. If he were to propose becoming partners and having offspring, Lin Baiyan would undoubtedly shake his head vigorously, distancing himself from that individual. Nevertheless, despite the lively atmosphere, there were few who actually formed partnerships. In the end, Lin Baiyan counted and found only 3 pairs. Ma Yuan and Shu Yu, Bao Lu and the suborc Bao Shi, who was a small leopard that typically worked with Yang Yi in the gathering team. And finally, Zhu Shan and Sun Man, with Sun Man taking the form of a rabbit-like suborc from the charcoal-making team. This was quite normal, as it was the first snow season that Song Yin tribe had experienced together in a relatively unfamiliar environment. And the suborcs were apprehensive about their ability to care for offspring. However, Lin Baiyan couldn't help but steal glances at the dejected Huqiu beside Lang Tsong, harboring a sense of frustration. How could a male orc, tall and robust, be so timid? The youth was puzzled and nudged Lang Tsong's arm, signaling him to lower his head. Once the man complied, Lin Baiyin stood on his tiptoes and whispered, "What's going on with Hu Qiu? Doesn't he have feelings for Yang Yi? Why hasn't he approached her? Does he really like her or not?" Lang Song felt the warmth of the youth's breath beside him. His fingers tightened unconsciously at his side, yet he maintained an impassive demeanor as he replied, "Of course he likes her." He turned to regard Lin Baiyin's round, sparkling eyes, which seemed to twinkle like stars, and mimicked the youth's gesture, softly murmuring in his ear, "Because the more one likes someone, the more one worries." Each passing day, he found himself growing fonder of this person, while simultaneously becoming increasingly anxious about whether he was worthy of him. Much like himself, that moment, Lang Song finally made peace with his own feelings, that he smiled gently, acknowledging the truth. He was indeed fond of Baiyin, drawn to this sub-orc radiating hope and warmth. He had once thought his life was destined to be dull and devoid of light. The moment the Star Wolf tribe fell, having lost both his father and his mother, he had believed that vengeance and the search for his kin were the most vital pursuits of his life. Yet, Lin Baiyin appeared, intruding into his world and piercing through the darkness like a beam of light. The Star Wolf tribe had crumbled, but a brighter star had emerged within his heart. Lang Song began to crave Lin Baiyin's warmth. Yearning to remain by his side in time, his desires grew bolder. He wished for Lin Baiyin's gaze to rest solely upon him. However, he knew that the moment was not yet ripe. Lang Song's tone was laced with a seriousness that conveyed deep-seated affection and caution. Lin Baiyin watched as Lang Song imitated his earlier gesture, whispering in his ear, feeling somewhat uneasy. Why did it seem as though Lang Song's words carried a deeper meaning? Chapter 64. Schemes. After Lang Song finished speaking, he straightened his posture while Lin Baiyin rubbed his ear, perplexed. What was he worried about? Hu Qiu was powerful, tall, and imposing. Surely he was not lacking in appeal. From what Lin Baiyin understood, orcs did not have particularly high standards when selecting partners. If two individuals found mutual attraction, they would form a partnership. Should feelings fade or offspring not arise, parting ways was a natural outcome. Even after becoming partners, separation was still possible, with the tribe caring for the offspring. According to Catbai's memories, each year, the tribe would see a few unwanted infants emerge. In essence, most orcs held quite simplistic views. Lang Song chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Lin Baiyin, slightly exasperated, huffed at him. Fine, if he didn't want to talk, he wouldn't press the matter. These male orcs were so secretive, forming little cliques. Yet after this incident, the number of partnerships had effectively been determined. The three pairs approached Lin Baiyin to inform him, and the youth made a record of their partnerships that he allocated caves by discarding the first, second, and third numbered caves on the left, assigning them to the three pairs. The remainder was randomly mixed. Lin Baiyin shook the marked stones in a bamboo tube, watching the eager orcs line up to collect their stones. The orcs took their designated stones in turn, as Lin Baiyin casually drew one from the tube. He was indifferent about where he would reside and had no thoughts of securing a separate cave for himself. Having a neighbor was rather pleasant, allowing for daily conversation to stave off loneliness. Lin Baiyin genuinely feared solitude. He had endured enough of the cold, desolate days from his previous life. Lin Baiyin glanced at the stone in his hand, marked with the number 20. He recalled that this should correspond to the cave at the far right on the second level. A corner spot was acceptable. Neither good nor bad. Least he would have someone to keep him company, and although it was termed as living alone, the proximity of others made visits convenient. Lang Song, observing Lin Baiyin as he looked down, discreetly caught sight of his stone and mentally noted the number. 20 to his was 19, and they were not the same, but he had previously learned numbers alongside the youth and knew that only those with matching numbers could share a larger cave. His expression grew serious as he tightened his grip on his stone, stealthily blending into the crowd, scanning the numbers held by each individual to know none of them matched. Lang Song's heart raced with anxiety. Whose hands held the number that corresponded with Lin Baiyin? He did not necessarily need to live with the youth. He had no intention of pressuring Lin Baiyin, having recognized the youth's tendency to evade. However, it simply could not be another male orc. Suddenly, Lang Song's gaze landed on Hu Qiu, who was sulking in a corner. The stone rested at his feet, and he appeared dejected, shrinking into himself. The stone in his hand seemed to bear the number 20, but the distance made it hard to discern clearly. Lang Song approached quietly, then accurately scanned the number. It was indeed 20. He recalled the identity of his corresponding partner and formulated a plan in his mind. Meanwhile, Hu Qiu was wallowing in self-pity. After mentally preparing himself, he had mustered the courage to confess his feelings to Yang Yi. However, before he could approach her, another male orc had rushed over, only to be dodged by Yang Yi before he could reach her. Seeing Yang Yi's reaction, Hu Qiu assumed she did not wish to form a partnership this snow season. His carefully constructed resolve crumbled, and he retreated back into his corner, dejected. Lang Tsong sidled up to Hu Qiu, clearing his throat pointedly at him. Hu Qiu ignored him. Seeing this, Lang Tsong kicked him lightly. "Why are you sulking like that? If you like her, just go ask." The pitiful Hu Qiu raised his head, his tiger-like eyes glistening with tears. Feeling a sense of injustice at Lang Tsong's words, for a moment his courage surged. "You can't say that. You also lack the guts." He thought he was clever, not realizing that Lang Tsong harbored feelings for Bai Yin. Hu Qiu's voice wasn't particularly quiet, prompting Lang Tsong to hastily cover his mouth, glancing at Lin Baiyin's direction. The youth was still occupied, assisting the tribesmen in selecting caves. Not everyone comprehended Lin Baiyin's intentions. Thus, once they received their designated cave numbers, they rushed to him for marking to AT that moment. Lin Baiyin was quite busy. Lang Tsong noted Lin Baiyin's lack of reaction and surmised he hadn't heard. He secretly sighed in relief before delivering a light smack to Hu Qiu's head. "What are you shouting for?" Hu Qiu felt defiant, but dared not retort. He couldn't compete with his superior. Lang Tsong shot him a glare, thinking how foolish he was to want to reside with Lin Baiyin, that he wouldn't want to trouble the youth. It would be better for him to take the lead. Allowing him to keep an eye on Lin Baiyin, Lang Tsong swiftly devised a reason in his mind. He extended his stone toward Hu Qiu, succinctly stating, "Let's switch caves." To Hu Qiu was taken aback. Glancing between his stone and Lang Tsong's, his not-so-bright mind surprisingly kicking into gear, he playfully nudged Lang Tsong's shoulder, grinning mischievously. "Wait, my cave is paired with Baiyin priests? Shouldn't I extort you for this? You always train so ruthlessly." Lang Tsong understood Hu Qiu's intentions immediately. He narrowed his eyes and leisurely stretched his neck to Hu Qiu, sensing the shift, quickly added, "But the priest clearly stated that we cannot use force against each other." Lang Tsong scoffed lightly. "I have no intention of doing anything. Why are you so anxious?" He slowly raised the stone in his hand, allowing Hu Qiu to clearly see the number inscribed upon it. Hu Qiu, perplexed, glanced at a particular spot within the cave, indicating with a subtle nod of his chin, while Wolf Tsong shook his hand slightly, the meaning unmistakable. Did he dare to approach unprepared? After all, he had scrutinized nearly all the stones belonging to the orcs, and with a memory as sharp as Wolf Tsong's, he had recalled a certain number belonging to an sub-beastman. Coincidentally, it matched his own, which was why he felt so confident in approaching Hu Qiu for an exchange. This foolish tiger actually thought to leverage this against him. What a joke! Hu Qiu understood his implication, his eyes widening in realization. Chapter 65. The big-tailed wolf. He turned to look at Yang Yi, then back at Wolf Tsong, who simply nodded with nonchalance. "So, shall we exchange now?" Hu Qiu nearly leaped 3 feet into the air with excitement, exclaiming, "Absolutely." His grin was so wide it seemed to stretch to the back of his head. Living with Yang Yi for an extended period, he was certain he could wait for the day Yang Yi desired a partner. And by then, having spent so much time together, he would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. Wolf Tsong quickly pulled him back down, casting a warning glance. "Do you want the priest and Yang Yi to find out?" Oh, I was wrong. I was wrong." To Hu Qiu hastily covered his mouth, snatching the stone from Wolf Tsong's hand and placing his own into it. Truly deserving of being the leader, such a brilliant idea. Wolf Tsong felt quite pleased with himself, gazing at the stone in his possession and envisioning the days they would share the same cave, a satisfied smirk curling at the corners of his lips. At this moment, Lin Baiyin was still unaware of the conspiracy between Wolf Tsong and Hu Qiu. He was earnestly informing a sub-beastman of his cave number, noticing a slight lull in Lin Baiyin's surroundings. Wolf Tsong leaned in and discreetly handed him the stone, casually saying, "Could you help me identify my neighbor?" The term neighbor was one Lin Baiyin had introduced to the orcs, and now it was widely adopted. The young man casually took Wolf Tsong's stone, at first showing no reaction, but upon closer inspection, Lin Baiyin's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He raised his own stone, and to his surprise, the numbers matched perfectly. For some reason, Lin Baiyin felt a twinge of discomfort. After a brief internal struggle, he voiced, "You and I are neighbors." Wolf Tsong observed Lin Baiyin's expression, finding it amusing. yet feigning surprise. Really? What a coincidence. Lin Baiyan nodded, a smile breaking on his face. I didn't expect it to be so fortuitous. Being neighbors with Wolf Song was not entirely unwelcome. At least they would have ample opportunities to interact and grow familiar with each other. Lin Baiyan had no doubt in his mind, merely reflecting on their surprising bond, unconsciously dismissing the faint unease lurking within. How about we check out our caves together later? Wolf Song extended the invitation, maintaining a serious demeanor, though his tail was wagging furiously behind him. Lin Baiyan smiled and nodded, sure. Just let me finish up, then we'll go take a look. The two engaged in casual conversation. Meanwhile, Hu Qiu clutched the stone he had traded for, stealthily observing his leader's every move. Witnessing Wolf Song deftly navigate the conversation and arrange a visit to the cave with Lin Baiyan. Hu Qiu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly worthy of being the leader. Armed with newfound knowledge, Hu Qiu, eager to demonstrate his cleverness, handed his stone to Lin Baiyan, wisely refraining from approaching Yang Yi to show off. His situation with Yang Yi differed from that of his leader and the priest. A direct approach would only raise suspicions. Thus, Hu Qiu prudently approached Lin Baiyan, knowing that the priest would eventually inform Yang Yi of his new neighbor. Priest, this is my stone. Could you please help me ascertain who shares my cave? Upon seeing Hu Qiu approach, Lin Baiyan promptly halted his conversation with Wolf Song and accepted the stone from Hu Qiu. Glancing at it in surprise before looking up, you share a cave with Yang Yi. Hu Qiu, adept at scheming, feigned a look of bewilderment, appearing as though he did not comprehend Lin Baiyan's words. It was only when Lin Baiyan reiterated his previous statement that Hu Qiu displayed an appropriately exaggerated expression of ecstatic disbelief. What? Yang Yi and I are a pair. Lin Baiyan, observing Hu Qiu's reaction, dismissed his earlier doubts. Initially, he suspected Hu Qiu had learned of Yang Yi's cave and had sought to exchange his stone with others, but judging by his current demeanor, it seemed purely coincidental. Lin Baiyan nodded. Indeed, Yang Yi came to see me earlier. Your cave is paired with his, conveniently located right beside ours. Hu Qiu joyfully expressed his gratitude to Lin Baiyan, a mixture of excitement and apprehension as he made his way toward Yang Yi. Lin Baiyan watched Hu Qiu's departing figure, marveling at his good fortune in sharing a cave with Yang Yi, that a glimmer of pride flickered in Wolf Song's eyes. What fortune could this be? It was merely a testament to his keen perception. That foolish Hu Qiu had unwittingly benefited. Once all the caves had been allocated, only a few orcs exchanged their caves amicably. Lin Baiyan, holding a thin stone slab, diligently recorded the allocations. Writing on stone was inconvenient. He yearned for paper. The thought of soft, lightweight paper brought him to the brink of tears. He longed for the modern convenience of clean, soft toilet paper. The days of using leaves had driven him to the edge of despair. However, at this moment, he could only lament inwardly that as a desperately impoverished primitive tribe, they had nothing, barely managing to secure their basic needs. Sighing heavily, Lin Baiyan's inner turmoil mirrored that of a troubled cat. Life was indeed arduous. Once all the records were completed, Lin Baiyan looked at the gathered orcs, declaring, from today onward, we shall reside separately. He exchanged a glance with Wolf Song, who nodded in agreement, and then stepped forward. Starting tomorrow, the tribe will distribute food to each of you every 10 days. Aside from special occasions when communal meals were held, everyone would prepare their own meals, while the tribe's young ones would still be fed by Hu Qing and Quan Ling. The orcs nodded in understanding. After all, they were accustomed to this arrangement from their previous tribes. Everyone contributed their resources to the tribe, which would then distribute food based on their contributions, allowing each individual to cook for themselves. The current communal living arrangement had persisted only due to the relative poverty of the Sanyin tribe. Additionally, since the tribe had no resources at present, it was decided that each individual would receive a piece of beast hide as their personal resource. Chapter 66. Provision. Upon hearing Lin Baiyan's announcement, astonishment flickered across the faces of the orcs. What? The tribe will provide resources. They could scarcely believe their ears. Such generosity was beyond their expectations. They had assumed the tribe's duty was merely to prevent starvation, relying on their own efforts for their livelihoods. Yet here was the priest considering even their material needs. The orcs gazed at Wolf Song and Lin Baiyan with expressions filled with gratitude. Recognizing the shift in their demeanor, Lin Baiyan understood it was time to embody his role as a priest. He immediately donned a gentle smile, radiating an aura of benevolence intertwined with divinity. I am aware of the questions weighing on your hearts. Regardless of how you fared in your previous tribes, the Tsangyan tribe is one of generosity, and every orc within is an indispensable part of it. Indeed, the orc's eyes brightened at his words, and those who had previously felt overlooked were particularly moved that a timely dose of encouragement was essential. The orc's minds were relatively simple, and Lin Baiyan had grown increasingly adept at this role, akin to a charlatan in his previous life. This decision was made in conjunction with the chieftain, with the hope that you will all experience warmth this winter season. At this moment, Tu Lin stepped forward, solemnly declaring, "Thank you for the tribe's generosity." The orcs quickly bowed their heads in unison with Tu Lin, exclaiming, "Thank you for the tribe's generosity. The tribe has accumulated a considerable amount of hides thus far. The entire skin of a wild bull substantial in size has been set aside, alongside the occasional spoils from hunts. Currently, the tribe possesses a total of 130 pieces of hides, both large and small. Recently, there has been a fresh harvest of wolf pelts, though they have merely been stripped and have yet to undergo the processes of cleansing and softening." Lin Baiyan distributed the larger wild bull skins and wolf pelts to everyone. The wolf pelts, known for their thick fur, provide warmth superior to that of the wild bull, yet the latter size allows for dual use as blankets and bedding. Dividing them could prove challenging. Hence, Lin Baiyan suggested a draw, randomly distributing the pelts, leaving any future exchanges beyond his purview. At that moment, Tu Lin stood up, mentioning the advantages of charcoal, which everyone had witnessed, and reminded them that it was the esteemed priest who taught them the art of charcoal production. No one acquires valuable knowledge without merit. Each tribe rewards its contributing orcs. Therefore, this time, the priest may receive an additional wolf pelt. Did anyone oppose this? While Lin Baiyan refrained from voicing this, Tu Lin felt it necessary to remind everyone. The orcs shook their heads in unison, agreeing with Tu Lin that one must contribute to gain knowledge. Although the youth did not demand any benefits in return, being acknowledged for his efforts was a source of great joy. Tu Lin observed Lin Baiyan, who appeared somewhat bashful, and smiled gently. Even as a priest, Baiyan was still but a cub and deserved a bit more care. Tu Lin noticed that Lin Baiyan seemed to harbor no deep-seated attachment to these matters. He performed good deeds without expectation, feeling happy if remembered, yet indifferent if forgotten. However, this attitude was misguided. The orcs faced a harsh existence and should cultivate gratitude to thrive. After distributing the hides, Lin Baiyan regarded the orcs, who were fondly caressing their pieces of hide. The tribe had provided enough charcoal for 5 days, but any future needs would require them to produce it themselves, just as with the resources gathered during the snowy season. They were expected to contribute 1/5 to the tribe. Was there any objection? The young orcs had recently decided to contribute a portion of their resources to support the tribe's orphan cubs and elder orcs. Lin Baiyan would not permit the young orcs to view the elder orcs as burdens. This arrangement was not overly demanding, considering that the tribe supplied most of the food during the snowy season. With many orcs remaining sheltered within caves, rarely venturing out to hunt or gather. The quantity of charcoal required, however, was substantial. The youth acknowledged the potential detriment to some orcs' interests and recognized the daily struggles involved in hunting and gathering. Yet the cubs represented the tribe's future. The elder orcs, too, were not entirely idle. We are one tribe, a cohesive whole, and every individual possesses their own value, he asserted. Everyone has their role to play. Even the little cubs gather firewood and tend to the kaifeng chickens. As he had previously stated, the experience possessed by the elder orcs far surpassed that of the younger generation. Hachio was the first to concur, remarking that contributing a small amount of resources was hardly a burden, as they regularly hunted and gathered. Bear Fei followed suit, though his blunt nature rendered him incapable of delivering sweet words. He simply stated, "I'm willing. It's not a significant sacrifice," with the first few agreeing. Others began to voice their support for the regulation. The youth felt a sense of relief. He had feared a strong resistance from the others and had spent a restless night contemplating how to persuade them. Yet it had gone smoothly. Lang Tsong, however, had not pondered much. As long as Lin Baiyan was determined to proceed, he would find a way to assist him, even if the orcs were initially reluctant. Lin Baiyan continued, "Charcoal is easy to produce that I will have Shui guide everyone in making it. His charcoal is both complete and durable." Turning to Shui, Lin Baiyan encouraged, "What do you say? Are you willing to share your techniques with everyone?" The orc's gaze shifted to Shui, who felt a flush of shyness under their collective scrutiny. Still, he stammered, "Why, yes, no problem." The youth beamed at Shuwe. Then I'll leave it in your capable hands. Finally, Lin Baiyin clapped his hands together. All right, everyone, let us go and explore your new homes. With a cheer, the orcs rushed out to claim their caves, each marked with numbers corresponding to the stones in their possession for easy identification. Lin Baiyin was in no hurry. He sauntered leisurely behind them, knowing the caves would remain where they were and would not disappear. In contrast, Lang Song appeared somewhat impatient. The youth tilted his head in curiosity. Are you eager to see the cave? Clearing his throat, Lang Song, realizing his urgency, mumbled, No, I'm just curious about what the inside looks like. Oh, indeed, Lin Baiyin replied, recalling that Lang Song had yet to see the interior since the cave's completion. Understanding Lang Song's excitement, he playfully tugged at him. Then let us hurry along. With that, Lin Baiyin felt a sense of anticipation as he eagerly led Lang Song towards the stone steps. Upon ascending the stone steps, they encountered a platform about 3 meters wide before the second-level caves, equipped with a railing built by Lu Xiaoxiao to prevent any orc from falling. This concern had originally been raised by Lin Baiyin due to the presence of young cubs in the tribe. It would be disastrous if they fell while playing on the second floor. Reaching the rightmost cave, marked with the number 20, Lin Baiyin gestured with his chin. Behold, this will be our cave. Our cave. Lang Song felt warmth at the term, a smile creeping onto his face. Let us go take a look. The layout of the caves was similar, with 2 on either side, each approximately 30 to 40 square meters in size. Lin Baiyin casually stepped into the right cave, surveying the spacious interior as he contemplated what to place within. He popped his head out and called to Lang Song. Which room would you prefer? Lang Song, noticing the youth's eager gaze, cleared his throat. I am fine with any. Lin Baiyin nodded thoughtfully. Then you could take the left, and I'll take the right. All right. Lang Song agreed that I'll go to the large cave and start moving our things. With their caves assigned, they could settle in that very night. Lang Song swiftly declared, I'll help you. The two made their way to the large cave. Lin Baiyin's belongings were minimal, consisting only of a hide blanket, 2 newly issued hides, some dry grass, and a few handmade items like grass ropes and shoes, along with bamboo bowls and chopsticks that he managed to fit everything into a single backpack. But Lang Song, quick and nimble, took the pack from him and effortlessly slung it over his back. Lin Baiyin barely had time to protest. Oh, it's not heavy. I can manage. Lang Song shook his head. It's fine. I don't have much. His possessions were simple, comprised solely of the hides distributed by the tribe and the grass shoes Lin Baiyin had taught him to make at night. He would simply transform into his beast form and curl up close to the youth. Making do for the night, he had grown accustomed to it. Ever since Lin Baiyin became the priest, they had always shared a sleeping space, and now they were to reside in the same cave once more. Indeed, to Lang Song, it was a single cave they occupied, with the 2 rooms never factoring into his considerations. Let us go. The pair returned to the cave, where Lin Baiyin first placed his backpack in a corner before descending again to craft a simple broom from bamboo leaves and grass ropes. Sweeping the floor to clear away the debris, Lang Song, mimicking his actions, tidied his own cave and took the initiative to dispose of any waste they had created. Upon returning, he remarked, I'll take the male orcs out for training. You can tidy up your space without worrying about me. Lin Baiyin responded with an affirmative sound. After Lang Song exited, the youth first spread hay in the innermost corner, then laid down the tough cowhide as a mattress, with the lambskin serving as a blanket. When the time came, he could easily curl up in his beast form and enjoy a restful slumber that in a couple of days. He planned to gradually furnish the cave, envisioning a small wooden table and a bamboo bed. While crafting wooden items was currently challenging, bamboo was much more convenient, but he also intended to create a bamboo cabinet to store his animal skins. After thoughtfully arranging the layout of the cave, the youth pondered for a moment before entering Lang Song's cave. That he spread some hay for Lang Song and laid his own animal skin on top, fashioning a simple hay bed for him. Though Lang Song's beast form was adorned with a thick, fluffy coat, making him appear warm and cozy, the cave was still cold during the snow season, and prolonged exposure might lead to chills that up until now, Lin Baiyin had not gathered many medicinal herbs. Lacking knowledge about which herbs were useful, he could only cautiously examine them one by one. Were it not for his somewhat useful golden finger, the number of herbs he could identify would be negligible to be by the end of the snow season. He had managed to collect only a few types of herbs known for their heat clearing, detoxifying, anti-inflammatory, and cough-relieving properties that in the previous battles. Most of the orcs had sustained injuries, consuming a considerable portion of his collected herbs. Lin Baiyin resolved to begin gathering herbs immediately with the onset of spring next year, aiming to fill his backpack to the brim that he had reserved ample space for them, harboring ambitious dreams of discovering even more medicinal herbs than on the primitive orc continent. Herbs could prove to be life-saving in critical moments. He also sought to find herbs akin to anesthetics, which would significantly alleviate the orc suffering during wound treatment, though thus far, he had not encountered any. After tidying up the cave, Lin Baiyin proceeded to the large cave to collect the supplies and charcoal for the past 10 days. Upon arrival, he found the orcs lined up to receive their provisions, while the younglings frolicked around them. Lin Baiyin entrusted the distribution of food to Tu Lin, ensuring that everyone received an equitable share of meat. To facilitate this, he devised a simple balance scale. 2 wooden beams were joined together with 5 short wooden pieces to form a ladder shape, with 2 vertical posts inserted at the midpoint, and a horizontal stick placed across the top, inserting a rod through the center of the top stick and tying ropes on either side. A rudimentary balance scale was constructed. From then on, by placing the provisions for one orc on one side of the scale without moving it, the other side could be loaded until balance was achieved. Upon witnessing the finished product, Hu Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment at the intricate structure, which he had never seen before. The youth had merely carved a few holes and protrusions into the wood, yet the 2 beams held together sturdily. Initially, Tu Lin found Lin Baiyin's efforts cumbersome. But once the balance scale was put to use, he realized the convenience outweighed any inconvenience. With this tool, he could swiftly and accurately distribute provisions to everyone. Tu Lin busily served as the distributor, while the younglings played joyfully. The little wolf, with mischief in his heart, pounced on Lang Yu, only to be kicked aside by Lang Yun, losing his balance and rolling into a fluffy ball. Shaking his head, he stood up, kicked his ears with his hind legs, feigning nonchalance, and scampered off to play with Hu Yu. The orcs chuckled as they watched the younglings frolic, while Ho Lin affectionately patted the little cat Xia, who lay obediently to the side. Lin Baiyin joined the queue, and when it was his turn, he handed over his backpack, and Tu Lin quickly filled it with a pile of provisions. Chapter 68. Xia's decision. The youth contemplated for a moment, then added, "Please include Lang Tsong's provisions as well. I'll bring them back for him." Tu Lin, aware that the 2 had been assigned to the same cave, smirked slightly, nodding with a smile as he counted out additional supplies. In Tu Lin's view, it was wonderful for Lang Tsong and Lin Baiyin to share a cave. He harbored his own aspirations. If they were to become partners, the tribe would be more stable, and their offspring would undoubtedly be adorable. The thought of fluffy, round little younglings surrounding him and seeking his attention filled Tu Lin with unexplainable joy. Not being particularly young himself, he had no intention of seeking a partner. But if he could witness the offspring of Lang Tsong and Lin Baiyin, it would bring him a sense of fulfillment in his life. Tu Lin's feelings towards Lin Baiyin were akin to those of a parent gazing at their child. He had only ever had one youngling, who had been snatched away by a wild leopard, and since then he had not desired to raise another. Now, seeing this sincere and earnest youth, Tu Lin felt an uncontrollable urge to care for him even more. Baiyin truly deserved it. He was genuine with everyone and held deep respect for Tu Lin. "All right, here are your provisions along with Lang Tsong's." Tu Lin clapped his hands and added 2 bamboo tubes of salt. For some reason, the youth felt that Tu Lin's smile was somewhat peculiar, though it might have been merely his imagination. That he shook off the unease, graciously thanked Tu Lin, and then picked out a small piece of meat from his supplies, offering it to Tu Lin. "Uncle Tu Lin, I would like to exchange this for some Sichuan pepper, green onions, ginger, garlic, and oyster sauce." Tu Lin nodded, accepting the meat and exchanging it for a selection of seasonings. He knew that Lin Baiyin's cooking was delightful, and there were relatively few orcs in the tribe who used such spices. Lin Baiyin was among the rare ones who requested a variety. After receiving the seasonings, the youth carefully placed them in his backpack and leaned closer to play with the little cat Xia. "Are you going to follow Brother Baiyin to live in a separate cave?" The youth posed the question with consideration, as Xia was timid and lacked a sense of security, often clinging to him. Previously, when they all resided in the same cave, Xia could easily see him. Now that he would be living alone in a separate cave, he wondered if she would feel scared. "That's all right. I'll just consider it as raising a little sister," he thought, for both he and Xia were now considered sub-beasts. The youth had already made up his mind, but unexpectedly, Little cat Xia shook her head earnestly. Meow, 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 I'm not going. Lin Baiyin. The youth lowered his head in surprise, meeting her gaze. You don't want to live with Brother Baiyin? Meow, 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 meow. Xia insisted, I've grown up and want to disturb Brother Baiyin. I want to be with Lang Yun and the others. These past few days, Xia had become familiar with Lang Yun and his companions. Often playing with Lang Yu, the only little sub-beast among Lang Tsong's kin. The younglings of the wolf tribe were very protective of them. Moreover, little cat Xia had her own thoughts. Grandpa Tu Lin had said that Brother Baiyin would be with the tribe leader. They would have little younglings, and she would become their big sister. Little cat Xia was super eager to become a sister. Hearing Xia speak, Tu Lin nodded in satisfaction, pleased that his efforts to influence her over the past few days had borne fruit. It wasn't that he was unwilling for little cat Xia to move out. He simply understood the bond between Baiyin and Xia. However, the younglings were delicate, and Baiyin himself was still a youngling. He feared any unforeseen incidents. Furthermore, having all the younglings residing in the large cave set a precedent that might not be favorable. That Tu Lin's concern for them was truly heartfelt. Upon hearing Xia's response, the youth nodded and said nothing further. He played with the younglings for a while before returning with his backpack. Upon reaching the cave, he placed Lang Tsong's provisions inside as the day had grown late. And today marked the first night of cooking separately. Lin Baiyin decided to prepare a celebratory meal for himself to commemorate his move into his new home, but he stepped outside, casually picking up a large stone to begin crafting a stone pot. Their tribe was backed by a stony mountain, making stones the most abundant resource. However, since stones were prone to shattering when heated, he still aimed to produce pottery eventually. The youth silently recalled videos of pottery making he had previously watched online. He had only glanced at them briefly and held little confidence in his ability to succeed. Nevertheless, whether he could successfully create pottery remained to be seen. After all, they had plenty of time now that the snow season was approaching. And the orcs would be hunkering down in the tribe for the winter. With everyone idle and preoccupied with thoughts of raising younglings, it would be better to find them some tasks to occupy their time. As ideas flooded his mind, his hands continued to work, and before long, he had crafted a simple stone pot and a thin stone plate. After washing the newly made kitchenware, the youth planned to head to the large cave to fetch fire. Just as he stepped out, he saw Yang Yi approaching from below, carrying some firewood. Priest, are you going to fetch the fire? Yang Yi greeted Lin Baiyin with a smile. The youth replied with a grin. Yes. Yang Yi pointed to his own cave. No need to go through the trouble that we just fetch fire from the large cave. You can use it from our place. Lin Baiyin smiled and nodded. Great, that saves me some effort. Following Yang Yi into their cave, Hu Qiu, who was guarding the fire pit, turned around upon hearing footsteps, his face breaking into a wide grin. That you're back. He spoke with a cordial demeanor, promptly rising to embrace the firewood from Yang Ye's arms, who in turn readily handed it over. The young man could hardly bear to look at Hu Qiu's demeanor. He chuckled softly, remarking, there is still another person here. It was only then that Hu Qiu noticed Lin Baiyin's presence, scratching his head and smiling at him, saying, Priest, I didn't see you there. Observing the two of them, it appeared they were quite at ease with one another, their interactions flowing naturally. The young man, with a hint of curiosity in his gaze, glanced between the two, chuckling without uttering a word. Yang Ye, holding Lin Baiyin's torch, lit it briefly before passing it to him. After he took it, he returned to the cave. Upon re-entering the cave, he set the embers alight in a stone basin. Lin Baiyin rummaged through his bamboo basket, discovering fresh wolf meat, a few potatoes, sweet potatoes, and a type of leafy green vegetable. The ingredients were quite plentiful, prompting Lin Baiyin to cheerfully decide that they would feast on roasted meat that evening. The young man took out a bone knife, slicing the wolf meat into thin pieces, marinating them with ginger slices and salt, and chopping the potatoes and sweet potatoes into slices. That moment, Lansong returned, his body still glistening with moisture. Chapter 69. Dining together, hearing the footsteps. The young man poked his head out of the cave, exclaiming, You're back. Lansong responded affirmatively, shaking off the water from his hair. Lin Baiyin observed his damp locks with a frown, advising him to dry his hair to avoid overheating. Lansong, indifferent, replied, It's fine. I'm a male beast man, not easily prone to illness. The young man regarded him disapprovingly, countering, That may be so, but it's snowing outside. A gust of cold wind could give you a headache. He then casually handed him a piece of animal hide, saying, Here, dry off. Long Song accepted it with a nod, but he glanced at the food Lin Baiyin had prepared on the stone slab, inquiring, "What are you having for dinner tonight?" Lin Baiyin, recalling the marinated meat, eagerly replied, "I sliced some meat. I'm planning to roast it. Would you like to join me? I hope it's not too much trouble for you." Long Song, maintaining a composed demeanor, responded, "Oh, what trouble could it be? The housewarming feast is better with more people. Having someone to share a meal with is far less lonely." The young man dismissed any concern, saying, "Not at all. We can chat while we eat." "I'll go retrieve supplies from the main cave," Long Song said, turning to leave. Lin Baiyin quickly stopped him, pointing to his own cave. "I brought some back for you. It's already here." Long Song smirked slightly. "Thank you for the trouble," but he swiftly returned to his room, fetching a piece of wolf meat and handing it to Lin Baiyin. The young man accepted it and combined it with the previously marinated pieces. Beast men typically possessed hearty appetites. The supplies they had distributed over the past 10 days merely ensured they wouldn't starve. However, eating to satisfaction proved to be a challenge. Lin Baiyin contemplated venturing into the forest to see if he could find any rabbits or colorful phoenix chickens. Since arriving here, he had gradually adapted to his beast form, now able to utilize it with agility. Though he had yet to hunt, he resolved to give it a try the following day. With the meat marinated sufficiently, the young man secured a thin stone slab atop the stone basin, rubbing a piece of fatty meat onto it to grease it slightly, that he then arranged the meat evenly on the slab. As the wolf meat met the heated stone, it sizzled, and soon the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Lin Baiyin hastily waved at Long Song, offering him a pair of chopsticks. They both settled on stones. Leaning towards the slab, roasting and eating simultaneously, Long Song, somewhat clumsily handling the wooden chopsticks to pick up the meat, had observed the young man using them over the past few days, but remained unpracticed. Amused, Lin Baiyin watched Long Song struggle with the meat on the slab, reaching out to place a piece into his bamboo bowl, reassuring him, "It's fine. You'll get the hang of it in no time." As they roasted and dined, it resembled a self-service barbecue, complemented by the leafy greens, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, along with Lin Baiyin's own pepper salt. Long Song had never tasted such tender meat before, combined with the leafy greens and garlic. He swallowed it whole, even neglecting the vegetables he previously disliked. This meal was extraordinarily delicious, far surpassing the large pot meals prepared in the tribe. They engaged in light conversation, savoring the moment, after satisfying their appetites. Lin Baiyin patted his belly, retrieving a bamboo tube to sip some water. Observing that Long Song was still eating, he remarked contentedly, "I'm so full." But this was truly delightful, with so many beast men cooking roasted meats and stir-fried dishes as convenient. So they mostly consume meat soup or stews. Now, having a fresh meal like this is a rare treat. We may have indulged a bit. Once they had both eaten their fill, Lin Baiyin gazed at the remaining supplies in astonishment. They had consumed 2 days' worth of rations in one sitting. Long Song, having a larger appetite, had devoured enough for 5 days. Noticing a flicker of concern in the young man's eyes, Long Song reassured him, "It's all right. I'll hunt during the snow season." Although the snowy season posed harsh conditions, it was also a valuable training opportunity that he was unafraid of danger. Only through facing it could he grow stronger. Upon hearing this, Lin Baiyin's eyes brightened. "Could you take me along? I want to try too." He had been considering exploring the area alone the next day, so joining Long Song would certainly be preferable. "You want to go hunting?" Long Song asked, surprised. "Yes, is that not allowed?" Lin Baiyin replied, puzzled that it seemed that no sub-beastmen had ever gone hunting here. Their roles primarily consisted of cooking and gathering, performing support tasks. Yet, given Lin Baiyin's hearty appetite, if he didn't hunt, he wouldn't be able to fill his stomach with every meal. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he reflected on how he had become so voracious. It's not that. It's just that no sub-beastmen have ever considered hunting before. Long Song shook his head, adding, "Learning some skills wouldn't hurt. At the very least, you'll have the ability to protect yourself in case of danger. Moreover, as a black pattern cat, you possess speed and a stronger offensive capability, making it feasible to catch smaller prey like rabbits or colorful phoenix chickens." The black pattern cat referred to what they called the black-footed cat. Long Song suddenly recalled the earlier incident with the wolf pack. Had Lin Baiyin learned combat skills back then, perhaps he would not have been injured. After contemplating, he proposed, "Then tomorrow at dawn, let us venture into the forest together, and I'll teach you some hunting techniques." Lin Baiyin nodded eagerly, affirming that having Long Song accompany him would significantly enhance his safety, that I promised to listen attentively. He vowed. Having settled their plans for the next day, Lin Baiyin poured a cup of water for the satiated Long Song, who cradled it in his hands. This is the water I boiled today. In the future, if you wish to drink, it's best to boil it first, Lin Baiyin suddenly recalled, offering a reminder. Who knows if there are any bacteria or similar things in the water? It's better to be cautious. That it was a simple matter. After boiling, they could pour it into a bamboo tube and cover it for easy access. Long Song nodded. Lin Baiyin always seemed to possess a wealth of peculiar knowledge, and he had grown accustomed to it. The cold wind swept through the forest, striking the stone mountains with a whistling sound. Inside the cave, a small kitten, wrapped in animal hides, stirred groggily, stretching its front paws with its pads slightly spread. It blinked awake, finding the cave shrouded in darkness, unaware of the passing time. Lin Baiyin emerged from the animal hide, noticing that the charcoal in the stone basin had dwindled to a mere ember. He added a few more pieces to ensure the fire continued to burn. Exiting his room, he moved aside the stone blocking the entrance, and a chill wind swept through, prompting him to shiver involuntarily. It was evident that the snow season had truly arrived, leaving him feeling somewhat dazed. Chapter 70. The hunt these past few days had been filled with busyness, causing Lin Baiyin to neglect making himself a proper outfit. Currently, he was bare-chested, and the cold wind biting against him felt like a knife. The young man quickly retreated into the cave, unconsciously rubbing his arms. The day was still young, and he resolved to craft himself a new set of clothing post-haste. Otherwise, he would surely freeze when he ventured outside. The wolf hide had yet to be processed, so he decided to make do with the leather of a wild bull. He tore down a piece of the wild bull hide laid over the dry grass, and, using a piece of charcoal, he began to outline the shapes for a top and trousers. After crafting 2 identical tops without cutting down the middle, he punched small holes on either side with the heated charcoal. Sizing it against himself, he found it suitable. After donning it, he secured it with animal hide strings at the small openings on his right rib and arm, completing a simple garment. Lin Baiyin moved about. Finding that it did not hinder his movements, he then followed the same procedure to create a pair of trousers. That he discovered that his skin, transformed into a beastly hide skirt, was quite marvelous. It could appear or vanish in some sense. This could be considered a form of the fantastical. He inwardly grumbled a bit as he donned the clothing he had crafted. Although it could hardly be called clothing, merely a wrapping of fabric and beast hide, it sufficed to provide a modicum of warmth. With 2 small pieces of beast hide remaining, he decided to transform them into coverings for his feet. For he dared not imagine the discomfort of frostbite in the depths of winter. Once attired, Lin Baiyin resolutely stepped outside once more, feeling the biting cold wind. It was considerably more tolerable than before. As he emerged from the cave, he spotted Lang Song returning from outside, and he was somewhat surprised. That you're up so early, he inquired. Lang Song, who had stealthily ventured out to scout for wild rabbit dens, replied nonchalantly, I just washed my face. Lin Baiyin responded with a casual acknowledgement. What are you wearing? Lang Song asked, eyeing the somewhat peculiar garments on Lin Baiyin, which, surprisingly, suited him well. Noticing Lang Song's attention, Lin Baiyin cheerfully declared, Oh, this? I made it myself. He twirled around playfully, his eyes gleaming with delight. It's quite warm. Lang Song gazed at the youthful half-beast with a gentle expression, stating without hesitation, It looks good. In Lang Song's eyes, it seemed that even if Lin Baiyin adorned himself with leaves, he would still express admiration. Hearing the compliment, Lin Baiyin's eyes sparkled with joy. Would you like me to make one for you too? Lang Song eagerly nodded, secretly harboring a thought. Then I'll hunt for you in exchange. A fair trade will surely strengthen our bond. Unaware of Lang Song's hidden intentions, Lin Baiyin nodded. All right. Once we return, I'll measure your body length. Meanwhile, more beastmen emerged from the cave, drawn to Lin Baiyin's attire with curiosity. Yang Yi, in particular, was captivated, reaching out to touch it that if this beast hide had fur, it would surely be warm to wear, he remarked, gazing at Lin Baiyin with hope. Priest, may I learn how to make this garment from you? Upon hearing this, the other beastmen turned their expectant gazes towards Lin Baiyin. He smiled and nodded. Of course. This evening, I will work in the great cave, and any beastmen who wish to learn may join me. However, each of you has only 1 piece of beast hide. If you choose to make clothing, you cannot create blankets or other items. Please consider this carefully, he cautioned. The beastmen recognized the dilemma, and some exhibited hesitant expressions, while others resolved to craft their own garments. Lang Tsong observed a young man among the beastmen, his gaze softening. Once Lin Baiyin extricated himself from the group, Lang Tsong approached him. Shall we go? As they entered the forest, they followed their patrol path. The snow-covered mountains were enveloped in tranquility, with the occasional sound of small branches succumbing to the weight of the snow. They ventured deeper into the forest, where Lang Tsong, in his beast form, lay cautiously in the snow, his eyes fixated on a distant point, signaling to a small cat nearby. The cat, crouching low, prepared to pounce, swiftly launching toward a wild rabbit not far off. Lin Baiyin, with surprising agility, quickly caught up to the rabbit that was foraging in the snow, that a glint of pride sparkled in his round feline eyes. He was rather talented after all. Just as he was about to pounce on the rabbit, it suddenly veered in another direction, plunging its head into the snow, revealing an escape route. In the blink of an eye, the rabbit vanished from sight. The small cat watched in disbelief as the rabbit slipped away. What? It just disappeared? The cat, unable to accept this harsh reality, stared blankly in the direction of the rabbit's escape. After a moment, he dejectedly tapped his paw against his head, lamenting his carelessness. That if I had known, I wouldn't have been so reckless. A cunning rabbit has many hiding places. Feeling somewhat crestfallen, it was the cat's first hunting failure, but it was a lesson learned. After regaining his composure, Lin Baiyin turned to seek out another target, only to realize where Lang, that big white wolf, was just here. Suddenly, he heard a sound behind him, and upon turning, he saw the great white wolf holding a wild rabbit, crouched not far away in the snow. The rabbit looked remarkably familiar. Lin Baiyin bounded over, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed the rabbit he had lost moments before. Lang Tsong dropped the already caught rabbit on the ground and let out a howl. Lin Baiyin didn't need to understand the words to know what Lang Tsong was conveying. Meow, I got it. He waved a paw at the great white wolf, signaling his understanding that I promised to be more cautious next time. Lang Tsong nodded approvingly, a hint of a human-like smile flickering in his eyes. The small cat prodded the plump rabbit with his paw. You thought you could escape, but in the end, you still ended up as a meal. Chapter 71. Red in the snow, the great white wolf observed as the small cat stealthily kicked the rabbit with his hind leg, a glimmer of amusement surfacing in his wolfish eyes, accompanied by an involuntary rumble from his throat. After his initial failure, the young cat seemed to have become more cautious. That it was undeniable that Lang Tsong was an excellent teacher. It was no wonder the male beastmen willingly subjected themselves to rigorous training. After just half a day under Lang Tsong's tutelage, Lin Baiyin felt he had gained newfound understanding of his beast form. He could catch a wild rabbit himself. Panting, the small cat stood atop the rabbit, casting a playful glance at the observing Lang Tsong. The great white wolf unhesitatingly affirmed, "How excellent!" With a delighted giggle, the small cat flopped onto the snow, breathing heavily. He had sprinted too fast while chasing the rabbit, and now, stopping suddenly made breathing a bit laborious. Yet the feeling was exhilarating. It had been a long time since he felt the joy of racing against the wind. Lang Tsong allowed him to lounge in the snow, then lay down beside him. The small cat stared blankly at the sky, lost in thought. As he absent-mindedly turned his paws, he suddenly hooked onto something. Turning his head, he noticed a striking patch of green nearby. What is this? Green plants in the snow. The small cat stood up and began to scrape away the blood from the top, revealing a vast array of plants beneath the snow, resembling shepherd's purse. He touched it with his paw, snowy red, cold-resistant, moisture-loving, and sun-loving, non-toxic and edible. That a flicker of excitement danced in the small cat's eyes. He had discovered fresh vegetables. These snow-covered plants had survived the frost without damage, thriving well enough that they oozed moisture when pinched. Meow, look! The small cat pointed at the snowy red plants, gesturing animatedly to Lang Tsong. Remarkably, even without understanding cat language, the great white wolf seemed to grasp his meaning. Lang Tsong transformed into his human form, leaning down to examine the plants. You mean these can be eaten, right? The small cat nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains. Lang Tsong understood, gathering some vines and collecting half of the snowy red plants. They had ventured quite far from their cave, so it was unsurprising that the gathering team had not discovered them. This outing had yielded unexpected rewards. It was indeed worthwhile. That's enough for today. Let us head back, Lang Song said, glancing at the small cat who had resumed his prone position in the snow. Meow. All right. The small cat rolled over and stood up, shaking off the snowflakes from his fur. The great white wolf carried a large bundle of snowy red plants and 3 caught rabbits, following behind the confidently strutting small cat. Upon returning to the tribe, they found many half-beastmen gathered in the great cave, eagerly awaiting Lin Baien's return to learn how to make clothing. The sight of the abundant food they brought back astonished everyone. When the beastmen learned that one of the wild rabbits had been caught by Lin Baiyan, their admiration grew even more profound. Priest Baiyan is truly amazing. He can even hunt. The young man felt a bit shy as he noticed the starry-eyed gazes of the beastmen upon him. It's all thanks to Lang Song. He is incredible. Lang Song's dark eyes sparkled with amusement as he observed the bashful youth amidst the crowd. Wow, Baiyan, you found so many plants. Soon, a half-beastman noticed the large bundle of snowy red plants they had brought back. Lu Xiao gazed at Lin Baiyan with a hint of envy. Priest, where did you find so many plants? The sub-orcs and male orcs differ significantly. They possess a penchant for consuming flora. The winter season has always been a particularly arduous time for the sub-orcs, as fresh vegetables are scarce. Lin Baiyan gestured towards a direction in the forest, explaining, that area is a bit far from the tribe. If you decide to go, be sure to bring along several companions. They had only managed to gather half of the snow-red vegetables, leaving a considerable amount still in the snowy expanse. That Liu Shao nodded enthusiastically and quickly turned to discuss with a few sub-orcs, planning to venture out together the following day in search of plants. The young man extracted some food from his haul and handed it to Tu Lin, saying, Uncle Tu Lin, this is what we agreed upon. Tu Lin gazed at the honest offering from Lin Baiyan, noting that the quantity exceeded 1/5, and he set aside the surplus food, declaring, this should suffice. The young man nodded, aware of his role as a priest and the importance of leading by example. The canine spirit observed the fresh plants with a smile, proclaiming, perfect. Tonight, we shall prepare a vegetable dish for the younglings. Upon hearing of the vegetable feast, the young ones grimaced at Tu Lin chuckled at their forlorn expressions, suggesting, how about I add a bowl of egg soup for you? As the Kai Feng chickens began to lay eggs more frequently, the tribe's younglings were fortunate enough to enjoy eggs every 10 to 15 days. The young man prepared a pot of egg soup, its soft, fluffy texture winning over the orcs immediately. However, due to the scarcity of eggs, most were reserved for the younglings, who cheered at the prospect of egg soup for dinner. Lin Baiyan was teaching the orcs to craft leather garments in the Grand Cave, working on a coat for Lang Song, who towered over him. The young man occasionally gestured at Lang Song for comparison. Lang Song, obedient as a wooden puppet, complied with every command without hesitation. The sub-orcs snickered at the leader's docile demeanor, realizing that the priest's closeness with the chief was genuine, confirming Tu Lin's words that the priest would soon take a mate upon reaching adulthood. Otherwise, how could such a cold and aloof chief allow the priest to dictate his actions? Unbeknownst to Lin Baiyan, the orc's imaginations were running wild as he concentrated on cutting the fabric with his bone knife. Having gained experience from previous sewing endeavors, his technique had greatly improved, and soon he had completed the task. The orcs observed the clearly superior results in Lin Baiyan's hands, contrasting it with their own haphazard creations, leading them into deep contemplation. Are our steps not the same as the priest's? Why do ours turn out so disheveled? Once dressed, Lang Song appeared even more imposing, noticing the dejected expression on Lu Zhao's face. The young man offered reassurance. With practice, you'll improve. It's already quite presentable. Having crafted models for many years, his dexterity had gradually developed that Liu Shao, inherently carefree, soon forgot his disappointment, while the tall bear, Xiong Fei, discreetly stole glances at him. After the lessons concluded, the young man returned to the cave with Lang Song, carrying the day's hunt. They intended to construct a new earth kiln at the entrance of their cave, a task the young man had become quite adept at. With their cooperative efforts, they swiftly erected the kiln. Now, as they needed to produce their own charcoal, having a kiln was vital, and Lin Baiyan was also contemplating when to experiment with pottery. Once they sealed the opening of the kiln, a timely growl emanated from Lang Song's stomach. Chapter 72. Bamboo Bed. Lang Song's expression faltered slightly as he sheepishly scratched his head, confessing that he hadn't eaten since leaving that morning. The young man glanced at the sky, realizing it was already afternoon, which meant he had almost gone an entire day without food. This was a habit from his past life. When engrossed in a task, he often lost track of time. He quickly exclaimed, "Wait here. I will prepare a meal for us." Lang Song sat at the cave entrance, processing the wild rabbits they had shared with the tribe, leaving them with 2.5 remaining. These rabbits were sizable, comparable in weight to the Kai Fong chickens, approximately 7 to 8 pounds, enough for 2 meals. Lin Baiyin meticulously washed the snow-red vegetables, chopping them into fine pieces with his bone knife on a stone slab before blanching them. He then drained the excess water, seasoning them with salt, oyster sauce, and minced garlic to create a refreshing cold dish that he marinated half a rabbit with ginger and Sichuan pepper for a stir-fry, while the remaining rabbit was skewered whole and roasted over the fire. Their collaboration bore fruit quickly, and without a table, they could only sit on stones, each cradling a bamboo bowl. After their meal, Lang Song noticed Lin Baiyin yawning, suggesting, "You've worked hard all day. It's best to rest early. The little kitten is still growing." At that moment, Lang Song seemed to forget that he was only 2 winters older than Lin Baiyin. Having finished dinner and with nothing pressing to attend to, Lin Baiyin bid farewell to Lang Song, saying, "I'm off to sleep now. Good night." Hearing the peculiar phrase escape Lin Baiyin's lips, Lang Song did not express his confusion, but replied in kind, "Good night, that I suppose it means to have a good rest." Upon returning to his dimly lit room, Lin Baiyin felt a sense of oppression and hastily lit some charcoal. The flickering firelight finally brought warmth to the cave. He considered chiseling an opening in the wall near the entrance to create a wooden window, allowing sunlight to filter in during the day. The young man, transformed into a small kitten, nestled into his fur blanket, his mind swirling with random thoughts as he gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, Lin Baiyin roasted 2 potatoes to quell his hunger before spinning around like a top, eager to craft his own wooden table and bamboo bed. During last night's meal, they had no place to set their bamboo bowls, forcing them to hold their food in their hands. Previously, they had managed, but now that they resided in their own cave, it was time to elevate their living standards. Lin Baiyin initially intended to make a wooden bed, as wood is sturdier than bamboo, and he had been influenced by his grandfather, a carpenter, learning many woodworking techniques from a young age. However, with limited tools at his disposal, lacking planes, saws, and shovels, he decided to start with bamboo. Grasping his stone axe, he made his way to the bamboo grove and encountered Hu Qiu and Bao Lu just as they returned from training. Hu Qiu greeted him warmly, inquiring, "Priest, what are you up to?" After Lin Baiyin had taught everyone how to make clothes, Yang Yi had asked him if he would like a garment made for himself, which indicated that Yang Yi held some affection for him. Why else would a perfectly fine sub-orc offer to make him clothing? Hu Qiu delightedly entertained these thoughts to AT that moment. The young man waved his stone axe. Heading to the bamboo grove to cut bamboo, Hu Qiu pointed out the abundance of bamboo nearby, suggesting, "Isn't there plenty right here? Why go to the trouble of cutting it yourself?" They used bamboo for making baskets and curtains, so the male orcs would often bring a few stalks back whenever they ventured out, resulting in a large pile of bamboo in the tribe. Lin Baiyin shook his head, insisting, "No need. I can manage on my own. That bamboo belongs to the tribe, and I cannot simply take it." Just then, Xiang emerged, exclaiming, "You, a mere sub-orc cub, cannot go cut bamboo alone. Bring along a few male orcs." Hearing their voices, Tu Lin poked his head out from the cave, suggesting, "Since the priest taught everyone to make clothes, let us take a few stalks from that pile." The orcs present nodded in agreement, viewing bamboo as a resource that could be easily obtained. They even worried that the priest might feel he was at a disadvantage. "Absolutely not. I only need a few stalks," Lin Baiyin protested. "It's just for making clothes, nothing significant." "Then we'll accompany you," several male orcs chimed in. With their innocent and kind-hearted nature, the orcs' concern warmed Lin Baiyin's heart. "Well then, thank you everyone." Several male orcs assisted Lin Baiyin in hauling bamboo to the front of their cave. Bao Lu, curious, asked, "Priest, what do you need all this bamboo for?" Lin Baiyin smiled and replied, "I intend to make a bamboo bed. A bamboo bed. That sounds like a splendid idea." After bidding farewell to the orcs, Lin Baiyin commenced the construction of his bamboo bed. He began by crafting a simple drill. A rectangular piece of wood, 1 finger thick, was meticulously shaped, and a small hole was carved in the center that a wooden stick was then snugly fitted into this hole. He took a sharp piece of obsidian, fortuitously discovered, and fashioned it into a nail-like point. Having already utilized much of this black stone to create several stone knives and sickles, he was left with ample material, which proved to be quite timely. Once sharpened to a conical shape, the obsidian was driven into the wooden stick, and a wide strip of bamboo was carved to fit into the stick. Secured with grass rope at both the top of the stick and the ends of the bamboo. Thus, a rudimentary drill was born. The young man eagerly tested his creation with a bamboo stalk, and with a bit of effort, he quickly drilled a small hole into it, greatly enhancing his efficiency. Now, it was time to construct the bed. He cut away the splintered branches of the bamboo, smoothed the edges, and adhered charcoal ash to the grass rope. He then marked lines on the bamboo, cutting it into several equal lengths, and drew corresponding notches, which, once excavated, could be joined using a mortise and tenon joint. By hollowing out sections of 2 long bamboo pieces and softening them with fire, he could bend them, adding 2 thinner bamboo sticks in a cross formation to create sturdy legs for the bed. Next, he chiseled a series of small holes into the longer bamboo piece, which would rest atop the bamboo legs. Then he inserted prepared bamboo strips into these holes to form a grid bed frame. After toiling for most of the day, his efforts culminated in a satisfactory completion. Lin Baiyin tested the bamboo bed, nodding in approval. It seemed his craftsmanship was indeed commendable and the bed quite sturdy. At that moment, Wolf Song returned, carrying a colorful phoenix chicken. Chapter 73. Pickling Vegetables. Upon seeing him, the young man waved excitedly, urging, "Come and see my bamboo bed." Wolf Song tossed the chicken aside, crouching down to examine the bed structure with growing astonishment. He pressed down on it, and it held firm. Lin Baiyin, feeling a swell of pride, shook his head slightly, proclaiming that it would not collapse so easily. The ancient mortise and tenon technique, a legacy of his homeland, could hardly be likened to shoddy construction, but he fashioned a small wooden table using a similar technique, ensuring the legs were robust by employing a 3-material joint method, and then affixed a triangular wooden panel with straight tenons. Thus, a quaint little table was completed. Lin Baiyin also crafted several wooden stools using the same straight tenon technique. Wolf Song watched in rapt attention as the young man skillfully transformed mere pieces of wood into such exquisite furniture, occasionally assisting with his stone knife to smooth out rough edges. Having completed a small table, 3 wooden stools, and a bamboo bed, Lin Baiyin realized that he had dedicated an entire day to his craft. Fully engrossed in his work, satisfied with his creations, he reclined on the bed, imagining how warm he would be this winter, especially since his wolf skin had already been cleaned and treated by Hu Ying in exchange for a generous handful of snow greens. Once the wolf skin was ready, he planned to spread it over the bamboo bed, adding his small lambskin blanket for extra warmth. Speaking of snow greens, he recalled that he had yet to pickle them since their return. With the bamboo bed complete, it was time to begin the pickling process, allowing him to enjoy them throughout the winter. The young man sprang to his feet, prompting a puzzled expression from Wolf Song. "What's the matter?" Lin Baiyin clenched his fist and declared, "I'm going to pickle vegetables." He enlisted Wolf Song's help to move the bamboo bed into the cave. Lin Baiyin arranged the wooden table and stools, placing the bamboo bed against the wall and the table near the stone basin to create a dining area for convenience. After a simple setup, the young man found a large stone and began chiseling it into a stone jar. Wolf Song observed as Lin Baiyin hammered away, his fingers reddening from the vibrations. Silently, he approached and took over the tools, continuing the work with rhythmic precision, startled by the sudden loss of his tools. Lin Baiyin blinked in surprise, but a smile crept onto his lips as he watched Wolf Song's focused movements. Though Wolf Song was typically taciturn and rarely smiled, Lin Baiyin regarded him as a warm-hearted individual beneath his cool exterior. As Wolf Song continued to chisel, Lin Baiyin meticulously cleaned the snow greens, discarding any spoiled bits and salting them to draw out moisture. Once the stone jar was completed, he fashioned a lid to ensure a high degree of sealing. When Wolf Song finished the jar, Lin Baiyin had nearly completed the preparation of the snow greens, rolling them into small bundles that he used a piece of animal hide to wipe the interior of the stone jar clean, ensuring it was devoid of oil and moisture. Ideal conditions for pickling. Layer by layer, the snow greens were placed into the jar, each layer pressed firmly and sprinkled with salt. Finally, as he sealed the top, he pressed down on the final layer of greens and secured the jar with a piece of hairless hide, topping it off with the lid. Thus, the pickling process was complete. Despite the simplicity of this method, the pickles would turn out delicious. Lin Baiyin fondly recalled his grandmother's annual pickling rituals, using whatever vegetables were available, cabbage, mustard greens, radish leaves, ensuring sustenance for the entire winter. Crouching on the ground, hugging his knees as he gazed at the stone jar. The young man found himself lost in memories of his past life. Wolf Song, observing the familiar expression on Lin Baiyan's face, felt a pang of concern, having seen this look many times before. It was as if Lin Baiyan could disappear at any moment, a sensation that left Wolf Song inexplicably anxious. After a brief moment, Lin Baiyan shook off the nostalgia. The past was behind him. And even if he returned to Blue Star, he would never see his grandparents again, that he preferred this life to the monotonous solitude of repeating meaningless days. With this thought, he looked up at Wolf Song, his face brightening with a radiant smile. Wolf Song's previously tumultuous thoughts settled as he saw Lin Baiyan's joyful expression. He was determined to keep this half-beast alive. Just then, a white blur dashed toward them, prompting Wolf Song to instinctively shield Lin Baiyan. The small beast, unable to halt its momentum, collided with Wolf Song's leg. It was Wolf Yun. Wolf Song narrowed his eyes at the eager cub below. "What brings you here?" Rarely had he seen Wolf Yun so anxious. The little wolf, who always regarded Wolf Song as a role model, had a serious demeanor, and Lin Baiyan often found himself wanting to tease him. The little white wolf, panting and retreating a couple of steps, quickly waved a paw in the air, exclaiming, "Brother Shaman, go check on Cat Xia. She is uncomfortable and feels hot, almost like she has a fever." The urgency on the little wolf's face was palpable. Wolf Song's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Fever was a significant concern for beastmen, that an adult beastman might struggle without herbs, let alone a young cub like Cat Xia who had yet to transform. Turning to Lin Baiyan, Wolf Song spoke swiftly, and the young man sprang to his feet, momentarily dizzy and on the verge of collapsing. Wolf Song swiftly supported him. Lin Baiyan wasted no time. After a brief moment to steady himself, he dashed toward the great cave. Cat Xia was the first beastman he encountered in this realm, and as a cub, her importance in Lin Baiyan's heart was unmatched. He had long considered her his little sister. Sprinting with all his might, he transformed into beast form mid-run, his fur cloak discarded in the haste. Upon entering the cave, Lin Baiyan shifted back to human form, catching his breath as he entered, only to find the beastmen inside wearing expressions of joy. He scanned the room, but did not see Cat Xia. He seized one of the beastmen by the arm, urgency flooding his features. "Where is Cat Xia? How is she?" Shi Zhao was momentarily taken aback by the question, struggling to find a suitable response. Seeing his lack of an answer only heightened Lin Baiyan's anxiety. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Rabbit Lin not far off. With a swift motion, he dashed over, asking, "Uncle Rabbit Lin, where is Cat Xia?" Wolf Yun said, "She has a fever." Rabbit Lin's eyes sparkled with mirth as he pointed toward a nearby pile of hay. "Brother Shaman, I'm over here." Chapter 74. Cat Xia has transformed. Lin Baiyan. He could have sworn he heard Cat Xia's voice. Yet, as he scanned the area, he did not see the familiar little calico. Instead, he was met by a small girl with brown hair, her curls framing her face. Bright blue eyes sparkled as they met his, and her voice carried a hint of childish lisp. The girl was wrapped in a small piece of animal hide, her eyes crescent-shaped as she beamed at her beloved brother Baiyan. "Brother Shaman. I am Xiaya." Perhaps due to her recent transformation, her speech was still somewhat unclear. The moment Lin Baiyan laid eyes on the transformed Cat Xia, he was rendered speechless, staring in disbelief at the beautiful little girl perched on the haystack. Rabbit Lin chuckled at Lin Baiyan's stunned expression, giving him a gentle push to go on. A few days ago, he had been listening to Lin Baiyan's murmurs, quietly worrying about the matter of Cat Xia's transformation. Now, however, the young man no longer had to fret over this issue. Lin Baiyan gradually followed the force of the rabbit forest and walked towards the pile of licorice, then crouched down, tilting his head to look at the little girl before him. His voice was soft, as if afraid of startling her. "Are you Xia?" The little girl beamed brightly, nodding vigorously at Lin Baiyan that it's Xia's transformation. At that moment, the young man finally processed this delightful news, joy illuminating his eyes. He reached out to tousle the soft strands of her hair, then tentatively pulled her into his embrace. Little Cat Xia had grown accustomed to being held by Lin Baiyan during these days, skillfully wrapping her arms around his neck, resting her small head against his shoulder. The warmth of her body was slightly feverish, likely due to the recent transformation. The young man felt a sense of reality wash over him. His voice choked with emotion. Good, good. Brother Priest always knew our cat Xia was the best, that he had genuinely feared that cat Xia would remain in her kitten form indefinitely. He had heard from Xiang about similar cases where beings unable to assume their human form faced drastically shortened lifespans. Cat Xia was still so small, and Lin Baiyin dared not ponder how life would unfold if she remained in her beastly shape, that he gazed at the little cat Xia in his arms repeatedly. Wolf Song and Wolf Yin followed closely behind Lin Baiyin. Upon witnessing cat Xia's transformation, Wolf Song genuinely felt happiness for the little cub. The young man adored cat Xia, and by extension, Wolf Song also felt affection for her. Moreover, this little cub was exceptionally well behaved, not making a fuss during their escape, stumbling along behind the main group. When given food, she would eat. If not, she would curl up in a corner, wide-eyed, silently observing the other beastmen. Fearing she might be abandoned, Wolf Song had seen in cat Xia a remarkable resilience, akin to a blade of grass, striving to survive amidst the cracks of stone, steadfastly welcoming her own light. And now, indeed, the little cub had once again performed a miracle, ushering in her new life, that in contrast to Wolf Song's calm demeanor. Wolf Yun appeared more dazed, staring blankly at the little girl in the priest's embrace. The girl, nestled in Lin Baiyin's arms, spotted Wolf Yun and eagerly waved her tiny hand at him with her eyes sparkling. When Wolf Yun approached the young man, cat Xia wobbled out of Lin Baiyin's hold, unsteadily making her way toward Wolf Yun. The little girl clearly had yet to master her newly acquired limbs, and as she ambled forward, a misstep nearly sent her tumbling to quick-witted. Wolf Yun stepped forward and steadied her small form, helping her stand upright. Cat Xia clung tightly to Wolf Yun's arm, gazing up at him. Brother Wolf Yun. Her voice was just as he had imagined, sweet and innocent. Upon hearing cat Xia call him that, Wolf Yun instinctively thought about how they were not of the same beastly form, thus unable to comprehend cat Xia's feline language. Every time the little girl mewed at him, Wolf Yun would wonder what she would look like as a human. Yet, he had never voiced this thought, knowing it was a knot in cat Xia's heart. Night, the little girl would secretly hide in her hay nest, sobbing softly, her cries quiet and unobtrusive. When discovered, she would nervously ask if she was destined to die young. In those moments, cat Xia's eyes brimmed with fear, but come daylight, she would revert to her obedient and cheerful self, knowing it was to spare the priest brother from worry. Upon hearing cat Xia's voice, Wolf Yun found himself smiling involuntarily. Oh, Brother Wolf Yun, your smile is so lovely, cat Xia exclaimed, as if she had stumbled upon a new world, poking at the little dimple on Wolf Yun's right cheek. Wolf Yun possessed a subtle dimple, visible only when he smiled, but he often maintained a serious expression, leading others to overlook it. Hearing her words, Wolf Yun immediately tightened his expression, but after a moment, he could not help but slightly lift the corners of his mouth, reaching out to pat cat Xia's head. Very good. The beastmen in the tribe witnessed this scene, genuinely rejoicing for cat Xia. After spending so many days together, they had become a cohesive unit. Just as Lin Baiyin frequently reminded them, they were, what was it? Oh yes, they were a big family, observing the tender interaction between the two little ones. The young man eventually placed the girl back onto the fur blanket, gently stroking her forehead. That moment, Rabbit Forest stepped forward, noting that she was no longer as warm as before. It must have been a sign prior to her transformation. Though he had never seen a beast man whose body heated up before transforming, cat Xia was indeed a unique case. Lin Baiyin nodded, still sensing a slight warmth, that he gazed at cat Xia with tenderness. Brother Priest will prepare some medicine for you, all right? Once you drink it, you won't feel uncomfortable anymore. Unlike the unruly children of his previous life, who would throw tantrums to avoid taking medicine, the children of beastmen inherently understood the value of herbs. Cat Xia shook her head, declaring, Xia is not uncomfortable, no need for medicine. Save it for the other brothers. The little girl understood the significance of the herbs. These plants were precious and scarce, and often there was not enough for everyone. The young man looked at cat Xia's mature demeanor, his heart swelling with a bittersweet emotion, momentarily at a loss for words. Beside them, Xiang chimed in, soothing the little cub, we have plenty of medicine. So Xia need not worry. Little cub only needs to focus on eating, drinking, and sleeping. Upon hearing Xiang's reassurance, cat Xia turned her gaze towards Lin Baiyin, who nodded in agreement, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. With her beautiful, wide eyes blinking, she sweetly proclaimed, All right then, Xia is not afraid of bitterness. Our cat Xia is the best. Lin Baiyin tousled her hair, praising her. Chapter 75. The Reason the Young Man Rose. Entrusting the little cub to Xiang's care, and walked into the cave where the herbs were stored, retrieving several sprigs of medicine to alleviate the fever that he handed them to the canine spirit. Instructing, boil these, then let cat Xia drink them with the broth. Though Lin Baiyin had brewed traditional medicine before, it had always been pre-packaged herbs that if tasked with gathering and preparing them himself, it would be quite a challenge. These few herbs were laboriously sourced using his unique abilities, and boiling them would likely yield a more potent effect. That it was only then that he remembered to ask Rabbit Forest, "What is the situation? How could she suddenly transform?" Rabbit Forest shook his head. "That I have not encountered this before. While it is not uncommon for cubs to struggle with transformation, most of them return to the beast god by the age of 3. In the eyes of the beast men, such cubs are considered cursed. Most tribes would not waste resources raising them. That it was indeed rare for cat Xia to have grown to 5 years in such a manner." At that moment, Wolfsong suddenly spoke up. "Could it be because she has been well fed?" His remark drew the attention of both men. Wolfsong continued solemnly, "Is it possible that these cubs are inherently capable of survival? Without adequate food, they gradually weaken, eventually returning to the beast god. Yet, cat Xia has been well fed and has been training alongside Wolf Yuan and the others. Have you not noticed that her beast form has become stronger than before?" Wolfsong seemed to recall something, clearing his throat awkwardly. "That I have too. He had grown quite a bit taller and filled out, his previously gaunt frame now more robust." For some reason, Lin Baiyin instinctively thought of Wolfsong's neatly defined abs. "Indeed," Rabbit Forest mused, "it seems so. Ever since we arrived in this forest, we have hardly experienced hunger. With sufficient food, everyone has gradually become stronger, leading to an increase in prey capture, creating a positive cycle." At that moment, the young man quickly redirected his wandering thoughts, pinpointing, "So those cursed beast men have been deceiving the beasts. These cubs struggling with transformation were merely physically weak. With proper care, they could thrive. They simply did not wish to waste resources on nurturing these frail cubs." The more he spoke, the angrier he became, recalling the individuals from the White Cat tribe, clenching his fists in indignation. The chieftain of the White Cat tribe was the epitome of such hypocrisy. Those were living lives, and he could just dismiss them. Wolfsong gently patted the young man's shoulder, offering reassurance. "Fortunately, we now understand the true reason that if we encounter such cubs again, we will have a way to address it and not be deceived by others." Upon hearing the words of Lang Tsong, Lin Baiyin gradually found his composure. Lang Tsong was indeed correct. There was no need to become agitated by those pedantic and selfish individuals, as it was unlikely they would cross paths again in this lifetime. Regardless, it was truly delightful that Mao Xia had successfully transformed. Lin Baiyin finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the cavern, Lin Baiyin sat at the entrance, busily entwining long, slender strands of grass and bamboo into a weave that resembled basket-making. Yet was distinctly more expansive. He had been residing in the cavern for several days, watching over Mao Xia, who had just undergone a transformation and was still somewhat unstable, fearing any unforeseen mishaps. Fortunately, the past few days had been uneventful, allowing him time to venture out with Lang Tsong to hunt and practice his skills. "Brother Shaman, what are you doing?" Mao Xia's figure suddenly appeared beside Lin Baiyin. Since the little one had acquired the ability to take human form, he had shown little interest in reverting to his beastly shape. The little creature was still in the novelty phase, tirelessly attempting to tame his own limbs. That moment, Mao Xia stumbled over, leaping directly into his beloved Brother Shaman's embrace, nuzzling his head against the youth's chest. "Brother Shaman smells so nice and feels so soft. I absolutely adore it." The little one even stealthily took a whiff. The other beastmen in the cavern, upon hearing Mao Xia's inquiry, turned their gazes toward Lin Baiyin, having long been curious about what the shaman was engaged in. For the past several days, it had been snowing incessantly, causing most beastmen to remain confined within their respective caves. Now that the weather had finally cleared for a few days, everyone congregated in the great cavern for a bit of liveliness. Lin Baiyin freed one hand to ruffle Mao Xia's fluffy curls, saying, "I am weaving a fishing net." Yesterday, when they had ventured to the great river to the east, they discovered a thick layer of ice covering the water's surface. Peering through the ice, Lin Baiyin had noticed numerous fish swimming beneath. Mao Xia, eager and enraptured, leaned over the ice, gazing hungrily at the schools of fish below, perhaps having inherited some traits from the feline beastmen. He had developed a profound fondness for fish and seafood. The ocean delicacies that Lang Tsong and the others had brought back were now nearly depleted, and it had been quite some time since he had last savored fish. Thus, upon returning to the cavern, Lin Baiyin had diligently set about weaving a fishing net, mixing in some finely split bamboo strips for added sturdiness, as the grass ropes alone lacked sufficient flexibility. Fish, Mao Xia's eyes sparkled brightly upon hearing that word. Did I at the fish meat that the clan leader brought back from the seaside last time? The beastman's interest waned slightly upon hearing Lin Baiyin's intent to catch fish. Most of the fish and seafood brought back by the hunting party had been distributed as tribal provisions, but the majority of beastmen did not favor fish, even after Lin Baiyin had taught them how to clean the scales and guts. They merely boiled it with a pinch of salt, often spitting out the bones. Consequently, fish was not a common favorite among the tribe, except for the feline beastmen, including little Mao Xia, who had fallen in love with the texture of fish the moment he tasted it. With nimble hands, Lin Baiyin continued his work. Yesterday, when I went out with your clan leader, we discovered that there were quite a few fish in the river, so I thought I would try to catch some. Upon hearing that they were to catch fish, Mao Xia was filled with excitement that I absolutely love fish. I want to go catch fish too. Now that I've transformed, I can be of great help. The little one eagerly puffed out his chest, desperate to prove his worth. Chapter 76. Fishing Lin Baiyin couldn't help but chuckle at the little one's enthusiasm, gently coaxing, but you're still too small, and it could be dangerous by the river. How about we wait until you grow a bit more before going together? Mao Xia's face fell, burying his head into the youth's chest. Lin Baiyin seemed to have an epiphany and lowered his head to say, "Then could you help your brother shaman catch some bugs? Would that be all right?" The little ones often delighted in catching bugs during their leisure time. Lin Baiyin had seen several small cubs gathered around a plump caterpillar, curiously flipping it over. What appeared mundane to adults became an amusing toy in the hands of the little ones. Upon hearing this, Mao Xia's face brightened, and he exclaimed loudly, "Okay." The little one immediately sprang from Lin Baiyin's embrace, calling out to several other young cubs, transforming into their beast forms, and bounding out of the cavern together. Before long, the young cubs returned with a considerable number of bugs, which Lin Baiyin carefully placed into a bamboo tube. They could also use minced meat as bait, but occasionally, it was essential to give the little ones a sense of being needed, having seen the little cubs so eagerly wanting to help. Lin Baiyin felt a surge of warmth. Once the fishing net was completed, Lang Tsong returned from patrol with the male beastmen. Lin Baiyin called out to Lang Tsong, as well as Lu Xiao and others, for they were all growing weary of staying cooped up in the cavern and wished to stretch their legs outside. When Yang Yi decided to venture out, Hu Qiu certainly followed, and Shu Yu also brought along his partner, Ma Yuan. Remarkably, Ma Yuan's broken leg had healed much sooner than Lin Baiyin had anticipated, taking only about a month. Lin Baiyin was increasingly astonished by this extraordinary beastman continent. He had never witnessed a leg heal so swiftly. With bait and the woven fishing net in hand, the group made their way to the eastern riverbank. Upon arrival, the youth examined the ice layer and selected a spot to begin drilling a hole. The ice had grown exceedingly thick, and it took considerable effort for them to break through. During this process, several fish, desperate for oxygen, leaped toward the surface. How could they let such an opportunity slip by? Everyone eagerly scooped with their hands and used bamboo baskets to collect 8 or 9 fish. Lin Baiyin couldn't help but smile at the bounty that had practically delivered itself into their nets, realizing that the fish here were likely unaccustomed to being caught. Each one was remarkably large, and those that had jumped into the open were easily 4 to 5 pounds. However, they appeared quite different from the fish he had seen in Blue Star. Squatting down before a fish lying on the ice, Lin Baiyin was fishing for the first time since arriving in the Beastman continent. To his surprise, the fish had teeth, and they were blue. Lin Baiyin hesitated, wondering if it was safe to eat. Tentatively, he reached out to touch it, a thought flashing through his mind. Blue-toothed fish. The gallbladder is bitter and toxic, but the flesh is edible. When dried, the gallbladder can be paired with Qingyin grass for medicinal use, effective in dispelling phlegm and stopping coughs. Lin Baiyin? What is happening? There was no mention of medicinal uses before. A fleeting expression of surprise crossed his face. But he quickly composed himself. Now was not the time for such musings. Having confirmed the species, he sighed in relief. The only toxic part was the gallbladder, meaning the flesh was safe to consume. As long as he was careful not to rupture the gallbladder, the meat was entirely edible. Lin Baiyan's eyes glimmered with excitement as he gazed toward the riverbank. So much food: braised fish, boiled fish, grilled fish, fish hot pot, fish ball soup.